Well, hello everyone and welcome to the final day of the 2024 Silverstone Festival, and I can tell you the sun is shining, which is a little bit of a change from yesterday morning, which was a little bit interrupted by some light drizzle, to put it mildly, but we had a fantastic afternoon of racing yesterday. And we've got wall-to-wall racing again today. I cannot wait. But Bryn, it's not all about the racing, is it?
It certainly wasn't yesterday, was it? It was all about red flags yesterday morning. But as you say, lots of racing coming here today. No, it's not all about the racing, because on track there are some demonstrations. To start off with, there's the Ayrton Senna demonstration. Now, if you go to the wing and you go into the paddock at the wing, you'll find a whole array of Senna cars throughout the course of his career. From the one he made his debut in to the car he made scored his first F1 points in. It's all there, and you can see some images right now. Iconic images, the one in particular there where he was sitting on the side pod of Nigel Mansell's car back in 1991, but the three-time champion being very well remembered here at Silverstone for the festival, and I cannot wait to see those cars out on track in anger once again.
And it was lovely to see Bruno Senna here, his nephew. Yeah. It's not just Ayrton Senna we're celebrating, we're also celebrating 60 years of the Ford Mustang with the Pure Michigan Mustang Celebration Trophy race later today. Now, the Mustang, when it first came out, I did took a few notes earlier. Well, and they well, no, look at me. And they plan to sell 100,000 cars in the first year. On the first day of orders, they got 22,000 orders. There was one car in Garland, Texas, where 15 people were bidding on it, and the guy that won it then slept in the car so that it wasn't sold from underneath him. That is how popular this car was back 60 years ago. They sold 417,000 cars in the first year, and within 2 years, there are 1 million of them on the roads. So don't go anywhere, because later this afternoon, we've got the Mustang Celebration race, and it will be absolutely fantastic.
And on that, Pure Michigan and Visit Detroit have a stand here over in the centre part of the festival, and you can win a holiday for two people to Michigan. It's a fantastic thing. Go to the home of Motown, which I know you love. I can tell.
Yeah, I think I'd go for the Mustangs.
I know, and the home of the Mustang with the Henry Ford Museum. And on that as well, the first ever Mustang that rolled off the assembly line was sold by mistake to a pilot, and they had to somehow buy it back, and it does reside in that museum. So go and check out the Pure Michigan and Visit Detroit stand, because it is fantastic. But what else have we got? Well, let's have a quick look at the schedule here today, because it is action-packed from the off, kicking off at 9 o'clock this morning. Just a few minutes from now, we'll be underway with the historic Formula Junior. Then we move on to the F3 Classic Inter-Series, onto the Retro Run Parade at 10:10. The BRDC 500 for MRL pre-war sports cars at 10:25. The F2 Classic Inter-Series at 11:25, and the Royal Automobile Club Tourist Trophy at 12:05. Then we'll take a little break, a well-earned break, before we move on to the other side, to the wing, where the Ayrton Senna tribute demonstrations we mentioned will go off at 1:10. The Anniversary and Car Club parades at 1:35. The Masters Racing Legends Formula 1 66 to 85 from 2:25. Then the F1 demo at 3:05. You can see there as well, Masters Endurance Legends, the HGPCA's pre-66 Grand Prix cars, carrying on through to the Pure Michigan Mustang Celebration Trophy that Ed was just talking about, and finishing off the day with the International Trophy for Classic GT cars at 6:10. So we'll be finishing at around about 7 o'clock this evening, Ed. There's a lot to get through between now and then.
I can't wait. But look, we are surrounded by Formula Junior cars. They're first cars out on track, and they're all getting into their cars. So if you follow me, Henry, thank you, Bryn. I'm going to go and find some people to talk to. So yesterday they got out on circuit, but just the visibility was so bad with so many of these cars in the pouring rain. We've got Andrew Hibbert up here. We've got Tim De Silva just getting strapped in. I haven't talked to Tim yet this weekend, so forgive me just for giving him 20 seconds to get strapped in, and we'll see if we can grab a word. So as you can see, it's quite a tight cockpit in there. These Formula Juniors were not known for their comfort. Really just miniature Grand Prix cars, and Formula Junior was the feeder series, launched in Italy, and it spread all over the world. It was so popular. It was across every continent. There were races every weekend, and some of the sport's biggest names came through Formula Junior. It did change to Formula 3, the 1 litre Formula 3 cars, and look at that, as if on cue. Tim, it's a very, very different day today. You must have looked out of the curtains this morning and had a wry smile.
Yeah, very different day. Conditions are going to be a lot different, but that's part of what makes racing on this side of the world fun. You got different cars and very different conditions, so it keeps you on your toes.
You're driving a lot of cars across the weekend, but surely the Formula Juniors must be some of the best handling.
Oh, definitely best handling and for sure the best racing. I mean, what makes this race fun is everyone's got the same car and you got so many good drivers. So the racing and the passing, I mean, there's no other session like it.
Jim, best of luck.
Thank you.
Let's wander down. We've got Stuart Roach right behind him. Stuart, there's a few cars in front, but it's always so close. I guess the one thing you want is a little bit of a tow going down both the straights.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This old Alexa, she does need a tow down the straights, otherwise that's it. I'm just done for.
It's amazing with this race though, because one missed gear and you lose 5 places.
It's all about maintaining momentum. Even the slightest mistake going into a corner, and you've just lost so much, and then you've got to try and make it up again.
I've got to ask, do you brake for cops?
Sometimes.
Depends how much coffee you've had.
Exactly. Depends how much of a tow I've had down the National Straight.
Right. Best of luck. Let's go. Just at the risk of boring everyone, it's worth just having a quick look at these tyres. So, Dunlop Historics, they're sort of treaded tyres. You have to run these tyres, and weirdly, I run these, and these are at their best when they've been through one heat cycle. So what you do is you go out in testing, and I can hear cars starting up. You go out in testing, you give them a scrub, and then they're at their best. They use them for qualifying, and then these would have been the ones they used in qualifying. So I can hear all the cars starting up. I think we've got a 5-minute board coming out. So let's go and see what Bryn's up to.
Ed, yeah, just wandering around at the moment to have a look at some of the different cars here, and you've been talking to some down that end, and we can see just how different they are as well. If we look at this one right now, it's got Charlie in it. You can just see, we're going to come on into Charlie, see the racing position of this car, just how much. I mean, Charlie's a big lad, of course, but Charlie, we're just saying the driving position, how far outside of the car you are, and how that's different to some of the other cars up and down the line here.
Yeah, it's unfortunately I am quite tall. I'm 6'5", so not a racing driver size, but we managed to make it work-ish for me. But yeah, this is the only car I can fit in. I can't fit in rear-engine cars. They're all smaller.
What is it like though? What's it like when you racing this thing around Silverstone? Because it feels like a precarious position to be in.
I'm sorry, I missed that. I can't hear. Sorry.
I didn't think you'd be able to. Look, start your engine up here. As you can hear, thanks, Dolly. It's very, very noisy here in the assembly area right now, so I have no idea where we're going to go. But let's find out. Maybe Ed's back with us, or maybe it's Ed's starting.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Silverstone. And for those of you who have wandered out of your tents this morning, went to sleep last night in nice summery conditions, a little chilly overnight, I expect. It is a chilly morning. It is mid-August here in Silverstone, the height of the British summer. It is at least dry as the Formula Juniors go out. And as we were just hearing from Ed and the drivers, these things, well, it's more than a morning coffee, it's more than a double espresso. This is a massive shot of adrenaline, and it really gets the blood pumping first thing in the morning. And we're only watching it. Martin Haven, Alistair Douglas up in the commentary booth for the rest of the weekend as well. And Alistair, we always look forward to these. These are the perfect cars to start any day's racing because they're always absolutely jumping.
Yes, it's like a full English breakfast, isn't it? It's got all the bits you need, and Formula Junior has been, it was only around for 5 years, but in that 5 years there was a huge number of manufacturers, and we are seeing a lot of those out on track today.
So Formula Junior, what was it all about?
Historic Formula Junior celebrates the open-wheel category that became the launchpad for future Formula One stars like Jim Clark, who would go on to win 2 top-tier world championships after cutting his teeth in the juniors. Keep your eye out for the rear-engined Lotus 22s, a car Peter Arundel raced to the 1962 Formula Junior Championship. Also on show, you'll see the Brabham BT6, driven by the likes of future F1 world champion Denny Hulme in 1963. Time to enjoy the roar of the young lions.
Class A drugs as you're allowed to get here. I think a real pumping start to the morning, and we have 50 cars heading out behind our safety car. Let's take a look at how they line up. This is the result of qualifying on Friday. There was an abortive attempt to start the race, in fact twice yesterday. In the couple of laps that they managed, Michael O'Brien from the outside of the front row of the grid ended up ahead of poleman Alex Ames. But race 2 may be a very different kettle of fish, and instead of 20 minutes they'll be racing for 25 minutes, so hopefully they've been made aware of that and have got enough fuel on board. Alex Ames Brabham on the front row of the grid, Michael O'Brien alongside him ahead of the unique Renmax, the gold car of Sam Harrison. Sam Wilson's car didn't start yesterday but is on the grid in 4th. Look out for him and Andrew Hibbert. And the Callum Grant, we heard about the Merlin, well let's hope he gets a tow and manages to keep going. And Horatio Fitzsimon, 6 fastest in qualifying when the throttle cable broke, ended up 8th on the grid, could well be a podium finisher. In fact, anybody in the top dozen could be. This is a little bit like modern Caterham racing. If you stay in the lead group, anything is possible. All these cars so far down the top dozen are rear-engine cars, mid-engine cars. This was the period where all of motor racing was transferring from front-engined post-war to mid-engined, which we still use. But in the wet, the dynamics of the front-engine car were a lot more calm than the rear-engine cars, and so actually they went quite well. However, here you'll see the much more upright front-engine cars struggling. Now, the fastest of them is just inside the top 20, and that is the Elva of Charlie Besley, high white car with an even higher driver, a red car rather, and behind him Ray Mallock in the green Mark II U2, just him going behind the grid at the bottom. It's basically a green shoebox, and among the other cars, particularly in the front engine category, you'll see some names that came and went with Formula Junior. Lynx, Nike, Kieft. Well, that started in the 500cc Formula 3s. Britannia, Emerson, Donford never really survived the end of Formula 3, and nor did Deep Sanderson, Osper or Stangalini. So you'll see those cars as well on this grid. It is a real microcosm of how motor racing changed at the end of the 50s and into the 60s. And it lived short, but it burned bright. And it will burn bright once again this morning. Probably here at the festival, the biggest Formula Junior grids ever assembled, including in period. Don't think you'd ever have got 50 Formula Juniors at any racetrack anywhere, but it was a fairly widespread, not just British series, and it was very well taken up again on the continent. And in fact, you can see Michael O'Brien, the man on the outside the front row of the grid, his pale blue Lotus 27, one of the very newest cars, if you can call something from 1962 new, or the least elderly. That car in the colours of a Curie Ford France. So Italy, France, Germany, Austria, and in the UK, this was a very popular category. And Alistair, with us, it's one of the all-time favourites here as well.
It is indeed, yes. It was only around for 5 years, but provided a worldwide route into Formula 1. There was no such thing as Formula 2, Formula 3, or any of the other junior formula we have these days. This was the way you got into Formula 1. And in fact, some of the chassis we're seeing today had different engines added for Formula 1 racing. So the same chassis could have a smaller engine for juniors and the larger engine for Formula 1 Grand Prix racing.
And that's why they do look like Formula 1 cars. So this time Formula 1 was 1.5 litres, and so these cars 1.1 litre. It was the same chassis, bigger engine. You've got an F1 car. 400 kilos, the minimum weight for these cars. Not all of the front engine cars will make that, but it shows you how tiny they genuinely are. Lights are off on the RML SWB safety car. We are ready to send our Formula Juniors into battle. 25 minutes of frantic, rushing action. These tiny little devices rely on big slipstreams, a minimum contact patch from the tyres. It is all action, all the way. Sunday morning at the Silverstone Festival, and we are underway with the historic Formula Juniors. 25 minutes on the left-hand side of your picture on the front row with the red nose. That's Alex Ames in the Brabham, the pole sitter. The pale blue car of Michael O'Brien in second, and the gold Renmax of Samuel Harrison in third place. Then the green and purple helmet, the Cooper of Sam Wilson in fourth place. Down the inside, the bright yellow car, that is Andrew Hibbard making a move on Callum Grant. And there's a challenge for the lead, and already Michael O'Brien, one of the leading lights in this category, takes the lead, and the Renmax of Samuel Harrison on the inside as they come onto the Wellington straight, and look at them all trying to bunch up and grab the toe behind.
And Sam Wilson coming up well. We didn't see him yesterday, fourth on the grid, and he's challenging for second place, almost four abreast into Brooklands. And Samuel Harrison, who is now in third place, Alex Ames in second, but slightly out of shot. There he is in the blue car. Michael O'Brien leads. The Merlin there of Callum Grant, the red and yellow car, in now fourth place. Fifth is Sam Wilson, and behind Sam Wilson, I think that might have been Horatio Fitzsimon. Yes, it is the yellow Lotus, Horatio Fitzsimon in sixth place. So all of our leading contenders in this lead group, and Sam Wilson loses another place. That's
Horatio Fitzsimon moves up as they turn into Copse Corner. And you're right, unusual to see Sam Wilson go back, but he'll settle down, tuck in behind Horatio. Look at him, his nose is almost in the gearbox of the car in front. Horatio Fitzsimon had that broken throttle cable in qualifying, should have been challenging for the front row. And again, watch the yellow car, watch Horatio Fitzsimon's hands. Very, very busy. These cars with their tiny Dunlop CR65 treaded tyres. They don't have much weight, they don't have much power, they don't have much grip. What they do have is plenty of adrenaline pumping action, and three wide into Stowe, tucking up the inside, the red and yellow Merlin. Callum Grant making a really challenging move there, somehow finding room between his two rivals. He slots up into second place. That was an epic move.
It was indeed, and we thought for a moment there was going to be a collision, but it wasn't. They're all very respectful drivers. So now it's Michael O'Brien completing the end of the first lap. Callum Grant in second place in the Merlin. Third place is Alex Ames in third place as they've gone across the line, with Harrison, Fitzsimon and Wilson in there as well.
Now the timing screen for some reason not registering Michael O'Brien. He is the race leader. It's not Callum Grant in the red and yellow car, slotting through the inside, gaining one and going back down one again. That's Alex Ames. Car number 88, the dark blue car with that even darker purple noseband. Right behind the gold Renmax, Sam Harrison. That Renmax, not just a short-lived constructor, the number of cars made was exactly one. You're looking at it, that gold car. And down the inside, here comes the yellow car as well. And Horatio Fitzsimon slides through. This is motor racing snakes and ladders, isn't it? You can go up to or down to in the blink of an eye.
And as they come through into Woodcote Corner onto the pit straight, as it was when these cars were current, it's of course the main pit straight now moved down to after Club Corner, and it's Michael O'Brien into Copse. Second place is the Merlin of Callum Grant. Third now Horatio Fitzsimon. Fourth Alex Ames. Sam Wilson manages to get back past Samuel Harrison as they go through Copse Corner and start the rise up to Maggots and then into the wonderful Beckett sweepers, and here they go now, and Sam Wilson just ahead of Samuel Harrison. He's looking for a way through. I suspect there'll be no challenge here at Beckett's, but maybe down into Stowe Corner where Samuel Harrison tries to outbrake Sam Wilson in the Renmax and the Cooper respectively.
And as they're tussling here, the last car just about to make contact with the lead group. That's car number 4, Andrew Hibbard. A fraction behind him, Tim De Silva with the Tigger helmet. And they're just, as these guys tussle, 3 cars together and punching a bigger hole in the air than one car on its own. It actually allows the car behind just to get a little bit more of a slipstream. But the leaders are stretching their legs. Michael O'Brien now 1.47 seconds ahead of Callum Grant in the red and yellow machine. There's Michael O'Brien, there's Callum Grant behind, and he's got Alex Ames, Horatio Fitzsimon rather, in the yellow car closing in behind. So again, Horatio Fitzsimon for some reason not quite showing on the timing pile on the left-hand side, but The number Mark 1 human eyeball shows us the yellow car is battling in third place, looking to slot up into second, gets his nose through these tiny little cars. Again, when we talked about that 3 wide going into Stowe, you thought, oh, this could all be very, very uncomfortable. Everybody's aware of how exposed you are in these cars. It's not just about the fact that if you bend it, you're going to have to pay to repair it because you're not a pro driver racing for a factory team. And that's why there's a really good degree of respect. It's self-preservation. This is more like motorcycle racing than modern car racing.
And Sam Wilson makes up a place there, gets past Alex Ames coming into Brooklands. There's Samuel Harrison, and Samuel Harrison's going to spin. That is something you do not see very often. Samuel is an excellent driver and very careful, but he just nipped the corner a little bit too tight. The back came out and he couldn't save it. Meantime, at the front, Michael O'Brien is trying to make hay while the sun shines, literally here at Silverstone, with the battles going on behind, really helping Michael in the lead car open up a gap over Callum Grant, Horatio Fitzsimon and Alex Ames in the next group. Here, side by side, is Ames and Wilson as they go into Beckett's. Wilson gets ahead, so Sam Wilson just ahead of Alex Ames.
Great stuff from Sam Wilson in that Cooper with the British Racing Green and the Cooper stripes. That's where they came from on the Mini Cooper that you're familiar with seeing. And there's been a change for second place. The yellow car of Horatio Fitzsimon ahead of Callum Grant and looking like he's just about breaking the toe. Sam Wilson with that Technicolor green and purple helmet now up into fourth place ahead of Alex Ames and Andrew Hibbard, car number 4. Hibbard right there and trying to find a way through. They haven't quite been joined by Tim De Silva, who's dropping a little bit back now as these lead 6 cars stretch their legs. Of course, all the way down the grid there will be similar battles fought out. We're looking at our leaders because that's what you do, but all the way down the order, lots and lots of different cars battling for position as well. Going to have a quick squeeze back and see where our leading front engine car is, and that might be Ray Mallock now in 20th place. So Ray Mallock now in his 7th decade and has handed over RML, the company he founded 40 years ago. They're celebrating their anniversary here to his son Michael Mallock, but Big Ray still racing one of the U2s that his father created back in the 1950s. Horatio Fitzsimon in second place, sorry Alistair, is now creeping away from Callum Grant, isn't he? There's definitely clear air between them.
Well, I think what I was about to say, and that might be why Callum is dropping back a little, is he was gesticulating at Horatio in his through his mirrors. And I think he was saying, let's work together and try and catch Michael and not battle amongst each other. And the gap between the yellow and the red and yellow striped car is not significant in Formula Junior racing. Yes, there's a gap, but he can close that up again with the slipstream. And I do wonder whether Callum and Horatio will try and work together to close the significant 3.8 second gap back to or from Michael O'Brien, the leader.
Well, it's their only chance. O'Brien set the fastest race lap, but he is lapping between half a second and 1 second quicker than anybody else in the field. Horatio Fitzsimon last time round 2:18.6, 2:17.5, the fastest lap for Michael O'Brien. So he put another second on them on the last lap. And in fact, Callum Grant in third was only in the 2:18, so he was half a second slower than the man in second. Now here's a battle I think that's about to catch fire. Alex Ames with the yellow and green helmet, car number 88, just in front of Andrew Hibbard. And Andrew, don't forget, Alex qualified on pole in his Brabham, and Andrew Hibbard qualified 5th in the Lotus 22.
Two of the classic makes in Grand Prix racing here in Formula Junior, the Lotus and the Brabham. Lotus Colin Chapman and Brabham Jack Brabham, of course, world champion. And they turn into Beckett's.
And that Brabham was designed by another Kiwi, Ron Toronak, who came over to join Jack Brabham's fledgling team in the UK, based in South London. Ron Toronak Later, when Brabham was sold by the Brabham family and taken over by Bernie Ecclestone, Ron Toranak had set out on his own, and we will see some of his own products as well. Rolt RT1s and RT3s racing in Formula 3. What we're not seeing, because they are a little too modern, is the super successful Rolt Formula 2 cars that he also designed. Andrew Hibbert slots up past Alex Ames, up to 5th. Carried a little too much speed in there, didn't he? And this is all part of it. You can get a good run down the inside, but if you can't get the car stopped, then that speed is all to no avail. So again, briefly up 1 and then back down again.
Andrew Hibbert starts the charge again to try and close in on Alex Ames, and we can see there one of the front engine cars, 2 of the front engine cars, the orange and the blue cars. That's the Stanguilini, the blue one, the orange one, the Alexis, and they're being lapped by these leaders.
And again, you can see with those cars, the problem with a front engine car is the drive is at the front and the axle is at the back, and in the middle is the squishy bit, the driver. So somehow you've got to get the prop shaft from the front to the back without piercing the driver. In some cases it goes underneath, and in some cases, as you can see there, the driver is very much offset from the centre and the prop shaft comes at a diagonal past him, alongside him. And actually we were talking about that to Peter Fenichel, and he was saying actually once you're in the car, you don't really notice that you're that offset. It's just a racing car, but you can definitely see the biggest problem of a front engine car is trying to get the drive to the back through the driver.
And still this battle goes on between Alex Ames as they turn into Club Corner and Andrew Hibbert, but there is Samuel Harrison. Now he's dropped way back to 12th place. Not good for Samuel, but still close, knocking on the door of the top 10 after that spin at Luffield a few laps ago.
Yeah, I think he struggled to get the engine started up again. They do have onboard starters, these tiny little 1100cc engines. They will start, but he lost the engine when he looped round. He sort of stuck his nose in and realised the gap was closing quicker than he'd hoped, and sort of tightened the line, and the car spun, and then would have wasted a few more seconds. And of course, seconds here aren't just seconds, they're lifetimes when you're trying to get the engine to turn over and catch. And once it's hot, it's not very keen on doing that. He's right behind, he's behind the Stanguilini and Duncan Rabagliati in the Alexis, which is car number 7. There he is, Rabagliati, the leading light of making Historic Formula Junior what it is. He goes by them and was trying to catch the car in front of him, which was Nick Fennell in a little Lotus 22. Again, a slightly more modern car than those upright front engine cars. But he's going to have to close that gap again, isn't he?
In fact, the reason that there was only one Renmax is that the builder of the car wanted really to build a Lotus 20. Couldn't get hold of one from the wanted a Lotus 20, couldn't get hold of one from the factory, so built the Renmax. But then he managed to buy a Lotus 22, which is the car that Samuel Harrison is now chasing. So he didn't build any more cars.
Yeah. Why reinvent the wheel if Colin Chapman is doing it constantly for you? There is Horatio Fitzsimon, the bright yellow car, 114, and he is in second place, but already, pretty much 5 seconds behind Michael O'Brien in the Lotus 27. So Horatio Fitzsimon, his Brabham BT6. And again, I love the way that he's got, as you probably would have had in period, you know, the driver's name in big capital letters down the front of the car. He's got his name on there as well. And if you look at historic photos of Grand Prix racing in the 50s and the 60s, particularly in the 60s, you'll see Clark or Hill or Stewart very clearly written on the side of the car. And Horatio doing the same on his car. So there is the Brabham.
These days you can hardly see the numbers on the Grand Prix cars, yeah. Never mind the names.
Well, designers don't like that, do they? So he's gone out from 4.8 to 5.8 seconds behind on the last lap, so losing a further second to Michael O'Brien. You want to go that way, mate. Check your map. Little bit of failure to proceed, I'm afraid. That is Ralph Carter. So Ralph,
Lotus.
Yeah. Lots of trouble, usually serious, of course, is the Lotus acronym. It's not actually what Lotus stands for, but became laughingly known as that.
Samuel Harrison has got past Nick Fennell, and he's now challenging the Lucas Halusa, number 55, the white car there, and Samuel, I think, is going to get through on the inside.
Yep. Lucas Halusa hand out of the cockpit in frustration. I don't know whether he's got an issue or not.
It looks like, well, no, he's going. I thought he was slowing then, but he didn't, so he's not in trouble.
Just going by the blue car of Sharon Edelman. Now, Sharon was on yesterday's grid but couldn't start, so her Brabham BT6 has been finished, or fixed, the same as Sam Wilson's Cooper. So luckily she didn't get into yesterday's aborted race, but she does get into this morning's sunny race. And they're right up behind 131, that's Dave Wall's Gemini. Mark II Gemini, so they lasted more than one series of cars.
I think Lucas Halusa may well be in trouble, actually. We did suggest he might be. It looks like he is slow in the Lotus 22, maybe lost a gear, so he might be running in, say, third gear instead of being able to go up to top gear.
Or maybe second to fourth, and that's a bit of a handicap as well. If you're missing that intermediate gear, particularly in the complex, you're probably over-revving it in second, then dying a death waiting for the revs to pick up in fourth. These cars not over-endowed with torque.
And the next challenge for Samuel Harrison is Peter de la Roche, which is number 20, another of the Lotus cars, the white Lotus of Peter de la Roche. And the gap between them last time around was around 2 seconds, I think. So Samuel is there. We can see both cars now in screen. It is around about 2, maybe even 3 seconds between them as they come down into Stowe Corner.
Yeah, Peter, the white car with the black noseband and stripe up the body. Car number 20, and as you said, the numbers here usually very easy to read, which fans and commentators alike are a big fan of, or are big fans of.
Peter de la Roche in the club section of the track, coming round to complete another lap. We'll get then a readout on our timing screen of whether Samuel Harrison is closing in. And there he is, 6 seconds. Sorry, I thought it was nearer 2, but it's actually 6 seconds between them. So he's got a hard job on in the final 3 minutes of the race.
Yeah, Peter only 0.4 of a second slower than Sam Harrison on that last lap. So he's definitely moving on. He's got a little bit of clear road in front of him. Sam Harrison had to get through some traffic, as we saw in the Beckett's S's. He will have clear road as well. So he's got this lap and one more. 2 minutes 40 on the clock. They're lapping in 2 minutes 19, but Michael O'Brien will get to the line before the clock counts down to 0. So there will be this one plus one more lap. Michael O'Brien leading by 6 seconds from Horatio Fitzsimon. Sam Wilson a further 4.5 seconds back in third place than Alex Ames. He's 5.6 seconds behind Wilson. And 5 seconds behind him is Andrew Hibbert, who's got Tim De Silva just 1 second behind. So the battle in the top 6 is really Tim De Silva trying to get on terms with Andrew Hibbert. And unusually for a Formula Junior, I mean, extraordinarily unusually, that normally there'd be a couple of seconds covering the top 6. But in the top 6, most of the gaps are not in single tenths or single seconds. They're in multiples of seconds, and that is unusual.
It is indeed, and Michael O'Brien will, well, of course, he's a very experienced driver, even in modern GT racing, but also in historics, and he will know that if he could make the break at the start, when everybody else was challenging and battling amongst themselves, and make that break, he could probably pull away exactly as he's done. He's eased his pace a little now, 2:20.6 last time around.
But he has crossed the line with 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, so it is the last lap. Battle for 9th place. Nick Fennell caught by...
It's Lucas Halusa again, isn't it? Seems to have revived his whatever it was that was causing him problems.
Well, they were sort of battling because Nick Fennell was behind him when we saw him throw his hand up in disgust. So on this quicker part of the circuit, if he is missing third gear, that may not be evident until here. Maybe he just missed a gear and was disgusted with himself and kind of threw his arms up. Right, okay, off you go, guys. But it does seem to be working okay. So I can't imagine that's all fourth gear from the Vale to Club. Of course, these cars with manual gearboxes, not a normal H pattern gearbox, an H pattern racing gearbox. But it will be a manual gearbox, little gear lever down by the driver's right-hand thigh. So you'll see a lot of the time then they're coming into a braking zone, just the one hand on the wheel. Now, what does go on there? Because that's exactly where he was discussing with himself before Lucas Halusa, taking a very different line. Nick Fennell comes all the way around the outside. So are the brakes grabbing or something? I'm not quite sure what was going on. He went very dramatically over to the right. And that really didn't seem to work well. I don't think that was deliberate. Nick Fennell back up to 9th ahead of Lucas Halusa. But again, Lucas all over the back of him, seems to be stopping there. Not too many real problems. 47-degree car coming towards us, the familiar shape of a Lotus 18. And the leader going by, and he is now lapped up to 25th place. You think, oh, well, it's only 25th. That's half the field. There were 50 cars on the grid. He has passed 25 of the 50. Leader on the last lap. Time has run out for everybody in our Formula Junior opener for today, and it will be the checkered flag out for Michael O'Brien. He is a serial winner in this category, and he does it again. Claims victory here. He was in front when the red flags were thrown in driving rain yesterday. That race was abandoned, cancelled, and so the result does not stand, but he wins it here. Yesterday in second place at the red flags was Alex Ames, but on the road it's Horatio Fitzsimon in a yellow car who'll take second, and Sam Wilson some way back in the Cooper, waiting. He comes across the line in third ahead of Alex Ames, Andrew Hibbert and Tim De Silva. And this little battle, Nick Fennell and Lucas Halusa further back, but Peter Delaroche just gets ahead of Sam Harrison at the line. What was it going on to the final lap? 4 seconds or something?
Yeah, he was 3 seconds a lap quicker.
Yeah, came down to 0.3 at the line. That's an impressive recovery from Samuel Harrison, and Lucas Halusa out fumbling himself and or Nick Fennell to finish in 9th ahead of Fennell in 10th. So Rudiger Friedrichs coming across the line in 14th place and looking for our first front engine car. Let's see if we can find him. I think it is going to be Ray Mallock in 19th place in the square-rigged U2. So the fastest of the front engine cars, or the winner in the front engine category, coming to the line any minute now. As Michael O'Brien heads into the pit lane. So Michael O'Brien, our race winner this morning, Horatio Fitzsimon in second, and waiting for our front-engined winner. And where is he? There he is in the green shoebox. There is Big Ray Mallock, man who founded RML, and the Mallock dynasty continues into the third generation. His son Michael is now at the head of RML, and of course Ray got into racing because his father, Major Arthur Mallock, was very much into racing and conceived the U2 because it was a car that you could buy and build yourself. You too can have one.
I asked Ray about that because I always thought that was the where it came from. It was actually you two can have a body like mine. The Charles Atlas advert.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where it came from.
So here are the top three from this morning. Bryn is with them.
Yeah, thanks very much, Martin. Just getting to the drivers right now, and Michael, as he takes his helmet off here, it's been a strong, solid performance from you. I mean, you led by some 6.5 seconds, something like that, but it was never in doubt, was it? You had the form yesterday too.
Yeah, absolutely. I was very confident in the wet, but of course you never quite know in the dry. I actually picked up a small problem on the warm-up lap in the car, and it made the race sort of significantly more difficult, but once I'd got the gap, I could just maintain then. I wasn't worried about putting in quick times, just about maintaining that gap, and yeah, it was good. Luckily, could just click the laps off and bring it home.
Make it more of a challenge for yourself, I suppose. Well, yeah. Compared to yesterday, this is an absolute dream, though, isn't it? Blue skies ahead.
I know, yeah, and just especially for the spectators and everyone that's come to buy a ticket to watch. We didn't really give them too much of a race yesterday, so this hopefully made up for that.
Well, congratulations, well done there to Michael. Let's go this way to Horatio now. Horatio taking home the second place trophy, the second position. It was a hard-fought battle out there, a couple of spins ahead as well that maybe played into your hands a bit.
Well, to be honest with you, I feel a bit cursed here. I keep having, every year I've done this, I've had a bit of bad luck. Didn't make it easy on myself coming from 8th, but I knew I had to get through the pack quickly. It's tricky first few laps, but once got into some clean air, we just couldn't match Michael's pace, I'm afraid. But still enjoyed it, good race, and yeah, glad we got to race today.
You have the look of someone who's disappointed, though.
Well, as I say, I feel cursed. We're always quick here when we're testing, and then last year the rocker broke in qualifying. This year the throttle cable snapped on my first lap. So I don't know. We'll maybe come back in the future and have unfinished business.
If you're cursed and you finish second, it's not so bad. Look, well done. Thanks very much there to Horatio. Let's go now to our third place driver here, who's standing around just chatting to Michael here. What a great performance it was from you as well, that third place. It was around 6.5 seconds gap between first, second and third.
Yeah, there was a big gap towards the end. I was being a bit more cautious through the traffic because poor old Callum got tripped up. I didn't want that to happen, so yeah, I hope he's okay. But yeah, just taking it cautiously on the last few laps because I wasn't being caught and I wasn't catching, so just brought it home.
Must be lovely, though, to be out here at Silverstone with the sun shining down on you and the crowd as well. I mean, in this area there's not a huge crowd, but certainly in other areas there are.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's a great atmosphere here, and you know, it's one of the best events in the world, so no, it's fantastic.
Podium time. Thanks, Sam.
Thank you.
Well, congratulations to our top three. Really interesting to see Horatio Fitzsimon, sort of like a Grand Prix driver, examining the tyres of Michael O'Brien's car at the end of the race. So Michael O'Brien, the clear winner, he made his break. Horatio Fitzsimon, yeah, it's starting to look like a man who wonders what he has to do to get some good luck here at Silverstone. Sam Wilson in third. We didn't see the incident he referred to with Callum Grant, but he did disappear in traffic. So he should have been in among our top 6, but did not finish the race. Alex Ames was 4th, ahead of Hibbert and De Silva. And our winning front-engine driver, Ray Mallock, in 20th place. I'm sure Big Ray happy with that as well. RML, the firm, celebrating their 40th anniversary here. And some other names to country with. Keith, the Lynx, and the Britannia Domford, and the Elva of Charlie Besley didn't have the best of runs, unfortunately. Charlie, he was the top qualifying front engine car, but dropped down the order in the race. And as we said, just one car didn't start and 2 didn't finish, including disappointingly for him, Callum Grant. We didn't see the incident, but clearly Sam Wilson did, because he was chasing Callum getting caught out in traffic. So hopefully the car is okay. It seems that the driver is. Ralph Carter, the other starter, who did not finish. But what a great start to the day. Perhaps the most spread out Formula Junior race we've seen here at the Silverstone Festival. But it started as it continued all the way down the field with lots and lots of close racing. Alex Harrison catching himself out in the Renmax. Horatio Fitzsimon coming from 8th on the grid to 2nd. That was Harrison's moment where he just got pinched at the apex in Luffield. And Callum Grant in the red and yellow car with Horatio Fitzsimon. Sam Wilson trying to chase him. There was this good little battle further back as well. Alex Ames and Andrew Hibbert. Ames just about getting on top of that in the end and recovering after his spin. Harrison in the Renmax coming back up inside the top 10, carving his way back through. And the big square-rigged U2 of Ray Mallock taking victory for the front-engine cars, but a absolutely resounding win for Michael O'Brien. Doesn't seem to make much difference what Formula Junior car he's in, what mark, he always seems to find the pace.
Welcome to the eBay Garage 2024. I'm just going to tell you a little bit about what you can experience when you visit us. So you said when, not if, because I know you're going to come down. We've got 4 zones, okay, to explain to you, help you to understand that eBay should be your first consideration for car parts and accessories. So whether you've got a grand renovation planned or you're just replacing windscreen wipers, hubcaps, or something simple, here is where you want to come, or at least eBay is where you want to go. Okay, so what we're doing is we're bringing the website to life. The first thing you're going to do when you get here is you're going to enter your registration plate. You will do that so eBay can refine your search for car parts and accessories to those which will only work for your make and model, okay? Now, there are two main things we want you to understand when you come here. So come here with me, come here. When you put your license plate in, you will be part of something that is called eBay Assured Fit. This means that all the parts that come up will work for your make and model of car, okay? There will be no confusion, okay? That is eBay Assured Fit. What you can see here is people getting to understand what eBay Assured Fit is. It's a challenge by which you have to place car parts in the car, in the right place, in as quick a time as you can. The other message we want you to understand is it might be a bit daunting to put brand new car parts, new and expensive car parts into your whip, your ride, your chariot. So they have something called certified recycled. This allows you to not only save the planet, but also save a bit of the money in your pocket, up to 70%. These are used car parts that are going to work in your car. And if you're not happy with the piece, you can send it back. Come down here if you're at home and not sure what to do, or call a friend and tell them, go visit the eBay garage and let us say hello to you.
Well, here we are. It's a very, very busy podium, as you can see. People crossing all the time to see the cars that are about to go out on track. But we have got a podium for you right now for the historic Formula Junior. We're going to get straight to it. What a race we just witnessed. Some 6.5-second gaps between first, second, and third. But it was a brilliant, brilliant thing to see out on track. Let's get straight to it then. In third place, and welcome onto the podium, a hard-fought battle in the Cooper T56, Sam Wilson. In second place in the Brabham BT6, Horatio Fitzsimon.
We can hear Bryn's mic is dying very quietly. Our race winner, Michael O'Brien. And Alistair Douglas, Michael, really just has a way with the machinery, doesn't he? He does seem and we've seen him in various different cars in these Formula Junior races, and he does seem to have. He doesn't always finish, but he is always right at the very front of the field.
A very accomplished driver, yes. Raced in British GT for a few years, not last year, but a McLaren works driver.
Yeah.
In GT cars. Sam Wilson being interviewed by Bryn.
Yes. All right, well, let's catch up with our collecting area for our next race. And again, like the Formula Juniors, the F3 Classic Inter-Series didn't get a chance, good morning, sir, didn't get a chance to race yesterday. So this will be their first outing on the track. Let's catch up with Ed Foster.
Next up, the F3 Classic Inter-Series. Now, these Formula 3 cars are of an era of Ayrton Senna when he raced in Formula 3 in 1983. We've got Simon here. Simon, I'm so sorry, I'm going to jump in. You must be itching to get out after all the rain yesterday morning.
Yeah, it was very unfortunate, wasn't it, yesterday? A bit of a disaster for everybody, especially the organisers having to cope with it. But yeah, it's a bit of a turnaround today. Classic English weather, so yeah, hope we'll have a good race.
How's the car running?
Car's running well. I've owned this car for probably 14 years now, I think, and I think it's going as well as it's ever gone, so we'll see.
Fantastic, Simon. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Henry, if you follow me, let's go and see who else we can find. We've got Eric here. Everyone's standing next to the wrong cars, but Eric is going to jump in. A bit of a trouble day yesterday, but it's definitely full slicks today, isn't it?
Yes, and the weather is fantastic. Huh? This is English weather. We are very happy.
I always hear that when you hear about Le Mans, the golden hour, when the temperature drops and the lap times come down, with a cool breeze, do you find that the cars run a bit better?
Yes, because the engine have very short air inside because of the restrictor. And so if the weather goes down, and it's better for the engine. We have more power.
And how many hours do you get out of an engine?
I think 2 seasons. I don't know, maybe, I don't know, I cannot say. We talk about kilometers, between 2,000 and 2,500 kilometers.
Oh, it's pretty good. It makes an MGB look a bit rubbish. Well, look, I mean, you're up at the sharp end. What's the plan?
The plan is to stay on the track, and I would like to finish, yes, and in front, if it's possible, yes.
Eric, best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is English weather, he said. Well, yesterday was English summer weather as well. Now then, Andy Smith, late change. Andy Smith's March 783 has been sent to the back of the grid for a small technical infringement, which means that the first car in the queue should be Roland Mitchell in the Rolt RT3, with Christian Valio starting alongside him and Eric Martin's Martini. Very popular in Europe, didn't see many of them in the UK in period. He will be third fastest on the grid. Lola Toyota, well, that gives you a clue not to the chassis but to the engine. Toyota Nova Motor, Alfa Romeo engines were very popular, particularly in Europe. Toyota Nova Motor was the dominant force early in Classic F3 before the VW, the Speed Tune VWs really came in. But most of these cars will be running the Nova Motor. They're all 2-litre 4-cylinder engines with an air restrictor to govern the top end power. Cars heading around on their formation lap to just get a little look at the Silverstone circuit this morning. Weave some heat into the tyres, and the March 783 there, the white car with the red and blue BMW Motorsport stripes of Andy Smith, appears to be on pole position. So either we were fed some duff information or he has not been fed the correct information. We were told that just now that he'd be sent to the back of the grid for a, quote, small technical infringement, but it seems that maybe that has been appealed. So it will be Andy Smith's March and the Rolt of Richard Mitchell. And those pictures you see of Ayrton Senna and Martin Brundle in the classic British Formula 3 Championship squabbles that they had, then almost all the field was in Ron Taranak's Rolt RT3 until the advent of Delara with the 382, one of which you will see at the back of the grid, Angelo Grasso's car number 93. The Rolt was the dominant force. Yes, Martini and a few others, March, had cars out in the early days of Formula 3, but once the RT3 came over, proper ground effect car, it absolutely ruled the roost. And the Toyota Nova Motor engine, and then more latterly Speed Tune VWs, the cars to have. 33, the white car just going through shot with a very familiar livery for British fans. That's Fraser Gray's RT3 with Racing for Britain on the side. And for those of you of a certain vintage, you'll remember Steve Sydenham raising funds for British drivers like Martin Brundle and others to go racing. It was public donations that funded Racing for Britain. So we are ready now to unleash our Formula 3 cars. Formula 3 Classic Inter-Series underway at the Silverstone Festival. On pole on the left-hand side of the picture, Andy Smith, the driver's right. Pole position heading down into Abbey for the first time. On the outside of the front row, the Rolt of Richard Mitchell jumped at the start. Through comes the Chevron, no, I beg your pardon, the March of Christian Valio, the red and white car. And past him as well goes the Martini of Eric Martin. That's the Marlboro liveried car number 2. Oh, sorry, can't say that. Other brands were available in period. But Eric Martin, the Frenchman, in his French-built Martini chassis, Mark 39, which tells you how long Martini had been making cars, as well as drinks, different company, obviously. He's up to second place, tucking out from the group. trying to make their way through. A little bit of jockeying for position. You saw Pascal Jabou in the dark red car number 35, and he's made a good start from 11th on the grid. Cameras picking up Frederic Lajou in his March 793, the Warsteiner livery gold car, which is essentially the 783 but with full ground effect. But it is Andy Smith who leads in the red, white and blue Motul liveried March.
And pulling away well from Eric Martin, who came up through in the MK39, not Mark, it's not short, but Martini Knight it stands for. He's in second place. Third place is Christian Vallio, and then in fourth place is the very fast starting number 35 of Pascal Gerbou, who started in 10th on the grid, and he's being challenged by Richard Mitchell, who was right on the front row, so he's not had a great first lap. And Mitchell himself now being challenged on the outside by the blue and white car. That's the Chevron B43 of Simon Jackson, who you heard Ed talking to before the race.
Past him goes Dominic Jackson as well, car number 63, the Toyota engined Lola. Again, Lola at this stage building customer cars for just about every category that existed in single-seaters and sports car racing. Indy cars, Formula Atlantic, Formula 2, Formula 3, Formula Ford. And out front, the March 783 of Andy Smith really running away. Eric Martin in second place, and 35, Pierre Gerbou in third. That's a really strong start from him, from the back of the top 10 up into a podium spot on lap 1. And here's this big dice behind the Marlboro car, getting dive bombed left, right and centre. Christian Vallio, the Swiss driver, in his March 783. And through goes the blue, dark blue car number 63, the Lola of Dominic Jackson.
And Dominic Jackson, the son of Simon Jackson, who is also challenging the car between them now as they come down the Wellington Straight. Dominic ahead into Brooklands. And Andy Smith, though, really doing what he does best, which is to just open up a gap and hold the lead of the race. An incredibly fast driver. We will be seeing him again in the Formula 2 Inter-Series race as well. As the mid-pack come through, it's a good battle we're seeing through Copse Corner, and starting the rise now. The leader of the second group in second place is the number 2 car of Eric Martin, the Marlboro liveried Martini MK39. In third place, Pascal Gerbou, who had a really good start, as we've said, in the all-red Rolt RT1.
Nice little pass there, you just saw slipping up the order. Number 14, that's Stephen Barlow's Rolt RT3. Picks up 13th place from Laurent Valerie Masson, another Rolt RT3. So those cars, early 80s, some of these cars, you can see the race leader, 1978 March. And the Martini, again, that is early 80s as well, really much on a par. The red car in third place is the first of Ron Taranak's own designs. That's a Rolt RT1, very different looking thing to the RT3, with that big shovel nose, which was so popular for generating downforce at the end of the 70s. And the car right behind him, very similar. But when you look at the RT3, it's got a much more modern look, a narrow pointed nose with individual front winglets. See that car, it looks to be from a whole different era. So you can see the Rolts, the red car, the Chevron right behind, rather, the blue car. Again, that very similar wide nose, but the Martini with a narrow nose. And of course, that means with that narrow nose and those little winglets, that means that was a ground effect car, because you want the air to go through, whereas with the wide noses, it was to generate downforce over the whole of the front bodywork. So you can see again the difference between the pre-downforce cars and then the downforce cars with the narrow noses and the little winglets at the front.
And the battle coming down for third place is Dominic Jackson in the Lola, challenging the third placed car in the all-red car number 35 of Pascal Gerbou. That's the Rout. So it's Eric Broadley versus Ron Taranak, two of the great race car designers of this era as they come through. And in fact, Dominic Jackson gets ahead at Luffield. So Dominic Jackson moves up into third place. Pascal Gerbou, after that stunning start, drops to fourth place. but very much still in contention.
Yeah,
and
just ran a little wide there in Luffield and left the door open on the inside, and Dominic Jackson wasn't going to say no to that, was he? There was an open invitation, but now Jabou is in the slipstream as they come through Maggots over the rise and dropping down into the Beckett's S's. Of course, now he's in the turbulent air behind the car in front, so his aerodynamics, as much as they are, will work a little less well. And he's just dropping a little behind. He had been holding off Dominic Jackson. Simon Jackson behind the white car with the blue car with the white superstructure ahead of the Warsteiner March behind him. And then this next little battle, 28, is Xavier Michel in the Chevron blue car, and down the inside, the Marlborough March having a little stab, didn't quite get his nose inside there. Christian Valliot, the Swiss driver, but having a look. The Warsteiner livery, very familiar for all sorts of fans of 70s and early 80s, mid-80s German racing. Warsteiner Beer Company sponsoring lots and lots of different cars and teams over the years. Very distinctive, and in fact, Warsteiner 0.0%. That's a slightly more modern. I don't think they went in for non-alcohol beer in the 70s. Perish the thought.
And we need to keep an eye now on second and third places, because now Dominic Jackson has managed to get past the car of Pascal Jabou. He is now on the track immediately behind Eric Martin. It was 1.2 seconds at the line, and their lap time's very similar, but I wonder now whether Dominic will be able to go a little bit quicker and start to close that gap on the red and white car.
Yeah, he should have some clear air in third place now that he didn't have before. Great view of the different rear ends of these cars, and well, that sort of reflects whether they were pre-ground effect or ground effect. Again here, look at the rake on these pre-ground effect cars. The rear end is up, the nose is down, and that's to use the bodywork to generate downforce as well, and to get a little bit of rear roll into the car. But when you've got the ground effect cars, then a very much more level platform is required, and you can see the 33, the Racing for Britain Ralt, and car number 3 behind it, and car number 22. So 3 Ralt RT3s, 4 Ralt RT3s in a row. In fact, a very much lower ground clearance to the cars. Race leader halfway down the Hangar Straight, looking for the battle for second. Eric Martin in second place, and in third place is Dominic Jackson. Last time round, 2:10.14 for Martin in second, 2:10.12 for Jackson in third, but that was when he was struggling to get by Pascal Jabou. So having got clear, let's see what he produces. The race leader last time round, our pole sitter Andy Smith, did a 2:07.2. He's now down to a 2:06.7 at the end of this lap. So getting quicker and quicker and building a much bigger lead. But as the second place battle comes across the line, it's gone from 1.7 to 0.7 seconds, and both of them lapping very quickly. But in second place, the Marlborough liveried car number 2, Eric Martin, not as quick as Dominic Jackson behind him. The blue Lola is definitely reeling in the Martini in front.
Well, the first chance now for Dominic Jackson, but I don't think he's close enough, will be at the end of the Wellington Straight into Brooklands. He's probably too far behind, so he'll stay in the slipstream as they come down the long Wellington Straight, just to maximise the aerodynamic effect that he can get. And they both squirrel under braking. They're both leaving their braking till the last possible moment into Brooklands. Now they go through the long double apex right-hander at Luffield, which takes them out onto Woodcote Corner and then the Heritage Pit Straight, and then out down towards Copse.
There's been a spin for Pascal Jabou, who was in 4th place and has now plummeted down to 16th. And so he has disappeared. No, he hasn't. You can see him there. The eyeball does not lie. He's still in 4th place. The timing screen is playing games with us. So Pascal Jabou, the red car behind this battle for second, remains where he was. And Simon Jackson in 5th place, ahead of car number 21, Frederic Lejoux in the Warsteiner March. And then the slew of Ralts. So in fact, the older cars here going better than the more modern machinery, and that's not necessarily the way you might expect it to be. You would think something that's a bit more highly developed from the early to mid 1980s would be going better than a car nearly 10 years older. And then the Marchers and the older cars have got maybe another 10 more years development in them than the Rolls.
Eric Martin and indeed Dominic Jackson having to make their way. In fact, I was about to say Eric Martin been slightly held up there, but the worst out of that went to Dominic Jackson. He got held up behind the slower car, not the fault of that slower car. That's Neil Jenkins. There's nowhere he could go in club corner, so Dominic Jackson loses a little time, and I think that's gone from 0.6 at the line, and it'll be more like 1.6 now.
This is Christian Vallio, just ahead of 33, the Racing for Britain Rolt. And that is our class leader for the ground effect cars, which of course are not running at ground effect any longer. They don't have the skirts that would have been hugging the ground, and a change of position, diving through on the inside, car number 3. So that is a change for the class lead. Fraser Gray in the white car was in front. Has just been dive bombed by Richard Mitchell, who started on the outside of the front row of the grid. So Richard Mitchell started in second place and has just taken and just loses 10th again. So great little battle going on there, and there is trouble, unfortunately. Car number 18, Bert Tinkler's Chevron B47 in the gravel, and that might mean that with just under 13 minutes remaining, we could be heading towards a safety car. He's stranded in the gravel on the outside of Luffield. The leaders aren't there yet, but the marshals will need the cover of a safety car to recover that car, and of course he is just inches off the racing line. Not sure that the race director is going to get away without the safety car for that. Meanwhile, back to the battle for second. Eric Martin from Dominic Jackson. Eric Martin, right, hand out of the cockpit, so they're seeing safety car boards surely somewhere.
Or just a yellow flag at the moment.
Yeah,
yes, they were just coming into that yellow flag zone, so he was just acknowledging the marshal and also warning Dominic Jackson, whose eyes would have been on stalks, focused on Eric Martin ahead, but they're into a green flag zone now, so battle can be resumed as they come out of club corner onto the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight up towards Abbey and Farm, the flat out right left. And will Dominic snick out there? No, he doesn't. He stays in the slipstream, but I think he'll go for an out-braking manoeuvre into Village through the left-hander. Now it's over to the left of the track and hard on the brakes. Dominic goes wide and will try to cut back as they go into the loop. And he goes wide into the loop, so another cutback opportunity here to come up the inside, but Eric Martin holds the line beautifully and goes through Aintree and onto the Wellington Straight, still in that second place. Next opportunity into Brooklands for Dominic Jackson.
Yes, you sense it's a matter of when, not if. Dominic Jackson sends it to the inside into Brooklands, and Eric Martin, well, he fights it all the way. But with Jackson on the inside, there was really no coming back unless Dominic had somehow outbraked himself and couldn't control the car, in which case Eric Martin would have been on the outside and getting collected anyway. Martin's helmet, shades of Philippe Alliot, I think, in his helmet colours, and not quite the same, but certainly he's got the red, white and blue and that kind of very interesting looking helmet. Down to third place, Dominic Jackson up to second then. Will he be able to start to ease away? It's a good race from Dominic Jackson, only qualified 9th, 2:10.5 compared to 2:06.3 of pole sitter Andy Smith, who's romping away here. And maybe if Dominic had had a little bit of this race pace in qualifying, because his last lap was a 2:10.0, but his fastest lap was a 2:09.1. So his race fastest lap is 1.4 seconds quicker than he managed in qualifying. Well, there you go. So didn't have the best of qualifying. If he had started at the front, then I think quite possibly Andy Smith might be having a much tougher battle on his hands. Smith is quicker though. He's gone quicker. The only man below a 2:09. He's had a 2:06.7 as his fastest lap, the race leader, and is currently still lapping in the 2:08.0s. So Andy Smith, very much the quickest car on track in qualifying and here today as well. It was sort of dry in qualifying. There were still a few damp patches when these cars went out on Friday morning for qualifying. They made the most of it, certainly not wet weather tyre territory. Dominic Jackson Well, he's had an entertaining race, hasn't he? 9th to 2nd. I don't think he's going to progress any further, but with the better part of 10 minutes remaining, never say never. That's what motor racing tells you, isn't it?
And we can confirm that the car that was stopped at the side of the track at Stowe Corner has been moved by the marshals, despite it being parked almost on the circuit. The marshal's been out there, hard work from them, well done, and that was covered under a yellow flag rather than us needing a safety car, which is great.
Well done indeed, that's fantastic stuff. Pit caller Richard Trott, I'm afraid, has retired from a race in his Chevron. You didn't see it, but it came in underneath our commentary position. And Andy Smith, yeah, fastest lap of the race a couple of laps ago. On lap 4, in fact, we're now on lap 7, so getting the meat out of the tyres before he got into traffic. 2:06.7, and again, his qualifying lap was only a 2:06.3, so he was barely 4/10 off his outright best in qualifying. Of course, on lap 4 of the race, he'll have been carrying enough fuel for 25 minutes rather than the 20-odd minutes of qualifying. He won't have had full tanks then for qualifying. And the March, the 783, the 793, very distinctive. Low wide nose, very low side pods. I mean, the side pods barely come up to the driver's hip, just enough to cover the grubby bits, basically, because the radiator is in the front. And then the driver in this sort of conning tower, upright centre section of the car. Ooh, looping spin. That was the car that was, Pascal Jabou was in 4th place in the Rolt RT1. Gives that away to Simon Jackson, who scuttled past. You just saw the blue car going by. So, whoa, big slide from Andy Smith. Entertaining himself, perhaps, with nobody to play with. Really throwing the car around, isn't he?
I wonder if he's going for another quick time. That's probably not the way to do it. Andy's usually a very, very smooth driver, and it's not the fastest way around to be sliding around.
Well, he has just set another fastest race lap, but very perspicacious of you. 2:06.475 last time round. His qualifying lap was 2:06.373. So is he trying to beat his qualifying best? Not sure that he's got a readout in his dash. He might do. In period you wouldn't have had, but some of these drivers might have a little stack data logger or something added to the car as well. Not that it's going to give you much in terms of data during the race other than what your lap time is. But he may just be feeling that to entertain himself, he's just going to try and rag the car as much as possible.
He knows the Silverstone circuit very well indeed. We've seen him here at the festival in previous years. He's a local man from Warwick. So not too far down the road for him to come to the circuit, and drives any car that he's put in extremely well indeed. So by far the quickest lap for Andy Smith. Dominic Jackson is running in the 2:08s, which is significantly quicker than anyone else other than Andy Smith. So now he's got clear, as we thought. Now Dominic Jackson has got clear of Eric Martin. He's able to lower his lap times, but not enough to close in on this dominant performance from Andy Smith.
Absolutely not. It's almost like he's in a separate category of car, isn't it? And he absolutely isn't. Andy Smith, in 8 laps, has opened up a 20-second gap on the best of the rest. 20 seconds in 8 laps. That's an absolutely dominant performance. This lap, none of his 3 sectors were quicker than any of his previous ones, so maybe give the tyres a breather. And again, our Rolt battle a little further back. Continues. 22, Laurent Valery-Masson, and 33, the Racing for Britain car, Fraser Gray, right behind him, and just ahead of them, another little battle for position, and that is the top Rolt RT3, behind Robert Moores in car number 8 in his Chevron. That's Robert Mitchell in the very dark car. Can't quite figure out whether that's black or very, very dark blue, but Robert Mitchell goes through anyway. The man who was on the outside of the front row of the grid checks the mirrors. Long look in the mirror to see where the Chevron behind him goes.
Through the to the tight right at Village, then up to the loop. Richard Mitchell, I think he must have had a problem off screen. We didn't spot that. He dropped back down the order, having qualified second.
Well, he was just going backwards at the start,
yes,
and I wonder whether he hadn't got heat in the tyres, or whether he hadn't got heat in the brakes, or whether the tyre pressures weren't quite set right for today's temperature. I mean, it's probably quite a lot colder track temperature, and certainly air temperature, than it was in qualifying on Friday. Friday was a bit more of a, in fact, yesterday was a warmer morning, although unbelievably wet. Today is really quite chilly, as I'm sure everybody who camped overnight will be very happy to give us chapter and verse on. You should think that was clothes on in the sleeping bag last night. Richard Mitchell easing his way a little further back up the order. Now up into 6th position, 7th position. Is he going to catch Xavier Michel? What's the gap? No, it's 7 seconds. He's really not, is he? I don't think. There's another Alfa Romeo logo on the nose of that run, so not a Toyota Nova motor, but the Alfa 4-cylinder engine. And, sort of was swings and roundabouts. Alfa were very popular across Formula 3 racing in Europe, and the Toyota Nova motor really sort of held sway. Then Neil Brown Mugen, the Speech Tune VWs, and there were a few other. Mitsubishi at one stage had a Formula 3 engine which wasn't wildly successful, because you've never heard of it, you know why. Saab as well. Robert Singh Magic Motorsport ran Saab engines for 2 or 3 seasons in Formula Ford, and while they were sort of there-ish, they were never really there or thereabouts. So various different engine tuners held sway over various periods. And certainly British Formula 3 Championship titles won by Toyota engines, won by Mugen engines, won by VW engines. But yes, Alistair is reminding me that very early in British F3, Triumph's 4-cylinder Dolomite engine was also used. Of course, those were the Unipark cars driven by the likes of Tony Dron, Nigel Mansell, and a couple of others. An all-British supported outfit. What chassis were they in, Alistair?
March.
Yes, yes. That would seem likely, yes, but so, off the top of my head, I couldn't think. Yes, the late Tony Dron, perhaps more familiar to classic car readers. He was the editor of Classic Car magazine for many, many years, and in latter years very much a saloon car racer. And in fact, the Tony Dron Trophy was raced for yesterday, but he was a single-seater racer in his younger years.
Incredibly, being 6'6".
Yes.
He managed to squeeze in.
Mind you, he only weighed about 75 kilos, because he was long and thin all his life, very tall, and enormous mop of curly hair. A charming chap who just loved his cars, so much so that his actual only road car was an Austin 7. Everything else he drove would have been a loaner, but his car pretty much all his life was his beloved Austin 7. Meanwhile, back with the action before the director tells me off, Pascal Gerboux in the red Ralt RT1, just clinging on at the moment from Frédéric Lajou in the Warsteiner March. And this is the battle for 5th place. That has changed hands a couple of places. Simon Jackson's got ahead of Lajou, and so too now has Gerboux. Timing screen keeps dropping him out and then picking him back up, so obviously his transponder's not working. The reason that happens is the transponder is not working, and so our timekeepers are reinserting him manually every time he comes across the line. So yeah, the old stopwatch and piece of paper and digital readouts definitely still used when the electricity lets you down. Gerboux definitely seems to be having a bit of a second breath. He's all over the back of Simon Jackson in the blue and white 111. That chevron under pressure. Gerboux on the inside line, coming down the straight, makes the pass, makes the move, and makes the place his own. So he is recovering, isn't he, after a little bit like Richard Mitchell, sort of selected reverse in the first few laps and sagging down the order as the race has progressed. Either he's more at home with the car, or he'd set the tyre pressures a little lower, than really was ideal, and they're now a little higher as the car has built heat into the tyres, and he's got more the handling package he wants. Time has run out on the entertaining drive of Andy Smith, the man from pole position, the Mark 783, who dominated qualifying, has been equally dominant in the race. He hasn't gone over the 20-second margin because he's released the throttle for the last couple of laps, but he wins in absolutely dominating fashion. Claims the Formula 3 win with a new fastest lap, 3/10 quicker than he went in qualifying, 2:06.0 compared to 2:06.3 in qualifying. An astonishing finish, and here we go. This is the battle for 4th place. Sam Jackson in the middle of it, but Pascal Gerboux in car number 35, the red Rolt RT3, as Dominic Jackson takes 2nd and Eric Martin takes 3rd. It will be the Rolt in 4th place. Pascal Gerboux comes across the line ahead of Dominic Jackson, no, Simon Jackson rather, yeah, and Francois Gerboux, Frederic Lajoux rather, in 6th position in the Warsteiner March. And another battle here, down the inside. Last lap pass, Chris Hodgin in his Chevron, the yellow car, sneaking through for, what's this the battle for, 13th place. Gets ahead of Pietro Tenconi's Alba. There's a car I've never seen race in Formula 3. Sort of like a slight copy of a Rolt RT3, but with a few more bulges in unfortunate places. However, they take the flag. And our winners are already underneath us as others are completing their race. Such is the domination of Andy Smith. So he'll be having a cup of tea before Dominic Jackson and Eric Martin arrive in the collecting area. Or he won't, because Bryn will nab him first. Assuming that somebody has replaced the batteries in Bryn Lucas. And there it is, the Motul March. Fabulous looking thing. Beautifully liveried, beautifully driven. And just to reiterate, qualified on pole comfortably, I mean very comfortably, by nearly 3 seconds with a 2:06.373. His fastest race lap, 2:06.001. Ex-Ari Lyondike and Mike Blanchet car in 2nd place. That's Dominic Jackson's car. Now, Mike Blanchet has a lifelong association with Eric Broadley and Lola. He was the sales director of Lola Cars. And Ari Lyondike, of course, the Flying Dutchman, went on to win the Indy 500, be an extremely successful IndyCar driver. And there, Eric Martin with the Martini MK39. And Mike Knight is the knight in Martini, isn't he? Who ran the Winfield Racing School in France as well for many, many years. Well, Bryn Lucas is there. Let's hope they've put him on recharge, and we'll hear, hopefully, from our top 3 drivers.
Hey, I run on that unleaded. Thanks very much there, Martin. What a great victory that was for you, wasn't it? And the lap was extraordinary quick as well. It was quicker than your qualifying time.
Was that the last lap? I don't know if it counts because I crossed the line off the track. So the last lap I thought I'll try and do a Max Verstappen and really, really push. And yeah, carried a bit too much speed out of the last corner and crossed the line off the track. But it was a good race. I did a bit of sort of conserving tyres and fuel mid-race, and then at the end I thought just, yeah, go for it.
In commentary they described it as dominant, and I think that is how we have to describe it really. It was just looked completely all yours all the way through.
The car was perfect. When you get a car that's set up like that does everything you want it to. It's a beautiful thing to drive, and it makes the driver's job quite easy.
It's quite nice to watch as well. Well done. Thank you very much indeed. Let's move on to 2nd place then. Let's see, Dominic is just here. Come and step round for us, Dominic. What a great performance from you as well. I mean, you had a bit of a battle there for a while, didn't you? But once you got past, that was it.
Yeah, I thought myself and the 3rd place guy would have been a bit closer all the way through, but I managed to drop him. So I'm learning really as I go, so each lap was more useful.
You had a couple of attempts to get past. You were looking, you were nibbling away there. Then you found a bit of clear air and you're able to gap him at the end there. But for yourself, it's nice to get this time out on track and maybe have no huge events to have to deal with.
Yeah, after the first 4 or 5 laps, it was basically a test session, and Andy was miles ahead, so I just wanted to keep on a decent pace in case he had an issue and bring it home.
Well done, well done. Let's go to third place then, just down here to Eric. Just mention that incident or that moment there where you were ahead and you were doing all you could to stop him getting past, but once he was alongside, there was nothing you could do.
No, nothing I can do. They were too quick. Those two gentlemen, it was very difficult. And also the track is so quick. And it's very difficult for us because normally we race on tracks where the turns are shorter. So here you have to think that you can go, and it's always difficult.
Fast and flowing, isn't it, around here? And also in the sunshine, these are very different conditions to yesterday.
Yes, we were sad not to practice yesterday, but it was too dangerous anyway. So I think it was the right decision.
Great stuff. It's podium time. Thank you. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, yeah, Eric Martin, used to racing in the shorter European circuits, but made a very good fist of that. Pascal Gerbout, by the way, in 4th place. The rule is that if you don't have a working transponder, you're given a 30-second penalty. So he crossed the line in 4th place, may not hold that, but it won't affect our podium. And Andy Smith, well, he may have crossed the line off the track, but a 2:06.001 is comfortably the quickest lap anybody has done in a Formula 3 car here. Probably for many years. That's an astonishing performance. And while Dominic Jackson is learning with every mile in the car, Andy Smith is just improving with every mile. Fantastic stuff. Well, some really entertaining stuff. And again, for those of you in the audience who were around to watch Formula 3 in the heydays of the 70s and the 80s, just a little bit of feel-good factor there as well. So having failed to even leave the pit lane yesterday because of the driving rain, the F3 Classic Inter-Series had one attempt to shine at Silverstone, and boy did they, bringing the best of Formula 3 cars from the late 70s and the early 80s before the advent of the real ground effect cars and the domination of Italy's Dallara chassis, mixing the likes of March, Lola, Chevron and the resurgent Ralt, or the insurgents from Ralt. Entertaining stuff on the full Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. These cars really stretching their legs. And for those of you who would have come here to the British Grand Prix watching Formula 3, British Formula 3 support races here, certainly brought those memories back. And Andy Smith, the dominant poleman, with a series of shattering fastest laps, ended up well over 1/3 of a second quicker than his own qualifying best on the final lap of the race that he won by getting on for 20 seconds. 21.3, in fact, the margin of victory. Well, dramatic stuff from Formula 3. So we've had Formula Junior this morning, which before the F3, F2 sort of arrival was the stepping stone for Grand Prix drivers. And then it became a little more formalised with the introduction of Formula 3 and the 2-litre Formula 1600 and then 2-litre Formula 3. And then the next step up was Formula 2. And we're going to be showing you some of that soon. But let's hear from our podium finishers first.
Oh, that wasn't very good, was it? Never mind, we're not here for my beanbag prowess. We're here to find out about pure Michigan and visit Detroit. When you think of Detroit, you think of Motor City and Motown, and Michigan itself, well, what a state it is too. And to tell us more, I'm delighted to have Yolanda Fletcher here. Great to see you.
Oh, lovely to see you too. We're absolutely thrilled to be here.
Why are you here then? Why have you come to the Silverstone Festival?
Well, it's the 60th anniversary of the Ford Mustang. The Ford Mustang was built in Detroit. So we are here to celebrate that with all those Mustang owners and all the good people coming through the show over the next 3 days.
And the big race as well, the icing on the very top of a very, very nice cake as well. Now, mention Detroit synonymous with Motor City, with Mustang, as you say, and what a beautiful Mustang you've got here on your stand, but also Motown too. What is it that is so amazing? It's very hard for you to answer this. So amazing about Michigan itself.
Oh, there's really so much, and but we love the fact that we're the birthplace of Motown music. everyone can go to the original recording studio and see where those big stars, you know, Diana Ross, Stevie Wonder, all recorded in that original place. So it's pretty cool to see that. But also going to the Henry Ford Museum, it will take you 2.5 days to go around the whole museum. You can also see where the Ford F-150 truck is made. So it's really, really a lot to do. And then you can go up the side of the lake of Lake Michigan and go up to Traverse City, sip some wine and enjoy lots of cherries, that we are the biggest cherry supplier in the USA.
Sold it to me. There you go. So Motor City, this is very much just scratching the surface. Yolanda, thank you very much indeed. If you come down to the Silverstone Festival, make sure you come to the stand, because you can enter yourself into a competition for 2 people to go off to Michigan itself. Good luck.
Yeah, we did mention the colours.
Once again, it is podium time here. We've just witnessed a fantastic race in the F3 Classic Inter Series. 2 classes to get through for the podiums, but we're going to go to what we saw on track. So let's go straight to it, shall we, for the podium here. And in 3rd place, what a performance, Eric Martin. Well done to him. Congratulations. 2nd place on track then, Dominic Jackson. And our victor, Andy Smith. Driving the March 783. Dominant display there from Andy. Great drives throughout, though, I'm sure you'll agree. And let's have a quick pose, everyone. Give them a cheer as well. Your podium for the F3 Classic Inter Series. We'll dive in on quickly and hear from the drivers as well. So we've just heard from you out there, but let's have a quick chat with you, Eric. It was a lovely display out there. Nothing you could do with these 2. They were far too quick.
No, there is nothing I can do.
You still enjoyed the experience, though?
Yes, I have enjoyed very much the track, and also it's cool to drive in an international meeting.
Great stuff, great performance. Let's go over here to yourself then. I mean, it was a short-lived battle between you, but once you got past him, you were off on your own.
It was. I thought it might last a bit longer, but yeah, as each lap went by, I learned a bit more and just tried to up the pace.
You learn as you go, as they say. For yourself, though, there was no stopping around. You were there, you were just ahead by some degree, and the quickest lap as well.
Yeah, I can't complain at all. It was perfect. I mean, you never know what might go wrong, but yeah, it was just brilliant fun. Really enjoyed it.
Gents, well done. Once again, please show your appreciation for your podium for the F3 Classic Inter Series.
Well done, guys. And cars on track at the moment are, not historic races. Well done for spotting that. These are the cars and drivers who have been on the 2024 Retro Run. What's the Retro Run? Well, essentially, it's a run for classic cars. It is open to anybody who's got a classic car. And you can take part in, sign up for and take part in the Retro Run. There's a glorious Bond bug. Side panels off in this morning's weather. I don't think they'd have been going with that today. The Retro Run started on Saturday morning at Stowe House, just down the road from Silverstone. 4 routes heading out to venues of motoring interest and other motor interests through Buckinghamshire, Bedfordshire and Northamptonshire. This year they went to the Shuttleworth Collection at Old Warden in Bedfordshire, and in previous runs they've gone to the Classic Motor Hub in Bibury, British Motor Museum in Gaydon, just up the road, Tuthill Porsche, outside Banbury, of course, Jaguar Land Rover Classic outside Coventry, and the Coventry Motor Museum, Transport Museum. Aston Martin Works in Newport Pagnell. If you've never been there, that's a visit as well. A lot of other motor-relating attractions have been visited as well. It's been running for about a decade, one of the oldest regular classic car runs in the country. And entrants have come from across Europe. This year, entrants from Ireland, Scotland, Germany, Belgium, France, and the Netherlands, as well as from England and Wales. Eligible vehicles got to be 20 years old or older, 110 cars in this year's Retro Run, and if you want to go into the 2025 Retro Run, look at the Silverstone website for when they open entries. 30 different marques this year, the oldest of which come from 1954. You just see 1954 split screen Morris Minor, one of the two oldest cars there. A Morris Minor, the Jaguar XK140 you'll see in the queue. And for anybody who knows what it looks like, a 1954 Swallow Duretti as well, which is a Triumph engine special. You see things like the Hillman Imp there, behind a 412 Ferrari and ahead of some Porsches. So we have got Toyotas, Mazdas, Nissans, couple of Mitsubishis, Corvette Stingrays, couple of Dodge Challengers, 3 Ferraris, 3 Maseratis, an Alfa Romeo, which amazingly made it round, Alpine, BMW and Mercedes cars, as well as lots and lots of British classics, MGs, Triumphs, Jaguars, you saw a few of those, SD1 Rover, Volvo Estate 145 Estate, of course, an absolute all-time classic that everybody would be proud to own, Morris Minors, Hillman Imp, highly modified Hillman Imp as well, handsome looking thing, Austins, all sorts of classic cars. So loads and loads of different cars. So look out for the 2025 Retro Run entries opening. While you're here and while you're not hiding from slicing rain, why not head off down to the Foodie Fest? There is the tasting tent, masterclass with really good sausages. If you're late for breakfast, that's on in about 20 minutes. The Silverstone Kitchen Live will be out there as well. Ile Cafe and Tosest Cheese will be in the tasting tent. And then some of our star chef, Chick Pagmar, will be the first on stage in the Silverstone Kitchen. Dean Edwards at lunchtime. And then Chiggs and Dean again reappearing later in the afternoon. Go cautious with the Warner's Distillery tasting, because at some stage you're going to have to drive home, unless you are not the designated driver, in which case fill your boots and anything else, and likewise with the Diddley Squat Farm Shop tasting. And then the stage will finish off at 16:30, our final appearances in the Kitchen Live. So we've had Formula Junior, we have had Formula 3. Now, in a break from our single-seater coverage, let's find out with Ed what's coming up next.
The BRDC 500 for the pre-war sports cars. They're the earliest cars of the weekend, but I think some of the most fantastic. And on the front row, we've got Gareth Burnett. Gareth, I'm sorry, you've just arrived. I think someone's overfilled your radiator, perhaps.
Yeah. Just been topped up. Yep, indeed.
Now, I've just been speaking to Patrick, and he was saying that whilst he put in a very quick lap, he's worried you guys are going to tear past him on the straights.
I don't think so. I think he's just spreading rumours unnecessarily. I don't think there's much chance of keeping up with an Ash. He's a couple of seconds a lap quicker. I'll try and hold on to him and see what happens, but yeah, I think he's got the legs.
But your car's obviously running really well.
Yeah, running well, running good. So we'll do the best we can and see if we can give him a bit of a fight at least.
Cheers, Gareth. Enjoy it.
All right, cheers.
Right, speaking of Patrick, let's go and find him. His car's up here, but I can see him hovering back here. So Patrick, sort of Mr. Fraser Nash, he prepares a lot of the cars. A very, very quick driver who put his car on pole, and then also I think probably did the qualifying time in Vijay's car, Vijay Mallya. Patrick, I'm sorry. Patrick, I'll tell you what, can we wander up towards your car so we can put you in context, as it were? You were telling me that you think these cars are going to come past you on the straights. I've just been speaking to Gareth, and he says you're spreading vicious lies and rumours.
Well, listen, I'm a racing driver, so I'm making my excuses already, before we've even started the race. But I think it is going to be interesting because the Alta and the Elvis, they've got more power. They're both really good drivers. And on a single lap, I can make the Nash put in a really good lap time. But most of that is corner speed. So all these guys have to do is to get past me and then screw my corner speed. But I think that means it's probably, certainly for the first half of the race, it ought to be quite a gritty race. And quite frankly, I prefer to have a gritty race and come second or third rather than win it by 10 seconds. So I'm definitely looking forward to it. Don't often get nervous, but I'm quite nervous about this race. It's going to be good. It's going to be great fun.
Tell me, why is this car so quick in the corners?
Fraser Nash's, they were giant killers in period, and the company themselves, they were really intuitive with chassis setup. And it's a very simple chassis with quarter elliptic springs, solid back axles, there's no diff, chain drive. And the whole package, once you get it right, it's like any other racing car. You've got to set it up and you've got to treat the setup seriously. But the whole setup works really nicely. The whole thing gels with the amount of power they have, the amount of brakes they have, and even things like the steering, 2/3 of a turn, lock to lock. So you can pitch it into a corner, and if it goes sideways, which Fraser-Nashes often do, you're not having to pile on loads of lock. You're just tweaking the steering wheel a little bit. And of course the gear change, being chain drive, it's dog change. So the gear change is as fast as you can move the stick. So again, everything sort of works towards making a quick car. Great fun to drive.
Patrick, best of luck.
Thank you very much.
So here we go. These cars qualified on Friday, sat out yesterday. They weren't due to race yesterday. They were only due to race today. But we're talking to some of the drivers of these between the wars sports cars, and they were actually quite disappointed. We were saying as we were heading past them, wouldn't they have been fabulous? Like, huge angle of the dangle in the rain. And actually quite a lot of the drivers said, yes, really would have quite liked to have gone out there. However, we are getting a chance to see them now, and Ed is with a very familiar face from around the Silverstone area.
Vijay Mallya, I think this is one of the most beautiful grids of the weekend, particularly your Fraser-Nash. Just tell us a little bit about the history of this car.
This car was in single ownership for almost 50 years. Then it was fully restored by Thorny Kellum. And I bought it from DK Engineering from my very good friend David and James Cottingham. They, of course, bought a fully restored car. I don't think they intended to put it on the racetrack. But anyway, in the class that I want to race in, this seemed to be an excellent proposition. So after it was acquired, I sent it off to Patrick Blakeney-Edwards, who are renowned for race preparation, and I said, well, I want to race it. So I think they've created a very competitive race car.
And you're doing more and more historic racing. You're obviously enjoying yourself.
Oh, I'm enjoying myself. Racing has been in my blood. Ever since I was a child, I used to race in the 70s in India and in Asia. And then, of course, I did a lot of VSCC events when I first moved to England in 1988. And then, of course, I had my 10 years in Formula One. So, yeah, this is just a continuation of my journey, which I just say is love for motorsport.
Vijay, thank you and the best of luck.
Thank you.
Well, Vijay Mallya, a very well-known face here in the Silverstone area because, of course, his Formula One team, Force India, took over the building just across the road from the main gate here at Silverstone, which was formerly inhabited by the Jordan team and is now home to Aramco Aston Martin Racing. So Vijay's still got the Kingfisher Lager on his race suit. And a very different kind of racing from the team that he used to run. But these cars are spectacular. The oldest of them is from 1924 and the youngest of them from 1939. So these are very, very veteran cars. The oldest cars on the of the weekend, and the oldest cars on this grid are 100 years old. So Patrick Blakeney-Edwards qualified his Fraser-Nash on pole position, and alongside him Gareth Burnett, who we heard from in the RAF Blue Alta Sports. The Alvis Firefly Special, Rudiger Friedrichs, should be quick in a straight line as well. That's in third. And Vijay Mallya starts the Fraser-Nash BMW 328 in fourth place. The TT rep of the BBs is in fifth, ahead of Keeling and Lockheed's Delahaye car number 135. So there's lots of very familiar names and very familiar cars. Bentley 3-litre with 4.5-litre engines sort of dominate the bottom end of the top 10 ahead of a pair of Talbos, and there's a couple of 6-cylinder Alfa Romeo 8Cs as well. The 8C Monza of David Cook in 18th, and the Halusa family's 2300 Zagato, a fabulous looking car with great history in Emilia and in Targa Florio. Lots of Aston Martins as well. Edward Bradley lost lots of oil and laid a big slick in qualifying on Friday in the family's Aston Martin Ulster. Hopefully that has been repaired and is on the grid. Haven't seen the car in the collecting area because we're up in the commentary box, but hopefully that car will be there. And among all of these four-wheel drive cars, some real behemoths, is the Morgan three-wheeler, which will be highly entertaining as well. Sue Derbyshire and Duncan Wood's Morgan Super Aero, very easy to spot. It's the only one that's not got the right number of wheels on, unless you come from the Morgan family, in which case it's got the perfect number of wheels. So what a variety of different pre-war or between the wars machinery, strictly speaking. The pre-World War II sports car race. Pat Blakeney-Edwards with the black Fraser-Nash on pole position, at 1929 car, and a whole decade younger, the RAF blue car of Garrett Burnett on the outside of the front row, the Alta Sports. And a little further back you can see the Jaguar SS100, easy to spot because it's got twin rear wheels. Now that's normally a hill climbing tweak, but it seems to work well on that car here in circuit racing form as well. Of course, the very, very distinctive upright shape of the Bentleys and the Bentley Tourer. So, 40 minutes with near century-old machinery. Here we go. The BRDC 500 will get underway in a moment here at the Silverstone Festival. The lights go out and it's Patrick Blakeney-Edwards who on the driver's right in the front row has got a battle on his hands already with Gareth Burnett. The Alta Sport goes into the lead. That's exactly what Patrick Blakeney-Edwards did not want to do. The Alta and the black Alvis Firefly Special of Rudiger Friedrichs that started third, that is behind Blakeney-Edwards in car number one. Those are the cars that he reckons will be quicker on the straight but slower in the corner. He wanted to be ahead of them if he could, but he didn't manage it. 124 slotting up the inside, the Morley family, one of the Morley family Bentleys, and that is Clive Morley starting that 3-litre chassis with 4.5-litre engine. Vijay Mallya on the inside there, car number 135 of Clive Fidgen in his Fraser-Nash TT replica. And here comes Blakeney-Edwards down the inside, looking to reclaim the lead. He'll have more corner speed, he reckons, than the quick cars, so he gets back in front of Gareth Burnett. And Gareth saying that Patrick was spreading malicious rumour when he suggested the Alta should run away, and it looks as though they are set for a ding-dong battle. But Alistair Douglas, this is going to be a long 40-minute race for these cars. As I said, some of these are a century old, and most of them, the youngest, are over 85 years old. So there's a lot you're asking of these vintage machines.
Yeah, the leading car, 95 years old, Patrick Blakeney-Edwards Fraser-Nash, which is a chain-driven, so there's no gearbox and solid drive to the rear wheels. It's chains and sprockets, and the wheels don't rotate at different speeds as you go through a corner, so you might notice Patrick Blakeney-Edwards throwing the car sideways to get it through the corners, and that's very much his style. So he leads from Gareth Burnett in the Alta in second place, but there's the Morgan three-wheeler. That's been started by Duncan Wood, and Sue Derbyshire will take over. Quite a strange-looking machine on track, but very, very effective. Would you believe a top speed of 110 miles an hour with three wheels?
and nearly 100 years old, yes, a terrifying thought. And just in front you can see the two pale pea green Avio 105 turbos. Here's the blue Delahaye. Now that's another fabulous looking device. Ross Keeling shares that with Callum Lockie. Callum and Ross have had a lot of success in that Delahaye. Delahaye 135, that's one of the last of the pre-war Delahayes. They were a kind of French equivalent of Bentley, really, built very expensive and luxurious sporting cars, and went racing with them as well. So it is Patrick Blakeney-Edwards that leads, from Gareth Burnett in second place, Rudiger Friedrichs in third, then in fourth place the green car, that's Robert and Josh Beebe's Fraser-Nash TT replica, which is basically a Fraser-Nash TT, the same as the factory raced in the Tourist Trophy. but it wasn't a factory car, so they sold them as replicas.
And that is actually the very first replica the factory ever built, which is an interesting piece of information we picked up this morning. So the factory basically selling cars that they'd won races with. What was it? Race on Sunday, sell on Monday.
Yes, win on Sunday, sell on Monday. 105 is the AV105 team car. This is the Talbot of Dan Balfour, and Balfour picks up 10th place from the Getley and Fox machine. And 2 of those cars, in fact, I think almost all of those cars that raced in period at Le Mans have survived the team cars. There you can see another one just in front. That's Michael Birch with the Rubens Barrichello helmet. And again, look at the difference these cars. There's the Fraser-Nash in the middle, and the Talbot, you're sort of looking down almost like from the top deck of a bus at your rival, aren't you? I mean, it's the ridiculous difference between these cars of very, very similar ages. There were a lot of ways to skin a cat between the wars.
And many, many years ago, 1933, that Fraser-Nash we're looking at in the middle of that group of 3 cars, Clive Fidgen's car, had 2 podiums at Brooklands in 1933, and here it is, what's that, 90 years later, still being thrashed around a race circuit.
And under pressure from Nigel Armstrong, the low-slung black car behind is the Aston Martin Speed Special Red Dragon. Why is it called Red Dragon? It's not red, Alistair.
It's because its second owner, I think, anyway, a long time ago, was Dudley Folland, who was a very proud Welshman. So he put the Red Dragon, the symbol of Wales, onto the car, and it's been known as Red Dragon ever since, even though, as you say, it retains its black paintwork.
Yeah. It's a fabulous sight, these cars, swinging through the Beckett's S's, which, of course, none of them would have raced on in period. Silverstone wasn't opened until post-World War II as a racing circuit, and the Beckett's S is a very much more modern iteration of the circuit. Nevertheless, cars cope with it pretty nicely.
And the Aston Martin, the Red Dragon, was previously, before Dudley Folland owned it, was driven by Richard Seaman, who became a Grand Prix driver for Mercedes in pre-war periods, lost his life at Spa in the Grand Prix there whilst leading, but Dick Seaman in his early days drove this very car.
You can see he's under pressure from the very square-rigged green Talbot, car number 105 of Dan Balfour. Balfour got around the outside, but just couldn't quite carry the pace there at Stowe. Loses a little bit of ground in the Vale, and here comes the Aston Martin challenging the Fraser-Nash. The Fraser-Nash giving away capacity. And again, you can see from a lot of these cars why pre-war cars, no matter which country they were made in, were predominantly right-hand drive, because not only was the handbrake on the outside, but so too, there you go, changing gears on the outside in the Fraser-Nash. And that was very much a pre-war way, because of the mechanical linkages and so on, not being inside the car. It didn't have remote gear changes. Lots of them were on the outside of the car, in the same way that a stagecoach in the Wild West would have had the big wooden brake on the outside. Cars did as well. Not everybody ascribed to that, and you can see the Aston Martin there with the exhaust by the driver's elbow on the right-hand side, so you definitely don't want to be reaching out to the right of that.
That's where you put the cup holder to keep your coffee warm, isn't it?
To melt your coffee cup, yes, absolutely. To cook dinner. A little further back, you can see distinctive radiator of one of the Bentleys. I'm not quite sure which of the ones that is, but there goes Alfa Romeo 8C. That's the 8C Monza. Fabulous looking thing, raced in Grand Prix in period. And the 8Cs would have been super fast road cars. They would have been raced in Voiturette racing, in Grand Prix racing, on road races like the Mille Miglia and the Targa Florio, and all sorts of Rome, Brescia Rome, and all sorts of different races. So it's very much a car for all events. Some of the other manufacturers tend to specialise more in pure racing. But the 8C could do pretty much anything that its owner wanted. Cracking battle here. Dan Balfour just about hanging on. You can see the Talbot swinging its tail around.
Very, very effective cars, these Talbots. As you say, the driver sits very high up, and it's a very sort of thin, tall car, but you'd think it wouldn't handle, but they do handle very well. the Roche Talbots, as they're called, Georges Roche.
And of course the shape of the car, particularly in those days, very much defined by the shape of the engine. And that's why Bentleys are so tall, because if you've ever seen a Bentley engine, or indeed a Bugatti engine out of the car, see how tall they are compared to a modern car. That gives you that big high bonnet. And then the smaller capacity engines didn't have pistons like buckets, and so they didn't have quite such big engines to deal with. Patrick Blakeney-Edwards racing 2 cars in this race. He's starting this Nash, and then of course he'll be sharing the car that we heard from Vijay Mallya talking about. And again, almost unique feature of the Fraser Nash is that the rear track is quite considerably narrower than the front. And the wider front track gives you better steering, braking and road holding. And the narrower rear end, just that's the way it was. The only road car I can think of that was similar to that, really, certainly in my lifetime, was the Citroën DS, but that was a front-wheel drive car, so it was juggling a whole lot of different eggs in that basket.
Patrick Blakeney-Edwards, very, very experienced in this car, well, in lots of different historic cars, but particularly this one, very well known for Nashes, and as I say, that's chain drive. So when you see him pull that lever or push the lever forward to change gear, what's actually happening is the chain is being moved onto a different cog or sprocket, and that changes the drive to the rear wheels.
This is a Talbot, but a very different Talbot. This is a Talbot Largo, which is a whole different... And how different is this from the same manufacturer? How different is this to the Roche Talbots that we were looking at before? So, Max Sauerby, not sure what the issue was with the Talbot Largo, but he is getting ready to rejoin. Now then, car number 4, the all-red Aston Martin team car. That is the car of Edward Bradley. That's the one that deposited litres of oil in qualifying. Wasn't sure whether that would be on the grid or not, but it is, so that's really good news. So the Bradley family have been racing that Aston Martin Ulster for a number of years. Edward and particularly his son Richard Bradley often sharing the car with him. So good news to see that car out. Didn't quite catch up with them to find out why it had leaked quite so copiously, but if it was major mechanical disaster, I imagine they wouldn't have made it out 48 hours later. So the good news is that probably wasn't that dramatic. Just behind, twiddling the wheel on the Fraser Nash, Emerson, the car shared by Jonathan Fenning and Charlie Martin, car number 3. And again, so many different sizes and shapes, easy for me to say, of cars in this field, and it's covering barely a 10-year spread. We see so much of that sort of at the end of the 50s and into the 60s with the front engine, rear engine revolution, but some of these cars are just as distant from each other technically over the same sort of decade-long period.
And with the drivers out there in the breeze, you can see very clearly in the number 35 three-wheel Morgan, the Super Aero, Duncan Wood crouching down in the very small cockpit, just trying to keep his head below that little aero screen to maximise the minimise the wind resistance over the car. Turns into club corner, very big steering wheel. The engine a V-twin, and you can see hanging out the front. It's not under the bonnet, it's actually hanging out at the front, and many of these Morgans have completely exposed valve gear, so you can see the valves going up and down, the springs working away, and the oil being thrown around on the engine.
Sprayed liberally over the driver and passenger as well.
And Sue Derbyshire will be taking that car over later in the race. But that car from 1929, it only has, it's chain driven as well, and into the pit lane. Have we got pit window open? No, not yet. No, I think he was just saying, you can pass me on the right, just keeping out of the way, or is he in trouble?
No, I think the Talbot Largo was coming up. Oh no, maybe he is in trouble, and that would be a real shame, because Sue Derbyshire is always hugely entertaining in this car. Here is a Fraser Nash that is starting to shed components. So that's a wing. That is.
Or is it an exhaust?
Oh, is it? No, it is an exhaust. Yes, that's the entire exhaust that's come off, basically just ahead of the I would say silencer, but it certainly doesn't silence it. The muffler would be a little bit more accurate. So it does look as though the Morgan has got an issue. Does that mean it has lapsed onto 1, in which case there won't be an awful lot of a point in proceeding, not much power to proceed with either.
It's not very heavy to push, though, that's one thing. But he's...
still a long way to push.
He's still got some sort of forward power, hasn't he? So he's keeping going.
I wonder if it's just lost ignition on one of the cylinders. It is a motorcycle engine, and so is air cooled, so it's not a water leak or anything else. So it's more likely to be either a fuel or an ignition issue than anything else. Now then, back with cars up at the front of the field, and this is this is Ross Feeling, isn't it, in the Delahaye, and he is currently in 5th position, and just ahead of the first Morley-driven Bentley. Now, the Morley families are deeply embedded. I think if you slice them open, it probably has the winged Bentley logo stamped through all of them. Fathers and sons racing in this race are the 3rd and 4th generation of Morley Bentley racers. At least 4 generations, we think, don't we? Who've been racing Bentleys and fixing Bentleys. Anna Getley and Lewis Fox about to do their driver change. You saw the Bentley 3.4.5. What is a 3.4.5? Well, it's a 3-litre Bentley chassis, but with a bigger 4.5-litre engine stuffed in. It was a very popular fix. So there's nothing wrong with the 3-litre chassis, so you didn't need to reinvent the chassis. But when WO introduced a 4.5-litre engine, who doesn't want more power? Of course, everyone wants more power. So is that Clive Morley that started?
Yes.
It is Clive Morley that started.
Father Clive and Stuart and James. James will take this one over. Stuart racing in the number 9 Bentley. So all 3 of them, father and 2 sons, out on track. And Bentley
Delahaye up the inside.
Bentley are celebrating 100 years since they won the Le Mans 24 Hours for the first time in 1924, the 2nd year of the running of the great race, and then they won again in 27, 28, 29 and 30, and then as many people remember, in 2003 in the wonderful Speed 8. But in the 24 to 30, Bentley were in most years either dominant or very much in the mix for a win.
Just saw a driver change in a Bentley 3-litre without a 4.5-litre engine. That's George Elban and Duncan Wiltshire, car number 46, the blue Bentley. So the pit window is definitely open. Either that or some people are going to have a lot of explaining to do. And here's the twin-wheeled Jaguar SS100. Twin rear wheels. It's very popular in hill climbing because there you need maximum grip for a very short period of time, and so twin rear wheels definitely worked. But that SS100 does seem to work pretty effectively here. It doesn't stop it getting sideways either.
And it's the name of Jaguar pre-Second War was Swallow Sidecars, and shortened to SS, but for obvious reasons it wasn't a terribly popular name on the Jaguar board, so they changed the name to Jaguar, which was actually one of their cars that in their fleet, in their range of cars that they made was a Jaguar, so they changed the name to Jaguar, and but this is known as the SS100, Jaguar SS100, to keep things clear, but actually would have been SS at the time.
And Swallow sidecars, by the way, nothing to do with Swallow Duretti, as we saw in the drivers' parade, the Retro Run parade a little earlier on. That was a Triumph-based car built in Italy, if I remember correctly. I probably don't. This is the Riley Brooklands car number 15 of Nigel Dowding.
And that actually won the very first New Zealand Grand Prix.
And there's a period tweak as Edward Bradley goes past it and dials in some more opposite lock. The period tweak I'm talking about is not a random flashing indicator, but these cars with their big headlamps turned around backwards. So you quite often see this in period photos of things like Alfa Monzas racing, 8C Alphas, the headlamps around backwards for 2 reasons. First of all, a tiny little bit more aerodynamic. It looks like it should be quicker. may not be. But the other thing it does is it stops flying stones, and there were lots of those in those days, breaking your headlamps, so you have to go and get a new glass. And why were there lots of flying stones? Because in this period, roads were not tarmacked. They were not roads as we understand them. They were basically gravel tracks, hard compressed gravel tracks, even many big roads, and certainly if you're racing on road circuits at Le Mans and so on in the 20s, they were dirt roads with oil or tar spread on them to try and basically keep the dust down and hold some of the aggregate together. But once you've got racing cars like these churning them up, then yeah, flying stones and broken goggles and injured eyes were very, very common indeed.
And we're looking here at the battle for second place. Patrick Blakeney-Edwards has built up a sizable lead, but Gareth Burnett still under challenge from Rudy Friedrichs. We saw this right at the start of the race, and still this battle goes on. Rudy, look, crouching down in the cockpit of the car. Great big steering wheel, turns in. He's ahead of Gareth Burnett as they turn in. It's not one turn into Stowe Corner, is it? It's about 10.
And it's like stitching. It's like he's knitting, basically. Hands moving up and down and up and down and up and down. The Bentley behind, the Bentley Tourer, just being lapped. Again, yeah. Oh, busy, busy, busy. So that's where the position changed. So Rudiger Friedrichs was ahead of Gareth Burnett and just had a bit of a moment there going into Cox Corner. And that is the Delahaye, and that is a real shame. So Callum Lockie won't get to drive that car. That was going very well indeed. And now slowing down for very obvious and smoky reasons.
That may be the source of what we think is a little bit of oil up at Abbey. We've picked up on our fixed cameras that some cars have been running wide there.
Very much a road-looking car, the Old English White, or cream car in the middle. That is car number 114. That is the Invicta low chassis. So a low-slung chassis for the sporty Invicta driver, and Invicta again a mark that did not survive the hostilities of World War II, but a mark rival for the likes of Bentley in the 30s. They built very exclusive, very expensive, high-performance cars. And of course, post-war, there wasn't as huge a market as there might have been, and Invicta were a very small boutique manufacturer, you would probably say these days, so didn't really have much sort of manufacturing going on in World War II either, and they disappeared from the scene. Pat Blakeney-Edwards, the race leader, comes in. No seatbelts to be done up in these cars.
And just a minimum stop time of 15 seconds in this race, so they have to come into the pits between 15 and 30 minutes into the race, which is now, but they only have to stop for 15 seconds.
Again, many of our more modern race cars have a mandatory 60-second stop. That's because seatbelts, hands devices and everything else have to be accommodated, and to allow for genuine safety, there is a minimum pit stop time of around 60 seconds for most of our races. Not all of them are two-driver races, but for those that are. But as here, safety is in the eye of the beholder in the 1920s. So there are no seatbelts. They hadn't yet been invented, really. Even flyers didn't have belts at this stage. The only thing you had was a parachute and hopefully the chance to escape your aircraft.
We're looking at Rudy Friedrichs and Gareth Burnett coming down into Stowe, and if we hold the shot on, no, we're going to Gareth, so we'll see him come through Stowe, and then the rest of the field streaming down the Hanger Straight. But if you're trackside, just keep an eye on Rudy Friedrichs, car number 8, because he is one of the most spectacular drivers. He keeps the car moving around, sawing at the wheel.
Two red cars coming towards us, the first of which is the Alfa Romeo 2300 Zagato. So it's another 8C, but it is more of a road spec looking car rather than a purebred racer like the 8C Monza. So the same 8-cylinder engine, predominantly the same underpinnings, but as you can see, looks much more like a sporting road car rather than the Monza, which has got much more of a racing look. And behind him was car number 4. That was Edward Bradley in the Aston Martin Ulster.
Back to the Friedrichs-Burnett battle for second place. Coming into Village, and that big steering wheel, Rudy working away, turns into the left-hander at the loop, turns in once, turns in twice, opposite lock on the exit, and drifts the car out, as does Gareth Burnett in the Alta Sports, just behind in 3rd place.
More cars drifting in and out of the pit lane. I would imagine these two are likely to come in together. And having stopped and handed over car number 1 to Chris Ward, Pat Blakeney-Edwards having a rub down with a damp copy of the Telegraph and a cup of tea as he waits for Vijay Mallya to come in. Vijay down in 26th position in the Fraser-Nash BMW. BMW, the 327, 328 series, the Baroque Angels of between the walls cars, not only providing the motive power for those Fraser-Nashes, but of course the engine, the 2-litre BMW engine that replaced the V8 in the 327, that became the inspiration, let's say, for the 2-litre post-war Bristol engine, which was used in road and race cars. Just checking. She's stopped the start watch and checking the time.
Charlie is due in.
Yep, there you go, handbrake on. Outside handbrake, outside gear lever.
Quite a relaxed changeover there. Charlie Martin taking over from Jonathan Fenning in the Fraser-Nash.
Jonathan giving some cogent words of advice. Handbrake released. And there you can see the gear lever pulled out and jostled sideways to select first gear. So it's not the standard H-pattern gearbox. And of course, in this pre-war period, not everybody had entirely been convinced by what we now consider to be the natural arrangement of pedals. Accelerator on the right, brake in the middle, clutch on the left. A number of these cars may well have the centre throttle, which was all the rage, don't you know, once upon a time. So Pat Blakeney-Edwards led in car number 1, the Fraser-Nash Supersports. Chris Ward has taken it over, and the Morley's Bentley has stopped, but Rudiger Friedrichs and Gareth Burnett continue. They have yet to make their pit stops. Both are driving solo, so that won't make their pit stop any shorter, but will make it less of a getting in and getting out affair and burning your legs on the red hot exhaust. Yeah, stepping over that into the Aston Martin. So again, Aston Martin, a company that has sort of teetered on the edge a number of times in its career. A combination of the founder's name, that's where the Martin comes from, and one of his favourite events, the Aston Clinton Hill Climb, which has been revived in recent years. I believe is happening, did it happen last weekend or is it next weekend? Very, very soon anyway, this time of year, just outside Princess Risborough.
And in shot now is the car number 37, which apart from being one of the original Aston Martin team cars, LM4, is being driven by none other than Darren Turner, who of course to many of you will be very, very familiar as a works Aston Martin driver in GT racing, and of course in what did we call it then, LMP1. Yep. Top class racing with Aston Martin a few years ago at Le Mans.
This will definitely be the slowest and oldest Aston Martin he's ever driven around Silverstone.
But if you ask Darren how he likes to drive this car, he just big smile across his face. He absolutely loves it. It's owned by Jonathan Lupton, who started it. Very, very original, with a beautiful rebuild about 3 years ago. One of the cars that was entered by Aston Martin for Le Mans in the LM4, so they were in pairs, LM1 and 2, and then a couple of years later LM3 and 4. And this is one of those original cars, and Darren Turner at the wheel, and I suspect it will start to move up through the order a little. He is one of the quicker drivers out there, but the car itself not competitive against some of the more sporty vehicles like this Alta that Gareth Burnett is driving.
Well, again, it's giving away nearly a decade in terms of performance and development. The Aston Martin team car from 1930, Gareth Burnett's Alta from 1939. Oh, abandoned ship, bailing out of the Bentley.
Oh, that's the Morley Bentley.
Clive and James Morley's car, so that's James.
That's very unusual to see a Morley car in technical problems.
Yeah. Well, I can immediately see what the issue might be there, because that's not a Morgan, but it is definitely a three-wheeler. Yeah. So, are we looking out the window to see where the wheel has gone? No, we're not, but the car has come to a halt. That's where the wheel has gone.
It's at Abbey, so right and left, fast corner. That must have been
quite a worry.
Moment.
Yes, absolutely.
Where is my wheel?
But yeah, well, I would imagine that he had a big old moment. He probably started coming down the straight. He probably felt something was a bit odd, because it will have, the spinner, which is that's the wheel nut basically that holds the entire thing on. It's a single hub in the middle, so it's like a modern single nut wheel nut you'll see on a Formula 1 car. So the same in racing for ease of changing. It will have worked itself loose, and he will have felt something's odd, and then turned into Abbey and whoa, something's very odd. So he may well have had a big warning just before the wheel parted company. I think if it had let go in Abbey, it would have had a very different result indeed. So good to see him able to control the car, bring it to a halt and leg it, but with 10 minutes on the clock, safety car will come out. So all of Patrick Blakeney-Edwards' hard work will be undone, and that 37-second advantage over the battle for second place will be compressed.
Chris Ward now at the wheel of Patrick Blakeney-Edwards, Fraser Nash. Chris Ward, an extremely experienced historic driver, and I noticed a few laps ago we had a shot of him coming out of club corner, and he was lots and lots of opposite lock, just dialing himself in as that rather sad-looking Bentley.
That is a sorry sight, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, hopefully, in the end, not actually that much damage. I think the hub will probably not see service again, but you never know. I mean, if it was just slightly cross-threaded, then the wheel and the spinner might have suffered more damage than the hub itself.
98 years old, that car.
And I'm afraid, looking at there with sort of saggy and slightly loose at the seams.
Well, the pit window is now closed. Everybody that needed to do a stop has done their stop.
Which is everybody.
Which is everybody, except for the ones that retired before the pit stop.
Yes, indeed.
So nobody missed their pit window as far as we know.
Yes, even if you're driving solo, you still have to stop. So the stop is mandatory. Driver change is not necessarily mandatory. 144.
It's Paul Potchgill.
It is.
The Bentley Tourer from 1924, and the 99 shared car started by Anna Gettley and now driven by Lewis Fox. That's the 3.5, so another one of those 3-litre chassis with the, why wouldn't you put a 4.5-litre engine in it?
And there's the car started by Vijay Mallya, so Patrick Blakeney-Edwards at the wheel of the Fraser Nash 328.
Tucked the Telegraph into the side pocket in the car, after having had a read. 135, and Vijay actually appeared in that car, I think it was 2 years ago for the first time I saw him, and an extremely enthusiastic competitor in historic racing these days.
Just extremely enthusiastic about life, isn't he?
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
I mean,
really is.
after running the Force India team and all the well-documented issues there, it must be quite a relief to come out and race with like-minded individuals in historic racing. There's the safety car waiting now to pick up the leader, which is Chris Ward.
Certainly not in the pool of piranhas here. So the field closes up. Yes, get on with it, says the Alfa Romeo driver. Come on. So the Aston in front is not entirely going as quick as some of those behind would like.
Chris Ward actually second in the queue.
Yes, but the race leader.
Yes, so they and the twin wheel Jaguar SS100 immediately behind. Somewhere further down the queue will be the second and third placed cars, which were battling, but they won't be immediately behind Chris.
So that Aston has been waved by. It's another Aston Martin Ulster. And there is Chris Ward in the Fraser Nash, the chain going Nashes. And of course, this is not now in race order. This is just in the order that the cars were on track in. So, Gareth Burnett and Rüdiger Friedrichs, although the gap will close down, there will be machinery in the way. I think the Aston Martin driver is actually having a little bit of a problem. This is the Marion Stock and Bartosz Belicki Aston Martin International 1930 car. I'm not sure that the driver is quite sure what to do, and they're being waved on vigorously by the safety car. What am I supposed to do? What are you trying to tell me? On the BRDC 500, a nod to the fabulous Brooklands-based 500-mile races. The race that took place in October in 1929. So a lot of these cars of absolutely the right period.
It was actually the very first race run by the BRDC, which was at the time had different words for that shortened BRDC rather than the British Racing Drivers Club, but it was the Bentley Boys, and they decided they wanted to run a race meeting at Brooklands in 29 and called it and it was a 500-mile race, so it was called the BRDC 500.
Dudley Benjafield was one of the leading lights behind that, one of the driving forces, wasn't he?
Absolutely.
Very much. It was very much a social gathering group as much as everything else. And of course, in those days, racing motor cars or riding horses or going for dinner were seen as a pretty much equal part of the day. And that continued very much through into the 40s and the 50s before a more professional breed of racing teams and racing drivers took sway in the late 50s and into the 1960s. Red flags are out.
Yeah.
And that then, I'm afraid, is a curtail end to the race. But it does mean that Patrick Blakeney-Edwards and Chris Ward end up probably where they would have done on the podium, on the top step with Gareth Burnett and their Rüdiger Friedrichs finishing in second and third. It will be counted back to the end of the previous completed lap when the safety car was scrambled. Not enough, I'm afraid, to reinsert the Morleys into their pre-calamity position. But I don't think we're going to see an awful lot of changes. A couple of cars have in fact toodled into the pit lane because going slowly on a hot sunny day after they've been ragged for about 40 minutes is probably not doing the best of things for some of the cooling systems. But they've now seen the red flag, so anybody who was a long way back trying to catch the cue of the safety car and was coming around through Luffield has headed into the pit lane. The rest of them will do so shortly as well. The safety car will lead them to the line. And saluting the marshals and the crowd. More and more cars returning to the Heritage pit lane here. I'm sure those of you who are watching trackside have enjoyed some very different sounding machinery, some very different exhaust notes to what we heard from our 2-litre air-restricted Formula 3 cars the previous race, and indeed to the small capacity Formula Juniors as well. A lot of these cars with some, you know, you particularly think of things like the Bentleys with great big thumping engines, the 4.5 litres in 4 cylinders. That's a lot of recirculating mass and some very different exhaust notes. Well, as the cars head back towards the collecting area, Bryn will be getting his notes in a row, and the race has been concluded.
Iconic auctioneers are once again back here at the Silverstone Festival. They brought an amazing array of cars here, and to tell us more, I'm delighted to have Rob Hubbard here. Now, before we get into the cars, Rob, who comes here to buy cars at a festival like this?
So the festival buyers here can be racers who are out on the track, enthusiasts as well who are here on the club stands, as well as some investors in the marketplace as well. So lots of people, lots of choice.
An eclectic array of prospective buyers and an eclectic array of cars on display as well. Let's start here, shall we, at the Skylines. There's two Skylines side by side.
Yeah, absolutely. The R34 Skylines, they really have taken off over the last few years. The JDM market has increased wildly, and rightly so.
Absolutely rightly so. And then next to them, I quite love the contrast between the Skylines and the two Aston Martins, very different Aston Martins on display.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got the more modern V12 Screamers, the more modern Gaydon built cars, as well as the earlier V8s, the big bruisers, the love muscle, as they say on the bonnet, and the big air scoops. Great things.
Screamers and bulky beasts there going around. And then when we think of the more classic cars, there's an E-Type here on display. Very popular E-Types, but I love this Bentley. This is absolutely stunning.
Yeah, they really are. Yeah, this is a 1922 3-litre Bentley with a 4.5-litre engine, supercharged as well. And that's one of the original 50 blowers engines that were made famous by Tim Birkin and various others at Le Mans back in the late 20s, early 30s. This car's ready to go. Race it here with legends this weekend, or indeed the VSCC throughout the year, or fast road rallies and everything else like that. So lots you can do with it.
It's an amazing, amazing looking car. I'll put you on the spot though. If you could take home only one car, which one's it going to be?
For me, Maserati Vignale Spider, one of 6 right-hand drive cars.
Just over there. It's beautiful. But I'll tell you what, this has got a guide price of £400,000 to £500,000. So Rob, I think I'll take this one.
So much to see and do here at the Silverstone Festival. If you're here at the circuit and you haven't been here for the rest of the weekend, as well as our racing, we've got all sorts going on. We've got the kitchen live tent, we've got the tasting tents, and the eBay stage now currently running the prize pit stops. Mike and Elvis will be running their car clinics during the course of the day. There's music from the West End Kids and the Northampton Sings Out Choir. And of course, later on in the day, Mike and Elvis will be answering your car questions as much as they can. Let's see if you can catch them out. And then this evening, the music will start at 5:45 from Furnace and the Fundamentals. ADMT on stage at 6:45. And Ollie Murs will round out the weekend at 8:10. Well, we've just seen a fun and action-packed BRDC 500 for MRL pre-war sports cars that raced in period, and of a type that raced in period from 1924 to 1939. So the period surrounding the BRDC 500-mile race at Brooklands, and very much evoking that spirit. It was a dominant performance from car number 1, Pat Blakeney-Edwards and Chris Ward. The Morgan that was expected to go well in the hands of Sue Derbyshire retired. Not everybody got all of their car to the line. Edward Bradley's Aston Martin Ulster, that blew up in qualifying, it was back here, and a great battle between Gareth Burnett and Rudiger Friedrichs for second place, finally settled in favour of the Blue Alta Sports of Gareth Burnett. Started second, finished second. Rudiger Friedrichs started third, finished third, but it was Pat Blakeney-Edwards and Chris Ward who were leading when James Morley's Bentley shed a wheel, and it just proved too difficult to rescue the car with cars moving quickly. A safety car was brought out, and then with some oil needing to be cleared up, the race has been red flagged. So the results, Pat Blakeney-Edwards and Chris Ward, the winners from Gareth Burnett and Rudy Friedrichs. The BB's Fraser Nash TT rep ahead of the similar car of Fidgen and Williams. And Michael Birch bringing the AV 105 Talbot home in 6th position, ahead of the best of the Bentleys, the Aston Martin Speed Red Dragon in 9th place, and the twin rear wheel Jaguar SS100 rounding out the top 10. A lap back, despite losing that wheel, Clive and James Morley's Bentley in 12th position, and lots of mouth-watering machinery in the race, dating back to to exactly 100 years old. So the youngest cars were in their mid-90s, and the oldest were 100 years old. And still, very few in terms of mechanical retirements. Well, let's hear from our race winners. They're with Bryn Lucas.
Thanks very much there, Martin. Yeah, I am with the winners. The Pat just joined us. You had to jump out another car and come running down because you're both jumping between cars here. But first of all, Chris, great to win the race, but it's a shame you didn't go full race distance.
It is. I was thoroughly enjoying it. It's the first time I've driven the Fraser-Nash in any pre-war car, so it was a real experience for me. Gradually getting used to how the car works, and then unfortunately, yeah, the safety car, then the red lights. But most important thing, hopefully the driver's all right, because it looked quite a tricky and precarious situation there. But great race. Thank you very much for Patrick and the Blakeney Edwards team for letting me drive the car.
I'm sure they're quite grateful as well. It was in very safe hands. What is it like to drive this car then, Pat?
They're much quicker than they look, that's for sure. They may not be quick in a straight line, but their corner speed is just something else. And it's one of those cars that's it's probably better than me. I mean, if Chris had more time in the seat, I'm sure that he would have put in a quicker lap time. And to have somebody like Chris, who's, frankly, one of the best historic racing drivers in this country, come and drive a pre-war car, which most people don't want to do because they think it's slightly quirky or odd or whatever. It's a real honour to have him at the wheel, actually. So thank you, Chris, for driving it with me.
No, pleasure. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
What a lovely loving this is. Well done, both of you. Let's go and find our second place. I'm going to chase after Gareth, and he's running away from it. But Gareth, can we get a quick word as it comes here? Deep in conversation with everyone. It's a lovely family around here, isn't it? Gareth, you've just taken second place. You're just saying it's a shame it didn't go full race distance, but it was a lovely race to watch for us lot.
Yeah, it was good. Bit quiet for a few laps, etc. No way could I hold on to Patch. Clearly, the new model here is obviously quicker than the old one, and but he got away. Then I could see the Albus catching, and I thought, well, I could hold him, I could play. But then after the pit stop, I got ahead again, and then we had the red flag, safety car red flag, and that was the end of it.
You can only do what you could do, but it was a nice day out, a nice bit of time there. And Rudy, you came home in third as well. I'm going to interview the wrong person for a second there. Rudy, you came home in third there for yourself. It's a nice, not sedate time out on track, because it never is in these things, is it?
I think it was a great battle with Gareth. I thought I had him, but then things happen, I mean, the Bentley over there, and I just got out of cups and things like that. But I think I enjoyed it very much.
How many more laps do you think you'd have needed to take him?
3 or 4, yeah, it depends. It looked like I was a tiny bit quicker on the straights and over here in certain areas, but it's very well balanced. We're battling with each other for years now.
Podium time. Thanks, Rudy.
Thank you.
So much to see and do at Silverstone, and that's if you don't even watch the motor racing, of which there is plenty. Little bit of an oil slick you can see has been laid down the start-finish straight, so a slight delay while the marshals clear that up, because when you're turning into Abbey, you definitely want to have a decent bit of clear track underneath you. All sorts of demonstrations from local Formula One teams across the road. Aramco Aston Martin, BWT Alpine, McLaren have got a display here. Mercedes-AMG Petronas. We saw, of course, the Esteban Gutierrez demonstrating one of their cars yesterday afternoon in streaming wet conditions. And fun for all the family, the fun fairs, the rides, the car club demonstrations. Honestly, if there was no racing, you'd still spend 3 happy days here just gawking at all the machinery. Well, the Formula 2 cars are in the collecting area ready to go out, so it's time to catch up with Ed Foster.
Next up, the F2 Classic Inter-Series, and we've got all the cars in the assembly area. I'm going to dive straight in, and I'm going to speak to our poleman, Matthew Watts. It's very tight qualifying. Sorry, guys. Matthew, very, very tight qualifying. It's a 0.1 of a second in it. You're going to have a busy race.
Yeah, extremely busy. I think for the last 2 years, there really hasn't been anyone to challenge Andy, but pulled off a pole position on Friday. I suspect the positions will change, but I'll give it a good shot.
Now, is there anywhere that you know you're faster and he's slower, or vice versa?
So it looked like the circuit's in 3 sectors, and it looked like I was up in sector 1 and 3, and Andy in the longest sector, which is half the track, was a few tenths up. So, yeah, through the high speed, I think the later car's slightly better.
Right, well, best of luck.
Thank you.
Speaking of Andy there, let's squeeze past, and we'll speak to Andy, who obviously had a cracking race in the Formula 3 cars. Sorry, guys. Andy, just been saying that you obviously had it quite easy in the Formula 3 race and won by tens of seconds. It's probably not going to be the same in this.
No, this is going to be a lot more of a dogfight, I think. Yeah, the F3 was comfortable. It was good fun, but there's going to be no such margin in this.
And you said you had a bit of a misfire in qualifying, but you think you've sorted it?
We've changed the fuel pump, so we hope we've solved it. We'll know in about 20 minutes.
Yeah, so hopefully all good. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Well, Andy Smith won by over 21 seconds in the Formula 3 race in a March 7.83. And here he starts second in a March 7.82. That's not one worse than a 7.83. It's the Formula 2 car built by March for the 1978 season. So March's type numbering, very easy to follow. Brabham BT30, well, Brabham, you have to know what a BT29 was to know what a BT30 was, and even that doesn't give you a clue, because one might have been a Formula Junior car or a sports car, and the next one off the drawing board. BT Brabham Toranak, so Ron Toranak, the designer, and they just went by type number. Same as with Lotus. A Lotus 21 and a Lotus 22, not necessarily even remotely related, not necessarily even racing cars. And let's catch up a little bit more with Ed Foster.
Henry Chart, we've got Formula 2 cars, 1600 engines, 2-litre engines. You're on a Formula Atlantic car with only 1600cc, but you're right up at the sharp end. What's the secret?
The secret is flat out basically everywhere and try and hold on. I'm sort of hoping that they tend to have a few engine issues, so I'm just hoping to be in the right place at the right time and pick up what I can.
And I suppose the frustration is you can't hold them back on the straights, but they can hold you back on the corners.
Exactly. I'm expecting to get swamped at the start, and then just hoping, like I think I heard in the race earlier, if I don't get hold up in the corners too much, I can just try and run quali laps each lap and just see if I can be close to these guys.
And do you get much of a slipstream with these?
They're gone. I think I was checking in qualifying the difference in the speeds, and it's like up to 15 miles an hour on the straights. So as soon as I'm behind them, they're gone, yeah.
Extraordinary, but if you're a bit further back, do you lose any of the downforce?
Not really. I think this car has quite a lot of grip just from the tyres. So it's just a case of, yeah, basically flat out everywhere and see where I end up.
Right, well, enjoy.
Cheers, thank you.
Nothing like going in with a power handicap, is there? So he's not alone. There's half a dozen 1600cc cars here. Now here's a fabulous looking livery. This car number 70. This is David Tomlin's Rondel Motul. So the chassis built by French manufacturer Motul. It's the Motul M1. But Rondel is the team, Ron Dennis. So he modified and ran cars in Formula 2. After leaving Brabham's Formula 1 team, where he was one of their lead mechanics. He ran cars for the likes of Henri Pescarolo and other drivers very successfully, and always with impeccably liveried and turned out cars. And it was that sort of level of preparation that attracted the Philip Morris Group, who then handed him basically control of the ailing McLaren team at the turn of the 80s. And so the MP4, McLaren Project 4 series of cars began. And of course, Ron made McLaren into a dominating Formula 1 world force, but that was where he had his first taste of running his own team. Car number 22 here. This is Laurent Valéry-Masson, a March 772. So yes, a 77 Formula 2 car from the Bicester-based concern. March was set up by Max Mosley, Alan Rees, Robin Hurd. That's where MAR came from in March. And based in Bicester, not only building their own cars for Formula 1 initially, but then as a customer operation. That's really where they made their money. The familiar Hollywood and Jesus Saves livery of Alex Ribeiro on that car, one of the South American drivers who raced successfully in Formula 2, as many did, and the familiar white and red stripe livery of John Surtees' team. So Surtees running Formula 1 cars, Formula 2 cars, sports cars, pretty much anything that he could find a competitive car to race in.
Yeah, Can-Am as well. John Surtees won the first Canadian-American Challenge in a Lola.
Car number 3 here, Chris Porritt driving a car raced in period by Davina Galica, who was an ex-Olympic skier turned motor racing driver. Davina, one of the leading female lights. She raced in the Aurora AFX Formula 1 Championship as well, so she had plenty of driving experience in period, raced in sports cars, raced at Le Mans. So female racing drivers, more common nowadays, but not necessarily a new thing. And certainly if you look back to the 1920s and 30s, again, though there weren't a lot of female racing drivers, they were still racing in the very early days. Here's Martin Wood in his machine. He'll start a little further back on the grid, whereas he qualified in the March 7.3B. He is back in the midfield. So cars ready to head out. And it will be Matthew Watts in the March 772 with Dixons of Perth livery on the front of the car, who will start on pole. Andy Smith alongside him with the familiar BMW Motorsport colours. This car, again, motor livery makes you think, oh, this must have been a French car. And the name of the driver, Jean-Pierre Beltoise, raced in Formula 2 before making his break in Formula 1. In fact, a lot of drivers raced in Formula 2 after making their break in Formula 1, the likes of Graham Hill and so on would quite often race Formula 1 and Formula 2 races at the same time. This STP March, and of course STP March was the car that Ronnie Peterson made his Formula 1 debut with the T-Tray March, the March 711. And so in 72, he was still racing for March in the Formula 2 races and for March in Formula 1 as well.
Absolutely, yes. And Nick Pancisi, who races this, very proud to be the owner of this ex-Ronnie Peterson car. Peterson, very, very popular driver, very spectacular. And see that...
Well, lots and lots of historic machinery with great heritage here. Not all of it with big names, but lots of these cars would have been raced in period. Well, what's getting on now for 50 years ago. 50 years ago, my maths isn't that great. Still working on cleaning up. That's why the cars are still being held in the area. And of course, don't forget that the biggest collection ever of cars, karts and motorcycles related to Ayrton Senna is here at Silverstone, celebrating the great man 30 years after his passing. Raced here and won at Silverstone more than any other circuit, predominantly including 6 times in Formula 3. There he is, car number 1, the West Surrey Racing Ralt RT3, and his first Grand Prix winning chassis. Lotus 97T chassis number 2 is here. He won in Estoril in streaming rain, won the British Grand Prix just once. His most successful Grand Prix circuit in Formula 1 terms was Monaco, of course, where he won 6 times. But the great man was never the luckiest here at Silverstone. Mechanical frailty was predominantly the issue. Dominated, of course, in the driving rain at Donington Park in the only Grand Prix held there of the modern era, where he absolutely crushed the opposition in his McLaren Ford. And again, another beautiful shot of the JPS Lotus. We're hoping to see that out at lunchtime. Chris Dinage was a mechanic in period for Lotus and owns that car now. And this is the TG183B Tolman. Car number 5, chassis number 5, with which Ayrton made his Formula 1 debut. That was him in the garage at the season-opening Brazilian Grand Prix at Rio de Janeiro. His home circuit, Interlagos, of course, where they currently hold the Brazilian Grand Prix. And his nephew Bruno Senna was here yesterday to drive the cars, but unfortunately the weather conspired against us. They didn't have suitable wet weather tyres for the Tolman, so that didn't go out. We're hoping to get the F3 Classic Inter-Series race underway. The Ayrton Senna tribute demonstration at 1:10, and again, hopefully we will see that Tolman, the actual car with which he made his Formula 1 debut and nearly won the Monaco Grand Prix as well in 1984. Tim Whitworth is scheduled to drive that. anniversary and car club parades at lunchtime, and then the Masters Racing Legends, the 66 to 85 cars. Why that period? Because that's the Cosworth era. 35 Cosworth cars racing around. The pre-66 Grand Prix cars will be equally exciting, and the Pure Michigan Mustang Celebration Trophy. Pure Michigan, the travel partners of this weekend. Why Michigan? Because Michigan, Detroit, the home of Ford, the Dearborn plant, and that's where the Mustang was born. 60th anniversary celebration of the Mustang, and that will be the penultimate race on the program, with the International Trophy for Classic GT cars heading into the dusk. And if it's anything as a romantic an end to the day as yesterday, when we saw the Motor Racing Legends Le Mans cars in action, that will be fabulous. We can see some Ayrton Senna t-shirts there around the collecting area. That Senna demonstration, or Senna exhibition, 30 vehicles associated with the great man. Cars he raced, cars he drove, road cars he owned, karts that he started his career in, motorcycles that he was involved with the development work with Bugatti, all sorts of stuff. The biggest collection of Senna vehicles ever assembled to celebrate 30 years since his passing in Imola. Well, his niece Lalani was here as well, or has been here as well over the weekend. If you've been to the Silverstone Museum this weekend, you'll see some of the busts that she has created of her late uncle, the largest of which was unveiled at Interlagos on the 1st of May this year, 30 feet high, and a fabulous resemblance to Senna as we remember him. So, cars leaving the collecting area, gathering grey clouds overhead. That's not the forecast. I want it to remain lovely. Matthew Watts ahead of Andy Smith, Alex Capadia and Mark Charteris. Henry Chart in the first of the 1600cc cars, the former Atlantic Modus. He'll be clinging onto the coattails of the cars in front and desperately trying to hang on in the slipstream. First to Chevrons is Clive Wood. The Rondell Mosul of David Tomlin lines up 9th ahead of Mark Hazell's March 782, which is basically a 772 but with ground effect. Then the Surtees TS10 of Dean Forward. That's the red car with the white centre panels. More marches and chevrons. Ralt RT1 of Gregoire Audi, and that is the Formula 2 version of the Ralt RT1 that we saw in the Formula 3 race about 45 minutes ago. So it looks identical, just got a bigger lump in the back, that's all. Well, in fact, does it? Is it a 1600cc car? No, it's not. It is a 2-litre car. So predominantly the field are 2-litre cars, but there are half a dozen 1600cc cars, of which the best qualified is Henry Charts. Gianluigi Candiani, his car number 22, you'll spot that very easily with a yellow and white ICI livery, very similar to the cars that Derek Daly raced in his term in Formula 2 before he made it through into Grand Prix racing. So Formula 2, for many drivers, was the final port of call before an F1 career, but for many drivers was also a little bit of extra pocket money and more fun while they were Formula 1 drivers. So this will be a second formation lap now for the cars, because otherwise they'd have a rolling start straight into an oil slick, the location of which they were not aware of. So as well as a bit more time to warm their tyres, Alistair Douglas, it gives them a chance to see that there is oil down on the Formula 1 pit straight, and so they will need to know what to avoid and how to avoid it.
Yes, and for a lap or two there'll be a little bit of dust coming off that, although the marshals these days give it a good old brush down to make sure there's minimum amount of dust thrown up at the other cars. And you mentioned that Formula 1 drivers often did Formula 2 races. Indeed they did, and it was to earn money, and they enjoyed racing. But in the early days of Formula 2, it was totally normal to see Graham Hill, Jackie Ickx, Jochen Rindt, Ronnie Peterson doing Formula 2 races. In the championship, the current Formula 1 drivers couldn't score points. So had Jochen Rindt scored points, he would have won the championship, but it actually went to Jackie Ickx
Can you imagine that now? Can you imagine now if F2 on a Grand Prix weekend also had half a dozen Grand Prix drivers racing in it? That would be the ultimate benchmark for all those young kids who are desperately trying to claw their way to the top of the ladder. And it was the same then. You know, if you were racing against Graham Hill or Ronnie Peterson or Jochen Rindt, then you knew where you were in the overall pecking order. If you're close to Graham Hill, you're close to that guy that's the world champion. That's a really significant boost that Formula 2 had, that it had that calibre of driver racing in it, as well as all the hopefuls.
Yeah, absolutely right. And yeah, most of the Grand Prix drivers would have taken part in Formula 2 races, so that as you call it, a benchmark was there for all the other drivers to see. That kind of dropped away, and of course these days Grand Prix drivers generally, we don't see them in anything else, even in club racing or non-Grand Prix weekends. They don't seem to come out racing, which I think is a bit of a shame, really.
Well, it is, but they're, you know, the time that they spend in a Grand Prix in a car is a tiny percentage of the time that they spend thinking about and working on themselves and the cars, not just in the gym, not just physically, but so much time in simulators, because it's, you know, we're not now looking at the 1% that makes a difference, we're looking at the 0.001% that makes a difference, and that's the intensity of it. I'm sure some of them would love to have a distraction of doing something else, but it just doesn't happen. And then because we've got such an enormous schedule, of course, you know, when drivers are racing in Formula 2, they're probably only doing 8 or 9 Grand Prix in a season, maybe 1 or 2 non-championship races as well. They'll probably be doing some sports car racing. So they had, you know, there were lots of non-earning weekends, and they weren't being paid millions at the time. They were being paid more than footballers probably, but not for very long. Right, we are getting ready to stop waffling and talk about the racing as our Formula 2 Classic Inter-Series race is about to get underway here at Silverstone. The field of 24 Formula 2 cars is unleashed at the Silverstone Festival. And Matthew Watts from pole position, the white car with Dixon's of Perth on the nose, takes the lead alongside with the M Sport colours. Andy Smith's BMW powered March 782 spears through into first place. And he had a problem in qualifying. They had a misfire. They've changed the fuel pump. He hopes that will have sorted it out. He ran away and hid in the classic Formula 3 race in a big half-looping spin. That's Gareth Ridgway's March 742, one of the older cars in the field, one of the earliest Formula 2 cars, and he recovers nicely. But it is Andy Smith who leads, Matthew Watts behind him, and Alex Capadia chasing them behind Mark Charteris, and down the inside comes the Rondell March. Really strong start from David Tomlin, car number 70. He's up to 4th place from 9th on the grid. That's a cracking getaway. There is Alex Capadia in 3rd, behind car number 21, Matthew Watts in 2nd place, and the lead trio are long gone already.
They are indeed. The whole length of the old Heritage pit straight is the lead for those top 3, and David Tomlin up into 4th place, and just taking 5th place Laurent Valerie Masson in car number 22, the March 77 Formula Atlantic car, so that's a 1600cc, and in the middle of that pack, another of those Formula Atlantic cars is the Modus of Henry Chart, and we heard from him before the race started how he was going to struggle on the straights, but look at him come through the corners, the flicking the car left and right, trying to hold his place, but it may be some of the 2-litre cars will now just fly by him on the Hangar Straight.
Well, yeah, he's got to make his ground, hasn't he, in the corners. He's got the same size tyres as the 2-litre cars, but less grunt in the straight, so he loses a little bit of ground. Closing up behind him in the white number 71 car, Chris Willey, that's his Chevron. Didn't quite manage to get by, and again, as they drop down into the Vale, Henry Chart in the orange car leaves him behind. But it was that, I think, that half spin really from Graham Ridgway that helped to separate the field. Ridgway dropped a long way back, but everybody else behind him checked up. He started in 6th place, and after the kerfuffle at the start here on lap 1, when Ridgway half spun, then that certainly separated the leaders. But again, great battle. Henry Chart all around car number 3, inside, outside, almost over the top of Chris Porritt, gets by him, so he moves up into 6th position. But again, this is the tight and twisty stuff, and when they get onto the quick straights here at Silverstone and the high-speed corners as well, that's not going to help.
And if Henry Chart can stay ahead of Chris Porritt, his next target is Mark Charteris in the Tolman liveried March 742, so that's a 1974 car which has the 2-litre engine, but Mark Charteris, a very, very quick driver indeed. He's currently sitting in 5th place.
Battle of the Woods a little bit further back. Mark Wood and Chris Wood were battling, but now separated as Chris has dropped down the order. But this little queue, led by Dean Forward, car number 13, the white and blue machine. And all sorts, yeah, red and white Surtees car there of Dean Forward, just behind the pale blue and white car. Car number 83, David Thorburn. And here is the lead battle. This is a battle for 2nd place, rather. Alex Capadia with the gold and white and blue nose behind the blue and white Dixons of Perth march of Matthew Watts, the man who qualified fastest. But he said, I'd be surprised if I'm in front of Andy Smith for too long. And Andy Smith, in fact, is a 2.5 seconds up the road already from these guys and building that advantage.
Now we see Andy Smith in the Yardley liveried car with the BMW M colours, the sort of red, blue and purple. He's already over 3 seconds ahead of these two, but what a battle for 2nd place as Alex Capadia coming up into Village right behind Matthew Watts. Alex Capadia goes slightly tighter into Village. Now he's hoping perhaps to go tighter through the loop. There he goes, he's pulling inside, but Matthew Watts has got that covered and holds the place through Aintree out onto the Wellington Straight, flat out now to the braking area for Brooklands, the left-hander at the end of this straight.
Well, Andy Smith is running away with this as Alex Capadia sends it deep down the inside. Can he hold it at the apex? Yes, he does. He's gone outside, inside, so he's got the inside line at Luffield. Up into 2nd place he goes. But these guys lapped 1 minute 59.8, 159.5 for Capadia last time round, but the leader was 157.7, so he went out from 1.3 to 3.6 seconds in front on the last lap, and he's growing that advantage. But now, if Alex Capadia can stay just in front of Matthew Watts, then the two of them might be able to slipstream together and start to close on the race leader. But it is already a sizable margin behind Andy Smith in the March BMW.
And Alex Capadia now starting to ease away already from a little bit from Matthew Watts in the number 88 Kaisha liveried March 762, so a 1976 car. The 772 of Matthew Watts a year later, not a huge difference between them, but when you jump to 1978, and that's the leading car, very different shaped bodywork on that. There's Mark Charteris coming towards us now. We've got Henry Chart in the orange Modus, the 1600cc Formula Atlantic car, and he's being chased by David Tomlin.
Yeah, David Tomlin up from 9th on the grid. Mark Charteris started 4th in that Tolman liveried March. And of course, that's where Ted Tolman's group started their journey into Formula One. And a number of Tolman Formula One chassis in the Ayrton Senna celebration collection, including the car that he made his Formula One debut with, which we should hopefully see out at lunchtime. And not too far behind, great little battle there. The white 71, that is Chris Willey's Chevron B29, and right behind him, car number 83, the white and blue march of David Thorburn. He's got a long side, can't quite find a way around there, so he's going to have to go out wide and try and cut back underneath Chris Willey, but Willey keeping the momentum up there in the ex-Jean-Pierre Beltoise machine.
It's lovely to see these original liveries. The drivers are very much encouraged to keep the cars in their original, or put them back into their original liveries, because a lot of them will have been changed. Some of them will even have been had bodywork put on them to race in other Formula, and then they've gone back to their Formula 2 routes. Wonderful to see.
100%. I mean, and if you end up buying an ex-Ronnie Peterson car, no matter what it looked like when you got it, because there was then nothing as old as last year's racing car, they would always have been flogged off to somebody with a little less money than yourself to learn their craft on. If you own something that's got history, then you absolutely want to represent that. And there's a great indication there, Laurent Valerie Masson's car with the dark blue and the Rothmans livery. Again, that's another period livery. Some of them were distinctive and adventurous. Jean-Pierre Beltoise's wasn't particularly, but the plain white livery clearly reflects exactly how the car was in period. And right now, just hanging on in that position, Chris Willey in the white car, still under pressure from the Toshiba Fax liveried car behind. Ask your father what a fax machine is, because a lot of our younger viewers won't have a clue of the archaic and yet somehow revolutionary device that a fax machine was.
And it was revolutionary when it came out. I remember.
You could send pieces of paper from machine to machine. What a strange concept. Well, why didn't you just wireless print them? Okay, son, let's sit down and have a conversation about technology. Let's not. Let's talk about the racing. Chris Porritt then in that blue and white machine, car number 3, just in front of Chris Willey, David Thorburn and Laurent Valerie Masson, now making it a 4-way fight. And Chris Willey looking to go the long way round the outside here as they exit through the loop and village. Not going to work for him. You have to have a lot more speed and a lot more traction to go the long way round there. And Laurent Valerie Masson taking advantage and going by what I think might be a slightly ailing number 83 machine. And Dean Thorburn just seemed to lose a little bit of forward momentum. Dean Ford went forward, Dean Thorburn went back, and the leader is in the pit lane. Andy Smith has come into the pits in the March 782 and drives straight into the garage. He is out. So maybe it wasn't a fuel pump that was the problem, or maybe the fuel pump is now the problem. So that changes the face of the race. Alex Capadia now leads, and Matthew Watts is in second place, and the gap between them was 2.7 seconds. So this battle now moves a little further up the pecking order as well. This is now for 6th position. David Tomlin in the Rondell Modus, there he is, the sort of orange and blue machine. He's now 5th, and this is the battle for 6th. Henry Chart in 4th place. And that's not the only car in the garage either. Bailing out is Mark Hazel in the Jesus Saves March.
Another March 782, the same as Andy Smith's. Good original livery there for the number 77 Graham Ridgway car. That's the car that spun at the very, very beginning of the race. He's, where is he now? 77 Graham Ridgway, 14th place. The Stiebel sponsorship on that car, as it was in the originals. And meanwhile, back with this great battle that's going on for what is now 6th place, Chris Porritt. And just behind Chris Porritt is Chris Willey. And Chris Willey on more than one occasion has been level with Chris Porritt coming into the corner, but just couldn't get the line. He's trying it again at the loop, staying behind on this occasion. Dean Forward in the red and white Fina livery of the Surtees team, and Dean with his traditional pink helmet. Another car preparer who is also an excellent race driver.
Well, he was a little closer to this battle, and despite them dicing, they have left him behind. That's not the leader coming in, but he did come into the pit lane, or is that the Yardley March? Okay, so that is Andy Smith. Well, Andy Smith has headed into retirement. He drove straight into the garage. It's one of the few bits of the track we can see. And Alex Capadia now leads by 4.1 seconds from Matthew Watts. And we are back with the battle for 6th position. There's Chris Porritt with a very similar looking colour scheme to early Ayrton Senna helmets. Chris Porritt just hanging on there in 6th place, ahead of Chris Willey and Dean Ford. There's your race leader, Alex Capadia. Again, the BMW Motorsport logo on the car. So it is another March 762. So this one of the older Marches in the field, but with the 2-litre BMW engine. And those were tuned by Heidegger in Germany in period. And of course, the factory March BMW squad, a very dominant force. Drivers like Mark Surer worked through their ranks and made it up into F1 and into the field, into the pits. I'm afraid it's come Gianluigi Candiani as well in his ICI liveried Chevron. Derek Bennett's Chevron company, very successful in the 1970s and into the early 80s. Single-seaters, sports car racers, closed and open racers. We've seen a lot of Chevrons, a lot of Marches, a lot of Lolas racing here this weekend because they were firms that made cars for customers to race, unlike predominantly companies like McLaren and Lotus, who focused more on racing their own products. Of course, Lotus, Colin Chapman was always very happy to sell cars, but McLaren much less so in later years. They just raced their own cars.
And I think I spotted there in our long shot that Dean Forward has got past Chris Porritt as well as getting past
yes, he has.
Chris Willey, so he's moved up 2 places. So Dean Forward now up to 6th in the Surtees.
Yes, we didn't see where that happened, did we? If we did, if you did at home, we were busy looking at something else in our notes. But you're right, Dean Forward has gone forward up 2, so he's found a ladder. And the others are slipping down the snake. In fact, Chris Willey seems to be a little bit slipping down the snake. He's in the clutches now of Laurent Valery-Masson, who is the Lanterne Rouge in this little group. And there is the ex-Eddie Cheever March. And there might be the recalcitrant fuel injection pump. And another car bites the dust. This is not an endurance race, this is a sprint. It's just a 25-minute run. Was due to be 20, but a 25-minute race because they didn't get to run yesterday, so we're just adding a little bit of time. And that is Gianluigi Candiani. Well, there's Andy Smith. Well, you win some by a country mile, you lose some. There you go. And in an hour, he has had both sides of motor racing, hasn't he?
He has indeed, yes.
The joy and the disappointment when everything goes perfectly, and it seemed to be going perfectly again at the start of the race, but he couldn't quite hang on. Back with the white ex-Jean-Pierre Beltoir's car. And this is Chris Willey trying to hang on to 8th place. Behind him, Laurent Valery-Masson. And Valery-Masson in the 1977 Formula 2 March.
And one of the prime movers behind this and the F3 series is Laurent Valery-Masson. And big moment there for Chris Willey, wasn't it? That we saw the back of sliding out as he's trying to close up on Chris Porritt.
I think we're seeing why he's probably slipping down this group, and a big lock up there now. Has he got a puncture or has he got a slight breakage? And another car at the side of the road, and that's Kevin White's March 76. Yes, so 76B. So that is his. It's not a Formula 2 car. 76B would be a Formula Atlantic car, wouldn't it?
Yeah, 1600.
So Formula A in America was the top SECA category, which would have been sort of sub-Indy car or that style of car. Formula B, because somebody else had used Formula 1 by that stage, so the Americans didn't. So Formula B was Formula Atlantic. And a very successful feeder series for many, many years. And the kind of drivers that came out of Formula Atlantic would have been people like Bobby Rahal, Al Unser, and Gilles Villeneuve, who was spotted in a race in Trois-Rivières by James Hunt, who happened to be racing in a Formula Atlantic race there for whatever reason, and went straight back to Teddy Mayer, his boss at McLaren, and said, this Canadian kid, you need to look at him, you need to hire him. And Teddy Mayer, never one to be dissuaded of a good idea, did exactly that. And so Gilles Villeneuve's first Grand Prix drive was in an extra McLaren here at Silverstone, I think, in the British Grand Prix, and of course then went on to be hired by Ferrari. Meanwhile, back with the action, Laurent Valery-Masson looking to make up a move now on Chris Porritt. He's got ahead of Chris Willey after Willie, I think, probably outbraked himself into retirement. He has sort of kept going, but that looked like a bit of a worrying moment. Here's the ex-Ronnie Peterson STP march.
Nick Pancisi in that, and he seems to have got some sort of problem there, pulled off arm out of the cockpit. Meantime, this battle carries on with, this is the place where Chris Willey went off last time. Back round for another lap, and it's Chris Porritt just ahead of Laurent Valery-Masson, but Valery-Masson is close behind, just looking for a way through as they come out of Luffield through Woodcote Corner, and then on the run down to Copse, a very, very fast right-hander. Probably not an overtaking opportunity, although don't tell Laurent Valery-Masson that, because he tucks to the inside.
He's definitely not paying attention to that, is he?
And just to give you an idea of, with Henry Chart in 4th place now with the 1600cc car, and you heard him talk about that in the pre-show, he has around 22-23% less power than the 2-litre cars. There's Henry Chart, the bottom of our shot there. The 1600cc cars around 210 horsepower, whereas the quick 2 litres around 290. So a very big power disadvantage.
That is a whopping difference, isn't it? Absolutely enormous. He's doing a stunning job. He's keeping ahead of David Tomlin in the Rondell Modus. So Henry Chart's orange car, number 48, still in 4th place. He just needs one little bit of frailty, and he will be on the podium. But right now, Alex Capadia, who qualified 3rd, is leading the race as we continue to watch Chris Porritt desperately holding off Laurent Valery-Masson. Chris Porritt in the car, raced in period by Davina Galicia.
And just ahead of them, Dean Forward is closing in on David Tomlin. We did have a long shot on the Hangar Straight, and we could see the two of them quite close together. So we might be able to pick that up and see. That's for 5th place, David Tomlin in the blue Rondell, and Dean Forward in the red and white. There they are, and you can see he's closing in.
And Graham Ridgway in the yellow car that spun earlier on, he was closing in. I think he sort of stalled a little bit, hasn't closed on those guys. He was lapping quicker, but is just about matching the pace. Even though these two are sort of thrusting and parrying with each other, they are still keeping up the pace of the cars in front. There's the Surtees. So Dean Forward just ahead of them. It's about a 3.5 second margin, but you're right, he's brought the gap down to David Tomlin to a 1.5 seconds, and in fact, he lapped 2.4 seconds quicker than Tomlin on that last lap. So is the Rondell Modus in trouble? Because Dean Forward is leaping forward in the red and white Surtees chevron.
When he was born, Dean Forward, he must have thought, I'm going to be a racing driver. And he's, there he is, closing in on the blue and white Rondell Motul of David Tomlin.
Laurent Valery-Masson having a long look in the mirrors there. He's getting flashes of yellow, and of course those mirrors aren't clear. They'll be vibrating and buzzing away on the very thin bodywork with every revolution of the engine. So he's having a long look in the mirrors to see exactly where the yellow car behind him is. The answer is not close enough for him to worry about it. I will correct myself before everybody else leaps to do so. The Surtees is not a Chevron chassis, of course. It is a Surtees TS10. That's the car that is closing in on David Tomlin.
What is Henry Chart doing there?
Henry Chart's going backwards.
Yeah, he should
staying
be there.
Offline. So David Tomlin in the Rondell Modus has gone by Henry Chart for 4th. There's Chart in car number 48, and he's being caught by the Surtees that go straight by him. I'm sensing that 1600cc car may have a bit of a misfire, because that does not have the body language of a car that is running sweetly. And now, suddenly, right with them and making a move up the order, Graham Ridgway goes by Laurent Valery-Masson.
So the recovery drive of Graham Ridgway from that spin on the virtually the first corner, wasn't it?
But he's just pulled in a 1.5 seconds in one sector. And it's not like Laurent Valery-Masson dropped back. Well, he has dropped away a little bit from Chris Porritt, but Not so much that suddenly he went behind Graham Ridgway. Ridgway has caught them and passed them. So, yeah, he's found a new lease of life, Graham Ridgway. So he's got by Laurent Valery-Masson, so he is up now to 8th place and chasing down Chris Porritt for 7th. And right in front still is Henry Chart. So
I think we'll find out now whether Henry Chart has a serious problem, and I think he has, because he is slower than the 2-litre cars, but not that much slower. He's just pulled over and let 2 or 3 of them by. So,
well, of course, on the Hangar Straight, if somebody's got 50, 60, 70 horsepower more than you, that's really where you've got a problem. But he had managed to keep his lap speeds up. He's still continuing, so if it is fluffing or misfiring a little bit or intermittently, then he's just plugging on to get as much value out of it, and why not? 2 minutes on the clock, so there will be 1 lap after this one for these guys. Alex Capadia, our race leader, in his penultimate lap now, 10.5 seconds away from Matthew Watts. So again, if Capadia had managed to find a little bit more pace in qualifying, he would definitely have given Andy Smith a stern challenge at the beginning of the race.
Battle for 6th place between Chris Porritt and Graham Ridgway. And here's the leader, Alex Capadia, just lapping a slower car. And if you think back to our commentary for this race, Chris Porritt has never not been in a battle, has he? He's had a complete race with different drivers, but he's always been in the thick of it.
And isn't that what you want when you go racing? You just want to race people. And, you know, we've heard it several times, had a real ding-dong battle. Much more interesting. I'd rather finish 2nd or 3rd after a great scrap than win by 10 seconds. And that's exactly why they're in it. They want to be racing close, wheel-to-wheel, with similar drivers and similar machinery. And Ridgway goes by Porritt for 6th position now. Henry Chart slipping out of the top 10. He's down to 9th place, 10th place. No, still 9th place, or 8th place ahead of Laurent Valery-Masson. Except they got by him on the last lap.
He's come into the pits, Henry Chart.
Has he? I'm not surprised. Paul Bacon in the March 712 rather, is the man there passing now. And just in front, car number 6, Frank Lyons in the Brabham BT35. Now, how much does a 60s car look different from a 70s car? That Brabham, a late 1960s Formula 2 car, but it looks very much like every Formula 1 car, sprouting little canard wings. And these big shovel-nosed F2 cars of the early and mid-70s, just pre-ground effect. Very different looking beasts indeed.
And Dean Forward has now caught David Tomlin. We spoke about this a couple of laps ago. He's finally got there. They're on their last lap, aren't they? Yes.
Yep.
So Dean Forward in 5th place, David Tomlin in 4th.
Just really starting their last lap, and David Tomlin with a lot of understeer. Dean Forward just looks like he's got a slightly better balanced car underneath him. Here's our race leader, Alex Capadia, coming down the Hangar Straight. So Capadia a long way clear of Matthew Watts. And in 3rd place, man, we haven't really talked much about Mark Charteris in the Tolman liveried March. But here is our race leader. Capadia comes out of the Vale for the final time. He'll turn right once, twice, and 3 times in Club Corner. The checkered flag is there. It is victory for Alex Capadia. A rare weekend in non-modern motor racing machinery, and he claims victory. 2nd place will be Matthew Watts. And there is Mark Charteris, car number 11. That is the Tolman March. So the Tolman Group livery seen then in Formula 1. Ex-Brian Henton, Super Hen and Derek Warwick were the first Formula 1 drivers for the Tolman team. Both moving up from F2 with the team as they graduated to F1. And then, of course, Ayrton Senna was their first big international signing. But across the line he comes. Goes by the STP March, which got going again. And so Mark Charteris takes 3rd place. And looking for the surtees of Dean Forward to come through in 4th. And there is David Tomlin in the Rondell modus. So Dean Forward just ahead of him. And there he is The red and white of John Surtees' team on the Surtees' own chassis. Finishing in 4th place. David Tomlin 5th, Graham Ridgway, the yellow car in 6th place, ahead of Laurent Valery-Masson and Chris Porritt. And in 9th place will be Mark Wood, at least hopefully so. Meanwhile, the leader heading into the pit lane. So Bryn Lucas will be ready to chat to our top 3 drivers. You can see that the August temperatures not exactly splitting the flags here at Silverstone. It was a chilly morning this morning. It could have been March, frankly, couldn't it? And yesterday it could have been November. But it is at least a day that started dry and sunny. So our Formula 2 Classic Inter-Series competitors do get to race today, which they did not yesterday. There's Alex Capadia, spends most of his time in much more modern machinery. 50 years more modern machinery. In fact, might well have been racing at the European Le Mans Series in Spa this weekend, were it not for the Silverstone Festival. But he is our race winner ahead of Matthew Watts, and Bryn Lucas is down there.
Martin, going to dive through the ruck of cameras here to speak to Alex. Alex, it looked like it was going to be a battle for second there for you both, and then, of course, you inherited the lead, or you had to work for it, but you inherited the lead.
Yeah, I had to take that one. I don't think we'd have beaten Andrew in the 782 today, but we were in the 762, which is a couple of years older. We were really looking forward to the battle in the dry. Wasn't sure if we could keep up with these boys, to be honest, and then had a lovely battle with Matt and managed to get past him. And then I have to say, when I saw Andrew go in the pits, I was pretty ecstatic about that. Sorry for Andrew, though. But we came here to do some historic racing, and lucky enough to be allowed to drive Keith Bisp's lovely March 762, and really, really happy to be able to finish with a win.
And you have the slightly older one as well, so the car that's 1 year older, and you managed to get the jump there too. But it looked for a while like you maybe had to work together to close the gap until, of course, Mr. Smith went into the pits and you inherited that 1-2 battle.
Yeah, I think that we probably would have had to work together, give each other a few toes. I mean, we're not quite as aerodynamically efficient as the later cars, but nevertheless, really, really happy to get a win here. This is the one that all year I looked on the calendar and I thought, this is the one I really want to win. So really happy for Keith, Brian and Tom, the guys who've been running the car, to give them a win.
Big tick for the year. Well done, well done. Let's go off and find our second place driver, who's just over here to our left-hand side. Let's go wandering around, shall we, and grab a quick word. If you could jump in for us there. It was a decent battle for a few laps, wasn't it?
Yes, Andrew got the jump on me fairly early on, and then Alex was clearly in hunting down mode, so made for a good race.
And I was just saying to Alex there about how it was looking like a battle for second and third between you both, and then it'd be promoted by one position.
Yeah, to first and second. As the weekend goes on here, the track gets more and more lubricated by oil, and it gets more and more of a challenge.
But a challenge that you completed with a decent result.
Great, thank you. Yeah, great event, really enjoyed it, thank you.
Well done, well done. Now, I cannot find third place at the moment, unfortunately. I'll go hunting, and then we'll head to the podium. Back to you.
Yeah, Mark Charteris in the Tolman March finishing in third place, and one of the older cars, March 782, I had it written down as 742, so 782, not in fact the older car, one of the newer cars at the Tolman livery car. Dean Ford finishing fourth in the Surtees, ahead of David Tomlin's Motul, run by the Ron Dennis team in period, and Graham Ridgway after that early spin which split the field, recovering for a top 6 finish ahead of Formula 2 and Formula 3 Classic leading light and driving force Laurent Valery-Masson. Chris Porritt, Martin Wood and Gregoire Audi in the Rolls RT1 brackets F2 version, close brackets, rounding out the top 10. Nick Pancisi ended up in the pit lane at the end of the race. Julian Stokes, Mark Richardson, James King and Paul Basson in the top 15. Henry Chart slipping all the way down to 16th place in the Formula Atlantic 1600cc Modus. So in the end, it wasn't the lack of horsepower, but something else wrong with the car. Mark Hazel, David Thorburn, Andy Smith failed to complete the race, and Gianluigi Cangiani also brought his Chevron into the pit lane. Well, let's catch up with the man in third place, Mark Charteris.
Yes, indeed. Here we are in the holding area, park for me, as it were. Mark, you came home in third place. Just talk us through the race from your perspective.
We took loads of wing off the car after qualifying, and it's really upset the balance. It oversteers terribly. So where you've got no pace. A Graham Ridgway spun in front of me, and I had to take to the grass, and then of course everybody had gone, so I just played catch up, and it was a bit lonely in the end. But it's fine, the car's in one bit and it's home, and we know now that we can't take that much wing off it, particularly here.
It's always lesson learning, isn't it, this sort of thing? But if you have these lessons and you still get on the podium, that's not a bad result.
No, it's okay, isn't it? I think obviously Andy Smith must have had a problem, because I wouldn't have been there otherwise, really. So I take it because it's my turn today to have a little bit of fortune. And other days we've missed out badly, so I'm quite pleased. And we've had a great run with this new car, and we just kind of get used to it, really. And I've got to drive it better.
Yeah, look, in the history books, no one sees you in the pits and retired. You just got on the podium. That's all that matters. Well done.
Yeah, thank you ever so much. Thank you again. Thanks, Silverstone. It's been a great event. Enjoyed it. Thank you.
Well, delighted to see Formula 2 cars in action as well. Easter Formula 2 weekend at Thruxton was always kind of the start of the season almost for many people. And these kind of cars would have raced there and raced here at Silverstone as well. Great opportunity to see some classic Formula 2 cars, Formula Atlantic cars as well, with Henry Chart punching way above his weight in the orange Modus M1, just 1600cc. After the demise of the early leader Andy Smith, who ran away from the field, was Alex Capadia, who came through to second place. Smith having to retire with what looks like a recurrence of their fueling issue from qualifying, and Alex Capadia putting pole sitter Matthew Watts behind him. Mark Charteris a little lonely in the end in the Tolman Group March, having taken too much wing off to allow for the straights, to actually allow him to get round the corners quite as quickly as he'd hoped. But a victory that Alex Capadia had been thinking about for a long, long while. He said he's been spending the whole year looking at the Silverstone Festival date in the calendar, thinking that's the one I want to win, and he goes away with victory. And as I said, otherwise he would have been racing for Nielsen in the European Le Mans Series at Spa this weekend, so that was an enticing prospect as well.
RML Group are celebrating their 40th anniversary here at the Silverstone Festival, and I'm delighted to have Paul Dickinson, the new COO, here with me to tell us a bit more. First of all, Paul, congratulations, 40th anniversary.
Thank you very much. We're very excited to be here at Silverstone Festival, celebrating our 40 years of engineering excellence.
Now, there are lots and lots of cars here we can talk about, but first of all, you've got cars out on track too.
We have indeed. Ray, our founder, in fact, is driving in the Formula Juniors in one of the very early Mallock race cars. There's lots of our cars on track throughout the weekend, including a very famous car, the Vauxhall Cavalier that John Cleland ran in the British Touring Cars.
What an iconic car that is. Now, there are some more iconic cars here, as I mentioned, including 2 Aston Martins. What can you tell us about this one?
Yeah, we had a very close partnership with Aston Martin throughout the 80s for sports car racing. The far side, we've got the Nimrod, which is their first return into sports car racing, and then we have the AMR1 at the other end, at the real pinnacle of Group C racing.
But it's not just about noise, though, is it? There's noise around us, because there's this. It says Nissan Nismo on the side, but it's a bizarre-looking concept. What can you tell us?
Yes, there's a very interesting project that we had with Nissan to produce a car for Le Mans. It's actually a hybrid, so it has both an internal combustion and electric motors. It's the first car to run at Le Mans where it transitioned from internal combustion to electric propulsion. And also, 10 years on, because this ran in 2014, it still holds the lap record at Le Mans for the fastest all-electric lap.
Fantastic stuff. You mentioned John Cleland a moment ago, actually, and an amazing touring car. There's another one behind us, Rob Huff's car. There's more than that on this stand too, and there's more out on track. What can you tell us about the safety cars you've got?
Yes, to help us celebrate our 40th anniversary, we decided to bring 2 of our short wheelbase, our bespoke cars, along, and they are now running at the front of every race as the safety cars. We hope people enjoy seeing those up close and personal.
Absolutely fantastic. So many amazing cars for you to see here at Silverstone at the festival if you're coming down. If not, try and enjoy them through the beauty of your screen as well. Paul, thank you so much indeed. It's a real pleasure.
Sunday at the Silverstone Festival, we are getting ready to send cars out for the Royal Automobile Club's historic tourist trophy. So these are sports racing and GT cars predominantly that would have raced in the 1960s. So you've got Shelby Cobras, Jaguar E-Types, Austin Healey's, and smaller Lotus Elites, Lotus Elans, and even the Turner. Well, let's catch up with Ed Foster down in the assembly area.
In the Royal Automobile Club Historic Tourist Trophy, it's all about Cobras and E-Types. And sure enough, on the front row, we've got 2 Cobras. Now, one of these Cobras, this fantastic car here, wire wheels. Let's squeeze through. We'll chat to Gregor, one of the drivers. I'm sorry, guys, just to interrupt. So, Gregor, we were chatting, I think, Friday. You said it's, freshly restored and you weren't expecting much. And typical of you, it's only on the front row.
Well, I've got a very good co-driver with Chris Ward, and it's Chris's time that got us here, but my time wasn't far away, and I think we're a good pairing. But really for this car, it's the first run on. She's appearing at Goodwood in 2 weeks' time. So what we're looking for is a good fun race. We're going to get a great race with these guys here. And if we finish the race, any teething bugs, past, we'll be happy.
Is this all the stuff you tell yourself before you put your helmet on?
I do, and then as soon as I get in, I go to a completely different script, which is get on with it, and woohoo, here we go.
Gregor, enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
Let's go and speak to John and Nigel. I saw Nigel wander off. I know John Spires is here, so let's grab him. John, sorry to interrupt, guys. It's been a fantastic weekend for you. You're on the front row here, winning the 250F, a front engine car against all the rear engine ones. It's one to write home about, isn't it?
Yeah, it's one of my best days racing yesterday, but today totally different, and well, that's the beauty of racing, new set of challenges, and got a fantastic car here to race. I love this car now, and hopefully have a great battle with Gregor.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of quick drivers on this grid, isn't it? Is it just, I guess all you're planning is just get a clean start and try and get some clean air?
Yeah, well, I'm not going to get any clean air from Gregor. If I can keep with him, I'm happy enough with that. But I think, having 2 Cobras at the front is good to see. These Mark 1 Cobras coming back, everyone had gone for the big fat later Cobras, but these are so much more fun to drive.
John, best of luck.
Thanks.
Cars ready for the start of the Royal Automobile Club Historic Tourist Trophy. 50-minute race for these fabulous 1966 GT racers. Cobras to the fore. Will the E-Types and the rest of them be able to snatch victory away? Minutes of GT racing, 60 style is underway with the Royal Automobile Trophy Tourist, Royal Automobile Club's Tourist Trophy, and car number 300, the all-red 289 Cobra, John Spears starting, Nigel Gringsall will drive later. This is a 2-driver race already, car across the grass, that's one of the E-Types. Manages to recover its composure there. I think that was wasn't the Pearson's car, was that Richard Cook?
Jason Minshaw, I think
Jason Minshaw, yeah. Okay, the Minshaw family car. And the pale E-Type's already got marks down the side, tyre marks on the side of car number 33. That's the Jack and Guy Minshaw car. So 59 is the third of our Cobras on the grid. That's the white car with the black roof, the car of Richard Cook. He's behind the Pearson's white Jaguar E-Type, that also with a black roof. But it is Cobras at the front, and it's Gregor Fiskin who has taken the lead. The red Cobra with the white roof and the enormous number 68. And right back in front of him has gone John Spears. So Fiskin went down the inside into Brooklands, and Spears came round the outside to retake it. Austin Healy, Big Healy's battling away there with the tail of the pack of E-Types and that white and black Cobra of Richard Cook. Beg your pardon, of Richard Cook.
Lovely to see those 3 E-Types there battling for third place, the 2 Cobras out front, and it's the Minshaw car which leads the group. Now, car number 33, that's been started by Jack Minshaw, who's John's son and nephew of the second driver in that car, John's brother Guy, so very much a family affair in that car. And that's the soft top E-Type, the similar soft top white E-Type of Gary Pearson, who will hand over to brother John next behind him in 5th place, and then it's the second of the Minshaw cars. That's Jason Minshaw driving Martin Melling's car. Martin will do the second stint. That's the number 55 one, so 3 E-types there.
Top of the screen, the white Cobra and the black E-type 711. 711 is Howard Spooner, well, dark green, and again, change for the lead, John Spears. Gregor Fiskin got alongside down the straight, but John Spears just keeps his nose in front. Again, had a front-ending victory in his Maserati 250F against all the mid-engined pre-66 Formula 1 cars yesterday in the wet. But this is very much different conditions. Dry track here. And he's just keeping his nose in front of Gregor Fiskin. Comedy, not going to get any clear air off the back of Gregor. Not going to get clear air off many of these cars here. Particularly the Cobra's not the world's most aerodynamic things. What they lacked in aerodynamics, they certainly made up for in brute force. And as we heard from John, the pretty narrow wheel arch, original 289, the small block Ford Cobras rather than the big block Cobra Jet 427s, very much in vogue now. Those are kind of FIA Appendix K type cars, and they're very much more period looking against these Jaguar E-types. But the E-types go well in the corners, but they do lose out in the straight, so it's going to be hard work for the Pearsons and the Minshaws and everybody else in the E's to try and match the pace of the front-running Cobras.
And in fact, the third place has been taken over by the E-type of Gary Pearson, who starts in that team, and so into third place, fourth place therefore Jack Minshaw, and then still in 5th place is Jason Minshaw, who is Jack's other uncle.
And for those of you close to the track or watching the big screens, Howard Spooner in 6th or 7th place, wherever he is now, in that dark 711 E-type, has got the advantage of white gloves, which really show the driver working hard. And again here, challenge for the lead. Gregor Fiskin just eases his way, creeps in front at Copse, but now they go over the brow, left into Beckett's, and he has got his nose in front. So it's Gregor Fiskin who leads from John Spears. The white E-type in third, Gary Pearson starting that.
And he's closing in on the Cobras, isn't he? Suddenly,
well, the more they fight,
yes,
the better chance the E-types have. But it does mean the E-types can't afford to squabble between themselves. You're absolutely right. Now he's in the tow, and a Cobra does give a sizable tow. Gregor Fiskin, though, historic car dealer and modern car racer, has raced for several seasons in British GT and Porsches and the like. He's galloping away. Here's the all Austin Healey battle behind, the big Healey 3000s. Joe Wilmot, Michael Russell. So Joe Wilmot in car number 81, 168 Michael Russell. They started nose to tail on the grid, but in the reverse order from how they are currently. And the white E-type, the Pearson family E-type, Gary all over the back of John Spears. And if he has ambitions to try and win this race ahead of the Cobras, he needs to get ahead of Spears now. He's looking to go the long way around the outside. Ooh, now can he get back down the inside? I think he will. John Spears daren't really slam the door because that's going to be expensive contact, and he will end up getting spun out. Gary Pearson didn't quite get out. Spears there chasing the throttle. You see the car rotating rapidly as he gets onto the gas, out of the loop and into Village, and then onto the Wellington straight. He's just got a car length or so over the third placed E-type, and Gregor Fiskin continues to creep away in front.
You have to remember, this is a 50-minute race for these cars, and they're not youngsters, are they? So between the 50s and early 60s.
Bit rude. Oh, you mean the cars?
Yes.
Sorry, yes, sorry.
And they've got to last for 50 minutes with a mandatory pit stop, which will let you know when the pit window opens in about 10 minutes, no, slightly less minutes time, 8 minutes time. And that will see the cars come in. One other rule that is in this series is that the owner of the car has to do at least 50% of the race, so that takes away the benefit of perhaps having a really quick driver in with you and you put them in for the most part of the race. Can't do that in this one, which levels things up a little bit.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing there is that as the owner of the car, you know that for half the race you'll be racing with your peers rather than against Le Mans winners or ex-Grand Prix drivers or professional racing drivers from wherever they come. So that's quite a handy rule for the drivers themselves. What you don't want is to be an owner driver swamped by dozens and dozens of pro drivers. Now, the owner doesn't have to start the car, so you might end up against some pros, but predominantly here you've got owner drivers at the front of the field. John Spears, for instance, just ahead here of Gary Pearson. Pearson still can't get through. Gregor Fiskin has got a margin, but it wasn't huge. At the end of the last lap, 0.8 seconds. And in fact, Gary Pearson with the fastest race lap. Fiskin is fastest in Sector 1, Spears fastest in Sector 2, Pearson fastest in Sector 3, but the gap is now out to 1.7 seconds. So this battle for second place, 300 John Spears, the all-red Cobra, and the white E-Type behind of Gary Pearson. Because they're battling each other, they're not going as quickly as they would do on their own. Gregor Fiskin, with no worries in his mirror, can concentrate on trying to take the perfect racing line and squeeze the most speed out of his Cobra, the one with the white roof.
And Gary Pearson going for the tight line through the loop, and I think he may get through here because
well, John Spears going for the very wide line. He headed off into Oxfordshire by mistake there.
A mistake from John Spears. So up into second place goes Gary Pearson in the first of the E-Types.
Right, now 1.724. Let's make a note of that and see what the margin is at the end of this lap. And we will see then whether Gary Pearson is going to close quickly or slowly on our race leader, Gregor Fiskin.
He's now zeroing in, is Gary Pearson, on the leading car, and indeed the second of the E-Types zeroing in on the third placed now Cobra of John Spears, and that second E-Type being driven by Jack Minshaw, number 33. Both these first two E-Types, the soft tops, but they do have the roofs up because it's more aerodynamic with the roof up than down.
And of course you're allowed to do that in motor racing. The normal rule of the road is that unless it's an absolute monsoon, you must have the roof down. There's no point in having a soft top otherwise. A policeman will stop you if you've got your roof up, or should, at any rate. So yeah, the E-Types are starting to look strong. The Minshaw and Mellencamp, car number 55 in 5th place. Then Howard Spooner in 7-11 in 6th with the twirly white gloves. But here comes our race leader. And ahead of Gregor Fiskin, he can already see traffic, and very pretty traffic it is because it's a Sunbeam Alpine. So the Alpine, not a particularly well-known sports car racing machine, but it's a pretty enough car, and why wouldn't you? But it might present a bit of a problem for Gregor Fiskin if he catches it in the wrong place. He's just gone by it at the end of the Vale. So that sort of turquoise, greeny blue, duckhead blue, is it? Probably not quite, something like that. Anyway, let's see how Gary Pearson deals with him. Well, he goes the long way around the outside. It was 1.7, it's now 3.6 seconds. The gap from Gregor Fiskin to Gary Pearson, first to second, and Minshaw.
But
the Minshaw E-Type, a quarter of a second behind the third place all-red Cobra at the line. So not even a quarter, well, just barely a quarter of a second, not even a third of a second. The gap looks a little larger, and still 33. Probably not on the crowd side for most of the laps. Still got those rubber tyre marks. I'm not quite sure which other E-Type it sort of collided with as it came across the grass.
I think that was Jason Minshaw. At the start, Jason got a bit out of line and went across the grass.
That's proper blue on blue action, isn't it? Minshaw on Minshaw.
Yes. What are you doing, Uncle Jason?
Yeah, that'll be a family conversation later. And there is the Jason Minshaw driven car. So Gary Pearson in second place, last lap 231.4, but 231.0 for Gregor Fiskin, the race leader. I beg your pardon, 233.1 for Pearson, 231.5 for Fiskin. So is Pearson going to be able to close? Well, the quickest top speed at the moment at the end of the Formula One straight, 128 miles an hour, 128.5 from John Spears' Cobra. And here's the battle just behind. Patrick Blakeney-Edwards ahead now of Howard Spooner. Spooner dialing on the lock, dialing it off, dialing it on again in Cobb's corner. So car number 11 moving up the order. In fact, it wasn't Pat Blakeney-Edwards that started, it was Mike Grant-Peterkin that started car number 11. And that car coming up from 9th place to where it is now in 7th position. So had a conservative start, which in this field is probably not a bad idea. Avoid hitting anything in the opening couple of laps and you've got a lot more chance. And he is starting to close on the white Cobra in front of Richard Cook, the white car with the black roof, car number 59.
And we did mention this yesterday, but it's great to see these cars coming down into Stowe Corner with the number plates still on the cars as they would have been in period. A lot of them would have been driven to the circuit. I don't think that happens at this meeting anymore, but certainly in the 50s and 60s, quite normal to drive your car to the circuit, take out the picnic hamper, put your numbers on the side and go racing.
And of course, all of these now tax and MOT exempt, so you could drive it to the circuit as long as it had legal tyres on it and your indicators and your lights worked and your handbrake. So it is, I mean, they are certainly very road drivable cars. Perhaps a little more exciting in the rain of yesterday than some other vehicles, but yeah, definitely the case. So Jaguars from just up the road, Jaguars competition department based at the factory at Browns Lane in Coventry, and these two, of course, came from Cape Road in Warwick, right by the canal, Donald Healy's works, which is still in operation. The Cape Works Warwick, the home of JME, the Healy specialists. John Everard's company took over Cape Works not long after he started working on Healy's, and they still work there. So if you're at the Cape of Good Hope in Warwick, right behind you are always serried ranks of big and small Healy's, predominantly 3000s, it has to be said. Don't see many Jensen Healy's there. But the Browns Lane, a former Browns Lane factory, is now largely a housing estate in Coventry. Jaguar moved to the JLR premises at Gaydon, next to where Aston Martin is now based, and still building cars in Warwickshire. And of course the Jaguar heritage operation on the site of the former Peugeot works at Ryton on Dunsmore. So very local car manufacture. Coventry and Birmingham, massive centre of industry and car manufacture in the UK right from the earliest days.
Two of the big Healys there battling hard into Beckett's, and that's for 9th and 10th places.
Yeah, Michael Russell was behind Joe Wilmot on the grid and his inches in front of him in the race. They battle for 9th and 10th, and here, oh, is there going to be more Minshaw on Minshaw action? It's a little cleaner this time. Jason Minshaw goes around the outside of Jack Minshaw, but carries a little too much speed into Stowe. So Jack's got his nose in front, but he's not going to close the door, is he? Jason throws it up the inside. What happened to the car in front? Did it just evaporate? No, it stayed out of the way. And, watching the E-Types in its mirrors, what was that? That was an Elite, wasn't it? So 275, that's the Lotus Elite of Benjamin Tarlow. A 1216cc Coventry Climax engine in that Elite. So Jason Minshaw squeezing his way by Jack, and that is a change for 4th position. Again, you can see the two different E-Type bodies. 33, that is the drop head coupe, the Roadster, and 55, the fixed head coupe. And in terms of racing, obviously a little more aerodynamic, that long sloping back, and of course one of the first hatchbacks, it had that opening rear window for your luggage. Nominally a 2+2, as long as the two were either under primary school age or dolls of some kind. There wasn't a lot of rear legroom, particularly if you had a taller driver in. There's another little Elite, primrose yellow with a white roof. And the leader is in the pit. No, the leader's not in the pits, but in has come John Spears, So that car now in the invitational class, not in the same category, but the leader is in. Gregor Fiskian has come in, so we didn't see that. We saw John Spears go in, but the leader is in the pits, and that means that Gary Pearson in the white E-Type leads. So here is our new race leader. Somebody with a better knowledge of registrations could probably tell me where that came from. Just in front, by the way, an Austin Healey Sprite. Not an average Austin Healey Sprite, but a genuine X-Works Austin Healey Sebring Sprite, as raced in the Sebring 12 Hours. And that particular car, we understand, driven in period at Sebring by Sir Stirling Moss. So, you know, it's not the quickest car in the race. It's not going to be on the top of the podium. But what a car to own and race. A car that was raced in period for the factory by Stirling Moss. What a great thing.
And the Healey battle continues. The Austin Healey Sebring Sprite you're talking about, that little engine in that one, the rather larger engine in these two big Healeys, as 68, the leader, won't be the leader on the road anymore because the pit stop's now starting to take place, but they are back out onto the track again. That's that'll now be Chris Ward.
And of course, a common factor between the big Healeys and the Healey Sprite is they both used Austin engines. The original big Healey, the 104, used a 4-cylinder Austin engine. The 3000s there, the 6-cylinder engine, which was also Austin derived. It would have been in the Austin Princess and so on. And the A-series engine, which was a BMC Austin Morris engine used in the Minis, in the Minors, and the Austin 1100s, 1300s. That was in the Healey Sprite and the MG Midget. And in fact, that Sebring Sprite, originally a 1275 engine, bored out now to 1380. So the only non-Siamese capacity you can get before you start to overlap the bores. And with his anorak firmly zipped up.
Joe Wilmot finally found a way past Michael Russell, and if you were watching on the live stream, you could see Michael looking to his right, just checking where Joe was. He didn't want to come together. We've got that shot being replayed for us now. Both sideways almost came together, and then as they came up the Hamilton Straight, the driver on the right of the screen just looking across, and now they're passing a very pretty primrose and over white, or white over primrose, Lotus Elite in a completely different class, that with the 1.2 litre Coventry Climax engine up front.
Yeah, and you know, all of these owners pay for their own racing, obviously. Some of them will work on their own cars, many of them will have professionals to help them prepare the cars, but it comes out of your own budget. And apart from anything else, apart from not wanting to damage your own car, over all of that, you don't want to damage somebody else's car, because this is a friendly racing paddock. Okay, it's, you know, all action on the grid and adrenaline pumping racing, but what you don't want is to be the guy that damages somebody else's pride and joy. You'd be more mortified about that than the damage to your own car. Again, look, there's a battle of types. We've seen a couple of elites on their own. There's a little battle between two elites. The leader is catching them. Driver change now from Gregor Fiskian to Chris Ward. Well, Chris Ward's already had one podium this morning. So is he going to get a chance of a top step this before lunch? It'll be a very successful morning here at Silverstone.
And the other leading Cobra, that of John Spears, Nigel Greensall, also has done its pit stop, so that will now be our old friend Nigel Greensall on board, along with John Spears, probably the most prolific drivers in the Silverstone Festival. Yep. I think, what did we say yesterday? Nigel's doing 7 races in 6.
So 7 cars in 6 races, because they shared a pair of cars. Each of them started one in one of the races yesterday afternoon and finished in the other, in a pair of Listers, a Lister Nobly and a Lister Costin. And in all the other races, they're sharing one each. But in fact, of course, John winning yesterday without the help of Nigel in his Maserati 250F. So Nigel's racing 7 cars in 6 races. John is racing 8 cars in 7 races and has won once already. So he's going to come away with at least one winner's garland from here. And Nigel has yet to have one. Oh, hang on, did they win in the Lister?
They didn't switch drivers, did they? In the end?
That's right. He stayed in, so
he won.
Yeah. So he did win. So he's had a win on his own, and so has John. So it's even Stevens. Oh, there's the modern stopwatch on the iPhone. Means you can do other things, because your average stopwatch won't take pictures or make phone calls or send WhatsApp messages. So the Pearson's Jag still leads from the Minshaw Jag, and then Richard Cook's Cobra. And even if you're driving on your own, you do have to stop, and you have to spend the same amount of time stationary. So it's not, I'm driving on my own, I don't have to make a pit stop. Yes, you flipping well do. That's the regs. So even if you are driving on, of course, you can time it when you want to. And if you're stuck behind somebody and can't get by, you might dive into the pits earlier. But if you've got clear track in front of you, you might capitalise it for as long as you can, like the leader is. And then, because you know when you make your pit stop, you're more likely to drop back or come back on track in traffic somewhere. So if the track's clear in front of you, then make hay while the sun shines. Go as quick as you can for as long as you can, and then before you hit traffic or before the pit window closes, more cogently, then you make your pit stop. But you've got to try and keep your speed up for as long as possible.
And as we approach halfway through the race, 25 minutes, this is the point at which owner drivers can hop out. So after 25 minutes, they can come get out of the car. But equally, if the non-owner, and that's certainly true of Jason Minshaw in the number 55 car, that's owned by Martin Melling, he will have to get out of that car before the 25 minutes is up to give Martin the chance to do more than 50%
Which
of the race.
Of the Pearsons is the owner of this Jag?
Well, it's probably owned by Pearson's Engineering. Yeah. I don't know, maybe it's personal to one of the Pearsons, but it's difficult to tell with... John is slightly, and I'm really cautiously saying slightly slower than Gary, but they are so evenly matched. Whoever owns the car needs to hand over, but the lap times won't change much.
Fastest race lap, by the way, has just been set. A 2-minute 30.149. Only one car has lapped in the 30s, and it is car number 300, Nigel Greensall. And he's just set the fastest race lap, and who was that going off? That's the 55 E-Type. So that is Jason Minshaw. Having done all that hard work to get by Jack, he then chucked it in the kitty litter. So he has dropped back behind Jack Minshaw and into third place, and in has come the silver Healy that was in front of our race leader. So Gary Pearson continues with a clear road in front. In fact, he hasn't seen anybody for a while, has he? Nobody in his mirrors, nobody in front. Did they stop the race? Have I missed the checkered flag or something?
And Nigel Greensall hopped into number 300 and immediately purple.
Yep.
He's got the fastest lap of the race.
And in fact, another new fastest lap. It was a 2-minute 30.1. It's now a 2:29.8. The next quickest lap set by anybody is Gary Pearson's 2:31.4. So that Cobra, that was our second place car early on, is going very quickly indeed. 2:30.7 is the best lap. Gregor Fiskin and Chris Ward's car. Chris Ward just set that a lap ago. So 2:30.7 compared to 2:29.8. And don't forget, Fiskin was ahead of Spears early on. And so Nigel Greensall has a bit of catching up to do. 177, the classic factory Healy colours, classic BMC colours, tartan red and Old English white. And behind comes our race leader. So this is Chris Ward, or the man who will be race leader when it all sorts itself out, unless this man gets to him, 300. So coming down towards you at the Beckett S's and on the Hanger Straight and at Stowe is the battle for what will be the lead. It's still the two Cobras, the red Cobra 68 with the white roof and the all red Cobra 300. And Greensall was lapping about a second a lap quicker, coming up behind two Moonstone Blue Heelys. A brace in identical livery, the pale blue with the white roof. And again, more traffic in front of Chris Ward. Nigel Greensall splits the difference between the two Heelys as he comes down the Hanger Straight. He's got another 1700cc on them, so he's got plenty of extra poke in the Cobra 4.7 litre 289. And busy hands as ever. Nigel Greensell always has a 4.2 litre, beg your pardon. Nigel Greensell always has the car up on its toes. So at the moment is E-Type's first, second and third and fourth, but the Pearsons are in. So race leader, car number 23, the white E-Type with the black roof, comes into the pit lane. It's going to be interesting to see where they come out. As he came in, Gary Pearson was 14.5 seconds ahead of Jack Minshaw, who was 2.5 ahead of Jason Minshaw after Jason's spin. They've all come in, so the pit stop window is not long to remain open. Now we are going to see a driver change. Not the easiest thing in an E-Type, would be an awful lot easier were the roof down. But even with those 3 over-centre clips, that takes a bit of time to clip back on as well. So Gary handing over to John Pearson. There was a driver change there as well, blowing cooling air through the radiator ducts. Great attention to detail. That wouldn't have happened in period. And here is our race leader. This is, or man who will be, no, I beg your pardon, this is Nigel Greensell, isn't it, not Chris Ward. So Nigel Greensell behind another of the Healeys. 177, Bruce Montgomery driving on his own in his 1961 Healey 3000. He pulls into the pit lane just as Nigel gets by him, and it's basically the length of the old pit straight between them. Into Copse Corner turns Chris Ward, into Copse Corner now turns Nigel Greensell. And Chris Ward's last lap, a 2-minute 30.5. Nigel's a 2-minute 29.5. The gap is down to 3.5 seconds between them. This will be the battle for the lead. And almost everybody has stopped. The Peterkin Blakeney Edwards E-Type still out front. Car number 11, that's yet to stop. That's the green car started by Mike Grant Peterkin. Pat Blakeney Edwards will be waiting in the pit lane, and the gap is coming down. 21 minutes, 3.5 seconds. Those are the maths. And Chris Ward, new to this car, needs to find a little bit more pace if he's going to hold off Nigel Greensell. If there was 5 minutes and 3 seconds, it would be an awful lot easier task. But Alistair Douglas, 21 minutes or 20 minutes or so, that's going to give them, what, another 7 or 8 laps probably, and Nigel is closing it at a second a lap, so he will be with him with plenty of time to try and get by.
Yeah, Chris Ward, though, a very, very experienced driver. I think Patrick Blakeney Edwards described him as one of the best historic race drivers, and that's certainly true. He's very good indeed, as is Nigel Greensell, of course. So we've got two really top drivers here in these historic cars who know how to get the most out of them. Just make sure the brakes stay working, and also keep the tyres in the car, as Chris Ward sets the fastest lap of the race with a 2:29.3, and our final pit caller has come in. I think, no, we've got one more to go, but the leading car number 11, which took over the lead, has come into the pits. So that's to hand over to Patrick Blakeney Edwards.
Only Duncan Wiltshire and Amanda Stretton have yet to swap seats. Not sure who started that one, actually. But there is Pat Blakeney Edwards getting into the classic E-Type Jag with that fabulous dashboard in front. There's nothing not to like about an E-Type, particularly a fixed head coupe. I think we're in synchronicity there. That's the shape I like most, and I think you agree on that. But there's no E-Type that I think, oh no, I'd never give that house room. I'd definitely own any E-Type.
And it's Freddie Wiltshire, actually, Duncan's son, who is sharing with Amanda Stretton, and it was Freddie that started. That's car number 25, the Triumph TR4.
And with a proud historic racing heritage. Her dad was a historic racer as well, had a P3 Alpha, which he used to race here at Silverstone when I was first starting watching, and he used to tow his caravan here and remove the spare tyres from the A-frame bracket with the tow hook, but didn't take the tow bar off. So he used to race his Grand Prix Alpha, having towed his caravan here with the tow bar and the spare wheel frame still on the back of the car. And where once it might have been Alfa Romeo Racing Red, it had so much castor oil in the paint. It was almost black. So yeah, that was my kind of early indication of what proper historic racing was all about, and it's got the same kind of feel here. Nigel with the front wheel dangling in the air as these cars, firm front, soft rear, that's what you want in an old-fashioned front-wheel drive, front-engine rear-wheel drive car, and this TR4 will be just the same.
It's Freddie Wiltshire handing over to Amanda Stretton, the last car that was due into the pits.
Go on then, Spangley. Proud owner of a Fiat 500, not a modern one, a historic one. Loves her old cars, loves her modern cars. And an early TR4, the pre-IRS TR4A model, and on a Coventry reg as well, so appropriate as well. Standard Triumph also built in Coventry.
The two leading Cobras now trading fastest laps. It was Chris Ward who set a 2:29.3, and now Nigel Greensaw has set a 2:29.1, and the gap between them 2.2 seconds. It's very clear on screen if you're watching the live stream, either on one of our big screens or at home. It's very clear that the all-red Cobra is closing in, but only 17 minutes remaining. And well, that's perfect, isn't it? Nigel Greensaw, we can see through the side of the car, working away at the steering wheel, soaring at the steering wheel, trying to keep the car pointing in approximately the direction he wants it to go. And if it's not quite where he wants it, he just puts a bit more power on.
Well, he was great in qualifying. We spoke to him and he said, well, this is a strange thing. It's got what's known as a steering box. And he said, I think what that means is that you put steering in, and at some stage the box puts steering out, but it's not necessarily in direct relationship to what you put in. So it's a sort of, he sees it as a randomizer. He said, you'll put a bit of steering in, and then eventually the car will see and go, oh no, much too much, and you'll try and take some off, and eventually the car will respond. But as you said, trading fastest laps, and I think some of that has been affected by where they've caught traffic, because they are very close in terms of pace. But Nigel was 1.4 seconds quicker on the last lap, and that's what sized the gap. It was 2.2, it is no longer 2.2 seconds, it is more like a second and a half. And the last 16, 17 minutes of this race are going to be very good fun for them. 61, we're looking at the big Heeley of Doug Muirhead and Jeremy Welch. Jeremy Welch, another ace Heeley preparation expert, has spent a lot of his life working on big Heeleys.
That one looks like it's done a lot of events. And there's Martin Melling in his own car, the number 55 E-Type that was a front runner towards the beginning of the race. Third place is still John Pearson, took over from brother Gary a couple of laps ago, car number 23. And then it's the number 59, Richard Cook, Cobra. So Cobra's 1, 2 and 4.
And there is the Turner, only one of those in the field. Looks not unlike an early MG Midget Austin Healey Sprite, but built by Turner.
Jan Magnussen in that now.
Jan Magnussen is driving that, indeed, the Super Dane. Didn't get a chance to qualify it. It sort of decided to stop a little bit early in proceedings, so I'm not sure how many miles he's actually done in the Turner. This might be his total driving experience of the car, as far as we're aware. Nigel Greensaw, by the way, last time round, 2:29.0 compared to 2:30.8, so found another 1.8 seconds on Chris Ward. The car's owner, Morten, I'm going to say Morten Mortensen, I don't mean that, I mean Nikolai Mortensen. The car stopped just outside the wing, and he was under the bonnet trying to get it to go again. I don't think it wanted to. Meanwhile, back with our leaders, Greensaw now right with Ward. This is first and second. Nigel Greensaw catching with a big head of steam. And in historic racing, as in modern racing, if you're coming fast, you need to get by. Otherwise, you'll be slowed down to the speed of the car in front. And in equal machinery, and they are pretty equal, it's going to be hard to make a difference. The problem is, Chris Ward knows what he's about, and so does Nigel. You can see Nigel looking to the inside there, into the beginning of the Beckett's S's. That's not happening, so now he's got to keep the pressure on, try and force a mistake out of Chris Ward, out of the Chapel Curve, onto the Hanger Straight. He'll be in the tow, and boy, does a Cobra need an aerodynamic aid or two, because these things are fairly bluff, upright cars. Can't make it through. The body's originally built at AC Cars in Thames Ditton. It was the 6-cylinder Bristol-engined AC Ace. And then, when Carroll Shelby decided to shoehorn in a big Ford V8, it took on a whole new life, the evil twin, if you like. And now trouble for Chris Ward. They're catching the pretty little Sunbeam Alpine. He's trying to tighten the line and get on the gas. Managed to hold the slide. Greensall squeezes through as well. Poor Alpine driver can do nothing but run out wide and follow his own line as they get through. 13 minutes to go. Nigel Greensall is there with Chris Ward. But is he going to be able to get by? This should be an epic finish to the race.
Yes, despite that lap previously from Nigel Greensall, close on 1.5 seconds lap, it's able to close in, but now Chris Ward is positioning his Cobra in exactly the right place to avoid a chance of Nigel Greensall slipping through. Chris Ward hitting every apex, a little bit wide there on the Aintree onto the Wellington Straight. Maybe half a chance now for Nigel Greensall as they go down into Brooklands. Will Nigel dive out? Yes, he does. Dives out on the brakes, goes to the inside. That doesn't mean he'll get the place, though, because Chris Ward now has the inside for Luffield, and that's exactly what happens. Chris Ward stays on that inside line, gets back into the lead as they go through Luffield. Now Nigel Greensall has to do it all over again on the run down to Copse Corner.
Titanic battle for the lead here in the BRDC, in the historic Tourist Trophy for the Royal Automobile Club. And Nigel Greensall and race leader Chris Ward in their pair of red Cobras at it hammer and tongs. Not sure how many times Chris Ward and Nigel Greensall have raced each other, but they recognise a well-driven car when they see one. Some great respect between the two. An absolutely full tilt, right on the limit of adhesion, and yet as clean as a whisker, giving each other survival room. If they try and make a move, they will try and make it cleanly, because neither of them want to damage the cars that they have been asked to drive. Here they come, traffic in front, the White Lotus Elite, the dark E-Type. Chris Ward looked to go around the outside onto the racing line into Stowe. Here's a chance for Greensall. Chris Ward offline as he gets onto the brakes, and Greensall can tighten the line on the exit. He's going to try and drive his way through into the lead, into the Vale. They're side by side. Greensall gets his nose in front for the first time, turns in at the exit of the Vale, and Chris Ward just couldn't hold the speed. And that might be the decisive move. Chris Ward's car seems to be sliding around a lot more than Nigel Greensall's, and whether that's the newness of the car or new to the team and maybe not as sharp a setup or not, hard to tell, but Nigel Greensall has grabbed the lead with 10 minutes to go.
This is wonderful, wonderful racing from these two drivers in cars that they've been asked, as you mentioned, asked to drive, but they're showing such respect to the cars, the owners, and of course all the other racing drivers out there, giving them room. They're not just barging their way through, and in fact it was Chris Ward's move on a slower car that lost him the lead effectively, because he couldn't get around the outside on the racing line. And Chris getting wider and wider, isn't he? I wonder whether he just has a slight handling issue now, perhaps the tyres starting to go off a little bit.
I'm sure that the big power of the Cobras and the sideways motoring is affecting the tyres. They go by the Keith Lucas family XK150 Jag, but Nigel got through cleanly. Chris Ward is still with him. Nigel's last lap, 2:28.7, with a 2:30.5 for Chris Ward. So as the Jag uses a little bit of Herbert's Trench on the exit of Luffield, Nigel Greensall is starting potentially just to creep away a little, but it only needs one false move in traffic and suddenly Chris Ward will be on him.
And through Copse they go. Chris a little bit wide again, working away hard at the wheel as they come up on a Lotus Elite in classic green and yellow striped colours of the Lotus team. And through Beckett's they go. Now this is probably going to advantage Chris, because Nigel is slightly held up behind the Elite. The Elite, just how quick the Elite is through the corners.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tiny little engine. It's less than a quarter of the size of the Cobra, but was quicker through the Beckett's S's.
Yeah.
Now out onto the Hangar Straight.
Carl Tilley in the Lotus, 1,220 cc's, so giving away 3 whole litres of capacity to the Cobras, and yet just whistled away from the superbly driven car of Nigel Greensall in the twisty stuff. Of course, on the wide open expanses of the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, there ain't no substitute for cubes, but yeah, Chris Ward has run out of tyre, and the problem is with these treaded historic racing tyres, the more he slides because the tyres are overheating, the more the tyres are overheating, so the more he slides, so the more the tyres are overheating. It is a vicious spiral, and unfortunately, to try and keep the pace up, he can't keep the car straight. It will get more and more sideways. Vigorously waved yellows. Somebody has gone off in front. And have they recovered? Looks as though they might have. No, yellow flags are still out. Ah, okay, so that's one of our Healey's.
Looks like a mechanical failure.
Yeah,
for Healey,
being pushed away by the marshals, so it hasn't lost a wheel at least, unlike the Morley's Bentley there, so it looks like it's just come to a grinding halt, a little bit in harm's way. There it is, car number 3, and that is the car of Robert Jennings and Henry Chart, who was so impressive until his 1600 Motors Formula 2 car probably lapsed onto 3, I would think. But that 1959 Mark 1 Healey 3000 just being pushed away. Imagine Henry Chart's probably in the car at the moment, because having finished the Formula 2 race, it was probably always down to Robert Jennings to start it. So Henry's had a second car pack up in him in 2 consecutive races.
A great ruck of traffic now for the leaders to try and make their way through. Is this a chance for Chris Ward to close in on Nigel Greensall? Both of them will be very, very good at getting through traffic. They'll be planning the move through the slower cars, probably 2 or 3 corners ahead, looking for an opportunity to get by with the least time lost. And there, Chris Ward taking a slightly different line into Beckett's, but once he's past the Austin Healey, straight back on the racing line again. But look at all these cars that they're catching up. There's the E-Type, number 7 E-Type of Richard Mines just ahead of them.
And here come our leaders in the red Cobras. You're absolutely right, absolutely massive ruck of cars. Big Healey going by Lotus, and the Cobra going by that. Aston Martin DB4 Zagato behind, not DB4 GT, not quite able to keep up the pace of the little nimble Lotus in front of it either, despite all of its horsepower advantage. And catching another of the big Healeys. Comes our race leader, Nigel Greensall. And of course, the more you race, whatever it is that you're racing, the better you are in traffic, the more experience you've got. And Nigel, racing almost every weekend across the world in a variety of different cars, certainly has plenty of that. Chris Ward, perhaps not quite ring rusty, but maybe not with as many miles under his belt this season as Nigel has. He goes by the Sebring Sprite, so does a big Healey, and Chris Ward catching that clump of traffic just when there is nowhere to go through, and he's still stuck behind them. That traffic fell very well for Nigel Greensall. That was luck rather than judgment, but he still picked his way through them in the right place. If he'd hesitated, he too would have been lost, and Chris Ward would have been all over him. But that is going to open up the margin. It was 1.8 seconds, and Chris Ward is still not past that Healey. Here comes the Turner with the TR4 behind. So the Turner has moved up a spot. That is our husband and wife combination. Oh no, beg your pardon, the Turner's not. Nikolai Mortensen and Jan Magnussen.
It's the Dane train.
I'd like to see Jan Magnussen in a Cobra.
Well, that's
trying to think now whether he's raced one in the revival at Goodwood. He's had a few revival outings.
Remarkably, the pairing of Mortensen and Magnussen have got that up to 11th place.
Wow.
A Turner GT should not be in the top 11 of a big banger race like this at Silverstone. But good driving from these two, and they'd had hardly any qualifying time because the Mortensen actually broke at the very beginning. Into the pits comes Nigel Greensall.
Ah.
So a problem, a technical issue for the red Cobra number 300. team walking towards the car.
Well, that's a real shame for the end of the race. That means that Chris Ward inherits the lead, and he has 45 seconds over the Pearson's E-Type. Well, Nigel debriefing, but something fairly fundamental. You're absolutely right, by the way, about the Turner. Currently in, what did we say? Was 11th, now going to be 10th. And that car started just 26th in our field of 35 cars. Now, of course, if Jan Magnussen had a chance to qualify, and if in fact they'd had more than a couple of laps, it might have qualified a little higher, but nevertheless, having a great race. And again, it is only a 1400cc car, so it's not exactly matching on a par with the E-Types, the big Healey's, and everything else around it. But here is our race leader then, Chris Ward. And the car started by Gregor Fiskin, the car that started on the outside of the front row of the grid. John Spears and Nigel Greensal's tilt for victory in the 300 Cobra has, I'm afraid, come to naught. There's Nigel's partner offering him a little bit of commiseratory hug. You can see how lovely and sunny it is here at Silverstone in mid-August. She's got a hood up on her parka. So, there you go. Sometimes you win, in Nigel's case, quite frequently, but such too is motor racing. Sometimes you don't. He's recently bought a Radical, which he's using for training drivers at high speed. So it's not just about helping drivers and owners get quicker in their own race cars, using that as a race tool as well for driver tuition. It's one of the ways that drivers have a long and storied career in racing cars, either in modern or in historic racing, is by encouraging owner drivers to, well, who are already partaking, but by encouraging them and helping them get quicker and quicker.
And we've got a good battle for second place, which we'll try and pick up on our screens for you, with the John Pearson car now only a second across the line last time, but they're further round the lap now, so it could even have closed, because the last lap for Richard Cook was considerably quicker than John Pearson.
Yeah, so you're looking for the white E-Type with the black roof, chasing down, I beg your pardon, the white Cobra with the black roof, chasing down the white E-Type. So 23 is John Pearson, and 59 the white Cobra of Richard Cook. Well, 1 minute and 19 on the clock. This is going to be close-ish, but we should get one more out of this. Cut 7 coming down towards us. That's Richard Mine's grey E-Type with the blue nose. That car no longer carrying the Cut 7 registration. It's a car that has carried that number in the past. As we spoke about in qualifying, Cut 7, it's a number plate. It moved with the owner from car to car, so there are several Cut 7s. And it's not been unknown for more than one Cut 7 to appear in a single race. Seen that a couple of times at Goodwood, but there is Richard Mines. And here is our battle for second place. The two white cars now on the hanger straight. The white E with the black roof and the white Cobra with the black roof. John Pearson ahead of Richard Cook. And this will be the last lap for the leader. Chris Ward crosses the line with just under a quarter of a minute to go. Over a quarter of a minute to go. So these guys have one more lap. And as you said, Richard Cook reeling in John Pearson. 2:32.6 last time round to 2:34.5 of the E-Type. So the Cobra very nearly 2 seconds quicker on the last lap. And the gap has come down from a second to about just 9/10 of a second. I was going to say a little over half of that, but he's in striking distance. And again, it does depend where the E-Type and the Cobra catch the traffic, Alistair Douglas, as to who's going to come out on top of this.
Very much so, yes, and it's E-Type on E-Type being lapped, but the number 18 E-Type, the hard top there, you can see keeping well out of the way, and actually that's advantage John Pearson. Richard Cook goes through on the inside. We've got well, that's one of our Healey's.
Healey stopped just in front, just at the halfway down the hanger straight, in fact. It's not on the Wellington straight, is it? Or is it on the Wellington straight? No, there's no yellow flags there, so it's clean to go. They go by the E-Type of John Clark. They go by the Triumph TR4 as well. That's the Freddie Wiltshire and Amanda Stretton car. She stays on the racing line. She doesn't know if they're the leaders, but she knows they're coming quick.
And that's a place change for second overall on the very last lap of the race, with Richard Cook going through, unless John Pearson can get back at him on the run to Copse, perhaps.
And again, Richard Cook with the same tyre issues that we saw from Chris Ward in the red Cobra. He's used them all up, or they have, he's used them all up himself, so he's only got himself to blame. And John and Gary Pearson's E-Type now in third place. There is the race leader. Go ahead of me, go ahead of me. Okay, not quite sure why Chris Ward is waving everybody by. Maybe because he doesn't necessarily have to pass them, but I would have thought with the speed on the hanger straight that the Cobra has, he would have wanted to. Whatever, the checkered flag awaits. Time has run out. Started by Gregor Fiskin from the outside of the front row of the grid. Chris Ward took the car over in the lead, and having lost the lead to Nigel Greensall, brings it back to take victory. It is a Cobra that wins. Cobra's dominated qualifying at 1-2, and it is a Cobra victory, and it will be very likely Cobra 1-2 in the race, because there is Richard Cook. He started in 5th place after qualifying in the white Cobra with the black hardtop. But Richard Cook, having passed the Pearson's Jag on the final lap, will complete that lap in 2nd place. Pearson's qualified in 4th, just ahead of the Cobra. But that last lap pass, Richard Cook had just enough tyre left to get it done. And he takes 2nd, ahead of the E-Type in 3rd. So that is your podium. Gregor Fistin, Chris Ward, Richard Cook, and then Gary and John Pearson. Gary and John, there you are. Applause from the two drivers to each other. A big congratulatory round of applause from Gary Pearson there to Richard Cook for a clean pass, well made. And this is the 5th place car of Jason Spooner. Because the Minshaw's E-Type came across the road in front of 7-11, and then the Peterkin Blakeney Edwards car in 6th position. So Howard Spooner, where's my head this morning? Race winner is Chris Ward. The car started by Gregor Fiskin. Richard Cook finishing in 2nd. Gary and John Pearson 3rd. All Minshaw E-Type, Jack and Guy finishing in 4th, ahead of Howard Spooner. And let's catch up with Bryn Lucas. He is down with our long-time leader, Nigel Greensall. Let's see what happened to the 300 Cobra.
Well, Nigel, it's a shame to see you in the pits here. What can you tell us? What's happened?
Oh, unfortunately, we just lost fuel pressure, so that was it. You know, it just conked out. So, but what a great race up to that point. It was fantastic. Great dicing with Chris. You know, it's always great when you're dicing with a friend out on the track and having lots of fun. And John had driven a brilliant stint early on, dicing with Gregor, and I think was it John Pearson that was in the E-Type, or Gary, probably Gary. So yeah, we've had a fantastic race. You know, it's been brilliant, but unfortunate for the guys. They worked so hard, and the car was fantastic, as you could see.
It looked amazing out there. Some drifting for us too. Well done. It's a shame you didn't make it to the end.
Another day, but we're having fun. Thank you.
Well, there you go. It's not always your day. Lurking in the background there, ARM, Andrew Marriott, who has been patrolling the pit lane here at Silverstone since long before it looked like that. But there is Chris Ward on the podium in the Formula 2, in the 500, and again at the top step of the podium here. So again, one of the most experienced historic race drivers, gun for hire in the business, and did a cracking job holding off Nigel Greensall. And, you know, as ever, ebullient after a race like that, Nigel. I'm sure Chris Ward will be just as bubbling over with excitement. I don't think you can be bored driving a Cobra. Let's hear from him and Bryn Lucas.
Well, Chris, you've done it Again, it's great to see you out here. A great performance as well. Maybe the gods were shining down on you as well, particularly with the retirement earlier on.
Yeah, for sure. It was exciting to start with, but Nigel, to be fair, had the better of us. I was tended to sort of start to overdrive a little bit. I got a little bit too much heat into the tyres, so the car was slip sliding about. But first time the car's out, all credit to Richard and RW Racing Services. It's never been on track before today, apart from a test day. So straight out of the box, really good. But really unfortunate that Nigel had his problem. It would have been nice to try and tag on to the back. I think that's the best I could have hoped for. But what a great result for the team, for the car, and for Gregor as well, who owns the car.
It certainly is. Gregor, come in. Let's have a word with you as well, because you must be pleased with your performance as well, because it was
Chris's performance really. But Chris and Nigel, great TV, really close racing. First time out in the car, you did a great job out there.
Great. Thank you very much.
Really good job.
Top step, well done.
Thank you very much. How are your arms? All right. Yeah.
Yeah, not forearm pump from motocross, but bicep pump from AC Cobra Racing. Well, Gregor Fiskin always underplays his part in the pudding, but he did absolutely as well in his stint as Chris Ward did in his. Richard Cook took second, so it's a Cobra 1-2 with the Pearson family E-Type in third, ahead of the Minshaw family E-Type, the E-Type of Howard Spooner, the Peterkin Blakeney Edwards E-Type, and then the Austin Healey's ahead of the Morton and Magnuson Turner, which finished in 9th place, having got ahead of Bruce Montgomery's Big Healey. Well, that's a car that we'll have to look out for if Nikolai Mortensen brings it back next year with Jan Magnussen in. That's going to be a highly entertaining car, and I'm sure he would love to get an entry as well for the revival at Goodwood. That car going really well. Richard Mines in his familiar E-Type Jag, and Carl Tilley we saw in his Lotus Elite in a little clump of Lotuses. All going well here, but giving away so much capacity to the big cars. A couple of cars not quite making it through to the end of the race, but always good to see such glorious historic machines, and on a nice, clear, dry Silverstone track, all that they could have hoped for. Right from the start, the Cobras took up the front running ahead of a clutch of E-Types. Gregor Fiskin squeezing in front of John Spears and leaving John to have a little off-track moment and deal with Gary Pearson's fast starting E-Type. He broke away from the E-Type pack, leaving the battle behind to the Minshaw family. There was a lot of inter-Nissan rivalry among the big Healeys. Mistake from 55's Jason Minshaw allowed Jack back into the top 3, but it was still all about the Cobras up to the pit stops. Then post-pit stops, Chris Ward, as he said, just slightly overheating the rear tyres, losing out a long battle to Nigel Greensall, who in turn lost out to fuel pressure. Chris Ward back to the top of the pile, and on the very last lap, down the straight into Brooklands, the Cobra going by for second place. Richard Cook just snatching it away from John Pearson, who gave him a round of applause across the line for a move well made. But victory going first time out to the Cobra of Gregor Fiskin and Chris Ward. Well, don't forget that there is lots going on around the track here. Behind the wing, if you're that area of the track, either now or at lunchtime or this afternoon, is the world's biggest collection ever of cars, bikes and karts associated with the late Ayrton Senna. More than 30 vehicles down there on display, and we will see some out on track as well. Among the cars, the first car he ever drove in a Grand Prix, where he made his debut in the Brazilian Grand Prix in 1984 for Tolman. That car we're hoping to see demonstrated. I can hear Terry Grant is busy. All of that screeching and scratching, that's Terry Grant's stunt show. That's in action. We got the funfair there as well. And here we are. We were hoping to see them out yesterday. Bruno Senna was here to drive the Tolman, but the rain prevented it because they didn't have wet weather tyres for the car. But here we've got the 1984 Tolman Hart TG183B chassis number 5. That's the red and white and blue car. We saw Ted Tolman's March racing in the Formula 2 race. Tolman took his team and drivers from Formula 2 into Formula 1. They built their own cars. They had the engines from a tuner Brian Hart, 4-cylinder turbo engine, and with that car number 19, Ayrton Senna began his Grand Prix career at home in Brazil, not at his home circuit at Interlagos. The Brazilian Grand Prix was in Rio de Janeiro, but that's the car with which he made his debut, and alongside period Lotus mechanic Chris Dinage, now owns Lotus 97T chassis number 2. And that JPS Lotus, with its 800 horsepower Renault V6 turbo, is the car with which Senna won his first ever Grand Prix. He'd nearly done it in a Toleman in Monaco in 1984. In the streaming wet weather, Alain Prost was just ahead of him. He was closing hand over fist. Stefan Beloff in the Tyrrell was closing on him, and had the race not been red flagged, it might have been his first win. But his first win did come in the rain, in driving, stormy conditions on the Portuguese coast at Estoril in the 1985 Portuguese Grand Prix. And that car in the demonstration as well, but being shown here on track. So the very first car he raced in a Grand Prix, and the very car in which he won his first Formula One race as well. Of course, the Toleman was not the first Formula One car that Senna drove. He tested for Williams at Donington Park in May of 1983, when he was still battling Martin Brundle for the British F3 Championship title, and then tested later in the year for Toleman. Williams didn't get his name on a contract. Ted Toleman and team manager Alex Hawkridge and Chris Whitty wasted no time at all in getting his signature, and Senna was all too happy to make his debut in the TG184B. So that's the updated version of the 1983 car, the General Belgrano, with that really distinctive nose. The Belgrano originally had nose wing mounted front radiators, as well as that sort of double tiered rear wing, and the 4-cylinder turbo engine from Brian Hart punched above its weight, the car, particularly when traction limited the power of the other turbos. And then he was snapped up by Lotus. Peter Waugh was the team manager in 1985 after the death of Colin Chapman, and Senna, the dominant force in the Lotus team, drove them on to greater and greater things. And in that Renault turbo, 800 horsepower turbo 1.5 litre V6, he claimed victory in a stunning display of wet weather driving in Estoril. Wasn't the quickest car in qualifying, it was always spectacular in Senna's hands. If you watch period video of Senna qualifying these Lotus Renaults, then it was rarely, if ever, straight. And of course, in those days, no flappy paddles, H-pattern gearbox, so the left hand on the wheel, the right hand rarely on the wheel. And that car, the exact car you're looking at now, the car in which he won his very first Grand Prix nearly 40 years ago. His first and only win in Formula One at Silverstone came in 1988 on the road to the first of his 3 World Championships. And in the display as well is the McLaren in which he raced the shortest distance of any car, just 400 metres from the start line to turn 1 in Suzuka, in the infamous clash with Alain Prost, in which he won his World Championship title. Great to see these cars out on track, and you can see that the car's just starting to pick up a little speed now, Chris Dinage. You can tell when they're really not on full chat, because you don't get that big puff of unburnt fuel coming out of the exhausts on the overrun between gears as you do when they're being driven in anger. But these cars have been on display all week, all weekend, and Bruno Senna, as I said, was here yesterday and was really looking forward to the opportunity to drive the Toleman, something with which he's not had an encounter before. And those of you who watched the build-up to the British Grand Prix on Sky will have seen Pierre Gasly driving that Toleman and just smiling like a Cheshire cat in his day spent here at Silverstone with the car. And although he only won the British Grand Prix once, Senna did win more races in his career at Silverstone than at any other circuit. And that's predominantly because he won 6 Formula 3 encounters here. So 7 wins at Silverstone, 6 in Monaco. Didn't win in F3, didn't race in F3 in Monaco. He won all 6 Monaco races in F1 cars. Couldn't, should have been more, of course. Leading comfortably in the McLaren, binned at Portier and walked off in a state of high dudgeon back to his apartment. Didn't talk to anybody for a couple of days until he'd talked himself around again after making a, for him, apocalyptic mistake. A home-built kart, started his motor racing career. There are 3 different karts here, including the kart that he raced as a works driver with Terry Fullerton. Terry Fullerton, the British driver. He raced in the DAP World Racing Team in 1979, and he often said that he learned more from Terry Fullerton than from any other driver, and he saw more of a challenge in Terry Fullerton than almost any other driver he ever came up against. The British driver was a bit of a demon in karts, and I'm sure he recognised something very special in the young Ayrton Senna da Silva. Raced in karts in Europe in 1979, and then came to England in single-seaters, racing in Formula Ford 1600 for Van Diemen, or in a Van Diemen, in 1981. At that stage, there were 2 British championships, the RAC Formula Ford 1600 Championship and the Townsend Torreson Formula Ford 1600 Championship. He won both titles with Van Diemen, but it was a close-run thing whether or not he came back to the UK, and it was Russian Green Racing, Dennis Russian rather, and Keith Green, but particularly Dennis Russian, who persuaded him to come back and race in Formula Ford 2000 Europe, won the British and European championships, and he took pole, fastest lap and victory in all 3 rounds at Silverstone in FF 2000 before moving up in 1983 to Formula 3 with Dick Bennetts in West Surrey Racing. He and Martin Brundle were absolutely the dominant forces, both mounted in Rolt RT3s with Toyota Nova Motor Power, and they had won 12 of the 20 races. 6 of those wins coming here at Silverstone. Tested for Williams at Donington Park in July of that season, and in his 40-lap run went quicker than the benchmark set by the then world champion Keke Rosberg, and made his, after his test debut with Tolman in Silverstone here in 1983. So this, well, not actually this chassis, but a Tolman 183 rather than a 183B. It was a 183B chassis number 4 that he tested in 1983, and then made his debut in 1984 in Brazil in this car, chassis number 5. So the Lotus Renault that you just saw as well, that was 97T chassis number 2, the car with which he won in Estoril. There's a couple of rally cars in the display as well. Ford Sierra Cosworth, owned by Phil Collins, the Welsh rally school owner. Russ and Bolgin did a feature for Car and Car Conversions, took Senna to drive rally cars there, had a Vauxhall Nova, had the Peter Collins, Phil Price, the rally school. So took the Sierra Cosworth and an MG Metro 6R4 as well, which he absolutely loved to bits. More power, 4-wheel drive, of course he loved it to bits. Then went racing for McLaren. So his 1988 MP44 was there. Car, the season, of course, in which McLaren won 15 of the 16 races. 1989 MP45. 2 Honda NSXs that he owned and drove here in Europe. Of course, he helped Honda with the development of those cars. And a whole host of McLaren Hondas. Ducati Sennas as well that he was involved with. He was a passionate Ducati fan. And 2 more recent McLaren Sennas, designed by McLaren Cars and named after the great man. So all of those cars, and if you go to the museum, you'll see his niece Lalani Senna's bust of Ayrton in more manageable size than the 30-foot high one which has been installed in Interlagos. Well, it is time for a break in our racing on-track proceedings, but let's pick up our on-track parades now with Gary Champion.
Yeah, thanks very much, Martin. We are here in our, actually, in a slightly different place today, to be honest. And, we are just over here at the Escapade today, to be honest. And I can introduce Rob to the proceedings. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm all right, thanks. Looking forward to the track parade to come out. So various track parades that we've got today. So we should be seeing the Golf Owners Club, Mark 1 Owners Club, the MR2 Drivers Club, and also the Mercedes-Benz Club as well. We were hoping that some of our programme will come to you from the Escapade today, because we were over there this morning having a little look-see, and really nice.
Nice breakfast.
No, we didn't stop for breakfast. We just had a coffee, to be honest.
Okay.
But
very healthy.
Very nice. They've got a lovely clubhouse over there, and just while we're waiting for the track parades to come out, very nice clubhouse. So downstairs, swimming pool, gym, sauna, and a treatment room as well. And then the middle floor is the bar area and the restaurant, very nice, very swish. And then the top floor is this amazing terrace that is overlooks the circuit and just amazing.
Yeah, so what is the view like? 'Cause it's Beckett's Maggots complex thing. Can you also see from the other side of the track there? Because I've not had a chance to have a look yet, but it does look brilliant.
Yeah, I mean it's just amazing. And then we went into one of the houses. And that was pretty special, really. So the houses are sort of turned into apartments, and we were in this apartment which was 4 bedrooms. And it didn't occur to me that on one side of the wall was a television, on the other side of the wall was a television, there was a sofa and a rug in the middle. And then I looked at the kitchen and thought, that's symmetrical, it's weird. Am I like looking at a mirror and there was a microwave one side and a microwave the other? And then they explained, so Rupert Spurgeon, who's the general manager, then explained to us that down the middle there is a divider that they put in. And they put this divider in and it splits it. So you then end up with two bedroom apartments.
That's brilliant, because then you can increase demand, increase the amount of people that can come and use it, and versatility, so you can use it for some of the big meetings.
Yeah, so
club
they're
meetings.
talking about, for the Grand Prix, 800 people being accommodated.
Wow.
In the houses, with guests, etc. And, I mean, the view, honestly, Rob, the view from the clubhouse and so on is just amazing. And you see them come in and around the corners. And
yeah, I think that view from Copse, going right the way through from Copse to Beckett's and things, you've got a
and
brilliant...
straight down Hanger Straight, you see all of that as well.
Yeah, it's one of the best views here at Silverstone, and obviously being an old airfield, it's very flat, so anything elevated really does enhance that. So it must be brilliant.
So you would see plenty, of course, on track. We end up with the last race of the day, which is just after 6 o'clock tonight, the International Trophy for classic GT cars. We then move into the music, of course, on the stage. Ollie Murs being the big name tonight, who is on just after 8 o'clock. So make sure that you end up your weekend over at the big stage with Ollie Murs. And straight after the track parades, we get into the rest of the afternoon and some great racing that we've got for you this afternoon, including, and I know Rob is looking forward to this, the modern F1 demonstration, which is just after 3 o'clock. But 14:25 is race 16 of the weekend. That's the Masters Racing Legends. So these are the Formula One cars, the 66 to 85 F1 cars. We've got the Endurance Legends this afternoon. We'll have the pre-66 Grand Prix cars. And then we've got the pure Michigan, or is that Michigan, Mustang Celebration Trophy. And then, as I say, the International Trophy that ends up our day when we get to the end. But cars beginning to come out on track. And actually, Rob, this is the first time we've had any lunch demonstration, sadly, because we lost out on the first day because there was an oil slick.
Yeah,
we lost out yesterday because there was a rain slick. And thankfully, we don't have trouble with a wind or a sun slick today, so we should be good. And if you're looking at a screen, let me just remind you of the Foodie Fest timetable as well. The tasting masterclass with Chili Bobs. Dean Edwards is the star of the stage in the Silverstone Kitchen Live right now, if you want to get over there. The testing tent, or the tasting tent, not the testing tent, the tasting tent, that's a masterclass with Warner's Distillery is at 2:30, and Dean will be back on the stage again in the kitchen doing his thing around about 3:30. Paul and Willow Lees are also on that stage in the Silverstone Kitchen Live, and they're there at 4:30. And where that is, it's a very large marquee right in the middle of the Silverstone village, the village as we call, rather than, you know, come out of the circuit, village turn right, turn left. So it's a village corner, yes. And right next to that is the Diddley Squat farm shot, of course. Now, if you are over by the big stage, Northampton Sings Out. They are Britain's Got Talent finalists. They are amazing. So go and see them around about 1:45. Mike and Elvis Car Clinics, they've been very popular over on the big stage. We've got one of those at 2:05, another one at 4:45. There's a prize pit stop. What does that mean? Well, basically everything on the stage stops. They play games, all kinds of things. There's a festival faces where you guess the face. So it starts with the eyes. The eyes have it, and then it opens up slowly, and you get kind of the longer it takes to open up, the clock, so to speak, the points clock ticks down, and then we lose out as it goes by. Now, I'm not sure whether we can we'll risk things to see whether we can actually hear from the MR2 Drivers Club. And the answer to that is a resounding no, we can't. So we won't hear from them then. So your hard work, I'm afraid,
all of those, well, I got some good steps in talking to all of these clubs, but it does mean that as we see some of the cars on track, we can give a little bit of baby. So we've got our parade on track. It looks like we're being led round by some Series 1 and Series 2 Land Rovers there, and then Porsches. They were a group that I spoke to yesterday, and the Porsche Club celebrating a lot of different activities. You got the Mustangs there. We've got a Mustang race this afternoon, and their club very, very enthusiastic in all that's going on. But then we've got, and
then I was about to play the interview, which we can't seem to play out, sadly, with the MR2 guys. So.
Yeah. So the MR2 are celebrating all three series of the MR2 here at Silverstone. They have got some of the cleanest collection of the little two-seater sports cars. And I spoke to a couple of people when I was over there. Again, as ever, very, very enthusiastic. The MR2, can you believe it, is 40 years old. 40 years old. And the club started life in 1990, and it looks after all three iterations of the MR2 that you can see if you're near a screen on track now. Right the way through. And if you're interested in going and buying one of these, and I used the phrase the other day, they are kind of down the more affordable range of some of the sports and classic cars that we've got here at Silverstone this weekend. And those MR2s, go over and talk to the club guys there. They are so enthusiastic, but they'll also give you pointers about buying, where to get spares, all of those kind of things. And that's really what the festival does bring for these car clubs, to try and increase their membership. But MR2s, they're really pleased. 40 years old. It was one of those things I couldn't believe they were 40 years old, those cars.
Well, I was talking yesterday to a guy from the... he's bought his Honda S2000 here, and he said he doesn't normally go to these sort of meetings, he doesn't go to these kind of gatherings, but he has done this weekend. It's kind of almost the first one he's been to, and he said it was really useful because there's a few little things with his car that he's got little foibles on it, a few issues and so on, and he said the advice that he's had from other owners, he said, has been phenomenal. It's been really helpful. And he's actually got a place, I don't know what the problem is, but he's got a problem with one of the cars, and he's having it sorted next week. So that's pretty cool. We did just start to see there, Rob, the Lancia Stratos.
I'm so pleased you mentioned
But,
this.
of course, there's a lot of Stratos. So are they Stratoses or are they Strati?
I would assume they'd be Strati, but then you see so few of them because there was only 497 of them ever made.
Of course there was.
They were meant to make 500 for the run to make them homologated for rallying when it was at its most crazy in that Group B era. 50 years old, that car.
Yeah,
50 years old. 1974 they started, and it's great. I think I've seen a few of them about, but I've never seen. I think we're almost into double figures for them on track, and we can see them right past us now, and a lot of them in those retro rally era looking. They just look brilliant. They were really tough to drive. You hear from classic drivers like people like Didier Auriol saying they were really, really quite complex, and of course they were all handmade. So each chassis had its own quirk and tweaks, and quite a challenging car to drive. Short wheelbase, big V6 engine.
Can I just say, quite a challenging car to co-drive as well, because there's no space to put anything. And back in the days when you had a co-driver in it, you needed maps, books, etc. Okay, there were pace notes, but you also backed it up with maps and so on. So it was really quite tight, and there was nowhere to sort of put your your helmet, that kind of things. Your sort of helmet was like on the floor between your knees.
And they had a height restriction for the drivers and co-drivers then, because the doors kind of close in with the helmet on when you're all in there. It was a really, really tight
and then we are talking of
S2000s.
There they are.
Yeah.
So the two guys I was talking to have got a white S2000, and they've got a great registration number for it as well. So who knows, they might be coming by. They seem to be sort of a little bit split up here.
The S2000's 25 years old, those S2000s now. Again, it's another car that does make you feel crikey. The club, the S2 UK club, 20 years old, and they've got over 1,000 members. They had over intending to get 60 odd cars here, including some of the GT 100s, of which only there were 100 built, and there are a few of those here and probably out in the parade in amongst the difficult to pick them out on camera. But
I think we're trying to put sort of everything out today, because I think we've missed out on cars over the last 2 days. It almost looks like we're literally putting everything out.
And why not? In the sunshine, don't they look great? And we've got a collection of what look like American muscle cars out on the circuit at the moment. Of course, I spoke to the Mustang Club yesterday. I couldn't believe how enthusiastic they were underneath the covers of the rain yesterday. And the Mustang Club had a great following. We had a conversation about the Bullet film, didn't we? And,
we
Steve
did, yeah.
McQueen. And again, I've just clocked a couple of those Mustangs out there at the moment. We can also see the Mercedes, and one of those SLs is, I think, one of the most beautiful cars I've ever seen. It's a dark blue, as I was corrected in an interview today with a chap called Malcolm from the Owners Club, he had a lot to say about the cars. So Malcolm from the Mercedes Club. But this car you can just see on camera as it comes down Hanger Straight, just into Stowe Corner there. That blue 1961 car is just absolutely beautiful. And Malcolm from the club, as I say, he was very, very enthusiastic. He'd driven his down from Scotland. But the SL, they are celebrating 70 years of the Mercedes SL here at Silverstone. The SL launched in 1952. It's a very, very successful sports car racing career straight away. And straight out the box, it won the Le Mans 24-hour race. And then, of course, you had the iconic Gullwing cars, which were launched in 1954. I'm now going to hand over to Gary, who's over at... we're going to go to the Mercedes Group. Yeah, we're going to hear from Malcolm from the Mercedes Club. So I'm here with Malcolm from the Mercedes-Benz Club amongst a stunning collection of very pristinely clean Mercedes. Malcolm, why is the club on track here at Silverstone today?
Basically just to get all the club members together, meet different people from different bits of the country, i.e. I'm from Scotland up in Edinburgh. I've been here about 5-6 years now on the trot with different cars that I've had, and just see basically everybody with their cars and how well they're looked after. You can see a Mercedes anywhere in the street, but it's a bit of a different atmosphere here, and a lot of nice people, you know.
And you talk about the atmosphere and you talk about the pristine cars. I notice yours is a glorious white one just over there. And you say you've owned a few. Tell me a bit about your car that you've got here.
Well, I went to South Wales for it, believe it or not, from Edinburgh, because it had 15,000 miles on it when I bought it. It's 10 years old now. It's got 27,000 just turned on it. It is a second car. I've got an E300 as well, coupe, in white. So the car basically is a 3.5 V6, really nice to drive, but it's £84,000 new. I never paid £84,000 and nowhere near it for the car. I traded the car in for it. But it is a nice motor and it's beautiful to drive. Lovely with the roof down, got a glass roof on it, and the ox blood leather inside against the white bodywork. So it stands out quite nicely. It's a bit of a poser machine, you might call it.
I love that. Now, the SL's got a lot of sporting pedigree, the original one, of course, winning Le Mans in its first iteration. And I noticed there's a stunning black 1961 car over there. You talk about a posing car. That must be a lovely one if you were out on the French Riviera or somewhere like that.
Well, I'll correct you on that. It's not black. It's actually very dark blue.
Oh, I apologise.
It's a really nice car. Personally, I prefer the Pagoda, which is the next one after that. But these cars are worth a lot of money now. They're about 150,000 quid or thereabouts if they're in that condition.
It's lovely that the club's brought these down here, and it is a beautiful collection of Mercedes, and like you say, very different to the kind of things that you might see out on the street. Malcolm, enjoy your time out on track today, and thank you for bringing such a great collection of cars to us at Silverstone. So that was Malcolm from the Mercedes-Benz Club, and he's got his SL, and they're out on track at the moment. Now, while Malcolm's been talking, we've managed to send Gary over to Escapade that he was talking about earlier on. I hope he's made it over there in time, and we're just going to check our technology and see if we can get hold of him. Gary, are you over there?
With the car clubs this morning. We'll hear from him again shortly, and one of the other car clubs as well, and those that are coming out on track. It's not been a very successful time, to be honest, for the track parades this weekend so far, but today we certainly will see cars out on track, and you'll see those on the screens shortly. But I want to say a very good afternoon to Rupert, who is the General Manager here at Escapade. So good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Gary.
You are very busy here. There's a lot of people about. I'm assuming just everyone's come in for lunch.
Yes, they have. Yes, the word has finally got out there. Thanks in part to you telling people about us over here. But people are booked in. People who are here for the weekend. We've had some people that are camping that have come here 2 or 3 times for their lunch. So yeah, we're delighted to be open and going in the clubhouse here.
And rather than standing on the other side of here, on the bank over there, and looking longingly, dribbling and thinking, oh, I wish. Actually, it's not just a wish. It can very easily become reality.
You can, yes. I mean, as I say, we're open here in the clubhouse, and you can come in here for lunch and dinner. We're actually open 365 days of the year, but beyond this, we've got 60 residences, and those 60 residences can either be taken sharing, friends and family taking a 3 or 4 bedroom residence and staying for the weekend, or you can stay longer. You can stay as long as you like, actually, or you can just stay for one night.
Right.
And they can be split down into apartments. And we've got a growing book of people that want to come and stay with us, not only just around the main events here. Formula One, of course, that's going to be very, very busy, and we're letting those residents for hospitality guests over Formula One. But actually, you can stay here any day of the year.
How do I book? Do I ring? Do I just turn up and come in? Or can I book in advance?
You can. Yes, you do need to book in advance. I mean, residentially, yes, go onto the website, go onto our socials, Escapade Silverstone, and you can click on the links, and that will take you through to our reservations. Website is the best way. We have what we call a booking engine on there, so you can go in and make your reservation at any time. But actually, you can just ring us and book in for lunch or dinner.
Okay.
We'll send you the reservation. No hassle at security. You can come straight through and park up in our lovely car park in front of Escapade.
Okay. Can we go and look at a house? Is that
course, yeah,
possible?
let's
If
do
I
it.
hand back to Rob, Rob, can you take over again, so to speak, talk about one of the other car clubs, and then maybe do a link to one of the interviews you did with perhaps a secretary or whatever, membership secretary of one of the clubs, and hopefully by the time you join us back here at Escapade, we'll have hot-footed to a house not far from the clubhouse.
Do you know what? I'm really jealous of you being over there. It just sounds lovely, and I can't wait to get over and have a look myself. So, on track, we've been having various cars going through, but one of the ones that I think will be very, very popular here, because it's a car that's been a mainstay on the UK roads, is the Mark I Golf, which they're celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Mark I Golf this year here at Silverstone. It's the first time the club's ever been here, and I had a chance to talk to one of their club members earlier on today. So we're here on a lovely morning with Anna from the Mark I Golf Club. Anna, good morning, and how come you guys are here today and going to be on track with us?
Hi, yeah, I'm here. I'm the events manager for the club, and it's 20 years of the Mark I Golf Owners Club, and it is also 50 years of the Mark I Golf this year.
Yeah, so 50 years of this car. I imagine there's a lot of people here that won't believe that it's the car is 50 years old.
Yeah, I think everyone sees it as the modern classic, really. Not realising that, we started off in 1974, but they were still going a lot later on with the cabriolets.
And the GTI version of this car really did spurn a generation, is it? How many GTIs, because I can see quite a few of them while we're here, how many GTIs are going to be on track with us today?
I think we'll probably have 6, and then we've also got a few unusual ones as well. We've got Joe's 4-wheel drive modified car as well, so that's quite an interesting one. I've done a write-up about that.
That is, so that's the one I understand that's got the 3.6 litre engine in it, the V6 engine in it. I bet that really does need the 4-wheel drive to keep it on the ground.
Yeah, Joe's done a lot, most of the work himself as well, so I know we won't get a chance to show you that on track, but yeah, it's amazing.
That is brilliant. So I also understand, even though the Silverstone Festival has been going on a little while, but this is the first time you guys have been here.
Yeah, that's right. I don't really know why in some senses that's the case, but we've also got another big event on this weekend as well. So a lot of the club have also gone to Ireland for our Ireland tour. So we've got a lot of cars here and a lot of cars tootling around Ireland too.
It's absolutely brilliant to see what do look, in the sunshine here this morning, some of the best looking cars at the festival. Really hope you guys have a good time out on track.
Yes, thanks, Rob. We are back at Escapade, and we're now in one of the apartments. You can probably tell because it's a bit echoey. The doors are shut, but there is a really nice... Can I just point out, there is a really lovely balcony here, and it looks out over onto the track. It is unbelievably just such a view. And I don't know quite what... I mean, what are we talking, Rupert? Probably no more than about 30 metres to the track, are we, from here?
Well, that's right. The balcony is actually cantilevered over the trackside road, so you really are in touching distance of Maggot's Corner here. Yeah.
It is unbelievable. And then we come into this. This is so we're stood in the lounge. So we've got sofas, we've got a kitchen area.
Yes, this is a kitchen area. So this is a residence for 3-bedroom residence. So you've got your own private kitchen, fridge and microwaves and, cooking facilities, and a lovely sitting room, with TVs, your private balcony. And as I say, this is 3 bedrooms. So if you take this, you can sleep 6 people, or you can sleep 2, or you can just have it for yourself. So it's very flexible.
Yeah. Do you have bigger and you have smaller?
We do. So this is one of the large ones. This is our 3-bedroom trackside. We also have a 4-bedroom trackside. And then we have a multitude of 2-bedroom countryside residences.
Okay.
If we go to the back here, then you can see all the countryside.
Okay, after you, don't fall over the chair on your way through, will you? Yeah. Okay, and then do we have houses here, or is it all apartments?
It's we call a residence. It's one unit of 3-4 bedrooms on the trackside. Right. And actually. What you look at, if you're looking back towards here from the inside of the track, you look at one on top of the other. So that's one residence on top of the other.
Right.
And they're like one car is slipstreaming the other, or at least that's what the architect told me was the inspiration for the way that they were designed.
So we've come into the bedroom, decent-sized bedroom, beautifully decorated as well. Rob, I just want to point out, I can't. This is a bad radio moment, but the back of this is like a tan-coloured suede headboard. It's proper class, if I can say that.
It's lovely, isn't it?
It really is.
I'm going to have to send the housekeeping team back in again now.
I've touched it.
They can
no, I have.
smooth
I've touched it. I've touched it. Right, I'm just going to go over here because there's a loo and oh my goodness me, there's like this massive shower, and then you get this view out the back over the Northamptonshire countryside, as the sales team would say.
That's right.
But again, very nice. It's all grass, trees, and so on. It's all been lovely and landscaped, and then you get that view at the front. So this is amazing. Now, and the key I just want to really get across to people is, yes, you can buy, but I could rent this for the weekend. I can come for a night. I can
absolutely, you can. And this particular one we're in now actually splits into two. So this is a residence, but it splits into two apartments. So actually, you can have a one-bedroom apartment all to yourself. That wonderful view. Yes, with that balcony, or you can take it all together and enjoy it with friends and family.
It's lovely. Rob, let's go back to you because this is obviously track parade day. So let's go do the track parades. I'm going to walk back through because quite clearly there is a cup of something cold and steamy waiting for me that might have some bubbles in it. I couldn't possibly comment, to be honest.
Well, I'll let you finish that and hopefully get back here quite quickly then. So, carrying on, we seem to have most of the track parades off the circuit at the moment, but I just do want to mention a couple of other things. We've got a group that have come down, the Bomber County Minis, and the original Mini, is one of those cars where I don't think you have to be a particular car fan to recognise that car, but the Mini is 65 years old tomorrow. The first one rolled off the production line 26th of August, 1959. And so that is a real plug. So later on today, we can see some classic F1 cars joining the grid. And I know we're going to have the classic F1 race. But a little bit later on today, there is going to be the modern F1 demonstration. And that's going to be Esteban Gutierrez, the ex-Sauber and Mercedes Formula 1 driver. He is going to be driving a Mercedes Formula 1 car around the track a little bit later on. And the Mercedes F1 car, it'll look great, it will sound great. And if you get a chance, get over to Beckett's Maggots Copse area to watch that, because watching a modern F1 car through that area is just absolutely epic. And I managed to speak to some people from the Mercedes team a little bit earlier on in the weekend. I'm really pleased to be in an amazing marquee with Toby from Mercedes Formula 1 team. Toby, tell me about what Mercedes are doing here at the Silverstone Festival.
So we're marking a decade of hybrid, so we're going all the way back to 2014 is our very start. So we've got Nico Rosberg's W05, we've got a 2017 car, we've got for Lewis, two Lewis cars, 2017 and 19. We've got a Valtteri Bottas 2018 and we've got a 22 for George. So we've got quite a collection of machinery all in one room. We're also running the W12 out of the garage on Saturday with Esteban Gutierrez. So we've got quite a busy weekend of it.
It is, and I suppose it's a doubly busy weekend because the Formula 1 season has started as well at Zandvoort. So you must have to split your time between all the heritage work and then the team are obviously working at the circuits live in the races.
Yeah, so we're quite fortunate in Heritage. We've got the future talent coming up to us. They get the dubious job of taking apart championship winning machinery. So on weekends they get off, they get to come and support these sort of events. So we're lucky we've got quite a lot of people, and we've got it's useful to have current mechanics and ex-mechanics, and it's all feeds into the big system.
It sounds fantastic. Now, one of the other things I've noticed here, we've got a collection of helmets from different drivers. Who are the helmets that we've got on display in amongst these cars?
So we've got one for that supports each car. So we've got a Nico Rosberg 2014. We've got Lewis's 27 and 19. We've got Valtteri's 2018 and George's 22 helmet. So yeah, we've got the luxury of having 5 cars, 5 helmets. It's quite nice to be able to share some of our heritage. It's one of the few opportunities you get up so close to some of these things. So it's a good chance to come and down.
And it is great to see. This marquee is full up with people seeing this. Are you going to be here meeting and greeting all these people across all 3 days?
Yeah, so we'll always be here to support these sort of events. To feel free to come and say hello, because we'll always happy to talk, happy to show you the cars, and happy to answer any questions. So pop on down.
It's super to be able to have a mix of both the classic F1s and the modern F1, and we can see on the screen now the classic F1s are all lining up. The DFV powered, so they're going to sound really throaty and really rumbly when they're out, and the modern Formula 1 cars will sound very different. And look at this. Must have had the champagne very quickly and has sprinted.
I didn't stop for it.
You didn't stop for the champagne. I'm
professional that I am. I knew you needed my support here, so here.
Why? Thank you for rushing back and foregoing your champagne for the afternoon. Maybe you can partake in.
Literally run out of an Escapade house into a car, whiz round, Marshall going. You can't. Yeah. By the time he didn't manage to get out the words, you can't come past here. By the time he said past here, we were gone. We were.
Yes.
Anyway, dropped outside, so here we are. Yes, thank you.
Good.
It's good over there.
It's nice, is it? Yeah, you've had.
It's really nice.
I am jealous, genuinely. I haven't not had a chance to have a look round yet.
The bit that's stunning with Escapade is the view of the track. You just see so much of it. And I was going to say, people would pay to be there. Well, of course they would pay to be there. But yeah, and these cars that are on track. And I'm hoping that we'll be able to, our cameras will be able to get in and out and in around the cars. I know Ed Foster is down there, Bryn's down there as well. So hopefully we'll be able to speak to them or hear from them shortly in amongst those cars, because they really evoke amazing memories, don't they?
They are. They do. The thing for me is they look great, but it's the noise.
Yes.
It's the sound. And, been lucky enough to spend a lot of time around modern Formula 1 machinery, which are, phenomenal and the absolute height of technical excellence. But these cars, all of them are Ford DFV powered, and the noise, the rumble of a Ford DFV, there is just nothing else.
Well, I think that's also, Rob, because, the Ford DFV, I was going to say almost runs itself. It's essentially it's a very simple engine. Yeah. Whereas you start talking about like a Fernando Alonso mild 7 Renault. As soon as you get that on the grid, you've now got 20 mechanics to try and get it started. Yeah. It needs electronics, etc. So I think. But anyway, our wish has been granted.
Oh, superb.
Because down on the grid, I'm delighted to say, in amongst them, and if he doesn't stroke them, he needs a slap, to be honest, are all of the Formula 1 cars. And Bryn is down there for us with a camera.
Well, welcome back everyone for the final afternoon of the 2024 Silverstone Festival. It's sad we're into the final afternoon, but Bryn, we've got a lot of action to come.
We certainly have. You've got a 7-hour drive after this as well, but we've got a lot of action here on track, and you can see behind there's quite a bit going on. We'll have a quick rundown, I think, of the schedule first of all, and then we can start talking about what these lucky people behind us are doing here too, shall we, Ed? So if we kick off with this afternoon, as you can see behind, as Ed has quite brilliantly said to you just there, we have got the Masters Racing Legends Formula 1 66 to 85. That's what's gathered up behind us right now. Then we have the modern F1 demo going off at 3:05. Then we come back onto track here for more stuff with the Masters Endurance Legends at 3:35. The HGPCA Pre 66 Grand Prix car take to the track at 4:25. 5:05, the Pure Michigan Mustang Celebration Trophy. Cannot wait for all that V8 rumble to be going on around here. That's going to be exciting. And we finish off the Silverstone Festival with the International Trophy for Classic GT Cars Pre-66. Which of those are you looking forward to the most?
It's such a cop-out, but all of them.
Yeah.
So genuinely, they're all going to be absolutely fantastic races.
Correct answer.
And you mentioned the grid here. Yeah. There are a lot of very lucky ballot winners. So you can enter a ballot for free, and then these have been chosen at random to come and mingle with these Grand Prix machines behind us. And we've got this as a pre-turbo era, just fantastic cars. And these are dare I say it, these are sort of usable Formula One cars. So what we're going to do...
For you, maybe. Actually, not for you.
No, not for I can't get into them.
Getting in one, no.
So, Bryn, you're going to go to your usual spot on the grid, which is at the back.
At the back, yes.
Yeah, and I will meander from the front, and we're going to try and speak to as many drivers and mechanics and maybe even some public as well.
I'll run off down there.
Yeah, you go
there.
You follow me, Henry, and let's see who we can find. So, it's obviously most of the drivers have kind of moved off. Just what I want to do is just quickly show you on one of these Williams cars the skirts or lack thereof. So if you can have a look here, this bit, the regulations say this has to be 40 mil above the ground now, but when this ran in period, it actually had a bit of rubber that touched the ground, which then activated the underfloor aerodynamics. But really, in the period, it was banned because it was too fast. And the modern regs for these cars, I'm sorry to interrupt. We've just been talking about the ground effects on these cars and the skirts, which obviously aren't on them. Have you ever driven this car with the skirts?
No, I haven't. I would love to, but the regulations mean that we can't do it here. So no, never.
Maybe a private test day one day.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Actually, I should do that.
But they're still, I mean, incredible things to drive. Someone was saying that they do. We're going to get run over. They do everything that you want a car to do. They stop, they turn, they've got power.
Yeah, absolutely. You can basically dial in how much fun you want, and it's, you know, a safety thing. You want to be super safe, you dial out the fun a little bit, it understeers, and you know, you'll never lose the rear. This race, I've decided to bring a lot of fun in. I've said that I just want it to turn in. So let's see if the rear is going to be as stable as it has been in the past.
Well, whether it's faster or not, it will be more fun.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, cheers, Lucas. Right, let's see who else we can find over here. So we've got Werner Dansenberg, who had a great race yesterday. One of the Brabhams. It's lovely to see one of these Brabhams out and running. A certain Bernie Eccleston ran the team in period, and he does tend to have quite a lot of the Brabhams now. Werner, I'm sorry to interrupt. Werner, what a fantastic lineup on a Grand Prix grid. These machines, it must be such a pleasure to drive this.
I mean, it doesn't get much better than this here in the greatest cars in the greatest period of Formula One, driving with respectable drivers at nonsensical speeds. So yeah, it's very great. It's humbling, but it's so much fun.
And what can you do from here on the grid? Because you're right up at the sharp end.
Excuse me, go again?
So what can you do from here on the grid? You're right up at the sharp end. Can you make up some places?
Yeah, I hope so. So that's the advantages of a reverse grid. It gets good for the public and for the drivers that are a bit more at the back. So they reverse the top 9, which means that the ones that are in front of me were a bit slower during last race. So it's, yeah, very exciting.
Cheers, Werner. I think we can go down to the other end of the grid and see what Bryn's up to.
The grid, but we're going to go for a little stroll with the car that's here with us right now. And James, you're going to be getting in the car in a little bit. What can you tell us? We'll disappear off maybe, Gordon, and have a look at the car as well while James is talking. Mind you back though, because you're being chased down by another F1 car. But tell us a bit about the car, James.
This is 83. It was driven by Alboreto. It won the Detroit Grand Prix. It's a sister car of Matt Wrigley's, who's up the front. He was second yesterday. This is the first time I've driven the car, so it takes me a while, especially at my age, to get the hang of it.
So you're going to be heading out there and having a bit of a go, shall we say. What's it going to be like for you being behind the wheel around Silverstone in this?
It's phenomenal. I never thought I would have the chance to do this. I've been doing it 10 years now. It's the people you meet from all over the world, and they're all very fair out there. You don't get idiots crashing into, well, hopefully. I might crash into somebody else, but it's really enjoyable.
As we go back to the car very quickly, Gordon, have a quick look around it. James, tell us some things about this that we may not be able to see from the outside. What is there in particular that we should be keeping our eyes on?
This is a flat bottom car. It's just been rebuilt because I crashed it at Watkins Glen. And it's, I don't know a lot about cars, but it's been rebuilt and it should be better than down here. But I'm going to get somebody else to drive it next year.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing it out on track, James. Thank you very much indeed. There you go. A quick look at that one. We shall find out some more cars in just a little bit. We are surrounded by them, as you can see, and by lots of very happy faces of people who won the lottery, effectively. Ed, though, I think back to you.
Right, we're still quite up, quite near the front of the grid, and what they've done is obviously after the finish from yesterday, they've reversed the front few cars. So we've got Matthew Wrigley, who was just here. We're going to have to chase through the crowds, who finished second, but really just behind in second. He's talking to Lucas, who we were talking to earlier, but I'm going to wrestle him away. Matthew, I'm sorry to interrupt. Cracking race yesterday. I mean, there's nothing in it, is there?
No, I was a bit too sleepy on the first lap yesterday, and sort of such a professional driver and sort of so experienced. He took position when he could get it, and so today with it being dry, the reverse grid starting 8th on the grid makes it harder again. So yeah, sort of try and get through the traffic cleanly if we can get through them, and try and keep Stuart behind. And there's some quick guys in front who are certainly not going to make life easy. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see where we get to. Obviously, the idea is still try and win the race, but it's not going to be, well, it's never easy. And so yeah, I'm looking forward to the challenge anyway.
The frustrating thing is, the harder it is for you, the more fun it is for us.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to. I didn't feel great yesterday, so I'm I'm feeling a bit back on top form now. But I think after putting it on pole the other day to then have I was hoping for 2 dry races really, because last year we had a bit of a in-between race. So this year I wanted 2 dry races just to put it on pole and just have the 2 races for everyone to watch and spectate in the best way possible, really. But today, yeah, we'll see, and I'm certainly looking forward to it.
Great. Well, look, good luck.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
And I think Bryn is busy down the other end.
I am indeed. Thank you very much, Ed. I've just found Carlos de Quesada here. He's going to be driving the McLaren M26 from 1977. What can you tell us? It's obviously a thing of beauty for us to look at, but what can you tell us about this car, Carlos?
Yeah, this car is a 1977 McLaren M26 and driven by James Hunt. He ran in the 77 season with it, or actually 78 season. It didn't have a very successful season, but it's just a beautiful car, an amazing car to drive. So
it certainly is. I mean, just looking across it right now at the camera, tell us a bit about it. I mean, fundamentally, what is this thing like to drive? Give us an idea of what it's like from your perspective.
Well, I come from sports cars. I've raced professionally sports cars for many years in the U.S., and jumping into this car, it talks to you. It really, every input you give it, you feel what it's doing, and it's just very, very responsive. So
it's an amazing looking thing. I love the screen as well that goes all the way around. It must feel very enclosed in there. But having a look as well at the rear wing, if we just pop back here, Gordon, thank you very much there, by the way. Let's just pop back here and have a look at the rear wing, by the way, because it's a single mount rear wing as well. You can see just here where sometimes you see ahead, they've got these different mountings on, but this position just here is fantastic, and that is hopefully the position you don't really want to be in. You want to be ahead of it, but it's a fantastic looking car. As he says, not hugely successful, but a brilliant, brilliant car nonetheless, and we look forward to seeing it out on track. Back to you, Ed.
So yesterday we were lucky enough to talk to Esteban Gutierrez before he drove the 2021 Mercedes, and I asked him what he could change on a lap-by-lap basis, and he was still talking 3 minutes later of things he could change. Now, these days, with this era, there's not a lot. You can change the brake bias, and on some cars, the rear anti-roll bar, but that's about it. Stuart, cracking race yesterday. It's not going to be an easy one because there is a bit of traffic to get through.
Yeah, I mean, that's the rules though. So, yeah, going to have to get through the first few corners and just try and give it the big one. That's it's not a long race, so got to make it count. There's some quick boys up the front, so I don't, not so keen on them scampering too early, so really got to get stuck in straight away. Well, kind of like yesterday, I guess.
And are there bits of the track that Matthew's car's quicker on and vice versa?
Well, I didn't actually know there was a reverse grid until about an hour ago. So I've been busy planning my turn 1, and then suddenly it's my own fault for not reading the regs, but we just cranked a load of rear wing off to try and give us a bit of straight line speed, to try and help pass, because otherwise, these ground effect cars are quite draggy. So I thought we'll try something a bit new, so crank a load of downforce off and give us a bit of straight line speed, but it's going to make it quite lively through Maggots, Beckett's and so on. So we'll see if it works.
Well, best of luck.
Cheers, mate. Thanks.
So Stuart was just talking about sort of basically being a bit draggy down the straights. So you can see here there's holes. So the rear wing, you can, depending on what circuit you're at, whether you want more downforce, more grip in the corners, you can move it up or move it down. And by and large, the more downforce you have, the more drag you have on the straight. So they're constantly playing this game where they want grip in the corners, but if they go onto the straight with loads of downforce, all the cars with less downforce, everyone's going to disappear past them. So after that insightful little moment, let's go and talk to Bryn.
Thanks very much, Ed. You caught me by surprise. I was just deep in conversation with Nick Padmore, who's standing in front of his Lotus 88B. Nick, it's great to see you out here, starting quite a long way back, but tell us what you can about this Lotus behind.
Well, it's an amazing piece of history. Obviously, it's a twin chassis car owned by Chrome Cars and run by Brightech, and we had it at Monaco in May, and it's just a privilege to drive it. I'm a really lucky lad. We've had a few problems, electrical issues, a fuel issue, so yesterday I was like, I think we're there. Let's just go. I'm going to go through the first lap, see how we are, and just want to get it going, because you can see how unusual the car looks, and the bodywork moves up and down all the time.
Let's get the camera on it. They don't want to look at us. Let's have a look at the car. The car's much more exciting than you and I. As you say, the bodywork moves up and down, and I know that's something that Martin will be talking about.
When I leave here and just go over sort of 50, 60 mile an hour, it's moving all the time. So through the complex, it gets quite high, so I have to almost lift up to look for the apex. And then as soon as I'm back on the throttle, it drops down and off I go. So it's amazing. It was here at 81 and it got sent home. It wasn't allowed to race. So.
Well, that's incredible, isn't it? So when you're driving, of course, what you want as a driver is fairly much a constant, don't you? And you have no constant here, apart from constantly inconsistent.
Yeah, it just can't make its mind up, really. But it's great fun. Yeah, it's a privilege to drive it. So I better get ready. So.
Yeah, sorry, I'm holding up. Nick, get in the car. Thank you very much there to Nick as he gets ready and gets into the car. Let's keep our eye on Nick while he gets into this car. That's much more exciting than me. He's getting a few hugs around. It's fascinating to see how much it raises and drops down to, isn't it? But we're about to get ready on track, so hopefully the action will take over in just a few moments' time. Silverstone Festival, well, where would we be without Formula One? Here at the festival, there's a real presence from Formula One, as here in a marquee, there are 5 Mercedes Formula One cars as we battle the noise out on track. I'm delighted to have Alex Toulouse here to tell us all about it. 5 amazing cars. How come they are here?
So what we've done here, we bought a decade of hybrid power. We've got the 2014 car in front of you here, and we've also got the race on this weekend in Zandvoort. So the 2024 car is there. So.
The 2014 car, as you say. Now, this is a test bed car to start with. Lewis and Nico both drove this in 2014.
Exactly that. So this was the very start of the hybrid era. And as you mentioned, this was driven by Lewis and Nico, and then eventually ended up as Nico's race car.
Fantastic. We carry on a little whistle-stop tour, shall we? And turn our attention to the 2017 car, a title-winning car, Lewis Hamilton's car. What can you tell us about this one?
So this was a regulation change. So as you can see, it's a lot longer, it's a lot wider. We've got the bigger tyres, and it was also the development year for the Halo.
It's great to see the development of the cars, and you see the sheer scale of them as well as they develop over time. And if you whip around on the camera there, you'll see at the far end, 2018, Valtteri Bottas's car. First time we saw the Halo in Formula One.
Exactly, and as you say, that was Valtteri's race car. Still got all the damage from the races, and still got all the FIA stickers from when it raced.
And then we turn our attention to the one almost nearest to us here, 2019 Lewis's title-winning car with a very famous signature on the nose.
Yeah, so that's Niki Lauda's signature. That was sort of in homage to his passing just before the Monaco Grand Prix.
One more car for us to take a quick look at, and that's the one directly behind us. Another car that is absolutely filthy, and that means one thing, doesn't it, Alex?
Exactly. So this was George Russell's car from the Brazilian Grand Prix, the race winner.
What a fantastic array of cars you brought here. It's really good to see, and thank you so much for giving us a whistle-stop tour. And if you are coming to the festival this weekend, make sure you check it all out for yourselves.
Always great at the Silverstone Festival to see the support from our local Formula One teams. And by local, obviously, we mean Aston Martin and Aramco Racing just across the road. BW Alpine, McLaren from Woking, not the most local, but certainly Mercedes-AMG Petronas Formula One team from just down the road in Brackley. They are all here, bringing cars, bringing displays, bringing simulators, cars on track. Of course, there's a whole host of Ayrton Senna Formula One cars in that big Senna display behind the wing. and to bring us back to the glory era of Cosworth engine Formula One. As they're trying to reposition the ex-Ricciardo Patrese Brabham and get it to start in a very short period. Well, let's take a look at what we know about this class.
Masters Racing Legends showcases the Cosworth DFV Formula One era, when heroes like two-time world champion Emerson Fittipaldi were in their prime. On track today, you'll see the Brabham BT49, a car that powered Nelson Piquet to his first F1 title, as well as the McLaren MP41, which was the first to have raced with a carbon fibre chassis. Time now for a lesson in classics from Formula One's 3-litre era.
(1966), the return to power. The Masters Racing Legends Formula One category runs from 1966, when Formula One stopped being for 1.5 litre cars and 3 litres or 1.5 supercharged was the power formula. Werner Dansenburg's Brabham refusing to start. Everybody else has got engine running, but Werner Dansenburg looks like they've got a problem with that Brabham. Both hands out of the cockpit, and that was the universal signal on the grid for I've got a major problem. Of course, 3 litres normally aspirated, or 1.5 litre forced induction, which in those days meant supercharged, like blower Bentleys or supercharged Mercedes and auto unions and so forth. What it actually led to, of course, was the turbo revolution, because Renault, having pioneered turbocharged road cars, started to bring in turbocharged racing engines. But to the end of 1985, it was the Cosworth era of Formula One, and all these cars are powered by Cosworth's double 4-valve, the DFV V8. So this race is based on the results of race 1. The top third of the grid is reversed, so there were 28 cars. A third of 28 is just a bit over 9, so the winner starts in 9th. 9th place car starts in 1st. Beyond 9th, they start where they finish. So Christoph Dansenburg and Steve Brooks in the Williams and the Lotus are on row 1. Steve Hartley's McLaren, Lucas Halusa on row 2. Werner Dansenburg in the Brabham will hopefully rejoin from the back, and then Simon Fisher's Arrows. Ahead of our podium finish is Jamie Constable and Matthew Wrigley in their Tyrrells, and our race winner yesterday, that is Stuart Hall. He will start 9th ahead of the shadow of Mark Harrison. And there should be all 28 cars ready to go. Hopefully Werner Dansenburg's Brabham will run. That ran very well yesterday. It is the only Brabham in the field, and it will be a shame to lose that. So most of the cars are from the sort of 1981 to 3 seasons, the end of the era, and one of them never raced before. That's the Lotus 88B, the twin chassis Lotus that you saw with Nick Padmore, car number 1. Fantastic sight and sound of a Cosworth-engined Formula One field lapping around Silverstone. Most of the cars from the just pre and ground effect era of the early 1980s, but you just saw a quick shot of the ex-Clay Regazzoni Shadow that Ewan Surgison is driving. There are a few high airbox 1970s cars here as well. And of course, in years gone by, we've had 1960s cars in the Cosworth era. The Lotuses and Brabhams of the late 1960s, the Cosworth Formula One engine introduced in 1968. But in the background, you can see the high airbox on the yellow and blue Matchbox Surtees, that car being driven by Chris Perkins. And Alistair Douglas, always an oral delight as well as a visual delight, these cars. The Cosworth DFV sounds like nothing else.
Indeed, it's a unique sound, and it's not really, yes, it's been developed over the years and a little bit more high-pitched, higher revving in the latter years of the DFV, but essentially the sound has never changed, and it really warms the cockles of your heart when you hear these cars.
So because these cars are very high speed, they'll be touching 190 miles an hour down the Hanger Straight, no slower than they were in period, very little slower at all. A bit of a wave there from Mark Hickson. quite sure why he was waving to our Lec driver, Peter Williams. They are starting side by side, so the final formation lap, and then it will be a 20-minute sprint. So this is a real Formula Ford length race, but for Formula One cars, it is going to be very busy indeed. And as Stuart Hall was telling Ed earlier, hadn't really realised that as yesterday's race winner, he'd start almost at the back of the top 10, but that is the case. So he will have to try and go from 9th to 1st in 20 minutes, which will be not much over 10 laps. So that's the task. He's only got to pass 8 cars, but he's only got about 10 laps in which to do it. There he is in the, we're just going to have a shot in the Ram March. All sorts of Marlboro McLarens. You can see the orange and white colours, very familiar of the early 1980s Arrows. Did you see the Brabham at the back of the field?
Just pointing that out, yes. Werner Dansenberg seems to have got to the back of the field.
Now, if the car is running, you would sort of hope that he might try and resume his position in 6th place, but I think that might be a little bit of an ambitious ask. There goes the Rothmans March of Stuart Hall. Again, that car in period, in the same livery, was not as successful as it has been here. A whole slew of Tyrrells, 2 team cars, as we heard from James Hagan from the 1982 season, the Tyrrell 011. Michele Alboreto winning the Detroit Grand Prix, and that, unless I'm incorrect, and I often am, that was the last Formula One win for a Cosworth DFV engine, I think.
Yes, Detroit 83.
Oh, 83, okay, so the following year. So that wouldn't have been Alboreto, was that?
It was Alboreto.
So 83 was whom in 83?
Alboreto.
It was Alboreto,
83,
okay.
yeah.
All right, so he may. So it's a 1982 car, but won the Detroit Grand Prix in 1983. They did always replace the cars every single year. So those are the 2 Benetton livery cars. We've also got denim liveried Tyrrell with dark green, and the blue candy liveried Tyrrell as well. That's the car of Matthew Wrigley, who finished 3rd yesterday, starting on pole position. So they're closing the field up a little bit. Monun's Shadows, designed by Maurice Nunn. The blue and yellow matchbox liveried Surtees of John Surtees' team. The TS06. But at the front of the field, it is Williams and Lotus who lead us to the line. Ready to go green. We go green at Silverstone for 20 minutes of Formula One action from the Masters Racing Legends. The 66 to 85 Cosworth Engine Grand Prix era. Pole sitter Christoph Dansenberg in the Williams FW07 leads from Steve Brooks in the black and gold JPS Lotus 91. Right behind Steve Hartley's McLaren. And then slotting into 4th from 4th on the grid, Lucas Halusa in the number 4 car. That is the Williams FW08. And of course, this track so important for Williams. They claimed their first Grand Prix win here with Clay Regazzoni and won here a number of times. And of course, also Keke Rosberg in an FW08 set the fastest ever qualifying lap at Silverstone at 160-mile-an-hour average on the old Grand Prix circuit. Race underway, Stuart Hall already between the 2 Tyrrells that he beat to the line yesterday. Jamie Constable and Matthew Wrigley, and Stuart Hall goes by. There's the arrows of Simon Fish, the orange and white car on the outside. Hall's got the inside line. This is down into Copse, what would have been the first corner for all these cars in period, and he's already up into the top half dozen. Great start from yesterday's winner, Stuart Hall in the Ram March.
And importantly for Stuart Hall, he is ahead of Matthew Wrigley, who couldn't quite make his way through as quickly, but as you say, both somewhere near the top 6, if not in the top 6, as they come through Beckett's for the first time. And down onto the Hangar Straight, we can see Christoph Dansenberg leads in the Williams FW07C. Then it's Steve Brooks in the Lotus 91 and being challenged by Steve Hartley in the McLaren MP41. And then next up is Stuart Hall. Yeah. So I reckon that puts him in 5th place.
Well, it puts him in 4th place, I think. So that is the battle for 4th. He's got the 2 Tyrrells behind him. In fact, he's got Lucas Halusa's FW08 behind as well, so he's got by him, but as he runs out a little bit wide, looks like Matthew Wrigley in the blue Candy Tyrrell was trying to get by him, he didn't. Steve Hartley, 77, that is the McLaren MP41, the 1982 car, ex-John Watson car, the first Formula One car with an all-carbon composite tub, and Stuart Hall dives down the inside. Now, we heard Stuart saying they've dialed off a bit of rear wing for maximum speed on the straights. That's going to make colder tyres and low grip pretty tricky in some of these corners, but it looks like he's won the battle up to third place already. In front of him, Steve Brooks in one of the number of different cars he's running here. The Lotus turns in and down the inside. Through comes Matthew Wrigley. He too goes ahead of Steve Hartley, so he's up to fourth. Hot on the heels of Stuart Hall. He wants to make it more of a race for Stewie this time out. And the other Tyrrell struggling to make ground, and that's Jamie Constable's green machine. Hasn't quite caught this group yet, so Stuart Hall looking inside the Lotus for second place. Goes by Steve Brooks, one car in front of him, and we're still on lap one of the race.
And the phrase hot knife through butter comes to mind with Stuart Hall. What an amazing first lap and a half. He's already up to second place. Matt Wrigley now challenging the Lotus of Steve Brooks, going all the way around the outside of Beckett's. Very close indeed, has to take two wheels onto the edge on the curbing, but he does get through. So second place is Stuart Hall. Stuart's got a problem. He's got a visor problem, and he takes a tear off. So somewhere in that first lap and a half, he's had oil onto his visor, I would suspect, or water maybe, and he's just doing a tear off there to give himself clear vision. But that seems to be all sorted, and they're into club corner with now Matt Wrigley right behind him in third place.
Yeah, the tear off didn't tear off, it actually pulled his visor open, which was not what you want at 170 plus miles an hour going down into Stowe, because that sort of wind really doesn't help your vision. It is still Christoph Dansenburg's Lotus Williams that leads. Stuart Hall in second place, though, is right with him, and Matt Wrigley is right with him. Then the battle of Steve Brooks and Steve Hartley for fourth place. The JPS Lotus just ahead of the Marlboro McLaren, and Hartley gets a nice clean exit. And look at the difference it makes. A little snap of the tail for Steve Brooks in the Lotus 91, and Hartley is straight by. And those cars are period rivals, both raced in 1982 by McLaren and Lotus, and through goes the 1982 FW08. So Lucas Halusa putting his way up the grid as well with absolute direct rivals.
And we've got three for the lead now as they come down into Cops Corner, one of the most famous corners at the Silverstone circuit, where they turn right at huge speed, and not an overtaking position, but certainly set the car up ready for the Beckett sweepers, and then perhaps challenge down the Hanger Straight. And Christoph Dansenburg now is coming under huge pressure from Stuart Hall and from Matt Wrigley. Matt Wrigley going a little wider into Beckett's, perhaps cut back and take a different line through Chapel. No room for him to do that there, but they come down now as one, a 12-wheel Formula One car. But Christoph Dansenburg going very, very defensive into Stowe. Is that going to stop Stuart Hall going through? Will he cut back on the inside here, take the outside line into club corner? No, he has to drop in, but Matt Wrigley comes up alongside. What a move from Matt Wrigley.
Fantastic lunge on Stuart Hall, who had to open the steering a little and give him room as he saw Wrigley coming. The March and the Candy Tyrrell, both from 1982, our race leader Christoph Dansenburg in a 1981 Williams FW07. But don't forget, that was a car that was very much a dominant force at the front of the field. Tyrrell and certainly Ram were usually qualifying further back, but Matt Wrigley goes around the outside, inside, makes the pass for the lead. So he's gone from third to first in 3 or 4 corners. And Stuart Hall in third place in the Ram March. And he may be starting to struggle a little bit with grip in the slower stuff. For having dialed off some rear wing, he's going to have to try and use the straights to get by. So Matt Wrigley leads in the 1982 ex-Michele Alboreto Candy Tyrrell. And that's not a car, I think, that led the British Grand Prix in 1982 here at Silverstone. Quite possibly not anywhere else in 82 either.
As they come once again down the Heritage pit straight towards Copse Corner. Now we see the blue Candy Tyrrell of Matt Wrigley leading, but Christoph Dansenberg still right behind in the Williams FW07C, and indeed Stuart Hall just behind him. And as Stuart told us, and as Martin's just mentioned, Stuart dialed off some grip effectively by dropping the wing down, so quicker on the straights, but real challenge in the corners. And he mentioned this series of corners as being a particular challenge, the Beckett's corners, where you really need the downforce on the rear wheels. But he's right behind Christoph Dansenberg now. He does have good speed on the straight. Will he dive out? Will it be inside or outside? It's neither. He stays behind Christoph Dansenberg.
That's where he needed DRS. If only it had been invented in 1982. Dansenberg drifts out a little wide in Stowe, carried in a little bit too much speed maybe, just manages to hang on. Christoph Dansenberg really in his element in this car. Stuart's very new to the Ram March, but Christoph Dansenberg definitely knows how to race this FW07 Williams. He's been doing it for several years. Steve Hartley there in 4th place. He's now ahead of Lucas Halusa, and here comes car number 7, and that is Mike Cantillon. Cantillon in the FW07, another FW07. And he has come from a long way back. He was 26 on the grid because that car had problems yesterday. Also noticed that from the tail of the field, Werner Dansenberg's up to 12th, but a lunge back from Jamie Constable retakes the position as he goes back inside. So Jamie Constable back up to 6th, but he has got Mike Cantillon all over the back of him. The first of the arrows, car number 30, Simon Fish in 8th, ahead of Nick Padmore in the Lotus 88, the twin chassis car that started back in 25th place. So it looks like he's getting a little more comfortable in that car that used to spook its own original Formula 1 drivers when they were testing it in period. And Stuart Hall still in 3rd, trying to find a way. Oh, Christoph Dansenberg runs out wide again. Can Hall get a run here through? Maggot says he has. He's got up to 2nd place. Now then, if he can survive the Beckett's S's, can he close down our race leader, Matt Wrigley? This is going to be an entertaining second half of the race because we've got 9 minutes down, 11 still to go.
Onto the hanger straight once again, the blue Candy Tyrrell of Matt Wrigley, the very familiar helmet, the green and white into Stowe Corner. Then we've got Stuart Hall next up, now past Christoph Dansenberg. And look at the gap he's put on Dansenberg already in just 2 corners and a straight.
And he's going to need to, because the fastest man last time round was the race leader, Matt Wrigley. 152.4, 153.8 for Stuart Hall, 154.0 for Christoph Dansenberg. And here, Mike Cantillon. This is a pass back against Jamie Constable. We saw Constable retaking that 6th position. Mike Cantillon snatching it away again once more into Brooklands. Well, so Stuart Hall now released from behind. Christoph Dansenberg has now just set a new fastest race lap at 152.2 compared to 152.5 on the last lap of the race leader. The gap is 1.6 seconds. The time is 9 minutes and 54 seconds. He has got time. Has he got enough grip in the car to keep those tyres going? It's only a short race for those big fat slicks, but these cars exert a lot of pressure on their tyres.
Coming out of Luffield through Woodcote Corner and onto the Heritage pit straight once again, down towards Copse Corner. We'll get that wonderful head-on shot. Here they come. Matt Wrigley turning into Copse with Stuart Hall closing all the time now. So Matt will be well aware of that. He'll be keeping a good eye out, and his team will be giving him pit signals to that effect. So into Beckett's they go. This is where Stuart Hall told us himself he will struggle because he's got less grip than is ideal. Through into the final element, the left-hander at Chapel, onto the hanger straight once again, and out they come onto the hanger down towards Stowe Corner. And with Matt Wrigley leading, it was 1.6 at the line. Very shortly we will see whether Stuart has managed to close up. I get the feeling he has. I think that's nearer a second, doesn't it?
It does look like it. So the Candy Tyrrell of Matt Wrigley leading, driven in period by Michele Alboreto, and in the same season it was the Brazilian Raul Baisel who was in the Ram March. And that car often struggled to qualify, make it onto the back of the grid. Of course, in the early 80s, we were into pre-qualifying. Here is a unique Formula One car, David Purley's Lek. The Lek Refrigeration Company sponsored David Purley and designed and built their own team car. This is the battle at the head of the Fittipaldi class. This is for the late 1970s cars, before the real aerodynamics and ground effect took part in proceedings. And just behind him you can see not James Hagan,
Carlos Casada, I think.
Yeah, it is Carlos Casada, I'm sorry. Yeah, we talked from on the grid, and I'm getting my drivers mixed up, in the McLaren M26, the ex-James Hunt car. Hunt didn't drive this in his championship winning season 1976. It was the last car he drove for McLaren with teammate Jochen Mass. A particularly unsuccessful McLaren, unfortunately, the M26, and the M29 that followed it was even less sparkling. But at the moment, Carlos de Quesada enjoying every moment of driving this Formula One car. And right behind the category leader. So the Lek just keeping its nose in front. And that is Peter Williams. Williams in 14th place. Carlos Casada with a good running going down the straight. Ewan Surgison behind has the prime view. And here is the battle for the lead overall as Casada gets to the inside and just hangs on in front of the Lek. So Peter Williams will have to try again. Behind him, Ewan Surgison. But our lead battle, nobody in the rear mirrors of Stuart Hall, so if he gets a chance to attack Matt Wrigley, he will. Wrigley's just checking the mirrors periodically to see what the distance is back to Stuart Hall. And Stewie, 152.3, 152.5 on the last lap for Matt Wrigley, and Stuart Hall a 151.777, fastest race lap this time round. The gap is down to 7/10 at the line, but in the twisty stuff here, Matt Wrigley's going to stretch away a little. The good news for Stuart is that the last part of the last lap will be the bit where he has got the car dialed in for the hanger straight and stow, and there speed will be key.
Into Brooklands and Luffield once again, and the slower corners, probably Stuart Hall is okay through there. It's the fast sweeping corners where he'll really struggle, but on the straights, conversely, he'll be a little bit quicker perhaps than Matt Wrigley. And as they're coming down into Copse Corner now, you turn the wheel and the corner's almost blind with the barriers there, and there's a slight rise in the road, so it's all about faith that the car will turn into the left of Maggotts, then the right of Beckett's, through the centre section there, right again, and then left at Chapel, very much as it was when these cars were racing in Grand Prix. The hanger straight, a little bit shorter than it was. Stowe Corner been moved a little bit, but pretty much the same. This is where Nigel Mansell did the double shuffle on Nelson Piquet all those years ago.
Yeah, feint to the inside, go round the outside. And a classic McLaren-Williams battle. Mike Cantillon getting by Steve Hartley, and that is a change for 4th place. So Cantillon getting by. Hartley was just in front at the line. Lucas Haluza in 6th behind them, with Nick Padmore in the double chassis Lotus 88 up to 7th place now, and Werner Dansenborg in 9th place, 2 seconds behind Jamie Constable. But it is still Matt Wrigley who leads. He was really hoping to be able to get a break and get away through the traffic ahead of Stuart Hall, and he has done so. Set a new fastest race lap, 151.46. Stewie last time round a 52.0. Are the tyres starting to go away? Well, here is our lead battle. Tyrrell versus Ram March. The Tyrrell team would continue beyond the 82-83 season, but the Ram team, John McDonald, wound it up fairly quickly, and that was really the end of March as a Formula One constructor. Tyrrell continued pretty much until the end of the road with Ken Tyrrell. Money was always tight in the final few years, and then was sold to Craig Pollock to become the the team for which he hoped to win championships with Jacques Villeneuve. Meanwhile, here is Nick Padmore. This is the twin chassis Lotus 88. It was banned in practice, never even got to race, unlike the Brabham fan car. There's another car we need to see out in this racing. Twin chassis Lotus and the Brabham fan car, cars that were banned in period. And here again, this is a battle for position. Christophe Dansenborg versus Mike Cantillon. This is for third. It's going to be a Williams that is third, and it is a Williams that is third. It's just the other one. So 2 FW07Cs, Mike Cantillon ahead of Christophe Dansenborg.
From 26th on the grid after problems yesterday, 26th to 3rd for Mike Cantillon. Brilliant drive.
Well, they're both FW07Cs. Mike's was the 1982 car, Christophe's a 1981 car. And although there were probably lots of detailed changes under the skin, no wholesale sea changes. And here is the Brabham, Werner Dansenborg on Jamie Constable. Jamie having a lock-up down here into Brooklands, and Werner Dansenborg in the Brabham that refused to fire away from the dummy grid moves up the order. So he is now up to 8th.
And Nick Padmore in the twin chassis Lotus started 25th on the grid. Again, he retired yesterday, but he's now running in 6th. Just got past Lucas Halusa on that last lap.
And there is Christophe Dansenborg. Christophe in 4th place from 1st on the grid, and closing in on him from behind everyone else is his son Werner. And he's not too far behind. There's Steve Hartley. 5 seconds behind him is Nick Padmore with Lucas Halusa, but 7 seconds behind them, Werner. So he's not going to catch the cars in front. There is Steve Hartley. Crests the rise and heads down through Maggots into the Beckett's S's, chasing Christophe Dansenborg. 2.2 seconds, not going to catch the Williams in front of him, but Mike Cantillon has gone by one of the arrows. That's car number 49, Nick Pink. It's a 1983 Arrows A5. And there, car number 1, Nick Padmore. He's got ahead of Lucas Halusa's FW08, a car that not only was allowed to race and was legal, but was pretty successful in period. Whereas the Lotus, lots of unexplored opportunities. And the deal with the Lotus, the twin chassis, basically it's got a chassis that the driver sits in, the engine and gearbox are in, and the suspension's hung off, but the body is not attached to it. You can see there's a clear gap between the top of the bodywork and the driver's cockpit, so the entire body, as one, moves up and down with the aerodynamic force. It's basically not an unsprung part of the car, like the rest of the body, the engine and transmission is. It's a sprung weight, which means it's much more controlled and much less effect on the car. It's a bizarre concept that Colin Chapman dreamed up, and clearly the authorities were worried that it was going to spark yet another arms race financially, and so it was banned on the spot. I think it spooked the drivers a little bit in testing, and Nick Padmore certainly says it is a hard thing to get to grips with. Lucas Halusa in a much more straightforward car, the FW08, and Padmore's got a problem as he's struggling to select a gear there. Looked like the car was sort of bucking around underneath him.
Or is it that electrical issue once again?
Sure.
Was it cutting out, perhaps?
Yeah, could be. Well, here's our race leader. Time has run out. Next time at the line, it will be the checkered flag. And Matt Wrigley has held off the challenge of Stuart Hall. The Ram March, yesterday's race winner, got close, but not close enough. They're just catching up the lucky strike shadow of Kurt Bennett, but it is the checkered flag and victory for Matt Wrigley. Stuart Hall in 2nd place, and it will be Mike Cantillon in 3rd in the FW07C, car number 7. And Cantillon comes out to claim the final spot on the podium. Behind him, the similar Williams of Christophe Dansenborg, ahead of the top McLaren of Steve Hartley. There is car number 4, Lucas Halusa. Nick Padmore weaves across the line in the Lotus 88, and that might be the Lotus 88's first race finish. Werner Dansenborg in 8th place in the Brabham. Jamie Constable 9th, and then Simon Fish. No, Jamie Constable has come into the pit lane, I think, or has slowed down somewhere. So Werner Danterburg 8th, Simon Fish 9th. Jamie Constable did come across the line in the end.
In the pit lane, I think.
Ahead of Steve Brooks in the Lotus, yeah. There is Jamie Constable in the 99 Tyrrell. Not 1999, car number 99. So success for Matt Wrigley. And post-race, I wonder if Stuart will say we should have taken off more wing or maybe a bit less. Interesting, when Ed was showing us those wing adjustments, there were just 4 different holes on the wing, only 4 levels of wing adjustment. Whereas now, modern, even the smallest single-seaters will have umpteen different adjustments for the wings. Ewan Surgeson there in the red and white Shadow. So that Shadow driven in period by Clay Regazzoni. And Ewan always wears his Regazzoni replica helmet, and not just the right colours, but it's a Jebs helmet as well, which was the helmet used in period by Clay Regazzoni. So everybody likes their cars to look as close to the original as they can. And Ewan goes a step further by having the helmet in the cockpit looking correct as well. Well, a win at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit for the Tyrrell. Matt Wrigley claims victory in the Candy and Ceramica Imola sponsored car. And as those of you who are at the track will be very much aware, today it is at least dry, but it is pretty chilly and blustery, and unfortunately higher winds forecast for this afternoon. Well, that may not affect those of us on ground level, but it would affect you if you're throwing yourself out of a perfectly serviceable aeroplane. And so unfortunately the Red Devils, the Army parachute display team from the parachute regiment, who were hoping to display this evening, because of the forecast high winds, will not be able to jump. So there will unfortunately be no Red Devils. Have been a little bit plagued by weather this weekend, but wind, rain or sun, the Silverstone Festival has again produced some absolutely spectacular racing. Not just mouth-watering cars, not just fantastic displays, but some brilliant racing. And Matt Wrigley there claims victory in the Tyrrell. Gets welcomed back by team, friends and family. And a congratulatory handshake as well from Stuart Hall. So yesterday's race, it was Stuart on top of the pile, Matt Wrigley took second, Jamie Constable third. But it is a win today for Matt Wrigley. Jamie Constable having to take to the pits that green Tyrrell, the 99 denim sponsored Tyrrell, just didn't look quite as sharp today. But let's hear from Bryn Lucas with Matt Wrigley, our race winner.
Matt's getting a lot of applause and plaudits down here. A great drive from you. Started 8th on the grid there, Matt. That was phenomenal.
Yeah, great drive. I was sort of a bit disappointed with yesterday, although second short hole, there's nothing to really be disappointed about. I sort of beat myself up bad a bit this morning. And I felt, yeah, it would have been dry. I sort of had a bit, I felt better today. And I had a bit between my teeth. And, you know what I mean? When Stuart got past me in the first lap, I thought, oh no, it's going to be really hard to get back past him. And I think he just got squeezed ever so slightly somewhere, and I just managed to get a run on him, which made it a bit easier. And then he got stuck behind someone. But yeah, it's great race, great event, and so pleased to have won the race today.
When you compare the conditions to yesterday, are you a wet weather, sort of greasy weather preferer, or do you prefer this kind of nice dry condition?
No, I like the wet conditions. Done quite a lot of Formula Ford racing, and so I quite enjoy them with these cars. You know, I mean, there's a value to them, and I probably shouldn't have it in the back of my mind, but I think sometimes you can just have it in the bit of the back of your mind. So it did take me a couple of laps really to get into the groove of it yesterday, and Stuart drove a great race, and massive thanks to front row racing, everyone there, and obviously the dad passed away the other week, so it's, that one's for him really, because they've all got the shirts on to remember him by. So yeah, great day.
Well done. Well, a bit more grip than a Formula Ford as well with the downforce you get for these cars here. Let's just go to our second place finisher, Stuart. Let's just dive into Stuart. Stuart, can we get a quick word with you? Couldn't quite do it this time, as you did yesterday, but it was a good race for us to watch.
I bet it was. Yeah, difficult with, I don't know who was in the Williams. I think it's another front row car. Made it quite difficult, and then, yeah, Wrigley escaped, and that was that. Yeah, we'll be back. We'll get them next time.
You seem like you've got a bigger smile on your face today coming second than you did yesterday.
It's false. Yeah, it's just, we made a good start, got through some traffic, managed to do Matt. The car was good today. The boys made some big changes, you know. Yeah, I think it was another front row car came up behind. It was, yeah, very difficult. And yeah, Matt escaped. Fair play to him though. Did a great race. You know, you got to hand it to him. They were the better car today, and we'll improve for next time. But it's been a great weekend as ever. You know, Masters put on an amazing show. It's an absolute privilege to be here and a privilege to drive these cars.
It's been a privilege for us to witness you drive the cars as well, so thank you very much indeed. Well, and let's go off and find our third place finisher then. Third place, let me just dive into Mike, because I mean, I had to check your starting position, Mike, before I came to you, because like, I've got 26th. He couldn't have started 26th. He started 26th. That's what I've been told. That's what happened, and yet you're on the podium. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I started 26th. We had a difficult weekend with the car. The team been amazing. We got it sorted in the end, and I was so delighted. We knew we had pace around here. You know, we knew we're fast around here, and it was such fun in the car. I can't wait to see the in-car footage of it was pretty close overtaking. But fair play to all the drivers. They were so respectful, and you know, no accidents. So I'm over the moon.
There were some fantastic performances from yourself, from Nick Padmore as well. He climbed up to 7th or 8th, I think, as well. Brilliant stuff. Well done to you. Fantastic. A great show for us all. There we go. Back to commentators. We've got the podium coming up in just a few, but right now back to you, Martin.
Well, there you go, Mike Cantillon doing a lot of justice to that ex-Keke Rosberg Williams FW07. Drive from 26th to 3rd, of which the Flying Finn would have been very happy. And the car that Stuart Hall had so much trouble getting by was the race leader, Christoph Dansenborg. He ended up in 4th ahead of the McLaren of Steve Hartley and Lucas Halusa, but it was Matt Wrigley who topped the podium, having started in 8th place, 2nd yesterday. Werner Dansenborg from last when the Brabham wouldn't fire came through to 8th, and Nick Padmore 7th in a twin chassis Lotus ahead of Simon Fish. Jamie Constable finishing 10th in the pit lane. In our earlier cars category, Carlos de Quesada claiming that in 15th place ahead of Peter Williams in the Lek and Chris Perkins in the Matchbox 30. So they were the top 3 in the Fittipaldi class. In the Lauda class, James Hagan's Benetton livery Tyrrell was first there. And our other category, named after Patrick Head, that was won by car number 59, Michael Fitzgerald in the Arrows A4. Well, Stuart Hall and Matt Wrigley had to work their way through from 9th and 8th on the grid respectively, and they did so very quickly indeed. Once Matt Wrigley and Stuart Hall were in front, as Matt said, Stuart got held up a little bit behind car number 37, and that was Christoph Dansenborg, the early race leader from the front of the grid. With cars that are so closely matched, and actually the Williams was a quicker car in period than the Ram March, it was hard to get by. Mike Cantillon, Jamie Constable coming through. Constable would finish his race in the pit lane, and Carlos de Quesada in the McLaren chasing the Lek for class victory. Cantillon coming through from 26th position. Werner Dansenborg in the Brabham getting ahead of Jamie Constable, who in the end had to succumb to issues, but it was victory for Matt Wrigley in memory of his dad Mike Wrigley, who passed away just a short while ago. So an emotional weekend indeed for Matt Wrigley, and it's ended superbly. Well, on the eBay stage, Mike and Elvis will be holding the last of their car clinics not too shortly, 16:45, about an hour and a quarter from now, and the last chance for you to participate in the pit stop challenge. And then the music starts at 5:45. Live music from Furnace and the Fundamentals and ADMT, and then a pause for you to grab a bite and a beer before Ollie Meurs rounds out the weekend here at the 2024 Silverstone Festival.
Silverstone Festival, well, where would we be without Formula One? Here at the festival, there's a real presence from Formula One, as here in a marquee, there are 5 Mercedes Formula One cars as we battle the noise out on track. I'm delighted to have Alex Toulouse here to tell us all about it. 5 amazing cars. How come they're here?
So what we've done here, we bought a decade of hybrid power. We've got the 2014 car in front of you here, and we've also got the race on this weekend in Zandvoort. So the 2024 car is there. So.
The 2014 car, as you say. Now, this is a test bed car to start with. Lewis and Nico both drove this in 2014.
Exactly that. So this was the very start of the hybrid era. And as you mentioned, this was driven by Lewis and Nico, and then eventually ended up as Nico's race car.
Fantastic. We'll carry on a little whistle-stop tour, shall we? And turn our attention to the 2017 car, a title-winning car, Lewis Hamilton's car. What can you tell us about this one?
So this was a regulation change. So as you can see, it's a lot longer, it's a lot wider. We've got the bigger tyres, and it was also the development year for the Halo.
It's great to see the development of the cars, and you see the sheer scale of them as well as they develop over time. And if you whip around on the camera there, you'll see at the far end, 2018, Valtteri Bottas's car. First time we saw the Halo in Formula One.
Exactly, and as you say, that was Valtteri's race car. Still got all the damage from the races, and still got all the FIA stickers from when it raced.
And then we turn our attention to the one almost nearest to us here, 2019 Lewis's title-winning car with a very famous signature on the nose.
Yeah, so that's Niki Lauda's signature. That was sort of in homage to his passing just before the Monaco Grand Prix.
One more car for us to take a quick look at, and that's the one directly behind us. Another car that is absolutely filthy, and that means one thing, doesn't it, Alex?
Exactly. So this was George Russell's car from the Brazilian Grand Prix, the race winner.
What a fantastic array of cars you brought here. It's really good to see, and thank you so much for giving us a whistle-stop tour. And if you are coming to the festival this weekend, make sure you check it all out for yourselves. Well, it's podium time here at a very windy Silverstone. It's podium time for what we just witnessed, the Masters Racing Legends, and what a race we saw. I'm going to jump out of the way and get straight to the podium. And we're going to kick things off with the head Lauda podium. And we'll go in reverse order, 3, 2, 1. In third place, what a performance. Started 26th on the grid, came home third, Mike Cantillon. In second place, another great performance from him in the March 821, it's Stuart Hall. Now I think Stuart might have, oh no, he is here, he's just crept his way through. Thank you, Stuart, well done. But the victor, starting 8th on the grid, Matt Wrigley. And to make the presentation from Speedmaster, James Hansen. So as these guys celebrate, we'll head back to the commentators for more track action as Matt gets the big trophy and takes the applause from this rather large crowd around us here. Back to you, Martin.
Well, there you go. There are your podium finishers from our Cosworth era Formula One race. And an emotional win, I'm sure, for Matt Wrigley. Stuart Hall taking second place. And epic stuff from Mike Cantillon there on the right-hand side in third place from nearly 30th on the grid. Well, those are the Cosworth era cars. What you can hear in the background is the wail of a 3.5-litre Yamaha Formula One engine in the Jordan. I beg your pardon, the Yamaha in the Tyrrell, isn't it? So we've got it's a Jordan 194, 2004 car, built just across the road. in the factory that now holds the Aramco Aston Martin Formula One team. This has the hallmarks have been Eddie Irvine, Rubens Barrichello period car. Two other cars out on circuit at the moment. We have got a Tyrrell 021, and that is the Yamaha powered car. And the third car that's going round, red and white Marlboro livery, is an ex-Laurent Aiello Reynard. I think, hang on a minute, Martin. Surely a Reynard never raced in Formula One. No, you're absolutely right. It is a Reynard Formula 3000 chassis, driven by Mark Harrison. So with the 3-litre V8, the Jordan and the Tyrrell, both Formula One cars. So the Tyrrell raced in 1993, the Jordan 1994. So the more high-nosed look to the Tyrrell that Harvey Postlethwaite introduced. And that led to an understanding of cleaning up the air underneath the car, and the high noses have remained pretty much ever since. And although a modern era Formula One car, the nose is probably about as low as you see now on the Reynard, the area behind it, as with the Tyrrell there, is very much free of bodywork, and that helps to sort out the airflow around the keel of the car, over the flat floor, through the side pods. And as pretty much in period, I'm afraid that the Jordan's engine has not seemed to carry it all the distance it was hoping to go. Well, we had originally hoped to have one of the Tolmans out here, the TG 185, but that isn't the case. So it's the Jordan in 1994 with a Hart engine. So Brian Hart was the man who was also the connection between him and the Tolman TG 184 and 185. Would have been that Brian Hart built the engines for both, normally aspirated in the case of the Jordan, and a 1.5-litre turbo in the case of the early career Tolmans. It's the 3.5-litre Formula One era with the Tyrrell. A little earlier we saw one of those Brian Hart engined Tolmans, the TG 183B chassis number 5, with which Senna made his Formula One debut. Raced the first part of the 1984 season in that chassis. That's back on display behind the wing. So if you are a fan of Ayrton Senna, if you saw him race in period, and especially if you didn't, if you haven't seen the cars up close, got 3 Benettons that he drove, a whole host of McLarens, a couple of rally cars that he drove in a one-off test, not because he decided he might go rallying, but because journalist Russell Bulgin, who'd befriended him in his early career, said, how do you fancy coming to Wales and thrashing around for a day in some rally cars? Well, of course, nobody's going to say no to that, and Senna was no different. So off he went to Phil Price's rally school, drove a front-wheel drive Vauxhall Nova, then immediately graduated to a rear-wheel drive Ford Sierra Cosworth Turbo, the Phil Collins Brooklyn car that Phil was competing in the British Rally Championship with, and rounded out the day in a full-fat MG Metro 6R4. And the Brooklyn Sierra and the actual 6R4 that he drove in period are in that display, along with a whole host of karts, Formula One cars, motorcycles, road cars, the Honda NSXs that he drove when he was living in the UK and based in Europe. So the biggest ever display of Ayrton Senna cars gathered together here at the Silverstone Festival. Of course, 30 years since a horrible day at Imola on the 1st of May. That was the end of a fairly tragic weekend. Massive accident for Rubens Barrichello in qualifying, where he flew through Variante Bassa and almost cleared the spectator fencing. On Saturday, Roland Ratzenberger was killed in qualifying in his Simtek. And on Sunday, in the race after a brief safety car period at the start, a fatal crash too for Ayrton Senna. And for that generation of fans, you immediately knew what an earlier generation must have felt when they heard that Jim Clark had been killed in a Formula 2 race at Hockenheim. The sense that the man who seemed impervious to any damage or injury had been taken away. There was a big celebration and commemoration of Senna at Imola to mark the 30th anniversary of his passing, and similarly at Interlagos. And Senna's niece, Lalani, who knew him when she was young, has created a range of busts of the great man, and most of those are of a sort of manageable size, about a foot 18 inches tall. The one that was unveiled in Interlagos is 30 feet tall and will be a permanent feature of the circuit. And a new mural on the race control building, as there is at Imola as well. And here at the Silverstone Festival, remembering him and gathering together, I mean, fantastic effort to gather together so many cars from so many different corners of the globe, and some of them in, quite a lot of them in private hands, of course, to come here to Silverstone. Bruno Senna, his nephew, was here yesterday, and Lalani Senna has been here this weekend. And all of those cars are still there. And to tell us a little bit more, well, Lalani Senna, it was Bryn Lucas who caught up with her in the Silverstone Museum to find out more about her sculpture work.
A face that needs no introduction, but I'll give you one anyway. Ayrton Senna, the Nossa Senna collection, the lady that's responsible for making these amazing sculptures is here, Lalani Senna. It's great to have you along. Now, these sculptures are so personal to you, but for us, they are just things of beauty because it's your uncle as we know him.
Yes, this is a great pleasure to be here at the Silverstone Museum, and these are the sculptures that I've made for my grandmother, Ayrton's mother, at her wish, because she wanted to see her son the way that she remembered, and she needed somebody from the family to make it because it's a representation of him as a family member, the way that we remember him personally.
Now, that's very tricky for you because it's how you remember him and it's so personal. How do you go about doing it? I mean, you said to me just before we started rolling that there are some little tricks to the trade.
Yes, exactly. The trick is, when you see Ayrton in the pictures, it's not exactly the way that he was. So I use the pictures as references, but there are things that you couldn't find in the pictures, like his jaw. So the jaw I got from my sister. My sister posed for me, Bianca, so that I could copy because she had the same jaw as Ayrton's. And Bruno, my brother, has some features as well. So I used the family and my memories as a child to recreate a perfect representation of who I met as a child.
It's absolutely fantastic. Such a nice, warm smile coming from him as well. Tell us a bit about the collection very briefly then, because it's a collection, it's a limited collection. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so I did the big version for my grandmother. We have it in Interlagos in Brazil. It's a 3.5 meters high sculpture. It's very nice. And I loved it so much, everybody loved it so much that they wanted to have it at their home. So they asked me if I could make a collectible piece. So I scanned the sculpture, and this is the small version, a perfect copy of the big one that we have in Interlagos.
As you say, there are 3 different molds, 3 different types of this sculpture. It's absolutely fantastic. You can get down to the Silverstone Museum and catch it for a limited time only.
It is a remarkable likeness, and the one at Interlagos is absolutely staggering in its imposing size, and it will be there permanently to remember him. Well, lots of other things going on away from the Silverstone Museum and away from the cars on the track. Dean Edwards on stage shortly at the Silverstone Kitchen Live. He'll be at the last of our chef appearances in about 15 minutes. 4 o'clock, you can get into the Tasting Tent Masterclass with Diddley Squat Farm Shop. I can't promise you, Jeremy, And Paul and Wille Lees will be last on stage in the Silverstone Kitchen Live at 4:30. Don't forget the eBay stage continues during the course of the day and into the evening as the music kicks off at 5:45. So much else to see and do. All of our Formula One demonstrations and groups of cars in the centre of the field, including the simulators, axe throwing, water zorbs, the big wheel, the fun fair. The fun never ends. Lots of fun for all the family, and hopefully it will remain dry for the rest of the evening, although the breeze does seem to be picking up quite stiffly across the Silverstone circuit. There's the opposite side view of the wing, and closest to us at the back of the paddock where the Formula One trucks and motorhomes would normally be is the Senna display. So get yourself down there to see that. Meanwhile, in the assembly area, cars gathering for the next of our races, and that means it is time to head down to Ed Foster.
In motor racing, there are a lot of father-son racing drivers. Here we have Sean and Max Lynn that are sharing these two cars between them. And they're both 2015 BR01s. Max was a bit quicker yesterday, but Sean ended up just in front. Guys, you're basically running a team. I do hope you're sharing data.
Absolutely, absolutely.
No. So, well, I was saying, Sean, that Max was a bit quicker, but you ended up in front. What happened?
He got an extra penalty because of, for some reason, but which we won't go into. But yeah, also I think I was very lucky with the weather, the pit stop, and everything, and just. But I think it's going to be a very different race this time in the dry.
Yes, I guess you're going to have your wing mirrors full of this guy. What's the plan? I mean, do you give your father a wider berth than other drivers, or do you just treat him the same as everyone else?
Yeah, well, I've got more pressure on me than he does on him because he's the one paying the bill no matter what happens. So if he goes into me, that's not a problem. But if it's vice versa, that's a real big problem. So yeah, I'll give him a nice wide berth when we're going down the straight.
Sean, how does that make you feel?
I'm not going to give any room whatsoever. I mean, so as I'm paying both bills, at least he can do is let me try and beat him.
Fantastic, guys. Look, well, best of luck. Enjoy it.
Thank you, thank you.
Competitive dad. Excellent. Well, Sean and Max Lynn, father and son combination, and almost actually this is as well Mike Newton with the car that he raced in period a quarter of a century ago, the MG Lola, one of the 3 MG Le Mans cars that he owns, and still being run by Phil Barker and the crew who ran it in period. Ed has more.
Hugo Cook, just saying, I'm used to seeing you in GTs, but you've stepped into the LMP machine just for this weekend. You must be loving all the grip.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely very different, you know, the way you drive the car, but it's been a really good experience for me. It's tough, but the grip's amazing, yeah.
And, I mean, obviously, you've got a lot of things to play with in your GT car, but jumping into a new car like this, you know, it's not like some of these historic cars. There's a lot to learn. How do you get your head around it?
Well, to be fair, GTs now are very technical, you know, so there's nothing in the car really that I haven't had already. But it's more, you know, the extra power, the extra grip, just the aero balance and, you know, keeping the car stable. And there's a lot to learn, but it's good.
And what can you change on a lap-by-lap basis? Are you fiddling with much, or are you just driving it at the moment?
At the minute, I'm just driving. But yeah, you've got anti-lag settings, you've got traction control settings, brake balance, all different things like that to help you.
And because, I mean, you professional drivers seem to be on the pace within a lap, but I guess you're still learning it. Are you hoping to climb a few more places?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's definitely the aim. See, I think, you know, we've got some new tyres now, so I think we'll make our way forward.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
New tyres, can't beat them. Well, we've got a combination here of LMP1 cars, LMP2 cars, and slightly more modern LMP3 cars, plus a variety of GT cars, GT3s, GT4s, and the like. And a lot of these have got some pretty prestigious history. I think there is only... No, I think there are only 2 cars in the field being driven by their original drivers. We've seen one, Mike Newton. The other one is the multicoloured Marcos of Cor-Oiza. And Ed, down in the collecting area, has caught up with someone else.
Cor-Oiza, I shouldn't have favourites, but I cannot walk past this Marcos without looking twice at it. Is it as scary to drive as it looks?
Well, it's a handful, that's the thing for sure, but... I got used to it after the last 25 years, so for me it's normal to be in a difficult position sometimes.
But it's obviously very quick. I mean, you're up here with the prototypes, but it looks as though you're sat, almost on the rear axle.
It is, the balance, the weight balance is 50-50, and I'm sitting very low, like we have like 5 centimeter clearance or so. So it looks a little bit like a Formula car, but it isn't. But it's too heavy. But on the other hand, I'm in the wet. I was pretty good between all the sports cars, and we see what happens in the dry.
Yeah, in the dry, I guess your biggest weakness is the straights.
Correct. Yeah. Well, we go pretty quick on the straight. I must say, yesterday the LMP3s couldn't overtake me on the straight. Mainly they have more downforce. So I was playing a lot with them. It was nice.
Cool. I love seeing it. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
I love to see that car as well. Cor-Oiza, and actually he was joined yesterday by Callum Lockie, with whom he won the British GT Championship in that Marcus LM600 Evo. So that has had a lot of history. And I wouldn't like to guess how many of Cor's 1,000+ race starts he's had in Marcus's, but it's well up into the 700s. I think he's been married to that car longer than most people have been married to their partners. So a remarkable history. So he and Mike Newton here in cars that they raced in period. Well, this car, you can see, I saw one of the names there on the rollover hoop was Michele Alishin, who raced in IndyCars very successfully and raced in IMSA WeatherTech Series as well. Who's the other driver? No, it's scrolled by, I didn't catch that. But Alistair Douglas, a great opportunity to see Le Mans machinery. And this was the last race yesterday evening. The skies had sort of cleared, the sun had come out, the track was dry, and they were driving into the low sun, the evening light. It proper gave you Le Mans feels.
It did indeed, yes. We just needed the heat. Really, but it's great to see these cars out on the Silverstone circuit. Freddie Tomlinson aboard the family Ginetta. His father won't be sharing the car with Freddie today. He did yesterday, but Freddie on his own today.
And 2 Tomlinsons and Mansell on the rollover hoop, because as you correctly remembered yesterday, that car in period was shared by Nigel Mansell and Lawrence Tomlinson. It is, of course, a Ginetta. Ian Stinton in the Roll Centre Racing TVR Cerberus, raced in the British GT Championship in period by Martin Short, who is here, and Rob Bath, who lives just up the road. I'm not actually sure if Rob's here. I haven't seen him, but I wouldn't be at all surprised. And then a slew of these BR01s. Now, this was an LMP2 car designed and built for and by SMP Racing, the Russian-based team. They raced in LMP2 for a number of seasons and then had their own LMP1 program as well with the BR02, which was possibly the most terrifying-looking car you've ever seen. If you go and look online for some on-board of it, it's just frightening. So, we are getting ready to send our Masters Legends cars out here onto the Silverstone circuit.
Iconic auctioneers are once again back here at the Silverstone Festival. They brought an amazing array of cars here, and to tell us more, I'm delighted to have Rob Hubbard here. Now, before we get into the cars, Rob, who comes here to buy cars at a festival like this?
So the festival buyers here can be racers who are out on the track, enthusiasts as well who are here on the club stands, as well as some investors in the marketplace as well. So lots of people, lots of choice.
An eclectic array of prospective buyers and an eclectic array of cars on display as well. Let's start here, shall we, at the Skylines. There's two Skylines side by side.
Yeah, absolutely. The R34 Skylines, they really have taken off over the last few years. The JDM market has increased wildly, and rightly so.
Absolutely rightly so. And then next to them, I quite love the contrast between the Skylines and the two Aston Martins, very different Aston Martins on display.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got the more modern V12 Screamers, the more modern Gaydon built cars, as well as the earlier V8s, the big bruisers, the love muscle, as they say on the bonnet, and the big air scoops. Great things.
Screamers and bulky beasts there going around. And then when we think of the more classic cars, there's an E-Type here on display. Very popular E-Types, but I love this Bentley. This is absolutely stunning.
Yeah, they really are. Yeah, this is a 1922 3-litre Bentley with a 4.5-litre engine, supercharged as well. And that's one of the original 50 blowers engines that were made famous by Tim Birkin and various others at Le Mans back in the late 20s, early 30s. This car's ready to go. Race it here with legends this weekend, or indeed the VSCC throughout the year, or fast road rallies and everything else like that. So lots you can do with it.
It's an amazing, amazing looking car. I'll put you on the spot though. If you could take home only one car, which one's it going to be?
For me, Maserati Vignale Spider, one of 6 right-hand drive cars.
Just over there. It's beautiful. But I'll tell you what, this has got a guide price of £400,000 to £500,000. So Rob, I think I'll take this one.
Mid-afternoon, Sunday of the 2024 Silverstone Festival. We've still got 4 races to go before we hand over the noise to the stage for the final musical act of the evening, which will be, of course, the sensational Ollie Murs. If you're not in a hurry to get home, I do suggest you stay and wait for him. But before that, the Masters Endurance Legends are about to head out. So what is that all about?
Masters Endurance Legends hails a golden era in endurance history and a span of time when Mr. Le Mans Tom Christensen became the most successful driver ever at the Circuit de la Sarthe. Proudly representing the era on track today is the diesel-engined Peugeot 90X that battled with Audi in 2011. Another highlight will be the 007 Lola Aston, a car which sealed the Le Mans Series Championship here at Silverstone in 2009. Get ready for the unmistakable action of the Masters Endurance Legends.
So the rear view of one of our cars, and this from the rear lights, I can tell you, is a Mosler MT900R. There you go. So one of 2 in the field, these American-built supercars. There was a road version, but predominantly it was a race car, very effective too. And this Coca-Cola livery car built by Martin Short Roll Centre Racing. He had success in the British GT Championship with Moslers, with TVRs, and of course also one of his cars here, the Dallara, with which he finished in 4th place at Le Mans, sharing with Joao Barbosa and Vanina X. So plenty of British influence as ever at Le Mans. And the cars are getting ready to head out. So there's another of the Molars, or the other of the Moslers. We've got a selection of GT3 cars as well. Over on the right-hand side, the red and white Chrysler Viper. That's a GT2 spec car. The 8-litre V10 Viper, initially introduced in LMP in GT1, but it was a little bit outclassed as Mercedes and Porsche completely changed the games, created a race car and then made a road car, because we've seen so many 911 GT1 Evos as road cars, whereas the Viper was actually a road car that became a race car, but it was downgraded into GT2, where it wiped the floor with the opposition for a number of seasons. Here, the Peugeot 90X are one of the 2 Peugeot 90Xs that we've got, the diesel turbo Peugeot LMP1 cars. So the two cars, the Evolution version of the cars, which went on to win Le Mans. This is an Audi R8 LM GT3 car. We got a few BMW Z4 GT3s as well. But predominantly, this field is about open and closed prototype racing. So there can see Red 5, that's the Zytek raced by the Mansell family at Le Mans. The blue car with the lime green highlights, that's the Deutsche Bank X-Market Stellara run by Martin Short to 4th place at Le Mans. And getting a push start, the MG Lola of Mike Newton, car number 25. Probably season number 25 of the two of them together as well. So let's take a look at our Masters Endurance Legends, the second race of the weekend for these Le Mans style cars. Christoph and Werner Dansenburg, the father and son combination, will lead the field away in their race-winning Peugeot from yesterday ahead of Stuart Wiltshire's second place finish to Pescarolo ahead of the Peugeot, and Sean Lynn, who finished 3rd in the BR01. It's start where you finished. So the Fraser and Mac Mansell family Zytek is 4th ahead of Max Lynn's BR01, and Yutaka Toriba Alfie Briggs BR01 also on row 3. Gregor Fiskin's Dallara starts 7th. The first of the Ligiers, the JSP2 of Michael Birch ahead of the Morgan Pescarolo, and Mike Newton's Lola starts 11th ahead of the Silva family Pesca LMP1 car. Bradley Smith is the first of the LMP3 cars in his Norma N30. The second of them is the Kennedy Farby Norma D08 in 15th position. And then the more popular, more numerous Ligier JSP3s continue behind. The Formula Le Mans Oreca, an Oreca LMP chassis with a Corvette engine ahead of Core Oiser's Marcos and unique Reynard Protran of Paul Cope ahead of the galumphing Bentley GT3, the Gamsky and Wiley car. We're now down into GT3 and Cup class cars, and the Dodge Viper is in 29th ahead of the Mosler in 30th spot. Getting towards the tail of the field, Jamie Constable had issues with his Pescarolo LMP1 car in race 1. He starts down with Richard Guy, the Purbrick Bryce Lola, and the Acura on the final spot on the grid. That car in the Patron colours in which it raced in the IMSA WeatherTech series. Most of these cars raced in the Le Mans series in Europe and at Le Mans. A number of them in GT3 championships across Europe, and we have some who have come over from racing in the States, but predominantly European fans will be very familiar with these cars.
And as when they were racing in the championships, the lights had to be illuminated. And in fact, I recall here at Silverstone, in one of the 1000k races, one of the Peugeots had to come in from the lead because one of its lights wasn't working. As simple a thing as a bulb or a wire put that car into the pit lane, lost it lots of places. But it's good to see that all of the cars are running their headlights, because it gives that added feeling of what we're trying to recreate here, which is the great days of long-distance racing.
It is a little grey as well. Yesterday it was a gloriously golden sunset. Today it's a little bit more grey, so you're still seeing the reflection of the headlights, almost as if we are heading to dusk, even though it's only 3:30. Winter draws on. Well, there you can see the red, white and blue MG Lola of Mike Newton, car number 25. And he is starting in 11th place with the De Silva LMP1 Pescarolo alongside. But there is the car that won yesterday, another father and son combination, Christoph and Werner Dansenburg in their orange and blue LMP1 Pescarolo. Now that's a slightly different livery. It's got more orange on the rollover hoops because that is a 2012 car. The other two, which you can see in the background, the first of, with more blue on the rollover hoops, they're the 2011 liveried cars. And the red and blue Beach Dean Ice Cream Ginetta, the Zytek rather, that is the car, Red 5, that was driven at Le Mans by Nigel Leo and Greg Mansell. Now, this BR01 seems to be smoking a little. I hope it's not just a little puff of smoke from the tyres. This was started yesterday by Yutaka Toriba, and the race finished by Alfie Briggs. They finished in 6th place with a 16-year-old doing a second stint. But I do worry a little that is puffing Billy a bit. 3 BR01s, the 2 Lynn family cars with the blue nose and with the white centre panel with the Russian Eagle. That is the Yutaka and Briggs, the Toriba and Briggs car. Car number 32 there. A little further back, that is Michael Birch's Ligier JSP2. So that's an LMP2 Ligier chassis. And the Ligier firm is a continuation of the firm set up by ex-rugby player, ex-Formula 1 driver Guy Ligier. And under his name, although it's no longer family-owned, still producing LMP3 cars particularly successfully. And did have LMP2 cars as well in the fold, but those were fairly quickly overtaken by Orica's very successful and a little quicker 05, which then mutated into the 07, of which more than 100 LMP2 versions have been built. So, as with Formula 1, 2 and 3, so with, oh no, the Patron car has gone off on the formation lap, and that is a real disappointment. So this car, the Patron liveried HPD Honda ARX going off on the formation lap, and I think we will then have to have a further safety car lap.
And eagle-eyed Cameron was watching, that's right outside our commentary box. Apparently that car came together with another car. That's why it's ended up in the gravel.
Okay, well, that's less than ideal. Robert Blaine, the US driver, sharing with Aaron Scott. And they had a pretty tough time yesterday. They didn't start the race, and it looks as though they may not start this way. One finger out of the cockpit from the safety car driver and passenger. So one further safety car lap. Now, the clock has started. So this is a time-certain race. It is a 30-minute race, and we are already 3 minutes in. So the first safety car lap, the first full safety car lap away from the grid, was a lap that counts as a race lap, and we now head on to, effectively, lap 2 of the race. So those further back who aren't seeing the single finger from the safety car drivers are going, okay, why aren't we starting now? I thought it was only 2 safety car laps. Are we not going green? And the answer is no, we're not going green. And eventually, when they get down to us, they will find out why. Haven't got any idea who the other party might have been. I'm sure we're going to see. There's only a couple of cars at the tail of the field. The car alongside on the grid was the Purbrick and Bryce black and gold and red Lola, and just ahead of them, car number 83, Richard Guy's black, red and white Coca-Cola Mosler, and alongside him, Jamie Constable, who was starting car number 15, which is the 2011 Pescarolo LMP1. That's a real shame. I was really looking forward to seeing that car. Last time I saw that car in action, I think, was in the 6 hours at Silverstone. In the last but one time it was run here. No, it wouldn't have been, because that would have been a World Endurance race. So it must have been last time I saw it, it would have been at Le Mans about 6 or 7 years ago. So unfortunately, that car, the marshals are waving it off, taking no further part. But while it remains in the gravel, gosh, that's 12 years ago, that car. That can't be right. Are we sure? 2012? Anyway, it is right, no question about it. But oh, so we think it's the red and black Lola. Okay. Well, hopefully no damage there. And again, this is one of the issues, unfortunately, with drivers weaving to build heat in the tyres, and it is a way of building heat in the tyres, and also accelerating and braking quite often to also do the same thing, is that combination comes together. So red flag, are we going to see? I think we might do, and restart the race And yes, clock's been reset to 30 minutes. So red flags are out, and we will reform the grid and dig the HPD out of the gravel. And actually, hopefully, if he can get back on terra firma, he might even get a chance to start the race, because, of course, the race has not started. It did not exist. There was no race. So resetting that. So there will be a little bit of a hiatus, obviously, as we hopefully drag the Patron HPD out of the gravel, reset the grid, send them back into grid formation. So those further back who have no clue why we're still following the safety car, or had no clue, now probably have less clue of what the plan is now. So why aren't we going green next lap? Well, we're going to stop on the grid. So luckily nobody's going particularly quickly. This is a good chance actually to pick a favourite, whether it was a favourite in period or whether you just quite fancy the look of it. Something that's either got looks that only a mother could love, or maybe a nice colour scheme, and there are plenty of those in the field. The rainbow markers of Coroisa, the big black bruiser of the Bentley, the all-orange Ginetta, maybe one of the Pescarolos, maybe you're a bit of a Peugeot fan, maybe you fancy the underdog like the BR01s, or you're a Nigel Mansell fan and Red 5's always got your attention. What about the Dallara, the Martin Short Dallara, or the lime green Cerbera? Cars heading back into the pit lane, so we really are going to go back to square one. If we reverse time too far, the drivers will be popping out and having lunch, which will really hold us up quite badly. So you can see lots of team members on the radio to the teams. And while we get this sorted out and hopefully rescue the Acura, then we'll just take a quick pause.
The Ferris wheel isn't the only thing here at Silverstone, the Silverstone Festival, that Michelin have got something to do with. Now, when you think of motorsport, of course you think Silverstone, and of course you think Michelin. They are synonymous, and I'm delighted to find out a little bit more by talking to the UK marketing manager for Michelin. Here, it's Martin Thompson. It's great to see you here. It's lovely to see you with such a great presence as well.
That's right. It's really important that, given the two icons that Silverstone and Michelin are, that we have a really good presence here. And as you know, Michelin, through the ages, we have been heavily involved in motorsport. The first competition we competed in was the 1895 Paris-Brest. We've had over 1,000 motorsport victories in all formats. And looking at technology, all of the technology you see in car tyres today comes from our work within motorsport, the longevity, the energy-saving tyres, and our latest creation, the cross-climate tyre. That's actually developed from the Le Mans teams wanting a wet slick. So that's where that technology came from there.
Of course, we always think tyres are Michelin, but it's not just tyres, is it? I mean, there's also restaurants too.
There are restaurants, there are maps and guides. The whole restaurant scenario came from, in the early days, the Michelin brothers realised that people were starting to travel further afield. They needed to know where they could get a nice meal, they needed to know where they could get a good bed for the night, and that's where the whole Michelin starred theory sort of evolved from.
But there's also the Michelin Man. Now, he makes an appearance from time to time, doesn't he?
He does indeed. If you're around during the weekend, the Michelin Man will be showing his face. He'll be there for photographs, and yeah, he'll just be playing up. So that'll be.
And over in the paddock, there's a bit of a Michelin presence too?
We've got a real eclectic mix of 20 vehicles down in the international paddock. They'll be taking part in the parade every day, so yeah, that's worthwhile going to look at, that's for certain.
Martin, thank you very much indeed. There's lots to see, lots to do, including this, the 360-degree platform, so I'm going to give this a go, and you can too.
Well, we should be into the early stages of our Masters Endurance Legends race, but after a slight faux pas during tyre warming behind the safety car, our HPD Acura has gone into the gravel, and we are under red flag. So essentially, the first attempted race start has been cancelled. Cars are back in the pit lane waiting to go. Once we get this race underway, we'll head into the Historic Grand Prix Car Association's pre-66 Grand Prix race. And then the Pure Michigan Mustang Challenge is our penultimate encounter on track. At the eBay stage, final Mike and Elvis car clinic. Oh, you better hurry, it's in 2 or 3 minutes. But you don't want to miss the Le Mans cars. Oh, well, never mind. Prize pit stops at 4:55, and then we will set up ready for music to start at 5:45. Furnace and the Fundamentals, 6:45 ADMT. And at 8 tonight, Ollie Murs brings the curtain down on the 2024 Silverstone Festival. Well, the HPD back in the pit lane, that's very good. Well, fun for all the family. If you're watching online and thinking, you know what, that looks good fun, but I'm not sure I can persuade the rest of the family to come with me, there is a lot to do other than watching the racing, even though the racing is pretty epic. Whether you are 8 or 80, younger or older, there is fun for children of all ages. A mouth-watering array of different classic car clubs, Zorbs, axe throwing, of course, what could possibly be safer than that, and a whole host of other things. But of course, for most people, and I'm sure most people watching online, the focus is the track action, using the full Silverstone Grand Prix circuit for an array of cars from the 1920s through to the almost 2020, so almost a century of motorsporting action in evidence here, and some fabulous machines in all sorts of age categories. Sports cars, GT racing, touring cars, and everything in between. Lots and lots of single-seater racing. Formula One from 2 different eras. Formula Juniors that start our day every day with a mouth-watering selection of cars to follow. And just look at this. This is as exciting a grid as you will see wandering down any Le Mans pit lane, just with a bit less French being spoken. It is fantastic. And for those who are Le Mans fans, and I definitely count myself among those, it's great to see that when the cars stop racing in period, Alistair Douglas, they still have a life, and they are, you know, that's one of the delights of Masters and MRL as a group, but also all the historic racing groups, is that these things don't just go on a plinth somewhere, or they don't get left in a lockup somewhere. Racing cars are only ever built for one thing, like classic cars. Classic cars weren't classic cars, they were made to be driven. Racing cars are made to be driven. And that's where they should be seen all the time, or as often as possible.
They certainly should be, and we did have an interview with a driver yesterday in the Formula One grid, the 66 to 85, and he said that the modern cars can't really be run with all the technology they've got on them now. But with these cars, we are seeing cars from relatively recent past still being run by private teams. These are not the works teams that would run them at the time, or the customer teams. These are private teams and drivers who want to come out and race. So that's really good. Although I think probably, Martin, you'd know this more with being right there at the WEC forefront. But I think probably the very modern LMP1 cars, it might be difficult to see those out.
I'm not sure difficult, actually. There's Alfie Briggs, 16 years young. Or old, I believe. I'm not sure how he was on GCSE. This is a big week for Alfie Briggs. GCSE results and the Silverstone Festival with an LMP2 BR01 to race with a driver that I don't know what he knows about Yutaka Torida before he met him, but Yutaka bringing this car here. And as you can see, they're fairly sophisticated machines inside. I know that Ferrari aren't going to let anybody else run a hypercar. They will run it, but then they will run Formula One cars for you. They will run last year's Formula One car for you in private hands if you really want to pay them enough money.
But not in racing.
No, not in racing, but there we go. Well, there's the HPD Acura, and it does look, unfortunately, as though that is going no further. And that's a real shame, because I know he brought out the red flag and everything, but this isn't modern racing. This is historic racing. They've paid good money to come here and race. We want to see them race. That's not I wonder if there's just a little worry that maybe some of the gravel has got into the machinery, and as a result it might not be a good idea to run the car. But I hope it's that the team have decided it might not be a good idea to run it, rather than the organisers have decided it's not a good idea, because, you know, we've got a 34 car grid. We want to see 34 cars. In fact, we want to see 44 cars, we want to see 54 cars, and trying to make sure that everybody who has the opportunity to race does is really one of the fundamental central lines here. Hugo Cook, you just saw there in that Mazda-powered Lola, and then being pushed along right behind the KCMG Lola. So a whole host of different Lola chassis, but that Mazda-powered Lola raced in the IMSA WeatherTech Series. As I said, most of these cars would have raced in the European Le Mans Series, in the Michelin Le Mans Cup for the LMP3 cars, and in the World Endurance Championship. But, well, cars like Coroiza's Marcos was racing in the FIA GT Championship a quarter of a century ago. Little problem for the Bentley. That's a much more recent GT3 car, of course, built by M Sport up at Cockermouth in Cumbria. And the Bentley GT3, the Continental GT3, a very successful GT3 car, came perilously close to winning the Spa 24 Hours just a handful of years ago, but fell at the final hurdle a couple of times. Ready to go once more. Second time of asking today for race 2 of the Masters Endurance Legends. Car leaving the pit lane, and they will be led by yesterday's winners. You start today where you finished yesterday. So the Dansenbergs with their Pescarolo ahead of Stuart Wiltshire's Peugeot and Sean Lynn's BR01. Then the Fraser and Mack Zytek, Max Lynn's BR01, and the Terida Briggs BR01 in 6th position. Now, we have one of our 2 Peugeots on the grid. What we don't have is the second Peugeot, so that has been withdrawn. But Gregor Fiskin's Delara is in 7th, ahead of the Lola of Hugo Cook, and the Ligier of Michael Birch ahead of the Morgan Pescarolo. Mike Newton's Lola and the De Silva family Pescarolo rounding out the top 12. Lead LMP3 car, the Norma M30 of Bradley Smith, with a similar car driven by Kennedy and Fabi behind, and then a slew of the more popular, more numerous Ligier JSP3 LMP3 cars rounding out the top 18. The single Formula Le Mans car of Chris Atkinson giving plenty of V8 vibes, with a similarly V8 powered Marcus LM600 of Coroiza alongside a former British GT championship winning chassis. Freddie Tomlinson shares or drives the car that his dad shared with Nigel Mansell in period. The second Nigel Mansell car on the grid. And among the GT3 cars, Vipers, Moslers, Ferraris, Porsches and Audis as well there. Lots of these with prestigious race history. And unfortunately, the Blaine and Scott HPD Honda not making it onto the grid after that trip into the gravel. So the first time out, we had 2 safety car laps. Race distance has been reduced to 25 minutes. So it's going to be a slightly shorter race because we are starting to run behind the timetable. Well, the field might need to close up a little bit because the safety car has pulled in. We are going green straight away. Le Mans Racing comes to Silverstone for the second time in the festival 2024. The Dansenberg family Pescarolo leads from pole position ahead of the Peugeot of Stuart Wiltshire, with the first of the BR01s, Sean Lynn, with the blue nose in 3rd place. Red 5, the red and blue Zytek that was driven by Nigel Gregg and Leo Mansell in period, is 4th for Keith Fraser. with Max Lynn behind, and then the white-nosed BR01 of Yutuka Tariba. There he is, ahead of the Roll Centre Racing Dallara of Gregor Fiskin, car number 18, and the red Lola of Hugo Cook. Then the KCMG car, that's Bradley Ellis, sharing with Anton Cummings, and a big smoky application of brakes from Keith Fraser, looking down the inside and trying to defend from Max Lynn, who was in absolutely epic form yesterday. Yutaka Tariba is all over the back of him. Look, 3 BR01s, but here comes red 5. Keith Fraser gets a good drive out of Luffield and onto the old pit straight. He is up ahead of all the BR01s.
Yes, a good run out of Luffield there for Keith Fraser, so he is up 2 places, I think, from the grid, or 1 place certainly, but the BR01's all running together now. The 2 Lynn cars ahead of the Tariba car, but in amongst them, actually, just got past on the run into Beckett's there, was the X-Markets car, that, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Gregor Fiskin in car number 18, the blue car with the green highlights. So he's made a very good start, Gregor, from 7th on the grid. And he's up to now 5th position as he goes by one of the Lynns, and that's Sean Lynn in front of Max Lynn. So Gregor didn't quite get by Max Lynn, and he's got Yutaka Tariba right behind him. So it is still Christoph Dansenborg who started the Pescarolo that leads Stuart Wiltshire's Peugeot second, and then this massive congregation of predominantly blue cars. Thanks everybody, mostly with red highlights. Yeah, thanks everybody. Keith Fraser leads this group from Sean Lynn 37, Matt 27, Sean Lynn 36, and then Yutaka Tariba with the white nose. Through past him has gone Gregor Fiskin, a smoking lockup. Fiskin's got the inside line, leaving Tariba with the outside, and he runs very wide indeed, having nearly run into the back of Max Lynn, and through past both of them goes the red Lola Mazda of Hugo Cook. So Hugo Cook has gone up from 8th position to about on the grid to 6th place now, behind the Lynn family squabble. And Max Lynn's got ahead of Sean Lynn, hasn't he? That's 36 now ahead of 27, the 2 blue-nosed BR01s. And Mike Newton from 11th on the grid now trying to latch onto the back of this as Tariba gets a big sideways moment behind Gregor Fiskin, and another move on. Hugo Cook looking to go by Sean Lynn as well on the inside into Copse.
Yeah, Hugo Cook read that position up at Aintree very well indeed and picked up 2 places. He's now taken another one as they go up towards Beckett's into the sweepers. So Hugo Cook is the man on the move at the moment. We spoke to him before the start, didn't we, on the grid? So through the right-handed element of Beckett's and out onto the hangar straight. Meantime, ahead we've got Keith Fraser and the first of the BR01s, which is Max Lynn, son of Sean, in the 36 car, and down into Stowe they come. Here comes Gregor Fiskin. He's going well, isn't he? Yeah. Gregor really driving well in the number 18 car.
Well, the last time we saw him, he was starting in our Masters GT Legends in a Cobra and did a great opening stint, and then handed all the praise to his co-driver for winning the race. But he certainly laid the foundations. He's having a good run here. And this Lola Mazda, the Mazda power plant, never really raced in Europe. It was Mazda USA that brought it through. They started their program powering Lola chassis, then they developed their own Daytona prototype, an entire squad run by the guys that used to run the Audis. And so it's an unfamiliar car here, although an unfamiliar powertrain at least, although the Lola chassis is relatively familiar. And this looks like it is the race. It's not. This is the race for 3rd place, because you can see from the timing pylon, Christoph Dansenborg and Stuart Wiltshire have cleared off. And this is the battle for 3rd. Max Lynn ahead of Hugo Cook by not very much. And in fact, that is Max Lynn. So red 5, Keith Fraser, just still in front of them. He's about a second clear. And Hugo Cook goes straight through on the inside. Blimey, he's having a good race, isn't he? And the good news for Hugo is that he gets to do all 25 minutes. He will have to still make a pit stop, but he doesn't have to hand over to anybody.
That's a great move there. He ran side by side with Max Lynn for about 4 corners in succession, both of them giving each other racing room. We've got the leader almost, well, in fact, he is on his own. He's gone into Stowe Corner before we get this fabulous battle. 4 cars for second place, is it now? No, that was Wiltshire in second.
Because that wasn't the leader, that was the second place Peugeot. Here is Red 5, Keith Fraser, but he's left the door open on the inside. He couldn't get it closed enough, and Hugo Cook goes through. That is third place for Hugo Cook. That's impressive stuff in 2 laps from 8th on the grid. This may be the best race a Lola prototype has had at Silverstone. It's excellent stuff from Hugo Cook. Little look in the mirrors from Keith Fraser. The mirrors are a long way over there on the outside of the wheel arch, and right behind him, Max Lynn and Yutoka Tariba. So Tariba with the white nose on his BR01. It is, as you can see, a different livery, but when they come towards you, the Lynn family have got a blue nose section, Tariba, and later on in the race, Alfie Briggs with the more white nose section. But it is the same LMP2 chassis, just run with different liveries in 2 different seasons. So Gregor Fiskin now up to 7th place. Well, he started in 7th, but that X-Markets Dallara is still there, and behind him is the orange Dallara of Freddie Tomlinson. Now, where did that start on the grid? That 23rd. Was way on back, 23rd place. That is epic stuff, absolutely epic. So the Ginetta, not widely raced in Le Mans Series or in the World Endurance Championship or at Le Mans. Ginetta did produce an LMP1 car as well, sort of at the end of the LMP1 era.
And Freddie Tomlinson is the 2nd fastest car in the race after the leader, who is Christoph Danselberg, is doing sort of 148s. Freddie doing 149s. Everybody else 150s and 151s. So we should expect this rather obvious orange car to start making its way even further forward. His next target is Gregor Fiskin in the number 18 X-Market sponsored Dallara SP1. But ahead of them is this 3-way battle now with the number 5, the Mansell car, ahead of the 2 BR01s with Max Lynn and then Tariba just behind. And these have been racing now since the start of the race. We've not been able to separate them, and still they're battling.
Oh, mistake there from Keith Fraser. Ran a little deep, and that leaves him open to attack. But also, so does Max Lynn find himself under attack from Yutaka Tariba. By the way, the car that just went by them that has now disappeared from sight, Hugo Cook, fastest race lap for him, 1:47.5. That's quicker than the race leader, and that is nearly 3 seconds quicker than the 2nd placed Peugeot, and he's 7 seconds behind. So in a couple of laps, Hugo Cook's Lola Mazda will be right with Stuart Wiltshire's Peugeot diesel turbo.
Both of those drivers going solo, so no driver change, but still have to do their mandatory stop as they come into Cops Corner. This wonderful battle between Fraser, Lynn and Tariba goes up towards Beckett's, but they're being caught, I think, now, aren't they, by Fiskin and Tomlinson.
And they will be if Tomlinson gets by, and he has. He's just dived by into the Beckett's S's. He went inside Gregor Fiskin, and that will release Freddie Tomlinson to leap away from Gregor Fiskin, as he does immediately, and start to chase these guys. Well, Gregor in that Dallara with the Judd engine, just being beaten for pace by Freddie Tomlinson coming into the Beckett's S's. And let's see how long it takes. There was a 1 second gap between Fiskin and Tariba in the BR01 in front. I don't think it's going to take Freddie Tomlinson long to close that. It hasn't. He's already with them. Look at the progress of the orange Ginetta. This is sensational driving from Freddie Tomlinson. No wonder Lawrence didn't want to drive. He wants to watch Freddie doing this. The GT4 Aston stays out of the way. We're going 2 wide, 2x2 formation. Max Lynn having a look at the inside of Keith Fraser. Can't quite get there, doesn't. And right behind is Yutaka Tariba. Well, this is going to be a little tough for Freddie Tomlinson. He's closing with so much speed. This is where he needed to catch them on a straight, so there's room to get by. Is he going to get both of them? He was looking, really eyeballing Max Lynn. When is he going to turn in? When is he going to turn in? Couldn't get to them. They go by one of the Moslers. So he got by Yutaka Toriba, and that moves him up into 7th.
And if this wasn't exciting enough, the pit window has just opened.
Oh, my Lord. And Hugo Cook going quicker again. Yet another fastest race lap, 1:47.5, closing the gap down. And through goes Tomlinson. He picks off Max Lynn. Now, Max Lynn was one of the sensations of yesterday. I don't know what Freddie Tomlinson had for breakfast and lunch, but it's lit the blue touch paper. And in front of him, Keith Freezer is... He's going to stand no chance here, is he? Look, Tomlinson's already looking to go around the outside in the Chapel Curve and does so. Uses all the curbing, but he's gone. He's through to 3rd from 23rd on the grid. And this is lap 5 for these guys. The leader has started lap 6. Has completed lap 6, I beg your pardon. So this is the 6th lap. He's made up 20 places already. And the pit Wayne Lindo. The pit Wayne Lindo is open. And the leaders are in. Now, is that a pit stop? Is the window open? 45% of the race distance, yeah. So the Danzenburg car is in. It's not alone. The Bentley Continental is in. There's the Gulf livery of our leader. In comes Keith Freezer. In comes everybody else in a blue car. So Werner Danzenburg taking over from Dad Christoph. Just checking the brake temperatures there with a temperature probe. And driver changes going on. Alfie Briggs there, opening the door of the number 23 BR01. Sean and Max Lynn won't be doing driver changes. They stay in. The Danzenburgs swap. Stuart Wiltshire stays in, and he stays out, in fact, but he will stay in. Has Keith Freezer handed over to Mikkel Mack? I don't think he has. Or did Mikkel Mack start that? Maybe Keith Freezer didn't start it at all. In comes another of the Pescarolos. 3 Pescas in the field, and a Morgan Pescarolo as well, which is an LMP2 car, just for good value. Well, there was a driver change between Christoph and Werner Danzenburg. I thought Werner had a sort of green band on his helmet. Did he start the race? It's a busy pit lane, isn't it? And out comes Gregor Fiskin with his black helmet. Where's the tartan gone on his helmet? He used to have a tartan band on his helmet, didn't he? Driver change here as well.
And some of the gaps will have changed without going into the details.
Peugeot's in, so too Hugo Cook. So Cook came in as the leader, so he'd caught and passed Stuart Wiltshire's Peugeot on their in-lap. So that's chrome red car number 70, the Lola Mazda, came in as the race leader. And Freddie Tomlinson is in as well. Danzenburgs have come and gone. Sean Lynn is in. Max Lynn has been in. So who has yet to stop? Mike Newton's yet to stop. So here's our race leader. No, he's in as well. Oh, brief moment of glory there. 88, the Felbermeyer Porsche. A lot of these cars still in the liveries or returned to the liveries in which they raced most famously in period. 32, Michael Birch in his Ligier JSP2, a 2017 LMP2 car. Again, not the most successful of P2 chassis. It was really Orica that ruled the roost. Behind him, that's 15, which is Jamie Constable's Pescarolo LMP1. He's driving that solo. And that is the sister car of the 2011 car driven by Tim and Horinja da Silva. So those two are 2011 cars. The Danzenburgs driving a 2012 Pescarolo LMP1 car. And they raced in the Le Mans European Series, as well as at Le Mans in 2011 and 2012. 2012, the first season of the FIA World Endurance Championship. Peugeot was due to take its diesel cars there. Oh, huge looping spin. And that is the car, incidentally, that came together with the HPD Acura a little earlier on. That's the Alan Purbrick David Bryce Lola B1280. And that is a similar chassis to the car that Hugo Cook is driving, but with a different power unit. And he's lost the engine there. Aha, I think he lost the engine before there. So that's not driver error. That looks very much as though he's either spinning on his own oil or it's seized. So the car running period by out racing. Meanwhile, race leaders, car number 4, Graham Tilley and Charlie Robertson in an LMP3 Ligier. But when they pit, as surely they must, then who comes out on top? Yeah, 17 has pitted, but Robertson and Tilley have not yet. So now we are shown, it was originally Hugo Cook that was shown ahead of the Dansenburgs, but the Dansenburg car now back in front. We were told that Christoph was starting. I'm not sure. No, that's not Christoph Dansenburg's helmet. Waved yellows as we head down the Wellington Straight. And so the marshals can hopefully safely retrieve that Lola. It's going to need to be rolled backwards. Quite a long way to a place of safety. And I sense that with just under 8 minutes remaining, we might be going safety car.
And a lot of work to do for Hugo Cook, Max Lynn. They had extra time in the pits. Freddie Tomlinson as well, quite a lot of extra time. So they've dropped back in the running order. And I think you mentioned you didn't think Keith Reeser had got out of the red 5. I think you're right, because we were given an update that that car wouldn't have a pit penalty, and that would have been to do with Mikkel Mack driving it, and if he's not, then it wouldn't have had that penalty, obviously. So he has remained at the front of the field, whereas the other drivers we were watching in that enthralling battle have all dropped back in the running order.
Here's Ian Stinton in the ex-Martin Short Roll Centre Racing TVR Cerbera. Raced in the British GT Championship by Shorty and Barfy. Martin Short and Rob Barth. Hull Valley, one of the long-term sponsors and partners of Martin Short. I know that he will be missing Moley and thinking of him whenever he sees that car particularly. Now then, we still are showing car number 4 as our race leader. So Graham Tilley, Charlie Robertson, but I'm not sure that that can be correct. The Dansenburg Pescarolo, car that started on pole, yesterday's winners. This is a sure-footed performance again, isn't it? They are lapping very quickly, and with some of the quicker pedal cars having to spend a lot longer in the pits with a shorter race distance, then that's going to work well from there. There's Korreuser, as ever in the Marcos. He even has his name on the number plate on the back. The LM600 Evo, built by Wim Norman's Eurotech concern. Went from the LM400, 500, 600. Big, basically Corvette motor in front. And these things, the LM500 raced in the British GT Championship, and the LM600 as well. Robertson Tilley finally make their pit stop, so that reverts back then to this car being the on-road race leader. Stuart Wiltshire in second place, and it looks like Alfie Briggs in third place in the best of the BR01s. Keith Freezer should be fourth in red 5. And this is Korreuser battling the Kennedy and Farby LMP3 Ligier.
And Gregor Fiskin just behind Keith Frieser and going faster and only 0.4 behind at the line. So when we see that on camera or past our commentary box, it may be that Gregor has got up into 5th place. 4th place it'll be.
Yeah, and then not alone either, as they have company from behind. So Steve Tandy in the Lola Judd, car number 116 is right behind them, but full course yellow, and this will be to retrieve that stranded car. It's taken a little while to go to full course yellow. Sort of thought that might have happened a couple of laps ago. There is Gregor Fiskin right behind. Oh, is it moving under its own steam now? Well, there is Murphy's Law. You can't park that there, Governor. I don't know if we need Breakdown Bob or Recovery Reg.
Yes, that's Recovery Reg, yes.
Yeah, it seems to have... he seems to have Control-Alt-Deleted the car back into life. Come on, don't embarrass me. Don't embarrass me. Come on, start. Well, there is the car that came in as the race leader. I wonder where that's going to end up when everything is shaken out. And of course, for them, this is an absolutely gift from the gods, manna from heaven, because while they're stationary, everybody else is only doing 80 kilometers an hour. So they basically lose far less time in the pit lane than anybody else. And they got in before the pit window closed, or at least we think they probably did. So still full course yellow. 80 Ks, that's 50 miles an hour, not 80 miles an hour. Ooh, somebody locked up behind, that's not very clever either. Hello? Have we rescinded the full course yet?
Yes, just went
looks
in.
like we have,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Yes, that's been withdrawn very quickly.
So Freddie Tomlinson in the orange Ginetta now sets off again to try and catch up after his longer stop for being an elite driver as they come down into Brooklands.
And of course that KCMG car in front with Bradley Ellis, former British GT champion, that's an elite driver status penalty. That car served as well, that's why that's sort of further back with Freddie just in 10th place.
And Max Lynn right behind Freddie Tomlinson. So those cars, hopefully in the last couple of laps, will start to make their way back through. But the leader, it's only across the line, only 1.8 seconds.
Yeah, well, we've only got 2 minutes more on the clock, so it'll be this line, this lap plus another. And just behind them, Tim and Harinder de Silva's car, that in 13th place, just set the fastest race lap. And yeah, that's the purple and blue blur you can see in the background there. So that's their LMP1 Pescarolo coming. And the way they all shot by the LMP3 car, you can see what a difference there is. There's Max Lynn behind Bradley Ellis and Tim and Harinder de Silva, fastest lap of the race. 1:45.1. The next second fastest lap is a 1:47. Well, when the race shortens, the prestige driver penalties ought to shorten as well, because they artificially have a much greater effect if there's 5 minutes less racing.
They do shorten them. They're a percentage of the race distance, so it automatically readjusts for that.
And does everybody know whether it's not 30 but 27.5 seconds or...
One assumes a bulletin is put out.
Well, they can't, because they shorten the race distance while the driver's already in the cars. So anyway, there we go. Freddie Tomlinson, well, what a great drive he's produced in that orange Ginetta. 9th place at the moment. Here's the KCMG car, Bradley Ellis, and inside 36 goes Max Lynn, or inside, outside, inside, and now the Viper is right in front of the KCMG car, but he gets the break in traffic. The Viper drifted out wide, and Max Lynn gambled on trying to get around the outside, and the Viper somehow being able to hold a tighter line. It didn't. The KCMG car stayed in front, but the BR01, car number 36, still right behind, and Max Lynn with his head down and the bit between his teeth, if that's not too many horse racing similes, and coming up behind very fast, Harinder, or is it Tim de Silva?
Tim. It'll be
Tim.
Yeah.
He is coming very quickly indeed. And there is Freddie Tomlinson, head down and charging, literally as well as metaphorically. So the Dansenburg still lead, haven't seen them since basically lap 1. Or Stuart Wiltshire, who's in 2nd. Hugo Cook in 3rd. Alfie Briggs in 4th. And then Gregor Fiskin behind Steve Tandy. Then Keith Freezer and Sean Lynn. And here's Freddie Tomlinson. How close is he going to get? 1:49.0, his fastest lap. That was last time round. That's 4 seconds off the fastest lap of an LMP1 car, but he is in an LMP2 car. No, he's not. He's in an LMP1 car, isn't he, Freddie? Yeah. Well, there's your race leader. And there is the battle for the lead, because Stuart Wiltshire in the Peugeot has closed right in on Christoph Dansenburg. So I think maybe Werner started the race and time has run out. This is going to be close, but is it going to be close enough? Not unless the 88 Porsche gets in the way. Checkered flag awaits. Last gasp. It is victory by inches for the Dansenburgs in their Pescarolo, and the Peugeot in 2nd place, just half a second back. Well, that was a close call. 5 more minutes. I think Stuart Wiltshire rather would have had that. 3rd place is Hugo Cook. There he is in the red Lola Mazda, comes across the line in 3rd. 4th place there, Alfie Briggs in the car he took over from Yutaka Tariba. 5th place will be Tandy in the Lola, and 6th Greg Fiskin in the Roll Centre Racing Dallara. Keith Freezer in 7th place by inches ahead of Max Lynn, and again he catches a GT3 car that nearly turns the tables there. And then it'll be Freddie Tomlinson in 9th place, with the Cummings and Ellis car 10th, inches ahead, less than half a second ahead of the De Silva's Pescarolo, and Sean Lynn in 12th. Well, some pretty dramatic racing in a slightly curtailed Masters Endurance Legends encounter. 2nd race of the weekend for them. And that was highly enjoyable. And although largely unseen by the cameras because they're on their own and there was so much else going on, Werner and Christoph Dansenburg put in an absolutely sterling performance to win that one. They're on pole position after having won yesterday, until they make it 2 out of 2. Stuart Wiltshire in 2nd place in yesterday evening's race, just half a second back. But Hugo Cook, who finished in 8th place yesterday, stepping up onto the podium. That Lola Mazda looked like a whole different car today, and I don't know what the team have done to it overnight and during the course of the morning, but it was absolutely transformed. Looked really strong right from the start. Yutaka Tariba and Alfie Briggs finish 2 spots higher than yesterday in 4th. And in 5th position, Steve Tandy and his Lola Judd, coming from a 14th place result yesterday, and hence 14th on the grid, to finish in 5th place, with Gregor Fiskin in the Roll Centre Racing Dallara finishing in 6th, having started in 7th. Well, there you go. There is Werner Dansenburg. So didn't really, because we barely saw the car at the beginning, didn't really identify that the driver that we thought was starting, Dad Christoph, was not. When I saw that helmet, I thought in the second half, that's not Werner. And sure enough, there we go. So Christoph Dansenburg does the anchor leg. And Bryn is down there in the collecting area. So let's hear from our happy drivers.
Martin Stewart here. What a close fought battle that was at the very, very end. You weren't far off, were you?
Yeah, not too far off. I think luck didn't go well for me for back markers. I think that's probably the story of my race. But fair play to father and son again. I'm really delighted for him. maybe one day in the future I'll do the same thing. So.
You seem frustrated when back markers come in. It is hard, isn't it? The GT cars are so much slower than these out there.
I think what it is that you're trying to predict where they're going to be when you get there. I've got experience of it, and I'm very cautious. And there was one particular GT out there which I probably lost 10 seconds trying to overtake. He was trying to hold on to the position, blocking. Whether or not he knew I was there or not, I don't know, but it's something that I will take up. A bit disappointed because I think that could have been a win. So.
Well done anyway, it was a great race for us to watch. Let's go and find our winner pair though, who are just over here. Let's grab them. Let's get Werner and let's get Christoph, because they performed brilliantly. We've just spoken to their rival out on track, Stuart. You two were pushed all the way to the end. It wasn't simple at the end, was it? You were being pushed behind.
Yeah. Sorry.
It's always noisy.
I saw that Peugeot behind, so I really had to push until the end. Don't know if they got a penalty or not, but yeah, it was until the end I had to push, that's for sure. No, it was not an easy job.
It's been an enjoyable few days, or especially today, but it's been an enjoyable visit to Silverstone for you, hasn't it, Werner?
Yes. It's been quite the roller coaster between the weather changes and the car changes. We have to get used to all of that. But in the end, I mean, two first positions on the podium, you can't ask for anything more. So happy.
Are we going to see lots more of you?
I hope so. I mean, as the sponsor.
We're going to see lots more of him.
Yeah, definitely. We'll be in Spa, which is our home track, so you can wait for some performance there also. Well, yeah, cross fingers.
Great stuff. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, congratulations to Werner and Christoph Dunsenburg, and Steve Brooks, who challenged yesterday in his Peugeot, couldn't start today. Stuart Wiltshire finished second. Unfortunately, a gearbox problem with Steve Brooks' Peugeot 90X. And funnily enough, they don't have lots of those gearboxes lying around, so that is one for another day. Hugo Cook, though, that car, that Lola B1280 with the Mazda power unit, what a second race for him, ahead of Tariba and Briggs. Steve Tandy in fifth in his Lola Judd, and Gregor Fiskin in the Dallara Judd in sixth place. The De Silvas ended up in the hands of Tim De Silva with the fastest race lap, 2 seconds quicker than anybody else. Went ahead of Max Lynn, Jamie Constable and Mike Newton in his LMP2 Lola. And the top of our GT cars, of course, it was Koroiser in the Marcos. Lots and lots of close racing up and down the order. For much of the race, our overall leaders were clear and gone, but nobody else had a quiet time of it. And right from the start, Werner Dunsenburg in the LMP1 Pescarolo jumped away with Stuart Wiltshire following him, leaving a multi-car tussle for third position on down. All the BR01s, Gregor Fiskin's Dallara, the Lola Judd of Lola Mazda of Hugo Cook, and Red 5, Keith Freezer driving solo today in the Mansell family Zytek. But as the Pescarolo romped away and the battles continue behind, the lead got larger and larger. Freddie Tomlinson in the orange Jeanette that his dad once shared with Nigel Mansell, having a brilliant run, full course yellow towards the end of it for problems with one of the Lolas. And then when Christoph Dunsenburg got into the leading car, he was being caught all the way by Stuart Wiltshire, who got held up in traffic and had to be content with a close second spot as the Dunsenburgs claimed their second Legends win.
One of the most colourful stands at the Silverstone Festival has to be Pop Bang Colour, and I love catching up with Ian Cook, who is here right now. One of the most colourful individuals there happens to be. Tell us about your unique brand of art.
Well, I do two things. I paint with radio control cars, and then I do something called continuous car drawing in the studio car. So I work in here, or if we're not doing there, I'm on my knees painting, creating artworks. So
let's go for a little wander. I remember during lockdown you were doing these fantastic interviews where you interviewed the likes of, well, I was interviewed, but that wasn't one of your highlights.
No, that was my favourite.
That was your favourite, of course it was.
Yeah.
But these continuous drawings are a thing of beauty, but also painting cars with cars is also pretty remarkable. If we head around here as well, if you were to pick your favourite, which one would it be?
My favourite, oh, let's have a look. They're all my favourites because I enjoy creating them all, but you've got McRae, that is always a classic. I mean, when you're at Silverstone, you've got to create the iconic lift with the Mansell Senna. But then you've done the Senna movie stuff. Obviously, my artwork's down on the wing as well, which is always exciting. But yeah, I just enjoy painting and creating and do different things. A bit like painting an actual Radical.
Let's go and have a look at this because we are at Silverstone, the home of racing, really, and here is a rad and cool that I like it. That won a race.
It's a race-winning Radical. So Ian Aguilera raced this a couple of weeks ago here, and he actually, he won the second race. And seeing as he'd never raced it before, and the car has never been raced before as well, it was great to do. And this has actually been painted with radio control cars. So this took 3 months to create, and then it was revealed at Goodwood for the Festival of Speed. And then Radical were like, look, we're going to go and race it. And I was like, absolutely, I want it to have some battle scars. So you've got like the front nose cone's got some dings and some dings just behind the rear wheel. And it's great that I've now had a car that's raced.
It's a fantastic, Ian, thank you so much. Do check out Pop Bang Colour, and if anybody ever says to you that surfaces of race cars have to be nice and slippy, they're lying. Look at that.
Well, local lad based in Coventry.
Masters Endurance Legends, what a race we just witnessed, so close at the end. I'm going to whisk out the way as always and get straight to this podium. And we're going to start with the prototype class. In third place, Hugo Cook. Well done to Hugo into third for us, please. Thank you. In second place, it was Stuart Wiltshire. And taking the victory, the father-son pairing once again, Christoph and Werner Dansenborg. And making the presentation, the owner of Masters, Fred Fatien. So the drivers are getting their trophies right now. It's quite a collection for the Dansenbergs this weekend. As they get the trophy, the crowd give them a massive round of applause as always, and the celebrations begin. And on that note, we'll hand back to the commentators.
Well, congratulations once more to Werner and Christoph Dansenborg. Stuart Wiltshire getting very close indeed, but Hugo Cook, what a great second race Hugo had. That car really came alive today, so fantastic result for him. And that concludes the endurance racing programme for Masters Legends, but great to get that taste of Le Mans and endurance racing here, even for a brief while. We move on now to the pre-66 Grand Prix cars, and this is the period where the front-engine cars, like this 246 Dino Ferrari, gave way to the rear-engine revolution, like this Lotus, and Ed Foster is in amongst them. So cars heading out in the order in which they finished yesterday's race. Now, we all know, Alistair Douglas and the history books tell us, and everything tells us, that rear-engine, mid-engine cars were faster, and that's why they took over from front-engine cars. Yesterday, John Spears, in his Maserati 250F, reversed that tide in a way that King Canute could barely have hoped to do. The rear-engine revolution was put on hold yesterday. John Spears, in very greasy conditions, still managed to win the race in his front-engine Maserati.
Somehow I don't think Adrian Newey is going to be immediately changing his plans into a front-engine car for the next Grand Prix rather that he designs.
I don't know. Yeah, I'd like to see him work the aero around the front engine. That might be difficult. So the HGPCA pre-66 Grand Prix cars, it is start as you finished. So John Spears starts at the front of the field in the Maserati, but behind him, mid-engine cars, Sam Wilson's Lola, the Coopers of Charlie Martin and Rod Jolly, the Brammer Tim Child, the front-engine Curtis of Geraint Owen. That Indy 500 Roadster actually was very nearly third, but Nick Fennell, or one of the other Lotuses, I think it was James Dentiacci, understeered wide in the complex and nudged him off track when he was going for third. He ended up down in sixth, but there was 4 front-engine cars in the top 12 in those greasy conditions, 5 in the top 14, and then the Cooper Bristols were probably further up the order as well than they would have expected to be had it been dry. So what we're likely to see today is the rise of the mid-engine cars, with the driver in front of the engine. The balance, the dynamics of the car is better. They are a bit more twitchy in the wet, which is why the front engine cars went so well. And there are some oddities here, the unique Assegai and the Netuar Peugeot. The Talbot is sort of a little bit of a fish out of water here of Luke Brant's as well. You'll spot that pale French blue car, but predominantly these machines are mid-engined Grand Prix racers, and they should eat the front engine cars alive in the dry. They're giving away capacity. They're 1.5 litres compared to the 2.5 litre Grand Prix front engine cars, but even so, they should really come back to the front. So this could be a very topsy-turvy race for quite a number of people, and some of those very upright Cooper Bristols are going to have an awful lot of very low-slung cars that are probably almost low enough to sneak underneath their sumps, never mind try and go around the outside. So okay, we're going to have to keep our eyes peeled here, Alistair Douglas, and really try and work out who's going where. But on the front row, it is the two absolute classic winning Grand Prix cars in the hands of Stirling Moss. Maserati 250F, with which he made his name. He's got his dad to buy him one. And then the Lotus 18, the sort of car with which he won the Monaco Grand Prix. And then behind, a row of Coopers, the Brabhams, the Curtis, the great big square sort of deep plum and white Indy Roadster, designed to turn left for 500 miles on bricks. Seemed to have turned left and right pretty well in greasy conditions here at Silverstone, but I think although Geraint Owen, starting in 6th position, will enjoy his race, I don't suppose he's expecting to go far forward from where he's starting.
And one car to watch almost at the back is number 10, Will Nuttall, in one of the very quick Cooper T53s. He had a coil failure yesterday. He's, I think, 1 row from the back. Yeah. Tony Smith in the 246 Dino Ferrari front engine car, also at the back, but particularly look out for number 10.
And Katsu Kubota just ahead of him in that pale green Bowmaker Finance livery car as well. They both had problems. Will Nuttall with the sort of, it looks like he's got a crown on his head. It's not, it's a band with a W, but he will be easy to spot. We are ready to go, pre-66 Grand Prix racing. Is it time for the rear-engined revolution to strike back? John Spears in the Maserati 250F leads them to the line. There's a couple being very ambitious with their starts. It's the front engine car that leads Sam Wilson's Lotus 18. And coming for row 2, Rod Jolly in the green Cooper with the red noseband sweeps around the front row starters. Rod Jolly does not quite get the lead. Sam Wilson's third, down to 4th already, down to 5th already, down to 6th already is poleman John Spears in the Maserati. And it is the Brabham of Charlie Martin who's got the lead from third on the grid. So the rear engine revolution has happened immediately. Rod Jolly up to 2nd, Sam Wilson 3rd in the Lotus 18. He's got problems, he does not go backwards like that. Past him goes the red car of Tim Childs, that's a Brabham as well. So with the psychedelic helmet, the number 118 Lotus 18 going backwards, but so too are the front engine cars. You're going to have 3 of them in a row in a minute. There's the big Curtis Roadster, car number 77. And right behind is the first of the Ferrari 246 Dinos, car number 38. And they are just catching up with the Maserati that started on pole. John Spears took a well-judged win yesterday in very greasy conditions. But in the bone dry here on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, it is all about the mid-engine cars.
And Charlie Martin, excellent start there from third on the grid, and he's already got a bit of a gap to the second placed car. But I noticed John Spears and Geraint Owen taking a very wide line. I think they knew that they were going to be passed at the start, but now they've kind of settled into a decent position. They'll be a little bit more aggressive, I think, with defending their positions as we go into the second lap of the race.
Pale blue car with the red noseband that looks like number 10 but is in fact number 101. That's Tom Dark in his T51 Cooper, the Beetleback Cooper, one of the earliest of the mid-engine cars. That high rear back very soon displaced as Cooper lowered the engine a fraction to give them more top speed. Here, car number 29, moving up through the field quickly as well. That's Nick Fennell in the Lotus 25, one of the most successful of the early Lotus brands, and of course forever associated with Jim Clark.
And about halfway around the track on the first lap where we are, we counted Will Nuttall, his 26th place from 39th on the grid, so already taken 13 places.
Probably going to be a few minutes before we see him starting to close on the front runners. Of course, his pace will be pretty much what theirs is, but he's got an awful lot of real estate to cover. And the top 4 going away, Charlie Martin, Rod Jolly in 3rd place is Tim Child, and 4th place with them goes Sam Wilson, and here comes Sam Wilson up to 3rd, gets by the red car of Tim Child. So the Lotus 18 driver, that familiar Lotus green with the yellow wobbly wheels, hadn't quite developed the yellow centre stripe by this stage. The Lotus 18 still a space frame chassis with separate body panels, which is how Stirling Moss could have them removed for the Monaco Grand Prix. But 2 cars further back, the ultra-low Lotus 25. You can barely see it behind Tom Dark's car. That was the first of the real successful monocoque Lotuses. There's another 18 in strife, facing the wrong way and now getting going. That's James Hagan.
And at the end of the first lap, in 16th place, Will Nuttall, so he'd taken another 10 places in the second half of the lap, and he's now up to 12th place.
Nick Topless going with him. Katsu Kubota's about 3 or 4 cars further back. And Tony Smith in the 246 Dino, not making the same kind of progress with that front engine car. But here's Tom Dark, a well-known Bugatti preparer, but also enjoying driving this Cooper. And there is the Lotus. Again, look, the front engine cars, the mid-engine cars are about half their height. The Lotus is half that height again. I mean, it's barely further off the ground than the Formula Junior car because it's so similar to what those Formula Junior chassis were like that we saw first thing this morning.
And the Lotus 25 that we're talking about there is one of the cars driven by Jim Clark in period, really made his name and stuck with Lotus, of course, throughout his race career. And the number 29 car of Nick Fennell, one of those cars. In fact, Nick wears the dark blue helmet, very similar to Jim Clark, although Jim had a white peak and an open helmet. Full face didn't exist in the early 60s. As we see the leader coming through the long right-hander at Club Corner to start another lap. That's Charlie Martin, and the gap first to second, 2.3. Charlie sets the fastest lap of the race on that lap, 2:19.8. So he's, despite the fact he's in the lead, he's pulling away from second place Rod Jolly, Tim Child in an ex-Jack Brabham and Graham Hill car. Both won races in the red and blue Brabham, number 76. So very, very, there it is, in fact, on screen, battling hard with Sam Wilson, who's got through into 3rd place. So Sam Wilson's taking the Lotus 18.
Sam just making that pass, but despite their battle, they are catching Rod Jolly. Little lock-up, big lock-up, in fact, from Tom Dark, and around goes car number 29, Nick Fennell, in the Lotus 25. And in fact, that's more than just a lock-up. Tom Dark is smoking as he comes off the corner as well, and that's not spinning up the rear tyres. Cars don't have the power for that. It looks as though he's got a little bit of an oil surge issue in that car. Yeah, smoking in the corners. I sense that he might be in all sorts of trouble at the moment. And as a car preparer himself, I'm sure he's got some fairly finely tuned spidey senses that are picking up that all is not well. The car is definitely not behaving as it was. The leader's gone through, Charlie Martin. There's Rod Jolly, Sam Wilson with his head down and charging, but still Tim Child goes by him again. Squabble for third place is closing though on Rod Jolly. Rod was barely 2 seconds in front of them. What they actually need to do, this pair, is just settle down, even for one lap. That would make a big difference. They'd close. Fastest race lap no longer with race leader Charlie Martin. It's now with Will Nuttall, who is in 9th place and lapping quicker than anybody, including the race leader on that last lap.
And Sam Wilson got past Tim Child in the middle of Beckett's, but Tim got back on the exit through Chapel onto the Hanger Straight. So the Brabham ahead of the Lotus once again. What a great battle they're having.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do think if they settle down, they will catch Rod Jolly for second. You know, neither of them wants to concede because they don't want to be not third. But if they concentrate on catching Rod Jolly, these two could both finish on the podium. But they've got to get to him first. The gap was 2.1 seconds at the end of the last lap, and both of them actually lapped 2 seconds slower than Rod Jolly, or nearly 2 seconds slower on the last lap. And as they have stopped dicing a fraction, the gap has eased out to just 2.6 seconds. So they need to just settle down, go together, and the two cars together, they sort of help each other in the airstream. They will go quicker than Rod Jolly does on his own, and then they can start to have another scrap. But it'll be a three-way battle for second place, and who knows, if something happens to Charlie Martin, potentially more. Will Nuttall coming across the line in 8th. He's 5 seconds behind the Nick Fennell and Tom Dark battle, and that is coming down the straight. There's Tom Dark. Now he's dropped away from Nick Fennell, and there in the background, just coming into shot, that is Will Nuttall. And so from all but last on the grid, 39th position.
And he was about 5 seconds quicker than the cars in front that last lap. So
that is just barking. Absolutely barking. And Tom Dark, I don't know how this car is continuing without flashing big lights up at him.
It could be a transmission smoke there as he came through.
Well, boy, you'll smell that, won't you? Because that is the most disgusting smell, hot transmission oil. And here, Rod Jolly being caught by Tim Child. He's not taken Sam Wilson with him, and Wilson's now got problems of his own because Nick Fennell's caught them. And here comes Nuttall, 7th place at the moment. He'll be by Tom Dark. Yeah, he was 4.9 seconds quicker than Tom Dark on the last lap with another fastest race lap.
And through the Beckett sweepers, Nick Fennell has got ahead now of Sam Wilson, and I mentioned Jim Clark drove that particular chassis to 3 Formula One wins, but he also raced in the Lotus 18, the Sam Wilson car, number 118, Jim Clark, in the early stages of his Lotus career, and took his first Formula One win in a car like that, so very much Clark history there. And there's Will Nuttall, number 10, with the yellow W on the front of his mainly blue helmet, and Will Nuttall still with the fastest lap of the race last time around, a 2:18.5, and as we predicted, he's about 5 seconds a lap quicker than Tom Dark, so what a surprise, he's caught him.
All over the back of Tom Dark now, and the Cooper behind its older cousin. And it's in that very familiar, really dark British Racing Green Cooper livery with the white stripes, the twin white stripes that everybody is so used to seeing on Mini Coopers. Well, this is where those stripes originated, all over the back of Tom Dark. Now going to scythe up the inside. I think whatever's leaking out of Tom Dark's car doesn't seem to be getting onto his rear wheel, but it's just that the newer car is lighter, nimbler, and a little bit more dynamic, but that does not look good for the longevity of Tom Dark's car. Only 10 minutes remaining, and now look, he's right behind the Lotus 18. The Lotus 25 that you can just see on the left-hand side of your picture, only 2 years younger than that Lotus 18, and what a difference going from the space frame to the full monocoque chassis made to Colin Chapman's ability to design a car. Will Nuttall goes by Sam Wilson. Will Nuttall is now 5th. Mark Fennell is 4th. Tim Child is 3rd, and catching Rod Jolly by a fraction, only 2/10 on the last lap. And now Sam Wilson has to deal with a resurgent Tom Dark. Dark looking to find a way by the Lotus 18. So again, Sam Wilson, he sort of went backwards in the first couple of laps, or first lap, which is very unlike him. And it seems to be sort of sagging the performance of the Lotus 18 again. I wonder if he's got some little electrical gremlin or maybe a fueling issue, but something intermittent doesn't seem to be working on the car. Meanwhile, Nick Fennell, who started, let's remind ourselves, where did he start on the grid? In 8th, is just trying to hold off Will Nuttall, who started in 39th, 31 places behind the younger Lotus, and is now ahead of him.
Failing to hold him back, so Will Nuttall up 35 places so far in this race. It's not out of the question. In fact, I think it's quite likely that he'll finish on the podium the way he's going. His next target is Tim Child, isn't it? Yes, there's Tim Child in the red Brabham with the green nose cone.
And honestly, if this had been a 25-minute race, I would be going down to the bookies now to get money on him to win this, because there is Rod Jolly, car number 2 in 2nd. There is Tim Child, the red car with the green noseband, in 3rd. So he is almost up, not just to the podium, but almost up to 2nd place. It's 6 seconds, or nearly 7 seconds, from Rod Jolly to race leader Charlie Martin. That's probably a tall ask, because he's got to get by 3rd,
which he's done,
and then catch 2nd and get by him, and then he'll have about 4 minutes. Whoa, and a spin behind. That wasn't, it was for now. He loops the Lotus 25 around, and that will cost him 3 or 4 places potentially. So there's Rod Jolly, car number 2, in 2nd. There's Will Nuttall, car number 10, in 3rd. Tim Child, car number 76, in 4th. The red car with the green noseband. But it is the Cooper liveried number 10 Cooper of Will Nuttall that is just absolutely making insane progress in this race.
And he's come up now behind Rod Jolly in the similar Cooper T53, so very, very similar cars these. As they go up to Cops Corner, Will goes to the inside, Rod looks across.
Rod Jolly just waved him by. Come on, mate, come on, mate. If you're quicker, and you are, off you go. And you know, they're racing for fun, they're racing for enjoyment. This is not trying to win a Grand Prix or trying to earn themselves a drive for next season. That was a proper hands up in the air. Yeah, bang to rights, off you go. You are driving absolutely insanely quickly. I'll just try and hang on to the podium here, whatever happens in front of me. And there at the bottom of the shot, going out to shot, was Charlie Martin, the race leader. And here comes the man who might just win this from 39th on the grid. Wow. Well, this is the 9th place Lotus 18, just having a bit of an unexpected rally crossing moment. Not what the Lotus 18 was designed to do. Now, the Lotus Mark 6 of Colin Chapman was both a race and trials car, so it was expected to go off-road. There's the Assegai coming towards us, the slightly odd-looking device there. And here is the slightly quick-looking device, the Lotus T53 of Will Nuttall. The lead over Rod Jolly was 7.6 seconds. It remains 7.6 seconds between Charlie Martin and Rod Jolly, who's now in 3rd, but nearly halfway up that gap is Will Nuttall. And you can see in the last lap how much he's closed on Charlie Martin, 3.2 seconds just on that last lap. And the next car that you see in shot, 59, that's the race leader. So there you go, 38 spots apart on the grid, and they are going to come together in the final 5 minutes. It will be a 2-horse race. What can Charlie Martin find in this Cooper compared to Will Nuttall in his Cooper?
And no radios in these cars, of course, so the drivers relying entirely on their pit crews hanging boards out to them. And I wonder, how do you tell Charlie Martin that somebody from 39th on the grid is actually just behind you? Smoke from Martin.
Oh dear.
As he came in. That wasn't tyre smoke, was it? Because it happened before he braked.
He was still lapping quickly, 2:22.7 on the last lap, which was about the 3rd or 4th fastest lap in the race.
More smoke.
But a lot of smoke. Mind you, Tom Darks made a race out of going around trailing smoke like the battleship Potemkin, but he has not been at the front of the field. Well, oh, that doesn't sound good, does it? Is that my ears, or is that something else going past another camera? Either way, as they come onto the hangar straight, and I don't know how Charlie Martin might know what is going on behind it. I'm sure there's no way he can know, but if he sees something closing up behind, then he'll know that's not good news, especially if he's struggling with an issue. 3 3/4 minutes remaining, so it will be this plus 2 more laps. That's a tall ask for Charlie Martin, isn't it? Especially with the speed that Will Nuttall is approaching, and especially if Charlie Martin's got a problem. 2.3, Will Nuttall, another new fastest lap. 2:18.02. Wow. He's going to be in the 17s next time round, because we thought he had the bit between his teeth before. Now he's got clear track and a car. Well, again, I don't know. Does he know this is the leader, or is he just driving like a man possessed until there are no more cars to pass? I have no idea if Will Nuttall's pit boards are reflecting his position or not.
I suspect his pit have told him that Martin is in the lead. He'll recognise the car very clearly in front of him, so he may well know that more smoke from Charlie Martin as he hits the brakes. In fact, that's a bigger trail of smoke than we've seen before in this race, and I do hope that the car lasts to the end, because we want to see a race. We don't want to see Charlie retire.
Real trouble here though for Charlie Martin, because the Cooper Bristol in front is not as quick in any way. Eric Stace is Cooper Bristol, and suddenly Will Nuttall is almost within touching distance. And there's a second Cooper Bristol right in front. They are both going to go by him down into Copse. That's probably just valve guides, isn't it? It's only on the overrun. There's no smoke coming out when he picks up the throttle, so it might be a little fluffy and soft on the pickup, but I'm not sure it's going to do massive damage. He's staying right in the middle of the road. This is going to be blocking, defensive driving from Charlie Martin. But Will Nuttall is so much quicker as they go through traffic. They're going by Tanya Pilkington's earlier T43 Cooper, and there's the change for the lead. He goes by. Will Nuttall takes the lead. He's checking both mirrors, long looks to see where Charlie Martin is. The cars are all but identical. Charlie Martin, it's still going well, isn't it? Even though it's smoking on the overrun, Charlie Martin fighting hard for this. Well, whatever else happens, they are 8 seconds clear of Tim Child in third, who's got ahead of Rod Jolly, and Tom Dark still ahead of Sam Wilson. So Tom Dark's smoking car is still going. But Will Nuttall, has he peaked now? 2:18.0 last time round, 2:18.9 this time round. Well, there's quite a lot of traffic in one of the quicker places on the track. And he's still dialing in the opposite lock, isn't it, as he turns into Abbey.
Up to the tight right-hander at Village, Will Nuttall has already put a gap on Charlie Martin. Even just 3 corners later, now they're turning into the loop. He's got one slower car that he'll have to pass. Just there he goes, actually right straight through on the inside, so he doesn't lose any time at all.
Well, Charlie Martin, I think, ran out very wide as they came out of the loop up to Aintree. Will Nuttall having a long look in the mirrors. Where's he gone? Where's he gone? You can't see him on the left. Is he on the right? No, he's not. He's not close. Charlie Martin, whatever it is that's smoking is not helping. Well, Will Nuttall, 2:18.9 last time around. Not as quick as his previous best, but it is the 3rd fastest race lap. He set the fastest and the 2nd fastest race lap on the 2 preceding laps as well. So Will Nuttall is absolutely driving like a man possessed. It's a really close battle behind Tom Dark. Rudiger Friedrichs has gone by him, so Rudy's moved up into 6th. Whoa, and you see, and that's how he's got through all of those 30-odd cars that we didn't see until he got to the lead group. Grant Owen, by the way, is the lead front-engine car. He's still in 12th, having started 6th. So that Curtis Roadster, wet or dry, is clearly A, a hoot, and B, very quick still. Catching Harvey Sykes in the Cooper car number 20 as they come down into Stowe. We'll go the long way around the outside and hope that Sykes doesn't drift out too wide. And there's still traffic in front. Ooh, going around the outside. Here comes Will Nuttall from 39th place on the grid. The checker flag is out. It is an insane victory for Will Nuttall. Is that the drive of the weekend? I want to see a better one. I would love to see suggestions. Charlie Martin, in the end, helpless to resist. Not just the pace of Nuttall, but something not quite up to par with Charlie Martin's car. Tim Child takes third, Rod Jolly fourth, and Rudy Friedrichs will be fifth ahead of Nick Fennell. There he is across the line, car number 12, Rudy, ahead of Nick Fennell's Lotus 25. And it looked like the Assegai, its spear may well have been broken on the final lap. In amongst the mid-engine cars, Geraint Owen, 11th place. It will be, I think, possibly at the line, but in the top 12. Well, it depends what happens. Here's 18, Clinton McCarthy. James Denty right behind, 121 right at the line. So we didn't quite see Geraint Owen come across the line, but in fact the fastest front engine car was Tony Smith. We saw car number 5, and there's a Ferrari versus Curtis battle for 12th place. So Tony Smith was the... Oh no, so had he been lapped? No, Tony Smith was not, car number 5 was not, his Ferrari was not the top front engine car. So it was the Owen and Wilson battle. It was a Ferrari that was battling for that win. Richard Wilson's 2.416 but Geraint Owen just pipped him at the post by the massive margin of 2 thousandths of a second. So Geraint Owen in the Curtis Roadster, the top front-engined car. He must have had a hoot in these 2 races, but boy oh boy, tough race yesterday for Will Nuttall. Ended up at the tail of the field and came from 39th to win it. Again, I will take nominations for drive of the weekend. Not sure you're going to get many better than that, though. Final word as we get to 5 p.m. is that the shopping village will close at 6 p.m. today. Don't forget, there will still be food and drinks available, but shopping village closes at 6. Well, Will Nuttall, what a drive. His fastest race lap, 2 minutes 18.025 seconds. Only one other driver in below 2 minutes 20, and that was Charlie Martin, 2 minutes 19.8 on lap 2. By the end of the race, Charlie Martin was very nearly 3 seconds a lap slower, and that wasn't traffic, that was whatever ailed the car. But you sort of think, even with a healthy car, Charlie Martin would have struggled. There was something very special going on with Will Nuttall today. That was absolutely epic stuff. Bryn Lucas is down there. Oh, that's better. Bryn Lucas is down there. We'll hear from our top 3 in just a moment. Will Nuttall, Charlie Martin and Tim Child.
Will, that was, well, I'm not sure. Phenomenal, I think is the word we use. What did you have for breakfast this morning?
My frustration from yesterday.
It was remarkable. You started 39th on the grid. With 7 minutes to go, you're up to 3rd.
Yeah, well, it was only one way to go, and I just kept my head down, keep going.
It looked a little bit like from the outside looking in that maybe Charlie Martin had a little bit of a problem there with the car, but you just you didn't seem to want to take any prisoners, did you?
Yeah, I don't think he had a problem. He's had a bit of oil coming out the back when he brakes for the last couple of races, and he still won them, so I don't think there's any excuse.
But you finished on a high.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks to everybody here. We had a great day.
Well done, well. Let's see if I can just go and find, let's go this way and quickly see if I can find Charlie. Charlie, how you doing? You can just come in for us. Well done, well done, well done. That was a great race for us to watch. We were wondering whether you had a little problem with your car, though.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to blame that. That was amazing from Will. So, no, not really. No, he did really well.
For yourself out there in this sort of car, it's iconic to see these cars out on the Silverstone track. What's it like to race?
I don't think there's anything better. It's being sat in those cars here on this circuit. When you flick it into a great big slide, it's just amazing. Yeah, it's mega.
Well done, well done. It's very noisy here, as you can hear, but it was an amazing race, so well done.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to blame the smoke from the car, but I can't. It was Will. Will was definitely the car. And actually, that's sort of the answer I was expecting to hear. What gave you the motivation? The frustration of yesterday. Will Nuttall, 39th to 1st. Charlie Martin made it all the way up from 3rd to 2nd. And Tim Child took the 3rd place ahead of Rod Jolly, Rudy Frugic, who had a great drive through the field, and Nick Fennell, despite a spin in the Lotus 25 R5, the ex-Jim Clark chassis. Grant Owen, the top front-engine car by 0.02 of a second from Richard Wilson's Ferrari 2416. And Katsu Kubota, remember I told you to watch for him coming through the field, didn't quite get onto the podium, but his Lotus 24 ended up in 13th place ahead of Nick Topless. So some fantastic racing, a mixture of classic front-engine and rear-engine cars. The pre-66 Grand Prix cars, well, this is a kind of late 50s, early 60s transition, and we did see that this time the mid-engine cars reigned supreme. Well, it was the day before's winner, John Spears, in his Maserati 250F, who led them to the line, but he would have been expecting to be swamped, and he was not caught out by that. The mid-engine cars raced away at the front of the field. Sam Wilson didn't get a great start. Charlie Martin jumped away very quickly. Wilson in the Lotus 18 in the middle of a squabble for the top 6 all the way through, as the front-engine Ferraris and Maseratis and the Curtis Roadster all struggled a little bit for pace. Tom Dark leaving lots of smoke and battling for the top half dozen. Tim Childs and Sam Wilson swapped 3rd place several times. Then Will Nuttall coming through from almost 40th spot, carving his way into the top half dozen, passing older and younger cars as he did so, keeping it clean and just incisive in traffic. Long-time long-time leader Charlie Martin had no answer to the speed of Will Nuttall, and in the end, a lap from home, Nuttall got by to take victory in the 2nd race of the weekend. So the Puce Goose is on the loose. Well, at least this Ford is. There will be plenty of big American muscle in our next race. Let's join Ed to find out a little bit more.
Jimmy, Jan, it's a cracking effort in qualifying to be up on the front row of this grid. Some seasoned racers in here. I've got to ask, who set the pole time?
I'd like to say me, but it wasn't. It was Jan over here.
Now, both of you have a great career in gaming and then going into modern racing, but is there any way you can prepare yourself for a Ford Mustang?
I guess driving like a road car. I mean, it feels very much like a road car. It's we both love cars ourselves. We're both petrol heads beyond the gaming and the racing that we do in real life. So we have an interest in the older stuff. So jumping in something like this, where you have 4 gears, a clutch pedal, like we know how to kind of drive these cars well, and it's good fun. The cross-ply tires are a bit weird. I don't think we've driven anything on cross-ply tyres, so the thing moves around a lot. And rear drums on the rear brakes. That takes a bit of getting used to. Approaching a corner and having to brake 50 meters earlier than we would in any other car we drive. But it's such good fun. It's great.
And Jimmy, Alex, it's obviously Alex Brundle's car, this. I take it you trust his handiwork?
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, he's standing right behind me now, so yes, I definitely trust his handiwork. No, this car's been great. I mean, I've never driven anything sort of this old before, and jump in it, and within 3 or 4 laps, you're just comfortable. You know, as Jan was saying, these tyres are quite unique to drive, but the way they move around, it talks to you. You understand what it's doing. It doesn't just suddenly snap. So yeah, the car's beautiful. Big fan of it.
Now look, you've got Ford Falcon alongside you with Sam on board. Are you going to try and hold on to his coattails?
Oh yeah, it's a race. I'll do my best. And you know, I don't know. This is the first time doing an historic event, really. First time racing in a historic car. And there's a lot of people that I kind of recognise, but also a lot of new people. So it's all new to me. So when we finished second, I was quite surprised. And then I looked at Sam and I recognised, oh yeah, I recognise Sam. He's a very successful driver. But all the cars, I don't yet know who the competition is. Everybody's competition. But I'll do my best. We'll do our best to get the W and do ourselves and run the Motorsport proud.
All right, guys. Well, best of luck. Enjoy it.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you.
Brundle Sport, I think that selling is a bit strong. No, not at all. So good to see Jimmer and Jan together, 2 former gamers. Of course, the Jimmer does lots of gaming still, and I'm sure that was all going out live on Discord as well as on our YouTube channel. But Jan Mardenborough started as a gamer turned racer, has been a professional racer for more than a decade there. Hello, Ollie Webb. And lots of variety in this field of pre-66 touring cars. Let's hear more from Ed.
Andy, we're celebrating 60 years of the Ford Mustang this year. In many respects, it's not really the most likely of race cars, but it seems to work.
It really does. It's a crowd pleaser. Let's say it's a real muscle car. And it's funny, but it handles extremely well, very much like the Ford Capri. You look at it and you think that's never going to work, but it's a beautifully balanced car. It's great fun to drive. A little bit of power oversteer, which we all love. And too much power for the tyre. So what more can you want from a race car?
Now, it's a fairly talented grid, this one. Have you guys, do you think you've qualified roughly where you're at, or are you going to climb up?
We're going to go forward, you know. We're not looking backwards, but I think we just made some changes. I hope it improves the car a little bit. She's a great little car. I like the yellow Mustang. I've done a few races with her now, and she races better than she qualifies. So we're hoping that we can go forward. Should be a great race. I mean, it's the final one race of the day. I believe maybe one more after this, and this should be a real crowd pleaser, I think. It normally brings out some fantastic racing.
And just finally, you said you made some changes. What have you done?
Well,
a new engine.
Everything. Active suspension. We've added some more aero. No, we worked a little bit on the front suspension. We were on the bum rubbers, and we've given it a little bit more gap to be able to get some dive. I had a bit too much understeer. But now, hopefully, in the race, it should be spot on, and we can do some overtaking because we were struggling a bit with brake locking.
Andy, all the best. Enjoy.
Thank you. See you later.
3-time World Touring Car Champion and European Touring Car Champion Andy Priaulx back in the things that he loves most, big, grunty cars. So this grid, normally the Transatlantic Trophy, has been renamed this year as the Pure Michigan Mustang Celebration Trophy. We're commemorating or celebrating the 60th anniversary of the Mustang. And there, as you can see, are more than one of America's pony cars in the race. And Pure Michigan are supporting this event. They're the destination partner of the Silverstone Festival. Detroit in Michigan is the link, because that at Dearborn, the Ford plant there, is where life for the Mustang began, and the grid has been renamed in honor of Pure Michigan's support. So it is the Pure Michigan Mustang Celebration Trophy Race for pre-66 touring cars. Studebaker Hawks, Alfa Romeo Giulias, all included. You can't bring that Honda. I've told you, the Honda doesn't qualify. So all of this part of the 60th anniversary celebration of the Mustang. I know that a lot of Jimmy Broadbent fans will be watching online, either on our YouTube with the live stream, or I'm sure on his Discord channel. He has millions of followers there, so hopefully they will enjoy the race to come.
Time now to celebrate the birthday of a four-wheeled icon, the Pure Michigan Mustang Celebration Trophy for pre-66 touring cars. Amongst the contenders on track, you'll see everything from the mighty Austin Mini Cooper, while at the other end of the spectrum, there's the incredible silhouette of the V8 Ford Falcon. And who could forget their 5-litre counterparts, the Ford Mustang, celebrating its 60th birthday in style at Silverstone. Plenty to feast your eyes on for this race as we enjoy a field of pre-66 touring cars.
The Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, the venue for the 2024 Silverstone Festival, one of the world's greatest gathering of historic race cars. And our penultimate race is the Pure Michigan Mustang Celebration Trophy for pre-66 touring cars. Sam Tordoff on pole in a Ford Falcon Sprint, but alongside him, Jimmy Broadbent, Jan Mardenborough in their Mustang, Spears and Greensall and Davison on row 2. This is a pit stop race. Most of the cars are two-driver cars, and there are a plethora of Fords, of Mustangs, of Cortinas and of Falcons. In fact, everywhere you look, there is a blue oval. It is not exclusively Ford, however. There's a BMW, there are a few Minis, there's the Mercury Cyclone Comet, and there's an Alfa Romeo or two thrown into the mix as well. The Minis will be looking for giant killing acts against their period rivals, the Lotus Cortinas, but they're not going to hang on to the coattails of the big American muscle out front. The question is, what's going to come out on top? Yesterday's race was won by Sam Tordoff in the big Ford car number 600, the Falcon Sprint. But will it be him or will it be one of our Mustangs that comes out on top? And there are nearly 20 Mustangs on the grid, a handful of Falcons as well, and then a few more oddities further back. Recognisable shapes of lots of Lotus Cortinas, the Mercury Comet Cyclone. There it is, the bright blue car in the far background, the turquoise colour. Studebaker Hawk or two, a few Minis. There's all sorts going on here. But it won't be about the Davids here. It will be about the Goliaths or possibly the Behemoths. Let's wait and see. Sam Tordoff in the puce-coloured Ford, and alongside him in Alex Brundle's Mustang, the Brustang, blue with the white Shelby stripes. That is Jan Mardenborough starting the race. Jimmy Broadbent will take over at the midway point. And then John Spears on the inside of row 2 with John Davidson alongside him in the red and gold Alaman Racing liveried Mustang. One of a number of Alaman Racing liveried cars in the field. Alaman's son Henry Mann is one of the drivers racing here, but not in a red and gold Mustang. So a massive field of cars. Alistair Douglas, 53 pre-66 touring cars. The grids now are just getting beyond all recognition in terms of size, quality and quantity.
Absolutely, and look at all those V8 engines at the front, the Ford V8s in the Falcon and the Mustang.
Yeah, we need to go through, I should have done this last night with a calculator and work out what the total cubic capacity of the grid is. It would be insane. The Pure Michigan Mustang Celebration Trophy Race is underway here at Silverstone. The lights go out and away we go. 53 cars charged down to the, well, some of them are charging out the final corner. They charge down to the first corner eventually when they get there. Sam Tordoff taking the lead. Right behind him is Jan Mardenborough. No, there's Mardenborough on the right-hand side. We've got a Mustang off in the gravel. Mardenborough carried a little bit too much speed and went off. There's a Cortina off as well, and that means that's John Spears, the blue Mustang, in second place. The red 63 car with the gold roof, John Davidson, in third. Mardenborough comes back on in fourth, and just ahead of Michael Whittaker Jr., I think. And where's Andy Prio got to? He's not too far behind, but didn't get the cleanest of starts. It was a little bit of argy-bargy in the first couple of corners. Alistair Douglas, this is going to take a while for them to sort themselves out. Just look at this massive, fast-moving metal.
Yes, the yellow Mustang of Alex Taylor did get shuffled out a little. The Falcon number 10 at the back of that leading group is Tom Sharp. He's driving solo, and he's right behind the Brustang, which, as you mentioned, has been started by Jan Mardenborough, who's been racing in GT cars for many years, and as he said, not used to these cars that don't stop and don't turn. But he'll get used to it by the end of this session.
He's learning fast, isn't he? There's the 99 Mustang. That's the Taylor Prio car. Andy Prio will take over midway through from Alex Taylor, who's starting it now, finding his way past the best of the Lotus Cortinas. Again, you can see the Mustang seems to be a little bit better behaved than the Ford Falcon Sprint, and that's because it's about 2 yards shorter behind the rear wheels. The Falcon just goes on forever behind the driver. Nevertheless, Sam Tordoff has picked up his skirts and motored on. He leads car number 600.
And a very good start. Once again, we've seen John Spears make some great starts to these races, and Nigel Greensall taking over once again from John later in the race, down into the Vale, into Club Corner, and Sam Tordoff in the purple. You said puce, I'll say purple.
Right.
Falcon, followed by the pastel blue John Spears car in second place. Then up into third place now has come Jan Mardenborough. I think he's made his way through past at least 2 or 3 cars on that half lap.
Full pro driver, exceeding track limits on the exit of the final corner. It's Nigel Greensall who has started that car. So Nigel Greensall in second place. That's the blue helmet with the yellow stars on. That's definitely Greensall, not John Spears. Now I wonder whether John, having been in the last race in his front-engined Maserati 250F, had decided that there might not be enough time to get into the Mustang and start the race, or whether, as we saw in earlier races, he's just going to let Nigel do it on his own. We'll only find out at the pit stops, but it is Greensall in second place, Mardenborough in third, the grey Falcon of Tom Sharp in fourth place, the red and gold car in fifth place is John Davidson, and then the white Mustang spitting flame so superbly. I wonder if they've engineered that in deliberately. That's Michael Whittaker Jr. So he is right there, and the black or dark blue car with the white stripe behind him, 198.
It's Julian Thomas.
192 rather is Julian Thomas, in his familiar colours.
Julian Thomas normally shares, but he's been, I think the whole meeting he's been driving solo, but we certainly weren't told he was sharing, so it will be Julian starting. Yes, and you're absolutely right, spotting that helmet of Nigel Greensall in there in second place. Through comes Thomas, then the yellow car of Alex Taylor, and then next up after Alex Taylor is Craig Davis in his Mustang.
And then the Lotus Cortinas coming behind, the Shepherds, Gidding and Strother car. That's the pale green and white car. There it is. In fact, there's been a swap of positions as well, because the blue car came across the line in front. Guy Smith, the Guy Smith, yes, that one, the Le Mans winning Bentley driver, having like Jan Mardenborough, a rare outing here in a not quite so modern car.
And he's battling with the leading Cortina. That's Jake Giddings, isn't it?
Yeah.
Jake started the 198 car, and look at Guy there taking the slipstream, pulls out as they get down to Stowe Corner. Maybe look for a cutback here on the exit of Stowe to take a slightly tighter line, but I don't think Jake's going to let him through. Yes, well, they are side by side, but Jake's got the inside. Not sure Guy's going to be able to get across, but now Guy's held out on the outside. Now he's got the inside for Club, the right-handed element of Club. What a lovely move. There's a great driver in Guy Smith, work that out right back at Stowe Corner, how he was going to get past Jake Giddings.
And Jake Giddings doing a really good job as well. They gave each other space and they were right on their tippy toes. Of course, those Lotus Cortinas in just outside the top 10, but giving away about 3 litres to the cars in front. They are 1600cc twin cams, the Lotus twin cam. These cars with big block Fords, small block Fords, in fact, 289 Fords. So lots of power in the cars in front, and Jan Mardenborough using all of that. I'm not sure there's going to be much tyre left to hand over to Jimmy Broadbent, and they will not be changing tyres in the pit stops. Sam Tordoff still leads, and this big Ford Falcon Sprint belying its size in Sam's hands. He really makes it, it's almost like he's skating actually, rather than sort of twitches of oversteer. It's just slides beautifully through the corners. He really makes this thing dance.
Yeah, he doesn't expend any unnecessary energy of himself or the car, just keeps that car just drifting. In fact, just thinking of a full lap in qualifying when it was a little bit damp, I think he was only straight on the Wellington Straight and the Hangar Straight.
And that was by accident.
Yes, everywhere else he was actually drifting the car. Yeah. In the dry, a little bit less drifting, just in the corners really, as he comes through across into Beckett's. Look at that, he sets the car up.
And that's what these cars are built for. You know, they're built with soggy suspension for American families. That's been stiffened up, but a cross-ply tyre does respond to being slid. A radial doesn't. Radial tyres hate not going in a straight line. And so you slide a radial and it gives up grip immediately. The cross-ply will just keep gripping and gripping and gripping. It doesn't have the same overall level of grip as a radial tyre, but it will allow you to slide and drift the cars. And that's why Formula One cars on those big round balloon tyres could slide. That's why Ronnie Peterson could hold those tyre smoking drifts, because the cross-ply would allow you, and those died when the radials came in, and with them aerodynamics, because sideways isn't good for aero or for radials. Jan Mardenborough with quite a lot of understeer there in the 3rd place Mustang, car number 41. Not hanging the tail out as much. Again, a little bit more of a single-seater driver maybe, trying to get the front to turn in rather than abandoning the steering and just pitching it at the corner.
And Mike Whittaker Jr. trying to get through on the inside of Tom Sharp at Farm, Abbey into Farm now, and Tom Sharp's held the inside line in the Falcon, but Michael Whittaker Jr. on the outside in the Mustang gets the place as they go into Village.
And that was absolutely the pitching it in, cornering attitude that you have to adapt with these cars. You saw Michael aim it inside the apex and just throw it at the corner, knowing that it would slide, knowing how much it would slide, that he wasn't going to hit the car on the outside, but that he was going to control the drift, and it would just clip the apex and away he'd go. And you'll see it again here. The battle behind as well is starting to liven up, but the big Falcon thunders its way around the outside, and again you've got to just throw the car a little bit at the corner. It's almost a little bit like an old school rally style of approach, where you've got to direct the front and then drive the back to follow it.
We should ask the Olympic Committee to start a new event, synchronized drifting, and then these guys can get in there and perhaps win a gold medal, because they're just riding close together but sideways, and they're not dropping the 2 cars behind. Julian Thomas gets past Craig, is that Craig? No, that's John Davison, isn't it? So John Davison goes back a place, Julian Thomas moves up a place in his Falcon, and they are closing in, I think, on the 2 ahead, who are having a good old battle once more, another Mustang and Falcon battle.
Yeah, and this is absolutely classic big capacity touring cars, isn't it? Well, maybe the FIA Motorsport Games ought to start encompassing historic cars as well. We have the Olympics and the Paralympics. We've got the FIA Motorsport Games for all sorts of modern cars, but really this would be a crowd pleaser, wouldn't it, if they had the Olympic Games of historic racing? I mean, pretty much it is here at Silverstone. Of course, that's where the modern Olympics were created, not here at Silverstone, but in the UK. And so maybe we should just start the historic Olympics here and just rebrand the festival.
down into Club Corner, and Michael Whittaker lost out on the section the other side of the circuit to Tom Sharp, but he's still trying, and he comes on a tighter line, comes up alongside Tom Sharp, and a lovely move there from Michael Whittaker Jr. Took the line away from Tom Sharp, and up the Hamilton straight they go. But look at Julian Thomas closing in on Tom Sharp now, and taking with him John Davison in the Alan Mann coloured Mustang. That's the red with the gold roof.
Isn't it interesting the way that such different cars, the Mustang and the Falcon, have very similar lap times, but they make them in such different ways. The Mustang seems to turn with much more alacrity. Of course, like I said, it's about 2 yards shorter than the Falcon, which has got an enormous pendulum effect driving the rear wheels. But the Falcon, just if you could get it hooked up on the straight, just seems to have a little bit more get up and go. Maybe that was just Tom Sharp's car, but Michael Whittaker Jr. in the white Mustang, car number 49, now up to 4th and trying to creep away from the big grey and the big dark blue car behind. Julian Thomas looking at the inside. I think that's more in hope than anticipation of anything happening though. And Tom Dark in the big Falcon, he's in the tight stuff all over the back of the Mustang. I mean, all over the Mustang coming in there. That's because he had a little bit more speed maybe at the end of the straight.
And once again through the along the Heritage pit straight down into Cops Corner, and Michael Whittaker Jr. ahead of Tom Sharp, ahead of Julian Thomas, ahead of John Davison. Mustang, Falcon, Mustang in this particular group, and then another brace of Mustangs coming up behind, the first of which is another of the red and gold cars. That will be Craig Davis, who actually didn't notice, but he qualified down in 17th. That was much lower than we'd expect. So he's putting in a bit of a recovery drive as they go through Beckett's. Michael Whittaker Jr. holding on to the lead of this group. This is for 4th place overall, and we're looking back at the leaders again. There's Jan Mardenborough, but here comes this 4th place battle. Michael Whittaker Jr. in the white Mustang ahead of Tom Sharp. Julian Thomas just moving to the right of the track, but I don't think that's in anticipation of a move. Probably just trying to cool the car as much as he can, the brakes and the engine.
Might well be. There's a lot of heat coming in out of those big twin rear exhausts like rocket launchers. Now then, that group behind are lapping in the 2-minute 30s. The lead group here, Sam Tordoff, last lap, 2-minute 28.6, 2-minute 28.4 for Nigel Greensall, and Jan Mardenborough being very athletic in the background, trying to get round traffic and losing the battle of adhesion, 228.7, but he's dropped back a little fraction. Sam Tordoff, fastest race lap the previous lap, 227.7, but Nigel Greensall is sticking with him.
Yes, they're very consistently doing similar lap times, and Nigel just staying with him. We're coming up, just under 2 minutes to the opening of the pit window, and they have 15 minutes to come in. So we'll start seeing cars coming in probably in about 3 minutes' time. And we'll find out then whether Nigel Greensall is going to do the whole race for John Spears. And there's the battle for 4th place again coming down the Wellington Straight. Michael Whittaker Jr. just being challenged a little on the outside by Tom Sharp. I'm not sure whether Tom's going to be able to hold that line all the way through. No, he doesn't. He has to give best. Then he comes back at Michael, but he holds the nice inside line. And now Julian Thomas sees a bit of a gap open up. A bit of a gap. No, I'll say a very big gap, because if you can fit a Falcon in it, it's a big gap.
Yeah, it really is. Unfortunately, not quite big enough. Julian Thomas didn't quite have enough of a head of steam. They're going past one of the little Alphas. That's another 1600cc twin cam, so that's the kind of power advantage that the big American muscle has. And the novices cross on the back of the Alpha. I know as a novice driver what it feels like, and everybody comes flying by your ears on both sides. And I haven't been in this kind of company either. I've been in very similar machines. So here's our race leader, Sam Tordoff. The gap just 8 tenths over Nigel Greensall. I wonder if John Spears will drive this, or whether he will just say to Nigel, go on, go and get him and see if you can win this one, because this is going to be a fascinating battle. Sam Tordoff driving solo. Maybe Nigel will hand over to John Spears. Maybe he won't. We'll find out in the pit stops. Jan Mardenborough in 3rd should be handing over to Jimmy Broadbent. I'm sure Jim will be very keen to get into the car. Have we had our first pit callers? Not just yet.
Not quite open yet. Just as we say that, the pit window opens. So open now for 15 minutes.
Now, does that mean that anybody that now comes to the pit lane can go in, or do you have to go in at the end of the lap on which the pit window opened?
No, they can. The window is now open, right. So if you're coming up to the pit entry, you can turn in, do your pit stop. And it's a 60-second stop. There are some additional times, I'm afraid, for some drivers. I won't go into it, but some of the elite drivers, it will change the order.
There you go. Andy Prio's Mustang coming in, or the Prio that Andy Mustang will take over. Rearrange those words into a sentence that makes some sense. You saw the Guernseyman running round. He did the first stint yesterday and takes over now from Alex Taylor today. Alex doing the start today. Still this four-way battle, and Michael Whittaker Jr. just can't quite break free. He's a has a little lock-up himself, tiny distance ahead, but not enough. And here comes Tom Sharp, right with him again. So sometimes we've seen the Falcon close on the straight, sometimes we've seen the Mustang ease away on the straight, but again, that little mistake by Michael Whittaker in the white car with the black stripe, car number 49, just allowed Tom Sharp and Julian Thomas and James Davison to close in on him. So John Davison to close in on him. So the Pure Michigan Mustang Celebration Trophy race currently not being led by a Mustang, but they are in second and third and fourth and seventh. And there is nothing but a blue oval in the top 10 and below. So it is very much a Ford benefit. And this kind of reflects how the British Saloon Car Championship changed in the 60s with the advent of the big American muscle cars. It was previously the sort of remit of Jaguar and then the Lotus Cortina and the Minis, and then suddenly Sir John Whitmore came along with the Galaxy and turned the tables on everybody. Little mini retirement, and that is car number 22, which is Eddie Birkenhoff and Nick Topless's car.
I just can remember spectating it, must have been a Grand Prix support race at Aintree in the 60s when the Galaxy first appeared. Jack Sears at the wheel, and as a little lad standing at the side of the track, couldn't believe this huge boat of a car coming round, yet of course it was immediately successful, particularly here at Silverstone.
Yeah.
When it passed the Jaguars on this piece of track on the Hangar Straight, and Graham Hill looked to his right, couldn't believe Jack Sears was driving by him.
Yeah. Oh dear, the bonnet clasp hasn't quite gripped on that Mini.
That's the leading Mini, Phil Bullen Brown.
Yep.
That's a good number plate for
it
Phil.
Is, isn't it? Especially if you're slightly tech speaker. And
he comes
Phil
into
193, hence the racing number on the car.
And the Shepherds are in as well. We haven't had any of the leading cars come into the pits yet, other than the Alex Taylor and the Prio car.
A couple of Lotus Cortinas, Guy Smith and Richard Dutton. The red car, or the white car with the red windscreen strip at the bottom of the shot, that was the Richard Dutton car. There it is on the left-hand side. That's a car he used to share with Neil Brown, the late Neil Brown. Neil's name is still on the car. And along the side of it is, we will always race together, you will not be forgotten. So you will never be replaced. There you go. So long time around. That's a real problem for the car that was battling in that fourth place group. That is not coming in at racing pace. It is coming into the pit lane though, and that is going to be a major problem for Tom Sharp.
I think that's this pit lane, which is not the one they're using, I think, from the pictures we got just then. So he's got no crew to help him.
Well, and at the speed it was moving, I'm not sure there's any helping it either. Oh, hopefully it's not the Formula One pit lane, because that will be blocking the pit entry. Loads of cars are in now. This is David Tomlin's Lotus Cortina. David has probably been in half the races this weekend. It is almost underneath us. And that is the end of the race for Tom Sharp. So that is going to need breakdown Bob, but I don't think he's in our pit lane. Somebody else just came into our pit lane. Did somebody else just come under us, or was that actually out on the track?
So,
no. Okay, well there goes Mini number 101. That's the Woodrows sharing that car. And there's quite a few actually that we've seen out over the years. That's Stephen and Alfie Woodrow. We've seen quite a few family car shares. It's a great way actually of going racing as father and son, something like this, you know. Get a Mini, you could have bought a couple of racing Minis in the iconic auction on Friday for under 30 grand. Now, I know that sounds like a lot of money, and it's not a small amount of money, but actually for about 5 or 6 grand, you could buy yourself a Mini 7 racer, and then you could go out racing together. Of course, an FIA authorised Appendix K Mini racer is a slightly different kettle of fish, and will be probably extremely well prepared. Here's our race leader then, Sam Tordoff. Nigel Greensall still in second place. Jan Mardenborough dropping away, 3.7 seconds back now, but they're all lapping at roughly the same pace. Tordoff just a whisker under 2 minutes 29, Greensall bang on 2 minutes 29, and Mardenborough a whisker over 2 minutes 29 last time round. Mustang versus Cortina. That's another classic all-four battle. Guy Zeiser and Ollie Webb's car. It'll be Ollie Webb at the wheel now, I think, in that, well, it's probably not primrose yellow, because that's not a Mustang colour, but that pale yellow Mustang. And right behind is car number 17, David Tomlin. We just saw him in the pit lane. And didn't really talk about Ollie Webb yesterday. I hadn't noticed he was on the entry list, but a full-time professional driver, very experienced sports car race. And again, a little bit, I guess, like Guy Smith. This is all fairly unusual, but he does drive some fairly weird and wonderful machinery from time to time, Ollie Webb, and I'm sure he's thoroughly enjoying that one. Max Verstappen, hot shoe from the Dutch Grand Prix in Zandvoort. He's not actually Max Verstappen, don't worry.
That's Harrison Newey.
It is Harry Newey, sharing with Ian Thompson. We saw his dad here yesterday. Or did we talk to him on Friday? The days are all sorts of blur into don't wander across the pit lane when something the size of the pit lane is coming in. Sam Tordoff, the race leader, in the pits. Nigel Greensall stays out. That is basically the full width of the acceleration lane, isn't it? It's just enormous, this thing. Probably the size of a modern Mini, actually, isn't it?
And the leaf blowers there to just cool the front brakes on Sam Tordoff's Falcon, but no work going on the car, just checks as they do their mandatory pit stop. See the tyre pressures being checked.
Yep.
But seemingly no problems at all. Maybe now a quick clean of the windscreen for Sam, get some of the bugs off.
Gone out to polish it. Right behind you saw the little Mini 102, Rick Turner and Bruce Galliford's car. That's come and gone. Yeah, trying to clear some of the bug squish and oil marks that are on the screen. After all, if it's sitting there for a minute, you might as well do something to it.
Registration number of the car, JCT 600, which is the family business of the Tordoffs. It was Jack Tordoff, Sam's grandfather, that started JCT. And, of course, one of the largest car dealerships in the country now, if not the largest.
Michael Whitaker Jr. is in the pit lane as well. So too in car number 63 is John Davison, the red and gold Mustang that he was battling with. So Giddington Strethering as well, car number 198. That's one of the lead Lotus Cortinas. That was the rather nice sort of olive, greeny and cream cut. There it is. Second car up in your shot. There is the white Mustang as well, heading out Michael Whitaker Jr. 116 is in. So lots of our lead group coming in. Mark Matheson and Henry Mann. As I said, Henry Mann not in that car. Well, this is Richard Dutton driving on his own. He came out of the pits a couple of laps ago, taking a rather Steve Soper line across the grass.
Looks to be a retirement for
does, I'm
Richard,
afraid.
doesn't it?
It does. BMW at the top of the shot, car number 18, Harry Barton's 1800 TISA. Don't ask. Not sure quite what the S and the A mean, but I know what a TI is. In comes the car from second and the car from third. So Jan Mardenborough to hand over to Jimmer. Jimmy Broadbent will run round. And in two... no, this is Jan Mardenborough and Jimmy Broadbent's car, isn't it? So the car ahead of them was Nigel Greensall. Now, there was somebody running around. Yeah, Nigel's out of the car, so John Spears is taking over. So that answers that question. So Nigel came in from second, or from first, actually, because the leader had stopped Sam Tordoff on the previous lap. Julian Thomas is in as well.
And to answer the question you kind of didn't ask, TISA, SA stands for Homologation Special.
Of course it does.
In German.
Yeah.
And it was the BMW that the factory built to the regulations for the Touring Car Championship at the time.
That orangey red Mustang you just saw, Colin Selter is driving, and the other names, Tiffany Dale and Neil Jarney on it. That's because they raced it at Goodwood in the... I imagine the St Mary's Trophy, actually. There it goes, the Mustang. It's kind of orangey red. Tangerine, it's not really tangerine, is it? Not really Mandarin, maybe. I don't know. It was probably called something like Awesome Orange or something in a 1960s Ford colour catalogue. Out goes the car that was in second with Nigel Greensall. John Spears now at the wheel, the darker blue of the Mustangs, and then the metallic blue Adrian Flux liveried Brustang. The Brundle Mustang comes out, and that will have the Jimmer at the wheel, Jimmy Broadbent.
Julian Thomas in the pits. It looks as though he, well, as we thought, he will be driving solo.
Yeah, we haven't seen any names aligned with him. In fact, all weekend, have we? Which is very unusual. We've had 2 or 3. In fact, we've had half a dozen retirements, a few more. Just saw Richard Duck pulling off, and he has not rejoined. Meanwhile, one of our alphas is in the pit lane. And car number 1, 2, 3 Miles and Alex Poulton in their Julia TI Spider. That's a Super, rather. I was going to say that's not a Spider, but that's my eyes letting me down. And 113 is in as well. Max Lynn sharing with Rowan Lundy in that Lotus Cortina. So not sharing with his dad. Although it's quite possible that he might be paying some of the bills. Somebody was just being pushed away into the garage from the pit apron as well. I didn't quite see who. This is Rowan Lundy being strapped in. Meanwhile, back with Sam Tordoff, and that is the Brustang. So that is Jimmy Broadbent right behind Sam Tordoff. And so Nigel Greensall and John Spears' Mustang is...
well ahead of them.
Aha!
Because of the additional time in the pits, because Sam Tordoff is an elite driver.
And Nigel Greensall's not? Is Nigel Greensall recognised as average?
No, because Nigel's sharing, his elite driver penalty was less. Sam's solo, so he's kind of got the worst of both worlds.
Gotcha. Hey, he's got the best of both worlds. He gets to drive this car entirely on his own, rather selfishly, for 45 sideways minutes. There is, I was going to say Nigel Greensall, I don't mean that, I mean John Spears. And here comes Sam Tordoff and Jimmy Broadbent.
And Julian Thomas also back in the mix as well, because it's him in the back of the shot there as they came on to, was it Hanger Straight they were coming on to? Yes, it was. Yeah. So he's come back in the mix as well.
Well, he's an owner driver as well, isn't he? So he's definitely what you would not consider as a pro driver, whereas Sam Tordoff, you know, ex-British touring car ace, and the likes of Nigel Greensall, Jan Mardenborough, they are, yeah, very much top flight drivers.
Yeah, and Guy Smith as well, being a top driver, as you'd expect. He got a penalty as well, but he's not challenging for the overall win, but in class.
He's the only overall Le Mans winner on the grid. Have class winner on the grid. I'm sure Andy Prio's...
Yes, I agree.
Now he's an overall Nürburgring 24-hour winner. Andy Prio for BMW. I'm not sure if he won his class outright at Le Mans. But anyway, a Ford factory driver, of course, among very many other things in the Ford GT program. But here is the car that is doing the chasing. or the car that will be doing the leading. There is one car that is just stopped in the pit lane, so the next time he comes past the stripe, it will be John Spears who leads. Now, he took an unlikely race win against the head in his Maserati 250F yesterday against all those pesky little mid-engined Formula One cars. He's trying to find his way by this Alpha. And the novices cross, with no disrespect to the novice, he's going to have to give it, and did, a little bit of a berth, because he's never quite sure whether the Alpha's going to stay online or try and drive out of the way. Meanwhile, headlights ablaze. Here comes Sam Tordoff, and he'll see the Alpha, recognise that it's going more slowly, and also see the novices cross, and he'll already be trying to figure, where am I going to get by him? Dare I dive bomb him at the apex of a corner? He's going to have to. He needs to get a hustle on. Sam Tordoff in second. Jimmy Broadbent in third in the paler Mustang.
And very appropriately, for the first time in the race, because Sam's led most of it, we've got a Mustang leading the Pure Michigan Mustang Celebration race.
14 minutes remaining. Will we get a Mustang victory? Well, we've just seen one of our leading Ford Falcon sprints retire with mechanical issues, so it's by no means guaranteed that the quickest car is also going to be the longest lived quickest car. But this thing was pretty flawless yesterday, wasn't it, as well as imperiously quick. John Spears taking over from Nigel Greensall, and the lead was 7.9 seconds at the end of the last lap. So remember that. We'll try and compare and contrast. There's Andy Priaulx at the wheel of the Bumblebee Mustang, trying to go around the inside of car number 9. Not quite getting by Craig Davis there in one of the Alaman Racing livery cars.
Making their way through Club Corner, and Andrew Priaulx lining up Craig Davis for what he hopes is a pass as they go past a Mini there on the Hamilton Straight, isn't it?
That's going to be a bit of a fly in the ointment. I think they're going to get to the Mini just as they all want to turn in together. Not sure Priaulx's going to get through there, but we will wait and see. Mustang Cortina. So is this our lead Lotus Cortina battle? I think it is. 17 and 7-1-2. They're down in 21st and 20th. David Tomlin in 17. 7-1-2 coming back from behind. And that is Peter Smith.
Got a hip and shoulder there from a Falcon, did Pete Smith.
Oh, and a monster lockup carrying way too much speed in Richard McAlpine. Oh dear, that's a lot of car to move, isn't it? That's Colin Sota's car, the ex-Tiffany Dale Neil Jarney, or driven by them. It's got a right front puncture. He's going to need his engine to help move it. So I imagine he's had a fairly dramatic looping spin there, probably as a result of that right front puncture, rather than the effect of the spin. However, back with our lead battle, there are yellow flags at the beginning of the lap, but not here. And this is Sam Tordoff all over the back of John Spears for the lead. It was down from 7.2 to 5 seconds at the beginning of this lap. That's not 5 seconds, that's a change of the lead on the Hangar Straight. And Sam Tordoff goes by John Spears. The Flying Falcon sprints by. Another impressive drive in this car from Sam Tordoff. He makes it look like it's got has got relatively modern suspension. Certainly more modern and a bit less baggy than it would have been in period. But it is still a rocking and rolling device. 10 minutes to go, 11. So who is going to finish on the podium? Jimmy Broadbent, 4.3 behind John Spears. 2 seconds behind him is Julian Thomas. 2.7 behind him is car number 63, John Davison. So that could all close up with the yellow windscreen. That is David Tomlin. David, pretty sure, is our lead Lotus Cortina still. Trying to go by the Henry Mann-driven Mustang, and he breaks clear as well. He's just put a little bit of clear air between himself and 712, and that is Pete Smith's car. And that break getting ahead of the Mustang. He's been bottled up behind it for 3 or 4 laps. And now he's broken free, and look at the difference it's made. Look at the difference, just 2 or 3 corners of that 1600cc Lotus's nimble handling through the Beckett's S's. And again, Pete Smith behind. Here comes the Falcon, just goes steaming by on the straight once more.
And I think after all the pit stops and the additional penalty for Guy Smith, he still leads those Cortinas.
Oh, you're right, I hadn't spotted him.
Yeah, he's so
far
ahead.
up the order, isn't he?
Yeah.
13th place, yes, he is. Yeah, so Guy Smith, 711, is our lead Lotus Cortina. This is still an entertaining battle, though.
I've just found some more Lotus Cortina.
Oh, have you?
Yeah, Jonathan Mitchell is
Where
ahead.
were they hiding?
Giddings, of course,
Oh,
were now Strether in the 198 car, so apologies to them. They are actually Jake Giddings. Paul Strether now on board the 198 car, the sort of light, green coloured
olive
car.
green and cream. So 711 here. This is Guy Smith. Got a good battle on his hands. And this is the Ross and Johnson Mustang. Matt Johnson and Robert Ross, who started out. I'm guessing Robert Ross started. Yes, he did. And this is ex-touring car driver Matt at the wheel. So touring car race and sports car race go head-to-head, toe-to-toe. And the Mustang, of course, has the legs on the Cortina. That small block Ford against the very much smaller block 1600cc Ford. Cortina giving away 4 cylinders and about 3 litres. But as you could see, Guy Smith could just drive around the outside of the Mustang through the Beckett's S's. And this is what we used to see, or what we're seeing in period, the Galaxies and the Lotus Cortinas versus the Minis. The Cortinas, quicker, more power, and the Minis braking even later. Dialing in the opposite lock, but not quickly enough to save that moment. Just about getting away with it, David Tomlin. Certainly without a spin. Whoa, Guy Smith taking to the scenery, using a bit of Oxfordshire on his way through to move up ahead of Matt Johnson. Momentarily, Johnson's going to be boxed in behind the Alfa, I think. And look at the way that the Cortina turns. It's really on the nose. Meanwhile, this is car number 14, and this is Simon Horobin and James Palmer's car. So I think you're right, in 10th place overall is the first of our Lotus Cortinas. It's the green car with the cream highlights rather than the white cars with the Lotus green bands. That's the classic Lotus Cortina colour. Julian Thomas in 3rd now, ahead of Jimmy Broadbent. We didn't see that happen. There's Andy Prio in 8th. And there is the lead Lotus Cortina, behind Craig Davis. So that's the Giddings and Strether car, and who do you reckon started that?
Jake Giddings started, yeah. So Paul Strether now on board, and actually he is challenging for overall position, apart from his class leading position. Craig Davis in the big Mustang. Similar situation to Guy Smith, isn't it, where Paul Strether will be quicker in the corners, but the Mustang then pulls away on the straights with more power as they come into Beckett's.
And the real problem here is the start-finish line isn't just at the Chapel Curve, which is where you want it in a Lotus Cortina. It's after that long, fast hanger straight where everything that you've done is undone just because he's got more cylinders and more cubic capacity.
Guy Smith is 10. No, he's nearly 20 seconds behind Paul Strether. I was just wondering whether Guy Smith might be able to make up for time, but in 5 minutes, I think even Guy can't do that.
No.
Just about 20 seconds behind the class leader.
Well, 5.5 minutes to go. Sam Tordoff still leading as we watch this battle for 9th place. John Spears in second in the best Mustang, Julian Thomas in third in another Falcon, and then the next Mustang, Jimmy Broadbent in fourth. Fifth place, John Davidson's Mustang, and Michael Whittaker Jr. also in a Mustang in sixth, ahead of the Shepherds, who by rights ought to be in a Mustang anytime they go out on track. Well, they are in this race. Bill Shepherd Mustang, one of the country's foremost Mustang specialists for well, way more than quarter of a century, probably more like 30 or 40 years now. Obviously since he was a boy. Here's Julian Thomas all over the back of John Spears, and right with him is Jimmy Broadbent. So this is second, third and fourth. Pocket handkerchief time here. Two Mustangs with a Falcon in between. The Mercury Cyclone Comet coming towards us. Not quite as quick as the similar framed Falcon Sprint. Comes from the same family. Mercury, a sub-brand of Ford. Slightly different. Is it a J-body? I'm venturing a little bit out of my depth here now, but slightly different machinery. Possibly not as well developed as this Falcon and these Mustangs are. Chatted a lot to Alex Brundle about building his car, and he said essentially you start with the Mustang body shell, you take everything off it, and nothing Mustang goes back on. It is all pretty much purpose-built. Final 3 minutes, 45 seconds. Here comes the challenge for Julian Thomas down the straight. Falcon can't quite squeeze inside, but John Spears braked late and offline, and through goes Julian Thomas. And there's the opportunity for Jimmy Broadbent as well. He's going to try and put the same pressure on John Spears. For Spears in the darker blue Mustang to defend, and then when he's gone in too deep or offline, try and go by him. And the same rules apply in real life racing as do in sim racing, of course, where Jimmy Broadbent's got so much experience and so much success, and he goes around the outside. You see him really working the steering of that Mustang. That's a great move. Don't forget, this guy is a relatively inexperienced real-life race driver. And they're closing in, or being closed down now, by John Davison. So this is going to be quite a sort-out at the end of the race. Is that the Mercury Cyclone? I think it is.
No, it's a Falcon.
Oh, is that a Falcon? Yeah. Okay, yes, yeah.
Just off at Abbey by the looks of it. Hopefully that won't affect. There's the Cyclone in the background, I think.
Yeah, there's probably still a dozen Falcons going. Jimmy Broadbent ahead of John Spears and just starting to creep away. And in fact, the more he can do now and leave John Spears to hold up John Davison behind him in the Alaman Racing livery car, the red and gold Mustang, the better it'll be. There's Julian Thomas. And Thomas with a Mini attached to his back bumper. I think Mini drivers probably ought to just carry a bungee with them, and when a big car goes by, just hook on and hope nobody notices. And of course, all the big cars come by, and then they hit the brakes about 350 meters from the corner, and the Mini selecting top gear carries on for a bit and then starts to brake. So it does take a while to get by a well-driven Mini, because they come back at you in the corners the same way that they
just
do,
like
exactly that, the same way the Lotus Cortinas do. The problem for the Mini, of course, is that the big cars canter past on the straight and then slow the Mini right down, where the Mini's strength is in the corner. But if you've got a slow car or big car in front, a fast car in front, you can't use your handling prowess. And so in the end, the Mini gets lapped and the Mustangs go by. John Spears with John Davison's headlights in his mirror. Minute to go, so this will be the final lap. Sam Tordoff is already starting it. Julian Thomas in second will start his final lap in a moment or two. Then Jimmy Broadbent in third, and then this battle, John Spears and John Davison. If you can't quite read it on the side of that Mustang, what it says along the gold panel at the bottom is Alaman Racing Byfleet Surrey. Ooh, big moment for John Spears as he had to negotiate The Mini, another little classic Britax Mini livery on that 54 car. Whose is that?
That's the Nairns.
Billy Nairn and Carl Nairn, yeah. Again, that's a sort of famous livery from Mini Racing Yore.
John Davison looking to go up the inside at the loop, but John Spears holds the line through there as they go out through Aintree onto the Wellington Straight, both using slightly more track than was intended. Down the straight, chasing Jimmy Broadbent into Brooklands. John Spears taking a slightly defensive line. This might give a chance to John Davison to cut back at Brooklands, but no, he also, I think they're basically running out of brakes now at the end of the Wellington Straight there, just having to brake much earlier than normal as they turn through Luffield. Jimmy Broadbent starting to disappear into the distance. Great drive from him and Jan Mardenborough. Jimmy raced in the Praga Cup, which is a sort of a sports car style one-make championship for a couple of years and won it. So he's got some experience, but as you say, relatively inexperienced.
Yeah, something with slicks and a bit of downforce.
Yes.
Neither of which are present on the Mustang. In fact, probably just the opposite.
Yes.
Very little grip and aero, positive aero, so they rise. Okay, so the leader on the Hanger Straight for the very final time. Here comes Sam Tordoff. Other than the pit stop, he has led every inch of the race. Started from pole position and raced away. It's been a very impressive outing for this car of Sam Tordoff. I'd love to have seen these cars in action twice over the weekend as well. Headlights ablaze, wants to make sure that everybody knows he's coming. So there's no mistakes on the way to the checkered flag. Qualified the car on pole position ahead of all his rivals. He was 1.3 seconds clear of them, and he wins in Silverstone. And it should be a Falcon 1-2, it will be, but not by much, and there's going to be a sort out. Second place does just go to Julian Thomas ahead of Jimmy Broadbent, and then John Spears ahead of John Davison, and then we're looking back for Michael Whittaker Jr. Loads of minis coming across the line in a bunch. There's Whittaker's Mustang. Stopped spitting flames now. They appear to have turned that function off. Right ahead of the Shepherds. And here comes Andy Prio in the Bumblebee Mustang. 99 in 8th. Car number 9 should be coming up next. And that will be Craig Davis in 9th place there. He is, yeah, dialing in some opposite lock. And across the line in 10th place is the Top Cortina. That pale green and cream car, the Giddings and Strether machine. Guy Smith in the blue Cortina, 3rd in that 1600cc category. It looks like the Alpha is going to win its particular class as well, or are we just seeing it because it's being very spectacular? Never mind seeing a car just because it's being very spectacular. There you go, there's an on 4-square drift out of the final corner. And a bit of showboating. Now they don't need the rear tyres for racing, they can use them for showing off. I think this might just about be the time and place for some Alex Zanardi style donuts. Because if you can't donut in these cars, what can you donut in? Might need to find a little bit of space to do it in. Sam Tordoff, the winner. Julian Thomas makes it a Ford Falcon Sprint 1-2 ahead of a sea of Mustangs in the Pure Michigan Mustang Celebration Trophy. It is Jimmy Broadbent and Jan Mardenborough, the digital gamers turned drivers, who uphold the honour of the Ford Mustang. Well, if that doesn't win them holidays to Michigan, I don't know what will. They properly ought to be lauded back in Dearborn. Well, once more, great entertainment. These cars are just so much fun to watch. And here in the commentary booth, we're getting very little of the trackside sound effects either. I'm sure everybody around the circuit thoroughly enjoying the noise of these cars. The thunder of all the big American V8s the howl of the Lotus Corner twin cams, the rasp of the minis on the overrun. And is it Dan Wheeler who takes the mini class? It is. Nice one, Dan. Car number 888, Dan Wheeler, a long-time mini racer. Raced in Mini 7s and latterly in historic minis, and he takes that victory. Well, what a sea of fabulous looking cars. You would give your right arm for any of them, wouldn't you? Never mind the chance to race them in this kind of company. Sam Tordoff led the field away from Jan Mardenborough. The Mustangs hard at it with the Galaxies, the Ford Cortinas battling the American Muscle and each other, and the Minis snapping at the heels of the less aggressively driven big banger cars. There's an even battle between the Mustangs and the Falcons. Unfortunately, the grey car coming to a halt and bringing Tom Sharp's race to an end. But after the pit stops, Sam Tordoff getting ahead of John Spears. Little moment for David Tomlin. And so too Julian Thomas moving ahead of Spears. Jan Mardenborough, rather Jimmy Broadbent getting by him. Sam Tordoff, the comfortable winner, nearly 12 seconds ahead of Julian Thomas, who was just 2 tenths in front of Jimmy Broadbent. So a very good result for the Mustang. Yeah, and in the collecting area, we should be able to hear from our top drivers. Let's catch up.
Thanks very much. Sam's just taken a slug of water. I don't blame him, really. You make that thing dance out there. It doesn't look like it should do what it can do.
No, and it's quite lively towards the end as well. The race was good. It was strong. Nigel kept me honest in the first stint, really pushed, so probably harder than I would have liked to push, if I'm honest, and paid the price and lost a tyre in the second half of the race. But, you know, spot on. The guy's done a great job again. That's 3 years on a bounce now. We've come here and won, so really, really thrilled. I'm delighted.
We don't get to see you racing as often as we'd like, really. You and a tin top is a good thing, Sam. It's always a good combination.
Yeah, you know, modern or historic, I love my touring cars. And, you know, I get such a thrill from driving that you just can't replicate anywhere else. So really pleased with today because the pressure was on. And hopefully we'll be back next year for some more.
Great stuff, well done. Let's go for a little wander as well. There's Sam there, our race winner. I can't see our second place, but I can see Jan Mardenborough, and I can also see Jimmy Broadbent. So let's just jump into Jan as we can, and also we got Alex here too. But let's go straight to Jan there. The first stint in the car, Jan, it was a tricky first stint. It was a tricky first corner, but other than that, it was relatively nice and smooth.
Yes, it was fantastic, and a big thank you to my teammate Jimmy and Alex from the Motorsport for allowing me to be gracious with this 65 Mustang to have a good fun today. I've had a pretty busy weekend, visited different countries in between Friday and today, but to finish third in Top Mustang, and I tried to stay with these guys at the start of the race, but it wasn't to be, but had great fun.
It looked like it was a lot of fun. It looked like there were hard things to handle. I can't see where Jimmy's gone. Jimmy's gone over there. Let's go and grab Jimmy. He's just this way, extreme close up there on my nostrils. But Jimmy, it was nice, wasn't it? Jimmy, you got given the keys to the car. You had to really, you know, put your elbows out and get down and keep going.
Yeah, there were some really fast cars out there. I thought, okay, I'm in third. All right, that'll be easy. Then this guy overtakes me. Think, oh, okay, maybe not so easy. We were catching the blue Mustang for a while. Where I had to do something a bit silly around the outside of T1 to make it work, but I'm pumped after that. I was screaming in the car afterwards, like, this is the best form of racing. There's nothing better than this.
Really?
Yeah, 100%.
That's it.
Yeah, sorry, Bostein.
There you go, the stamp of approval. Well done, well done. Third place, well done.
Thank you.
Well, congratulations to our podium finishers, Sam Tordoff and Julian Thomas in the Ford Falcons, and Jan Mardenborough and Jimmy Broadbent. That was a great race from them. If you look at who is behind them, how much historic racing experience and racing experience in these cars there is behind Mardenborough and Broadbent, that really underlines how good it is. And if I've managed to make the youth cringe as well a little bit with our not quite down with the kids references, then my job here is complete. The Ford Cortinas had a really good race with themselves as well, and who did we say? It was the Giddings car, wasn't it, that ended up as the top Cortina. And then further down, the top Mini, Dan Wheeler in 27th place, just ahead of Mark Burnett. So fantastic action, our penultimate race. Higher winds are coming. I've already said that unfortunately the Army's parachute display team, the Red Devils, won't be able to display. There was supposed to be a hot air balloon glow this evening, but again, it is going to be too gusty for them. So I'm afraid that won't be happening. Music is on the stage though, so Ollie Murs will still be rounding out the evening tonight. The stage is already live. We have more music to come though here on the track with our final race of the weekend. So cars starting to head out on track for the final race of the 2024 Silverstone Festival. There has been so much going on here, 1,000 drivers and hundreds of cars in dozens of different classes. And here we go for the final time. We're going to watch racing action on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. Our 20th and final race of the weekend is once more for GT cars. Is that Dick Bennett? No, it's not. For GT cars, these are pre-66 classic GT cars racing for the International Trophy. So we are ready to go one last time. And as you can see, an awful lot of very familiar shapes. The International Trophy for classic GT cars, the pre-66 era. The final race of the 2024 Silverstone Festival. And once more, that combination, Nigel Greenswell and John Spears, will start at the front in the TVR Griffith. Julian Thomas in another big muscle car, the Daytona Cobra, ahead of the TVR of John Davison and Olivier Hart, in the Daytona Cobra. Harry Barton's TVR means there's lots of big capacity V8s at the front. Mike Whitaker has one of those as well, and he's in amongst a sea of Jaguar E-types. Miles Griffiths with the Shelby Cobra behind the Balfour Ashton Lotus Elan. That's a typo rather than its actual name. And Lotus Elan's Jaguar E-types and the Daytona Cobras will be battling for supremacy here. So lots to look forward to, plenty to conjure with. It looks as though Jan Magnussen will get a race here as well with Vasily Mortensen in their Cobra, Daytona Cobra. Some less frequently seen cars. There's a couple of Ginetti G4Rs in the race. Not sure I've ever seen a Ginetti G4R race before, so we've got double enjoyment of that. And it is a very big grid indeed. So 53 cars heading out into the dusk. Lights are on in the commentary booth, otherwise we can't see our hands in front of our face, but you can see that some of the cars here have got their lights on. It does a little bit look, Alistair Douglas, like it's a spring starter meeting rather than the middle of the glorious hottest month of the year here in the UK summer. But it is the UK summer, I suppose, so we come to expect that a bit.
Yes, it's quite nice to see the lights in the dusk, but I think I'd rather see a nice sunny, warm evening, being August in the UK. But there we go. But a great range of cars, a lot of E-types in this one, but also Shelby Daytona Cobra coupes, which we can see at the front there. A car which was designed to try and be a bit more, well, it was more aerodynamic than the traditional Cobra shape to try and challenge the Ferraris, but Ferrari at the same time came out with a 250 GTO, which was much quicker, although the Daytona Cobra did have success.
And it wasn't long before the GTO was superseded by the 250 LM as well in the mid-60s. And in GT racing, the mid-engine revolution, or Le Mans, the mid-engine revolution arrived as well. But on the front end of the grid, it is all about cubic capacity. The first two rows boasting, I don't know what, 28 litres of power. So the TVRs, the first, third and fifth car on the driver's right of the grid are all big V8s. So too the Daytona Cobras. but is the pale yellow car, number 8 with the grey roof, Dan Eagling's Ginetta G4R, that is the David amongst the Goliaths, isn't it? And again, as we saw with the Lotus Elans against the big horsepower cars, so with the Ginetta, they are light, they don't have the punching power, but boy, they can duck and weave. So look for that little pale yellow, primrose yellow car with the grey roof, the Ginetta G4R. It's barely going to be audible amongst all the big horsepower V8s and then the Jaguar E-types behind it, but that car could well spring a surprise. It's not all about capacity. The final race of the 2024 Silverstone Festival gets underway. It's the International Trophy for Classic GT cars and the thundering V8 horsepower from the front row and second row and third row of the grid, swamping the small capacity yellow Ginetta G4. It is John Spears and Julian Thomas on the front row of the grid. Julian in the big Daytona coupe with a big white V on the nose, drops down to 4th at the start. The second Cobra Coupe, Olivier Hart, the green car, the olive car, up to 2nd place, but it is our pole man. And is that Nigel Greensell or John Spears? I think that's Nigel Greensell who has started. And he is in front of Olivier Hart, and they are looking to try and clear off head of the TVR of John Davison.
And a huge mass of cars. What a sight as they come down towards Brooklands. And the little yellow Ginetta of Dan Eagling has retained a very high position despite them having gone down that long straight. He's managed to hold on there. He's in 3rd behind Julian Thomas, and sorry, 5th behind Julian Thomas, my apologies, as they come out of Luffield. And this is where I think some of the quicker TVRs and maybe a Daytona Cobra will go past him.
Well, he's just got ahead of Julian Thomas, so is car number 18, the TVR Griffith of Harry Barton, who also powers his way by Dan Eagling. Now, don't forget, Dan Eagling's got lots of experience in underpowered cars against much more powerful equipment. He does that in his 2-litre sports racer against all the big banger sports cars. But here again, outgunned. There goes Julian Thomas past him, and now going into the Beckett's S's. Thomas's car is all over the road, and Dan Eagling can literally drive around the outside of him. There he goes. Light, nimble, probably weighs about 1/3 of what the Daytona Coupe weighs. It's probably got about 1/3 of the horsepower, but in the Beckett's S's, he slays the Giant. And then, of course, the Giant gets back up and runs right by him in the straight. 2 TVR Griffiths in front, 88 John Davison, 18 Harry Barton. It's going to be a long race for Dan Eagling, but out front, Nigel Greensell and Olivier Hart. TVR Griffith versus Daytona Cobra. They are the front runners, and they are already leaving a big gap to this battle for 3rd place between another pair of TVR Griffiths.
They come through Club Corner and completing the end of the 1st lap. Thanks to Harry Barton for running those little green running lights, which were very, very common and still are, of course, in long-distance racing, so that the pit crew know which car it is that's coming in. Not so much these days with radios and so on, but certainly in this period they had no idea which car was coming in. So a pair of green lights for Harry Barton, and he's chasing the number 88 John Davison similar car, the TVR Griffith. That's the British TVR with the 4.7-litre Ford V8 engine, the same as in the front of the Daytona Cobras, essentially. And down the Wellington Straight they go. What a great battle it is between Barton and Davison. One side, then the other. Barton going wide, Davison covering the inside line into Brooklands. This might give Harry Barton a chance. He can take a faster line coming up behind John Davison. He's trying the long outside line through Luffield. This can work if he can cut back now to the inside for the exit of Luffield, and that's exactly what he's trying to do, and get the inside for Woodcote. And he's got the overlap, so he's now, if he can hold him, he's got the inside for Copse Corner, and that could be a change of place with the very well-driven Harry Barton car going up into 3rd place. Once again, that move took about 4 or 5 corners, didn't it?
Yeah, fantastic stuff from Harry Barton up to 3rd place. Julian Thomas still with the little yellow Ginetta G4 of Dan Eagling right under his rear wing. And actually, when they get into the twisty stuff, Julian Thomas can't probably see him because the car is so small. These cars, despite their little battle, not actually losing too much ground to the race leaders. Nigel Greensall 1.7 seconds ahead of Olivier Hart. There they are, first and second. Hart in that olive green Daytona Coupe. Looks like it might be losing a little bit more this lap, but these guys are about another 2 seconds back. And if actually they can settle down, with Harry Barton just ahead of 88 Jim Davison, and if Julian Thomas can go with them, these three cars working together in a little queue, A will shake off Dan Eagling, and B will run down the leaders.
Harry Barton has opened a little gap as we've got the 33 Lawley Elan just trying to fire the engine up, just a little bit of unburnt fuel coming out the back.
Not
there.
the only one either, there's another Elan, that's the Nick Pink Chris Fox car, that's a Lotus Elan 26R. So they all pretty much are 26Rs, even if they didn't start out that way. 26R is the racing version of the Lotus 26, otherwise known as the Lotus Elan.
Andrew Lawley managed to get going again, but it doesn't look like the Nick Pink Fox car is going to continue pulling off to the side.
More smoke, and none of it's coming out of the exhaust, so that's not a great look, I'm afraid.
Nick Pink trying to get the car to a place where it won't cause a break in the race. If he can get it to a marshal's post where they can pull him behind the barriers, that's very good of him.
Yeah, it does look a bit like he's got a bit of a misfire. It keeps coming and going, doesn't it? It's trying to clear itself and not really succeeding. Meanwhile, here's our race leader, car number 14, the dark blue TVR Griffith with the silver stripes straight down the body. Nigel Greensall leads the race. Olivier Hart in the olive green Daytona Coupe in second place, car number 41. Yellow flags are out to cover one of our two Lotuses in strife.
That was coming into the Beckett's complex, that yellow flag. So I wonder if that Lotus didn't quite manage to get off the track.
Yeah, may not have just yet. Looks like they're green from here on in, though, out of the Chapel Curve onto Hanger Straight. And there is the Lotus. Well, he's managed to get it sort of behind the wall. The marshals will pull him back even further behind the wall. There is a little gap. And there is a recovery truck rating to take him away. Well, disappointing that after all the anticipation of this weekend and surviving all the way through the day to the very final race, you only get about 5 minutes into it. That's really disappointing, I'm afraid. That's also motor racing. Julian Thomas, third place in the dark blue. These are Julian's colours, aren't they? The dark blue with the white V. Has those on pretty much every car he races.
And he's ahead of John Davison. Dan Eagling not being dropped, so he's still in the mix. And
Well, the other thing about that Ginetta is that not only is he not really being dropped by these big capacity American V8s, but he's way ahead of any of the E-types. Way ahead of the E-types. It's 5.5 seconds ahead of the Pearson and Brundle E-type, car number 23, which is the lead E-type. So, you know, in terms of bang for your buck, a Ginetta G4R is really doing the job, isn't it?
It is, yes.
And he's now not only not being dropped, he's actually starting to nibble away at the back of the Davison TVR Griffith. He was much closer that time. Well, Nigel Greensall, as so often he does here at the Silverstone Festival, sharing with John Spears. They've shared a lot of cars this weekend. And again,
is that
Nigel,
a little bit of smoke there?
Yeah, does look like a little bit of smoke. I know it's a British car of the 60s, and they are sort of an unintentional total loss oil system, most cars. But you don't want it to start smoking that early. Harry Barton, fastest race lap in his TVR. So he's got his head down and charging. Remember, I was saying that if he and Julian Thomas worked together with John Davison, they could all catch the leaders. Well, he's done his part in that, getting the fastest car to the front of the queue, but they've not been able to stay with him and use that slipstream. So he is on his own. Harry Barton, fastest race lap, 2 minutes 22.3. 2:22, I beg your pardon, 0.23. 2:22.24 is the quickest lap for Olivier Hart. 2:22.66 on this lap is the fastest lap that Nigel Greensall has produced in the leading car. So the leader is slower than the car in second, which is slower than the car in third. Harry Barton is pushing up towards the battle for the lead.
Working hard there at the wheel, Harry Barton. There's the two leaders. There's third place, Harry Barton, closing in those distinctive green lights. There's Julian Thomas with the distinctive white arrow on the nose as he comes up to the right-hander at Abbey, and then just behind them is the John Davison and Dan Eagling battle. Which altogether is only what 12 seconds
off the lead. Yes, absolutely. So
Remarkable.
Pit stops could have a big part to play. And in fact, Dan Eagling in his Ginetta G4R is 8 seconds ahead of the Pearson and Brundle E-Type, which is just 1.5 seconds ahead of the number 46 Whittaker-driven E-Type. And another, what is it with 26Rs? They're all falling by the wayside. One breaks down, and they all seem to take it as an opportunity to have a bit of a quick trip into the nether regions. Peter Reynolds and Daniel Quintero's 26R at the side of the road, described as yellow and silver in the notes. That seemed more to be yellow and black, but that was the car anyway. There's Julian Thomas through in 4th place. John Davison still just ahead of Dan Eagling, and still just as well, not making much of an escape from the Ginetta. It'll be interesting to see. In fact, I said Mike Whittaker was in an E-Type. He's not. He's in a TVR Griffith. But the Pearson and Brundle car is our lead E-Type. And then the Dodds, who were the top E-Type on the grid, they are currently the second E-Type in 10th. And then the Newell and Sota car. And that's come up very well from 18th on the grid. Now, going in the opposite direction, in fact, did it start kind of a 172, the Mortensen and Magnussen Daytona Coupe? Yes, it did, but it's gone from 15th on the grid down to 23rd. And did Dan Eagling have a little problem on that lap? Because he has been dropped by the TVR. Here's the next group. And there is the lead Jaguar. So that is the Pearson Brundle car. Here's Mike Whittaker in the pale blue TVR Griffith.
And a spin there for one of our big Heelys, the number 119, John Caldwell, driving solo. And that's the engine's running, so he should be able to spin that round as soon as the traffic's gone by.
Yeah, we saw the other Ginetta G4R in the race just going around the nose of his car, this sort of bright blue car. But 23 is the Brundle and Pearson car.
Started by Gary Pearson.
Yep.
And Mike Whittaker coming up alongside, but Gary Pearson takes the line through Beckett's and holds the position. But right behind Mike Whittaker is the Pearson and Pearson. You might say, well, how can there be more Pearsons than two? Well, that's because Gary Pearson is sharing both cars.
Yeah.
Typical Gary, he's going to jump out of one, jump into the other.
Yeah, John Pearson is driving 53 at the moment. Gary will take over because Gary Pearson is driving 23, where Alex Brundle will take over.
So John Pearson can see his brother up ahead, and they'll have to do a bit of...
well, if they stay that close when they come into the pits, that will work perfectly. What you don't want is to be more than a minute behind, because then somebody has to wait for somebody else to arrive. And nobody likes that, whether in a pit lane or the pub, to be honest.
Oh, and that's very, very unusual. Gary Pearson made a mistake and went wide onto the gravel. That shows how hard he's trying. Very, very rare that you see Gary go offline like that, and that puts Mike Whittaker up a place, so he's now up to 7th.
Gary loses 2 because through goes his other car. Oh, that's my car. He's now going to have to follow his own car because it's John Pearson who's gone by Gary Pearson in the car that Gary will take over. So again, they are now even closer, although Gary Pearson's lost 2 spots to make that happen, or to accidentally make that happen. In fact, he might be in danger of losing another one as well now, because Gary Pearson in the number 23 Jaguar E-Type is coming under pressure once more, and that's from 21, the car with the yellow noseband, and that's the Dodd's car. Who started that? Gary Dodd? Graham Dodd, rather, and James Dodd will take over.
Looks like Graham as well in the driving that car, so he's father Graham, son James.
He's all over the back of Gary Pearson right now, and I think he senses that maybe Gary's just got a little bit of a problem with the car. I think Gary Pearson, though, has stabilised the ship a little bit. Number 23 E-Type looks like it's holding on to its spot. But Mike Whitaker in the pale blue TVR got away. He's in 7th, and then the E-Type's 8th, 9th and 10th. And 11th place is the Cobra of Miles Griffiths.
And the pit window has just opened. It'll be open for 15 minutes. And once again, everybody has to come in, obviously, and do their stop. There are various additional stop times for the Elite and Elite Plus drivers.
Naturally.
So, yeah, so we will see some of the cars that we're seeing up near the front losing time. One of those, perhaps the most important, is Nigel Greensall and John Spears. They will have to serve an additional time in the pits.
Not Olivier Hart?
Yes, they will as well.
I was going to say, who's not been watching racing recently to think that Olivier Hart's not in the elite category, because he properly is. Oh dear, there's that Lotus again. This car is not having a good time. Peter Reynolds, Daniel Quintero, we saw it stopped, and it's sort of trying to drive its way to a place of safety. It's not really making much progress. Harry Barton in 3rd place. How close has he got now? He's only 1.5 seconds behind Olivier Hart. There's the Daytona Coupe. Nigel Greensall closer to the camera. Olivier Hart flashing the headlights because he can see, well, that's definitely on full beam, isn't it? The headlights of Harry Barton's TVR coming up behind. He doesn't care about annoying oncoming traffic. What he's trying to do is annoy the car in front of him and distract Olivier Hart as much as possible.
And in fact, in the penalty stakes in the pit stops, Olivier Hart will have the longest penalty because he's driving solo, and therefore, as an elite driver, he gets the additional few seconds. So we will see the order shake around. But we saw that in the race a couple of races ago, where it actually brought everybody back into contention again, which is the idea of it.
We've got a few father and son and family combinations. We've got the Pearson brothers. We've just got, you were saying, the Dodds. And, of course, family relations in car number 24 as well. The number 24 E-Type, Adrian Newey, sharing with his son Harrison Newey. They are currently in 18th place, ahead of another all-family E-Type, car number 111, Simon and Dominic Jackson. So all sorts of family racing going on here to round out the weekend. Harry Barton ahead of Julian Thomas, trying to put a Ginetta and an Elan between them. I think he succeeds in maybe getting the Ginetta in front of Julian Thomas. He does, or getting by the Ginetta, and Julian Thomas does. And Julian jumped the Elan in the braking zone. Well, I'm not sure the Elan was on the brakes by the time Julian was. In the pit lane, the number 21, that is Graham and James Dodd's E-Type. Driver change going on, just double clicking with the torque wrench on those wheel nuts to make sure there's no dramas. But the lead 3 stay out. Julian Thomas, first of our front runners to stop. There's Graham and James Dodd's E-Type. Who else is in? Car number 34, and that is Sean Balfe and Tom Ashton's Lotus Elan. Not the only Elan in as well. This is 79 Mark Drain driving on his own. Must be pretty hot work in a closed car of any capacity.
Harry Barton decides to carry on, as does Olivier Hart. They're both solo, so they can just choose whenever they want to come in. And
well, given that he's going to be handing John Spears a sizable pit lane penalty, you would think that the plan would be for Nigel Greensall to continue lapping as quick as possible for as long as possible. It's not going to build up exactly the hugest advantage over Olivier Hart, but of course Hart will drop down the order as well. And the 88 TVR of John Davison is in. So this is 5:51, Graham and Jen Ridgway's Lotus 26R.
That's another family, that's father and daughter.
And the only Porsche in the race appears no longer to be in the race, since there's nobody in either the left-hand or the right-hand seat of that red car. That would seem to be, and in fact the lime green Lotus Elan, there is somebody in it, I think so. Seems to be a lot of not very concerned chatter going around that lime green Elan. 89 car of Matthew Wrigley. There you go, 60 seconds done. Yeah, there's work going on in that. It's not an Elan day, is it? Really is not. 281, Richard Baxter's 26R in the gravel. I thought the idea of an Elan was that they handled well, not that they were attracted to gravel traps, and he's dug himself in, I'm afraid. That may not be good news. Now, it might be good news for anybody who has not yet made a pit stop. Because if they can make a pit stop while the safety car is out and everybody else is toodling around slowly, then it will cost them less time, and that might undo some of their time penalty that they will serve for being quicker drivers. 172, this is Nikolai Mortensen and Jan Magnussen's Shelby Daytona Coupe. So this all-Danish pairing is sharing two cars, a Daytona Coupe and the Turner. So, very slightly different devices.
There's Jan Magnussen in that now.
Yeah, and by very slightly, obviously I mean diametrically on opposite ends of the power, weight and everything else scale, pretty much. Certainly cost.
Well, being in Elan, those four marshals, they should just be able to pick it up and walk it away. It's weighs about
only it hadn't been quite so buried. Well done, marshals, well done. It's not just about fighting fires and extricating drivers from damaged cars and looking after their health and safety. It's also, oh, you've dropped the clutch. You can't bump start it in gravel. Stop trying to do that. And he's going to give him exactly the same lecture. Just let us push you out. Otherwise, you're on your own. Right, go. Go, go, go. That's it. There you go. If you're planning on going racing, by the way, do what the marshals tell you. Just do what the marshals tell you. He had an engine, they helped him extricate himself, and now he's back on terra firma. Might have caused him a lap, but those volunteers have helped him get out of the gravel trap, a situation into which he put himself. So well done to those guys. More pit stops going on.
It's the very obvious turquoise E-Type. Ria Sorter started that, Andy Newell started that. Ria Sorter, the German lady who prepares a whole range of cars.
She only has access to one paint colour, doesn't she?
She does.
Yes.
Markus von Euenhausen, who she prepares his cars, the German Count, uses that colour.
Well, there is Julian Thomas, and he is right up behind Harry Barton now. So these guys have still not stopped. Julian Thomas with the fastest lap of the race on the last lap. So he certainly found to look at the colour of those brakes. Absolutely glowing red hot as he tries to get the speed off the Daytona Coupe into Stowe. Harry Barton heads for the pit lane. Pull back, pull back, pull back. Has Julian Thomas gone in as well? No, he hasn't. So Harry Barton's gone in and Julius Thomas continues there. Julian Thomas is at the top of the picture. Harry Barton comes in, headlights ablaze.
Did we mention that Thomas has got the fastest lap?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Well, yes, he has. Yes, just on this lap, hasn't he? Yeah. Oh, look at the big blower there to try and cool the TVR and its brakes. Double leaf blowers on one side, a huge garage blower on the other side, and a bit of a clean of the screen. Harry Barton stays in. You don't have to get out and then get back in if you're not changing drivers. You just have to be stationary. So it was a quick check under the car, also just a quick check of tyre pressures. I think he's enjoying himself, don't you?
I was just going to say that, yeah.
He's probably got sweat running down his face now because he's stationary. I do think he's enjoying himself.
He's
carry on for a bit, enjoy yourself, come back in when the checkered flags come out.
Young driver who's really come on in the last couple of years, very accomplished.
Helmet not unlike Jamie Davis, actually. Single seat race. Now then, here's our lead battle. Nigel Greensall, less than a second ahead of Olivier Hart. In fact, much less than a second. It was 0.89 of a second at the line. That's about half a second, although Olivier doesn't get the best break in traffic there. Got put by Ria Sorter's E-Type, but there's another one between them. There's always an E-Type in the way, isn't there, if you're in a big car?
And,
or a small car, like a Mini.
Is that just looking for the 23 car on our list? That must be Alex Brundle now in that, must it? I presume it's been into the pits. For a moment, I've lost it on our charts.
Yeah, me too.
I don't know. But it's...
well, it looks like a Brundle helmet, so I'm definitely going with that.
There he is, 30th.
Well, he was taking over from Gary Pearson.
Yeah.
And the other Pearson car, car number 53, appears to have disappeared as well. So they must have gone into the pits at the same time. Leaders are in. Does that mean the pit window is nearly closed?
No, still another 8 minutes to go.
Okay, well, they have both chosen this opportunity to come in. With a little over, or just under 24 minutes of the race remaining.
Sorry, 3.5 minutes to go.
3.5 minutes, okay, so another lap would have been possible, but possibly not advisable.
Yeah, just a 15.
Julian Thomas on his way out of the pit lane. No, into the pit lane, right, there you go. So Julian Thomas coming in from 3rd place.
And Mike Whitaker also must come in along with the other Pearson car. They're both in, as I say that, so...
E-types everywhere you look, they're all leaving. Little red, not quite so little, Volvo 1800 right there on the pit apron. Yeah, in comes Mike Whitaker, out goes a Mustang, out goes a Cobra. And is that the other Pearson E-type?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
53. So Gary Pearson, you can see running to the car there with the red stripes on his white race suit. He's just got out of 23. And
busy, isn't it? And unfortunately, the parked Porker, which is still in the service lane, is really getting in the way a bit. I would have thought if you weren't getting any further with that, you might be gentlemanly and get out of the way and push it into a garage. Meanwhile, we've just had the Pure Michigan Mustang celebration race, celebrating with a few more Mustangs in this one. Julian Thomas coming out ahead of John Spears, so that's the driver penalty. Glenn Eagling right behind in the Ginetta G4. There goes the Volvo. That's the 1800S. Door open on Olivier Hart's car. No, that's a sort of window thingy. A little aero tab, very interesting. And trouble for 123, facing in the wrong direction briefly. That is Can Bittrim and David Gardner's Jaguar E-Type.
So we know Julian Thomas in the pit lane was ahead of John Spears, who's taken over from Nigel Greensall.
And he's behind Olivier Hart.
That's what I was about to ask.
So he's closed up a lot on Olivier Hart. And there is Harry Barton, also ahead of John Spears. And Glenn Eagling with the headlights on the yellow car in the background. So Miles Griffith has stopped, has not stopped.
And
Miles Griffiths has not stopped in the TVR.
He can come
in the
this
Cobra
lap.
rather 137.
He's got time to come in. He is leaving it late though.
Yeah, not much, 52 seconds.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's time if he's within 52 seconds of the pit lane. There's Adrian Newey, looks like he's had a good enough time. I'm sure he knows the result of the Dutch Grand Prix. Miles Griffiths is in, so we revert to our lead group. So rare opportunity for Adrian to race with his son Harrison. Both have raced in historic cars in various different things. Harrison's raced in modern cars as well, raced at Le Mans in modern cars. But you don't get many opportunities to race as a father and son when you're as busy as Adrian Newey is. Of course, next year he might be doing a bit more because he'll be on gardening leave, so he'll have a bit more opportunity for race weekends away. Entering his final few months as the designer at Oracle Red Bull Racing. But all of that, I'm sure, is about as far from his mind as it can be with Adrian, which is never very far, because he's busy enjoying a race weekend. So Olivier Hart back in the lead from Julian Thomas. These are our top two, both in Daytona Coupes, Daytona Cobra Coupes. And then John Spears looks to be in fourth behind Harry Barton, 2 TVRs, when Dan Eagling will cycle round to fifth. Unless Miles Griffiths has a fairly short pit stop and comes in between them. But these are our lead duo.
The gap between them across the timing line that time was 1.6, and Julian Thomas was 1.5 seconds quicker than Olivier Hart on that lap. So if that is continued, then Julian Thomas will be very much in touch with Olivier Hart. But of course, to be fair to Olivier, he may have caught traffic on that lap, so we don't know.
There's John Spears with the pale blue stripe down his dark TVR. Glenn Eagling looks to be right behind him. Now, is Harry... I was looking at John Spears rather than spotting Harry Barton. He's just whistled in front of the camera, so he is in third, Harry Barton. John Spears fourth, Glenn Eagling here in fifth. And possibly leading the 2-litre category.
I think he might just be. That's
by about 2 laps.
The G4R, as you've mentioned, the racing version of the G4, that's got the Lotus twin cam engine at the front, which, as we know from Lotus Cortina, is a very, very effective engine in a little tiny lightweight body.
How does he get a twin cam in that? I suppose they get one in Elan, which is equally low.
Yep.
Yeah. But it's not, though. Look at the Elan. I'd say the Ginetta has got a lower bonnet. Maybe it's canted over. Maybe they got some sort of trick inlet for the twin Webers.
Leaders coming down into Stowe Corner. Olivier Hart manages to put a Healy between himself and Julian Thomas looked to be going wide there, but I think it's just his favoured line. He quite likes to go wide into Stowe.
Yeah.
So we'll see down into Club Corner. There's Harry Barton in third place.
It's what modern racing driver parlance would call V'ing off the corner. So you go straight for as long as possible and turn in as short a distance as possible. Of course, at the speed you're getting to Stowe, it's a little harder to V it off, but it does mean that he comes out straighter into the Vale. And whichever, 222.850 last time round for Olivier Hart, 222.906. So half a tenth between them. Olivier Hart was a whisker quicker. That really is very little at all. Again, the yellow gloves of Olivier Hart shows how busy he is behind the wheel. He does like to make a car dance, doesn't he? And for Julian Thomas, again, an owner driver up against this young wunderkind of historic racing. He's doing a stunning job, Julian Thomas. Where's the third place car of Harry Barton? Look for the green lights on the roof. There he is. And that was 7.8 seconds back.
And a spin for, is that the Balfe started Elan, I think, with the red stripes.
Might be.
But a spin there for car number 33. I think I may be wrong.
So that's the Lawley Shanley car.
Yeah,
that's been in strife already, hasn't it? Is that the one that was in the gravel trap, or did it ground to a halt? So it's been in trade.
We've seen it before, put it that way.
It's in the headmaster's notebook already. Well, Julian Thomas closing right in on Olivier Hart on this lap. Olivier didn't get the clearest break in traffic. I think the gap has come down a little, and Julian Thomas, 15, nearly 16 minutes to go. He's got the bit between his teeth. Now he doesn't catch the Cobra in quite the right place. Need a bit of a decent gap to get a Cobra Daytona Coupe through.
And you can clearly see in that picture the difference between the Daytona Coupe and the standard Cobra body. And the Shelby company looking to improve the aerodynamics, which I think you could say they did.
Yeah, definitely. Lower frontal area, or smaller frontal area, lower bonnet, lower roofline, long tapering roofline, the cam tail, all of these real 1960s aerodynamic cues. It definitely made it a quicker, more competitive car. But time was a bit against it. The 250 GTO was perhaps a more complete, more developed car. And then the 250 LM definitely signed the death knell of big front engine roadsters.
And second in the smaller car, one of the smaller car classes to the flying Dan Eagling in the Ginetta is Giles Dawson in the Elan, number 95, in 10th place overall. Giles, the son of Andy Dawson, who, if you recall way back, Andy Dawson, a very successful rally driver. Dawson Auto Developments, which
ran racing teams as well.
Yeah,
had a big workshop here at Silverstone.
The car is prepared by Andy Dawson and Andrew Marriott,
who was one of Andy Dawson's co-drivers.
Indeed.
After co-driving for Roger Clark, went on to co-drive for Andy Dawson. One of the most spectacular cars they shared together, checkered flag Lancia Stratos.
There aren't many people can say they've co-driven or driven a Lancia Stratos.
No, indeed. Or co-driven Roger Clark at his pomp. No, absolutely, with Tony Mason. So, yeah, I'm confused by Tony Mason's and my Andrew Marriott, aren't I? It was Andrew Marriott was definitely with Andy Dawson. I'm now retrenching my Roger Clark comments.
I shall get a nasty message from Andrew Marriott.
I'll get a nasty message from Matt Clark and Ollie Clark. So there we go. But yeah, Dawson up just outside the top 10, knocking on the doors of the top 10. So the Daytona Coupes, of course, really for Carroll Shelby, the car that did the damage to the future of the Daytona Coupe wasn't anything other than the Ford GT40, which is really what, that became America's sports car, and the Daytona Coupe was a brief footnote in history after that.
And it looks closer. It may be that the camera foreshortens the gap between them, but at the line last time it was 1.6. I don't believe that's 1.6, even with camera foreshortening.
Agreed. I think that's barely a second. Now the cars are sliding around all over the place. Julian Thomas with more experience of his own car, and Olivier Hart, this superb young driver. He was absolutely electrifying in the Ferrari 512M. Unexpected pit call for TVR 88 of John Davidson. He's dropped out of any potential reckoning, and this is definitely Julian Thomas trying to seize victory. He was 1.2 seconds quicker than Olivier Hart on that last lap. He is now rejoining battle with the Dutchman. He is right with the youngster.
This is a really impressive drive from Julian Thomas, who's
100%.
a genuine amateur, but very, very ably coached in his historic racing. Absolutely loves it. And he's up against one of the hottest shoes in historic racing, Olivier Hart.
Yep.
And is this the move that changes the lead? No. Olivier manages to cut back across in front of Julian as they turn into Brooklands. But will Julian go for the double shuffle through Luffield?
Watch the aspect of the cars. Watch how much more grip Julian Thomas seems to have on the rear of his car, how much less his car appears to be tail happy. Now, that might just be the way that Olivier Hart is driving it compared to Julian's style, but I do think that Olivier is running out of rear tyres. We heard that from Sam Tordoff, pushing the car a little bit too hard when you've got a long race. This is 50 minutes. These cars generate a thumping amount of torque. These are not big, fat slicks. Julian Thomas looking for the lead into the Beckett's S's, really pitches it in tight, wanted to make sure he didn't run out wide and make contact with Olivier Hart. But Olivier's car is definitely sliding more than the chasing car of Julian Thomas.
The whirling wheel of Olivier Hart's car with those yellow gloves. And here comes Julian Thomas. He's got a better run out of Chapel. And does he go by on the Hanger Straight? Well, he does, but he can't turn in.
Fight it all the way through. Julian Thomas had the traction coming out of the Chapel curve onto the Hanger Straight to get the run on Olivier Hart, but ran out of steam. And Olivier just braked desperately late to hold on to the race lead. 10.5 minutes of this to go. And again, you've got to think this is a little bit like the pre-66 Grand Prix race, that the quicker car behind has got more going for it.
Set off on another lap through Abbey and Farm. Headlights ablaze on Olivier Hart's car. Julian Thomas doesn't need his headlights. A little bit of a lock-up there. I think that was a rear brake grabbing on Julian Thomas's car. But look how close he is. He's got the overlap, but he's going to go all the way around the outside. But he'll now try and cut back on the inside, but just no room. Olivier Hart knows exactly where to place that car to make it difficult for Julian Thomas to get by. They're coming down. They'll probably get past this TVR on the straight. Yes, they do. That's not one of the big engined TVRs. So Olivier Hart still leading as they go into Brooklands. More slower traffic in front of them.
Again, nowhere near the apex, right in the middle of the road. This is defensive work from Olivier Hart. And again, I think the way that Julian drives the car, it's a much more four-wheel drift, whereas Olivier does seem to drive the car on the throttle off the corners more sideways. I wonder if that's why Julian's been able to preserve his tyres, or maybe just that the team and the driver are more familiar with the car than Olivier is. But either way, this is going to be an epic end. Speed, is that Mooncraft to land? Speedcraft to land. Oh, here's the challenge. Julian Thomas up the inside, has to go over the curbs on the inside, but he makes the pass. He leaves the door open for Olivier Hart to come back at him. Whoa. Entertaining stuff. Well, Julian Thomas showing plenty of intent there. Dive to the inside, but left room. And that's what you want to see.
And now he's in the lead. He's gone through this time, but Olivier Hart comes back at him later on the brakes on the inside of Stowe Corner. Doesn't give Julian the option to turn in where he wants to, but now they're moving down through the Vale into the left-hander, so Julian, even if he hadn't got ahead, would have had the inside line. So lead change with about 8 minutes to go.
But Julian Thomas likes that wide open line around Stowe, almost as if he's going around the white line on the exit, so that didn't really hamper him too much. He keeps his nose in front of Olivier Hart, but the danger is not over for Julian Thomas. Olivier Hart is going to be very hard to shake off. It's one thing to attack, but as Olivier just showed, it's another to have to defend, because really the impetus is with the driver behind, because he makes the moves. And again, Julian has to open the steering there as Olivier shows his nose very early into the loop. Out of Aintree, he'll have the wider line, Julian Thomas, but doesn't have quite as much traction out there off track. And Olivier Hart will get his nose back in front, but there is traffic in front of them, and they will catch it in Luffield, and that might hamper Olivier Hart's exit onto the pit straight here.
As they turn into Luffield now, they've got the Reassorta E-Type immediately in front of them, and looks like Olivier Hart's decided to go to the inside through Woodcote Corner. Julian Thomas follows him through. They've got one further car right in front of them, which they won't catch before Copse, or will they?
They will.
Just about.
No, not quite, because of course he'll brake later in the Elan.
So not really compromised either of them, but the Elan's still ahead. Now Olivier Hart has to find a way through before Beckett's, because he really doesn't want to be behind that Elan, but he is going into Beckett's.
Look at the poor Elan driver. What's he going to do? He's got a Daytona Coupe in each mirror. Yes. Well, here for a moment he gets the respite because he can leave them behind. And Olivier Hart and Julian Thomas can't match Elan's handling in the Beckett's S's, but they'll blow by him on the straight. Julian not close enough, I don't think, to get a run on Olivier Hart this time, and he can't go wide, so he has to look to the inside, cuts back to the outside. Olivier knows that's going to happen, sits in the middle of the road.
I thought Julian was going to go for the grass option there. But
he thought he was as well, and then thought about it otherwise, I think.
So down once again into the left-hander on the historic Vale. And Olivier Hart takes a big chunk of grass on the inside of the corner, trying to straighten the corner as much as possible. Now they're into club corner. They both run across the curbs on the inside and outside, but up to Abbey now into the right-hander. Not really an overtaking place. It's a little bit too quick, but we're coming up to the hard braking for Village.
And Julian Thomas, his door has come open. He just slammed the door shut in the middle of a corner.
Well, he did close up on braking for Village, and this is where Olivier Hart dived up the inside and got past last lap around.
Well, he couldn't make a pass there because there was a Mustang going the wrong way, so there would have been yellow flags out, but now they're back to green, and Olivier Hart runs out wide and loses traction, and here's a chance for Julian Thomas, but Olivier's going to try and squeeze him over to the driver's right, box him in behind the big Healy, and he succeeds and just hangs on there a fraction. But they are absolutely on the limit of adhesion with these cars. Julian goes out wide. He's going to try and cut back underneath or right behind Olivier Hart. Hart comes off the corner through the three parts of Luffield, accelerating on to the old pit straight. And as they rush towards Copse, he is still just in front.
Mustang in front of them, but once again Olivier Hart gives Julian Thomas no option to go up the inside, keeps that line. They're now slightly uphill towards Maggots. It's a fast left and then into the Beckett's sweeps, and it's still Olivier Hart. Julian Thomas, last few laps, has been very, very quick through Beckett's. That seems to be where he has an advantage over Olivier Hart, and that gives him a run then down the Hanger Straight.
Oh, and Olivier's catching the Mustang, just got by the fastback in the right place, the GT350. But you're right, Julian Thomas again closes, and again he's challenging here. He likes the wide line around Stowe. High, wide and handsome. Doesn't have the run there on Olivier Hart to quite make that work, so looks back, but this will be the wrong side exiting the Vale. He's not going to be able to complete the overlap there. Does he get the inside coming into club corner? No, again, the big cars are just covering too much ground too quickly, but look at the hands of Olivier Hart. Massive handfuls of opposite lock being applied, even as he's accelerating off the turn.
Up
3 minutes to go.
Hamilton Straight. Well, we've got probably a couple of more laps then of this, and up to Abbey and Farm. Once again coming up to that heavy braking for Village. The door didn't need to be shut this time, so no. Julian not distracted by that. He's turned in slightly tighter into Village. That means I think he's going to go and try and come back on the inside of Olivier Hart at Loop, but once again Hart holds the inside line, doesn't give him the option.
He's trying to force Olivier to brake later by showing his nose, and Olivier's just not going for it. But again, it does look like Hart doesn't quite have the traction. Julian Thomas looking around the outside. This time there's a Volvo on the outside line, and again Olivier Hart holds the inside. Julian Thomas might be running out of options here. Olivier Hart seems to have blunted his attack and seems to understand where he's likely to be vulnerable. And again, Julian Thomas, four square through Luffield. Is there a chance into Copse? What's in front of them? Let's take a look down the straight. It's open and wide. Julian could get a move going down out of Copse through Maggots and into the Beckett's S's. This might be his chance. It's the penultimate lap. Next time they get to the line, they will start the last lap of the race. God, this is so close. There are other cars in this race, but this is what it's all about. The finale of the 2024 Silverstone Festival. It's going to be an epic two-man race all the way to the line.
out of the middle element of Beckett's, once again onto the hanger straight. This is where Julian Thomas does seem to have a little advantage, and he'll come up. He's got a good slipstream, pulls to the outside nice and early, shows what he's going to do, doesn't want any incident, and he's almost able to turn in.
Whoa.
But once again, Olivier Hart's got the line.
Has Olivier overcooked it? He has overcooked it. Julian Thomas might squeeze up the inside. And Julian wasn't quite as quick off the Beckett's S's. He wasn't quite close enough to Olivier Hart. Olivier was almost 4 wheels on the dirt on the inside of each corner, just trying to shorten the line, and it managed to work. Last lap, they go either side. No, they both go the same side of the TVR. Here we go, last lap. 1 to go, 30 seconds on the clock. This is it, all or nothing now for Julian Thomas. He will still play fair, and so too will Olivier Hart. What an epic battle we've been treated to, and still no idea which one of them's going to win it. Big handful of opposite from Olivier Hart. Julian Thomas still under control, but still trying to find a way through.
He's got alongside now on the exit, but I think Olivier's far enough ahead to take the line through Aintree. But Julian's going quicker, isn't he? He's come out of the loop a little bit more quickly, so it'll be another challenge. Look at this. Olivier Hart knows he's under pressure. He's holding the inside line. Julian's got the inside for the braking for Brooklands, but just not able to get the nose in so that Hart can't turn in.
No, and he knew that if he left it later, he would just run wide, scrub wide, and hit Olivier Hart. And I think Julian Thomas will be more happy to finish second after an epic and clean dice with this youngster than he would be to nerf him out of the way accidentally, and it's certainly not going to happen deliberately. Julian Thomas, far too experienced and clean a racer. Is he going to go around the outside into Cop's corner? No, he can't get the overlap there either. These cars are so evenly matched.
And now Julian will be concentrating on doing the best run through Beckett's he can, because his best chance now is to try and come alongside on the hanger straight, and the speed down the hanger straight really starts being built here through the Beckett's S's, and he'll be looking for an excellent run through the last element. That is a good run. He's close in. He's probably a length behind, isn't he? So he'll be getting a good slipstream onto the hanger straight now.
Here we go. What is the traffic ahead going to do? He's going to have to go inside here. He's going to try 2 wheels on the grass. Olivier moves over to shut the door. Looking over him, he sort of almost nodded there at Julian Thomas. Sorry about that, but it was a clean enough move. Thomas has got 2 more corners to try and win this race. Olivier Hart might yet cling on to this. Julian Thomas with the fastest race lap, but that was before he caught Olivier Hart. They're not going to catch traffic. The checkered flag is out to finish the 2024 Silverstone Festival. It is victory for Olivier Hart by 0.3 of a second from Julian Thomas after an epic 20-minute dice. Mano a mano, what a race that was. And in 3rd place comes Harry Barton in his TVR. Didn't see much of him in the second half of the race. You can forgive us for not taking our eyes away from Olivier Hart and Julian Thomas. That was epic, and I'm sure Harry Barton will be very happy with his result as well. But oh boy, there's going to be some ebullience. And look at that, Dan Eagling, 4th place ahead of John Spears in the TVR. And then the Dodds should be next around the corner, and that will be the lead E-Type. It is some way back. That's not them either. Here we go. That's the Pearson car, but just ahead, 21 comes across the line there. So Graham and James Dodd take the honours of being the top E-Type. But oh, breathless stuff. Absolutely fantastic. Well, hands out to the cockpit, saluting the crowd. I hope they're getting a very warm reception from everybody in the grandstands and along the side of the track, and I'm sure they are, because no matter which dog you had in the fight, it was an absolutely epic fight. What a race. 2 drivers being absolutely as close and as clean as you like in really well-matched cars. Julian Thomas set the fastest race lap, catching Olivier Hart. just got his nose in front a couple of times, got alongside a whole host more, but somehow Olivier managed to cling on. Well, we've seen him attack, we've seen him race away in front, and this is Olivier Hart in real close quarters company, and I think he's been just as impressive in that respect, in his respect for the other driver and their ability to race on the ragged edge and still no contact whatsoever. Now, is that battle of the weekend?
Definitely.
I think so.
That was.
I think so.
I didn't think we'd be able to beat some of the earlier races, but that was tremendous, and capped really by the fact that it was so clean and well mannered, if you like. No contact, yet they were both on the very edge of adhesion.
Yep. Absolutely, absolutely epic stuff. What a finale. What a finale. And again, apologies to everybody else in our 53-car grid who are probably having an epic race themselves as well. But you just can't tear your eyes off this. Harry Barton comes in third. I'm not sure how much of that he saw. He was only 8 seconds behind at the end, but there's his dad. There's David Hart offering his congratulations to Olivier. Olivier goes round because the very first thing he wants to do is exactly the same thing that his rival wants to do, Julian Thomas. Congratulate each other. That's what you come racing for. Well, I don't know how we're going to beat that. Luckily, we don't have to try. That's the final race of the weekend and our final happy interviews. Let's get down to Bryn Lucas.
Thanks very much, Martin. As you can see, there's a lot of jubilation going on here right now. I'm going to try and get Olivier, who's being hugged and kissed by everybody around here. I'll avoid doing that just, you know, for other reasons. But Olivier, if you take your helmet off and get your thoughts, because what a battle that was. That went on and on and on.
Yes, I saw 50 minutes and I thought, how am I going to do this? But I drove a lot of time with Thomas, and I know he's a fair driver. So I thought maybe try and race him, and that's what I did. And he was fair and square. Sometimes missed our brakings a bit, but we kept each other right in our eyes and didn't make any mistake. I think maybe one scratch, that's it. So one of my best races I did in classic car racing. So I'm very happy and proud to be on the top step.
It required a lot of defensive driving as well. Your positioning was fantastic. It just seemed to be every question he had, there was an answer.
Yeah, it's true. I know the engine of Thomas, and it's quick, and it has a lot of horsepower, but I calculated myself in my head where he could overtake me, and then I should position my car at the right spot. And always look, you have one eye in the mirror to have a look where he's at, because he can just go on the inside, and then it's probably over. So very happy.
Well done, it was a fantastic battle. Let's see if we can find Julian. Julian is just over here. Let's get a quick word with Julian. I mean, to round out the Silverstone Festival on-track action, that was epic.
Incredible, I've got no words. That's the most fun I've ever had.
We need some more words, because I tell you what, we were watching and watching and watching, thinking we might see an overtake here.
I was trying, I got alongside him, but he's so good. He just put his car exactly where he needed. He made a couple of mistakes, but he didn't lose too much time, and I got alongside him. I saw him, he was going to turn in, so I just lifted. It was just gentleman driving, but inch to inch, it was brilliant.
I can tell you're emotional, and we are too. We thought it was a fantastic race. We're going to hand back to Martin right now, but we have loved every single moment. What a way to end the on-track action. Thank you very much for being a part of it.
The best fun I've ever had. Well, there you go. And if that doesn't sum up the final race battle, then nothing does. Olivier Hart by a whisker from Julian Thomas. Harry Barton taking third. Dan Eagling fourth in the Ginetta D4R ahead of the Nigel Greensill, John Spears TVR and the Dodd family E-Type. They were the top E-Type in the field. And again, apologies to everybody else in all the close races or up and down the order, and there were some very close finishes. The Balfour Ashton car just ahead of the Lynn family by 34 hundredths of a second, 65 hundredths of a second rather. Some very close battles, but you just couldn't take your eyes off those at the front. Well, a string of disappointing lack of reliability results for some of the Lotus Elans, but some of them made it through. And And there you go, those are the rest of our finishers here in this epic 53 car field, the International Trophy for classic GT cars. Victory and second place going to Shelby American Daytona Cobra Coupes, but it was the TVR of Nigel Greensell who started on pole position, and for a moment it looked like the TVRs might get the best of it. The 88 car of John Davidson was second into the first corner, fourth out of it. Dan Eagling snapping at his heels as Olivier Hart took second, and Julian Thomas got himself involved as well. Not everybody had the cleanest of races, but there was very little in terms of actual contact, and Julian Thomas had a rocking first stint. Dan Eagling getting in amongst the big banger sports cars as well in his little twin cam Ginetta. Olivier Hart, once he hit the front, was always going to be tough to beat. Julian Thomas got alongside a couple of times, but they were as clean as you like. 20-minute epic battle for supremacy. Julian Thomas with the fastest race lap, but it was second place behind Olivier Hart, and all eyes on the two Daytona Cobra Coupes. Just fantastic stuff. Well, if you haven't enjoyed the Silverstone Festival, I suggest you call the doctor urgently, because you really need your pulse checking. But on behalf of everybody here, the entire production team, from the organisers at Silverstone and at Goose Productions, from Aurora Worldwide, who have produced the TV content, and from all of us here, thank you very much for being with us, whether you are here on track at the circuit or whether you've been watching online. If you've never been to the festival, I cannot recommend it heartily enough. We look forward to next year already. Make a date in the diary and join us then. Bye for now.